In the dark of night, countless figures rush forward seemingly to assassinate a sleeping man. One of them grins as he draws a dagger, the others following suit weapons aimed at their target. Suddenly, a murderous glint flashes in his eyes. He lunges, throwing the knife straight into the cocoon, the force of which deforms it. After a moment, the cocoon remains still and silent. Up close, the bag is empty. The assassin freezes, startled, as a voice suddenly rings out. It was then he realized, grinding his teeth as he turned toward the voice. Someone was waiting, standing right behind him, the moonlight casting a lonely but unyielding light on his face. It was none other than Piggy. In his hand he held only a crude bow, but his voice didn't tremble. "You ambushed me with weapons so I can take you all down, right?" Before they could answer, he snapped a dry branch, adding, "Then this is self-defense, right?" And with that, he fired the branch like an arrow. Hyukwoo knocks an arrow, aiming at the assassins who scoff at his weapon. "What a twig." One of them scoffed. "Are you kidding me?" No sooner had he spoken than a branch hurtled toward his forehead, instantly knocking him off his feet. The assassin immediately lost his balance, falling in shock, as did his comrades. The commander, witnessing this, scowled and looked up at Hyomut in alarm. Another one of his comrades cried out in fear, as Hyomut continued to fire at them. As the arrow flew, he counted 1. And with that, another fell to the arrow, as the commander watched in horror, and the grim count continued. The two commanders were truly terrified, as he gritted his teeth and calculated, while one by one their men fell as he continued to count. 3, 4. He had no intention of stopping, continuing to snap branches, causing the man to panic and signal surrender, shouting, "Wait, spare me." Pigfoot showed no mercy, and as Yang's eyes turned to him, he aimed an arrow and said, "If you intend to eliminate someone, you should have foreseen your own demise." With that, he coldly defeated him. The assassin perished in utter panic. Sometime later, Hyomut wandered through the forest, clutching his meager belongings, muttering, "This should leave no trace." Suddenly, his eyes darkened as he called out another name in his thoughts. "Dairon, this isn't how you said things would be." With that, Hyomut leaped away, disappearing into the forest's darkness. "The human world is so boring," thought the pig as it vanished. In the past, within a meeting room, a group of people were in heated discussion. One spoke up, "It's been so long, are the Demon King's traces still intact?" Another replied, "If you're talking about the primeval forest, any living creature possessing magical power won't be able to cross the barrier, so there's no problem." After speaking, the man pondered, but the concern was that the forest itself was shrouded in magic, and our inability to use such a vast area was also a problem, another agreed. Indeed, one man mused as he proposed a chilling idea. "If it's a forest filled with magic that no one returns from, couldn't we send those who need to disappear there?" The others were startled by his words, and they all looked at him. Meanwhile, he continued, "There are always those we struggle to deal with, and there's no place more convenient to eliminate them than that forest." And with that, he slammed his hand on the table, resolute in the agreement of those around him. A plan was set in motion. And so that terrible idea was approved. "If that's the case, we'll proceed with it." Suddenly, the scene shifts to a dark and ominous setting. Night falls and a blood-curdling scream echoes from the forest where the group had gathered. "No, take me instead. Spare my poor child." The rest of her desperate cries were swallowed by the darkness. A cold guard brushed her off, stating, "Please let go. The seed of darkness has already taken root within this child." Then he held the baby, signaling to begin. Amidst the mother's desperate cries of no, 3 priests chanted, and a blinding golden light erupted from the infant in their arms. The light engulfed the 3 priests, the guard, and reflected off the tearful mother as Meret Iron screamed in despair. "Damn it, back to this gloomy forest. The primeval forest, a place of exile where no one can survive. Not even brilliant scholars, brave commanders, or extraordinary mages. Criminals are thrown into this forest. With divine power, a golden light suddenly flashed. If they could escape with their lives, their sins would be forgiven." The swaddled boy slowly opened his eyes, awakened by the light. On that day, a child was born carrying the seed of darkness. The boy slowly opened his eyes, his innocent gaze already tainted with darkness, his very existence a sin. In the desolate forest, the boy's cries were swallowed by darkness. He had been cast into the demon world from which no one had ever escaped alive. The forest's darkness enveloped the boy as the wild boar lay still beside him. In the forest's ominous atmosphere, a place teeming with demonic energy, the child shivered from the cold and hunger, lying there alone yet seemingly untouchable. But inside his body, a seed grew within his heart, a surge of energy rising within him. That energy surged and enveloped the child, until finally light began to dawn. 10 days passed, and he remained still. Through sun and rain, day and night, the child tenaciously survived. One day, in the sunlight of the forest, a creature appeared. Eliga arrived its gaze, seemingly fearsome. It slowly approached the piglet, then let out a menacing growl. In the end, it picked up the tiny piglet. On that day, the child's fate was sealed. 10 years later, the laughter of children echoes through the dark forest as Piglet chases after a rabbit. "Hold it right there." The pig monster glared at its difficult prey, scolding it. The rabbit met its end, and he finally pounced. The Hyomut glared at its prey, grinding its teeth. "Quietly meet your end." With that, the unfortunate rabbit was caught in his grasp, letting out a painful squeal. Eliga, nestled in the shade, watched him with the gentle eyes of a mother fox as he shouted with excitement. Elaga, I caught it. Hearing this, it suddenly jumps closer to him. Elaga delivers a fatal blow to the rabbit with his claws, sending it to the afterlife. As it devoured the rabbit, it asked, "So Hiomut, are you used to hunting yet?" He replied, "Yeah, but I can only hunt rabbits so far." Elaga's claw retrieved a tiny object, and holding it up he said, "Look closely, this is called a magic stone. All magic beasts possess them." Elaga continued, "If you consume magic beasts, you will become stronger. It will also replenish your mana and extend your lifespan." Piggy was impressed. Elaga continued explaining that since the rabbit was small, so was its magic stone. Piggy tries to snatch the magic stone, saying, "It came from the prey I hunted." Elaga anticipates his move, dodging him and knocking Piggy down, replying, "Not so fast." Piggy, now with a bump on his head, whines, "Give it to me." Elaga refuses, showing no mercy. "Why?" "No way," he explains. "You're a human, not a monster. If you eat that, you'll become one." Elaga's tone suddenly turned serious. "And if that happens, you'll be stuck in this forest forever." Piggy grumbled, pouting, "Shh, that's ridiculous." He tugged at the rabbit's corpse, muttering, "Even if I don't eat it, my skin's still stuck here." "Wouldn't it be better to just eat it and get stronger?" Piggy grumbled, lugging the rabbit's corpse as he followed Elaga. "I'm still too weak to leave your territory." Hearing this, Elaga's expression turned serious. "You can leave." Piggy was skeptical. He repeated without a hint of jest, "I'm telling you, you can leave this forest." He's suspicious. "How do you know that? Didn't you say we couldn't leave?" Elaga replied, "I've never seen anyone escape, so I assumed it was impossible, but someone told me it could happen." Hiomut pressed, "Who told you that?" It casually replies, "A human I met long ago." The answer immediately snaps Hiomut to attention. He whips around asking a human, but Elaga quickly extinguishes his hope. "What are you thinking of going to find him?" "Don't dream. He's probably passed away somewhere in this forest." Hiomut frowned. "Could he still be alive? Did you see him die with your own eyes?" Elaga was speechless, unsure of what to say. He thought for a moment, then denied it. "He's old now. He used to be strong, but living as a human, no matter how strong he would weaken, unable to withstand the magic in this forest. It's just that you can't sense him because you have the seed of darkness. The last time I saw him was a long time ago. He must be around 90 years old now." Piggy is suspicious. "Didn't you say humans can live to be over 100? Where did you meet this person?" Elaga plays the sympathy card. "I fed you, raised you, and now you're determined to leave. How disgusting." As it spoke, it grabbed a dry branch ready to strike, but the pig quickly dodged, retorting, "Didn't you tell me to fend for myself?" It grimaced and continued to flirt with the pig. "Maybe he won't even be there. But if he isn't, I'll just turn back." That comment angered Elaga, and she roared in frustration. "Whatever, let's just go do what you want." Hiomut was just as eager to get information. "So where's that place?" He couldn't help but blurt it out. "To the east lies what you seek." Hiomut immediately turned east. In a flash, he vanished from Elaga's sight, and it was then that he realized he'd fallen into a trap. "What are you waiting for?" it hurriedly called out. "If you die along the way, I won't care," he thought, unconcerned. He rushed forward, overjoyed, unaware that someone else was in the forest. He charged forward, thrilled and powerful, a seedless one like himself. Hiomut dashed ahead, panting, eager to meet this kindred spirit. Before him stood a suspicious wooden fence. Hiomut raised an eyebrow, sensing something. He suspiciously eyed the unnatural barrier, wondering, "What's this?" Without a second thought, he lowered his stance, ready to strike. In an instant, he's past the wooden fence, and before him stands a wooden house, its moss-covered roof hinting at its age. The piglet was ecstatic, certain of it now, and breathed a sigh of relief, for only humans could build something like this. Before Helmut could finish, a figure lunged, slamming his head down with brutal speed, leaving him no time to react beyond a cry of pain. The attacker showed no mercy, unleashing a flurry of powerful blows that shook the very air. Dar eyed Helmut suspiciously, asking, "Who are you? Who sent you?" He gritted his teeth in pain, struggling to answer. "No, I'm alone." Helmut continued, "Elaga told me someone was living here." Hearing that name, Darian paused, asking, "What about Elaga?" He frowned, as if understanding something. He released his grip, and the man gasped for air. Darian turned away, continuing his interrogation. "Why did you come looking for me?" With Helmut's hopeful gaze upon him, he coldly stated, "If you only wish to see a human, then you've come to the wrong person." Helmut protested, "Isn't that so?" Facing the imposing Dariel, he trembled slightly. "I want..." But in the end, he was determined to escape this forest, and after a moment, Dari relented. He said his name was Darian. "What's yours?" Still wary, he replied, So he continued, "You want to escape this place. Elaga told me you know how to get out." Darian wondered, "Why do you want to leave? The outside world isn't as peaceful or beautiful as you think." Unable to contain himself, Hiomut asked, "What are they like?" Dari replied, "Humans out there don't have sharp claws and fangs. They also have weak bodies," but he continued, "They are far more cunning and shrewd." He looked at Piglet, then asked suspiciously, "Were you born in this forest?" Hiomut calmly replied, "No, I was sent here after I was born." Darian realized, "It must be because you possess the seed of darkness." Hearing this, Hiomut touched his chest, signaling that he was right. He explained, "Those with the seed are usually disposed of at birth, but since you were spared, you must come from a high-ranking family. You're at least a noble." Hiomut questioned. "What's a noble?" Dariel asked, seemingly out of nowhere. Something like that probably doesn't matter anymore since you've already been sent here, and I have a debt to repay to that panther. He turned back, his voice becoming serious. Listen closely, kid. The reason you were abandoned in this forest is because of the seed of darkness within you. He imagined the boy covered in wounds, saying, if you stayed, even if you left this place, you'd always be hunted and eventually die fighting someone else. Having said that, he asked the piglet, do you still want to leave this forest? The piglet nodded, eyes full of determination. With a stern look, Daria said, I understand very well. And with that, he hoisted him up, much to his surprise. Suddenly hoisted up the piglet, thrashed, yelling for him to stop. Darian smirks, amused. Someone's impatient. He explains that to reach the human world, he must first become human. Finally, Hiomut stopped staring intently at him with a sharp gaze. Darian, unfazed, said, let's go, I'll make you human. On the way, Hiomut couldn't hide his curiosity. What must he do to leave this place? He replied, you must transcend the boundaries of this forest, but for now, forget about it. He reminded him that he must first grow stronger, then seek out the one who knows how to overcome it. Hiomut asked, who is that? He refused. I can't tell you yet. He rubbed his chin, pondering how to become stronger. How though? He carried him into the cabin, replying, just do as I say. A moment later, Hiomut angrily slammed the broom down, protesting, Darian, why do I have to do this? Darian calmly turned away, stating that, this is how humans live. You're saying you live like this. This place is filthy. Darian simply asks, so you want to keep living in the forest? The little piggy was speechless with frustration, unable to vent his anger. A moment later, a straw bed was presented. He stared blankly, asking, what's this? You act like it's nothing. It's your bed. The pig demon was taken aback, asking already. He leaped onto the bed, collapsing with a contented sigh. The little piggy sighs. Can I rest now? Dariel teases. The lazy kid replies, you still have a lot to do, get up. He picks up a set of clothes and hands them over. Put this on. Hiomut complains, as he puts it on, saying it's too tight and uncomfortable. Dariel explains, humans have to wear clothes, and I don't have many, so don't ruin it. He was listless. A moment later, the two were back out in the forest. Following Dari, the pig asked, why are we going out again? He replied, you need to learn something else. I'll teach you about what you can and cannot eat. He looked at the bag full of vegetables and continued, and how to make the inedible edible. Piggy was surprised he could eat it. He pulled out a root, carefully cut into it with a small knife, explaining that every creature's root has a mana stone. Even after removing it, residual mana remains except for one thing. He dipped the root into the stream, adding, and that's water. You can cut out the mana stone and wash away the mana with water. He then offered the root to the pig snout to try. The pig snout pondered for a moment, then quickly took it and ate. He marvels at the taste, realizing that even plants are edible. How fascinating. Dari quickly stands up and says, if you're done, let's head back. He obediently complies. A moment later, Hiomut grew serious. I truly need human knowledge. He protested loudly, but what does that have to do with fetching water? He grumbled, lugging the 2 buckets of water. He's been making me do weird things for days now. Isn't this a bit much? Meanwhile, a beast lurked behind the bushes, eyeing the pig mutt. In a flash, Eliga attacked, leaving him no time to react. The buckets of water spilled, and the beast jumped up, questioning Eliga. It looked at the beast with mocking eyes. What are you doing? Trying to be funny, he replied honestly. He told me to get water. Eliga was speechless. Why do you listen to that human? You never listen to me. He mutely smoothed his water-soaked hair, resigned. He said he'd make me stronger. Eliga casually lies down, continuing, stronger. Then what? Will you leave the forest? With newfound resolve, he declares, you say I'm not a magical beast, so I must go to the human world. Eliga falls silent. It continued, will good things happen if you leave? He replied with certainty. I don't know, but nothing good will happen if I stay. With that, he turned and said, I'm leaving, see you later. Eliga stared blankly as he walked away. After a moment of contemplation, it turns and walks away, its face etched with sadness. Eliga departs alone, telling herself the boy will be fine. Elsewhere, the water she carried is carelessly spilled. Hiomut struggles to maintain his stance, drenched in sweat, as Darian stands behind him, reminding him to straighten his back. Hiomut, at his limit, struggles to speak. Darian, I'm so tired, only to be rebuffed. Don't you want to leave this forest? Hearing that, Hiomut grit his teeth, crying and cursing, still holding his stance even after going limp. Dar watched him, thinking the boy was enduring quite well. Watching him grit his teeth and stand firm, Darielin muses that survivors in this forest must be different, deciding that the boy was born with more than just the seed of darkness and is worth teaching. As twilight descends, casting a faint glow upon the forest, Hiomut looks utterly drained, as if devoid of life. Seeing this, Dari reminded him, Hiomut, stop and come sit down. Dar quickly helps him up. Hiomut is complaining, I'm so hungry. He relented with a hint of fondness. All right. Soon, a large pot of soup bubbled on the wood stove under Hiomut's burning gaze, as Dar told him to use a spoon. Mumut dejectedly complied, but froze after taking just one spoonful. His eyes lit up, and he shoveled it in, exclaiming, delicious, so delicious. Dari Gangryong watched his explosive reaction as Piggy kept asking questions. What did you say this was soup? It's so delicious. While he was still devouring the soup, Dari suddenly stood up. Curious, he asks Darielin if he isn't going to eat, but receives no response. She reties her hair and reminds him to listen while eating, as Darien opens a nearby wooden crate and continues. Helm, you came to me to escape this forest and now you seek to become stronger. Meanwhile, Darien continues to lecture, you're not a magical beast of the forest but a weak human without fangs or claws. No matter how hard you try, there are limits to human strength. That's why. He swung the sword, saying, I want to teach you swordsmanship starting tomorrow. His eyes reflected a deep contemplation. Now continue, but first let me show you what a sword truly is. With that, Dariel demonstrated a few sword techniques. He approached a large rock, and with Helmut watching intently, he said, watch closely. Dariel slashed forward his eyes, radiating murderous intent, then unleashed another powerful blow. The sword struck the ground with such force that the earth was disturbed. Helmut observed and asked, I just saw sparks fly from that piece of wood. Darien didn't answer, continuing his demonstration, striking the boulder once more. The sword's spark split the massive rock in two, and moments later the stone began to fracture. Before Helmut's astonished eyes, the doomed boulder exploded into fragments, leaving him both surprised and thrilled. The massive rock has been reduced to rubble scattered on the ground, and Darien declares, this is humanity's path to survival. Hote gaped, that's gone. Darien stroked the sword's edge, continuing, just as magical beasts have mana. Imagine humans also possess a similar incredible power. Helmut, hearing this, looks at his hands with doubt. Darien continued to explain, even though the seed of darkness within you is different from others, it possesses the same source of power. Helmut realizes, so this is the power I felt when I met Eliga, or Dari. He feigns amazement, saying how wonderful it is and that he wants to learn how to use it too. Suddenly a pop echoed as Darien flicked his forehead, sending him staggering. He calmly advises patience, as his body isn't ready to handle, this reminding him that understanding swordsmanship is now paramount. Darien paused for a moment, gazing at the shattered rock, and warned that the road ahead would be difficult, stressful, and often painful. Then gripping the sword tightly, he said firmly, you must see this through to the end, and you cannot fail. He presented the sword to Helmut, adding, if you give it your heart, the sword will reward you in kind. Helmut carefully took the sword from his hand, excitedly gripping it as he replied, yes sir. The next morning in the garden, Helmut's mournful cries echoed along with Dariel's reminders to focus. Helmut complained that his posture was perfect after all these days, but his master simply replied, oh my, so you've learned to defy me. And I'm sure I told you to use honorifics with me. He corrects himself, I did it right, didn't I? The master replies coldly. No, not at all, he whimpers. Helmut asked helplessly, then what's the problem? He sighed as Dari pointed to his head, reminding him, this kid only has the right posture. It's not enough. Think again. Heo muttered then, are you helpless? Do I have to spell it out for you? He snapped. Of course, why didn't you just say so from the start? He continues, wondering how he's supposed to understand if the old man keeps beating around the bush. Dar watches him pensive, realizing the more he observes the stranger the boy seems. He has no self-motivation to learn, yet he's improving faster than I thought. The dark seed has a huge impact on people, making them more violent, and he even grew up with magical beasts. But contrary to his initial impression, he's rational, not easily swayed, but persistent, and doesn't give up easily. Seeing his focused demeanor, he's sure there's something truly different about him. He then stepped forward and said, let me teach you. Asterisk, whoosh asterisk. With a swift strike, Dariel disarms him, hitting his sword hand. Dariel teases, you've gotten weaker. Helmut, in tears from the pain, retorts, why did you hit me twice? Dariel, observing the boy clutching his injured shoulder, asks, well, have you noticed the difference yet? Heo muttered after a moment of silence, not yet. He then used reverse psychology, saying, at this rate it seems you won't be having dinner. Mention of the meal caused the boy to frown as he asked, what? He quickly stops him, saying, that's not it. Wait, I think I'm starting to understand. He struggled to explain, some hurt more, some hurt less, and the speed and position of your strikes are different too. Why is that? He recalled the attack, realizing he didn't understand it. The movements are almost identical. How strange. Darien asks again, do you understand? Simply mimicking the outward form isn't enough. He explained, the slightest difference in your muscle usage, the smallest movement in your fingertips, your movement and mannerisms, and the harmony between your mind and sword, he continued. You must take all of that into account. Only then can you say you've learned everything, pouring your heart and soul into every movement. Dariel's explanation enlightened him. Only then would he truly understand. Dariel flicked his forehead, adding that he was just flailing his arms around. You're not a swordsman, you're just chopping wood. With that reminder, he grew serious once more. Now do it again. Later, Piglet went out into the forest alone. Standing by the stream, he mused, rest is part of training, but I'm bored without swinging my sword. A noise behind him caught his attention, and he turned to exclaim, Aga, long time no see. It looked at him and exclaimed, you've grown so much in such a short time. The piglet was doubtful. Really? Eliga approaches, saying, well, it's really just like a kernel of corn growing into a chestnut. He replies, I'll definitely get bigger, don't worry. Suddenly, remembering something, Helmut asks, come to think of it, didn't Dariel say he owed you a debt? Eliga replied, Darien is that human's name, right? He said he wanted to stay, so I made an exception. Are you surprised? But Eliga, you don't like living with anyone, do you? Eliga teased. Huh, living with a human seems to have dulled your senses. His voice suddenly turned fierce. I am the master of this central forest. Alaga, I will strike back against anyone who dares disturb me. But then its voice trailed off. Well, maybe not everyone. I'm just trying to be careful in case that disgusting snake ambushes me. Piggy was speechless, then asked disgusting snake. He pondered then said, it's in the southern part of the forest, named Naho, right, Elaga agreed. Yes, that two-headed serpent. He's targeting that human, and if we fight each other we might miss out on better opportunities. Hoyt suddenly asks if he's confident he could win in a fight against Ariel. Elaga paused, then replied, who knows? He explains beasts like us instinctively reveal our magical power, but humans never naturally show their abilities. They can hide their strength. Hearing that, Mutt seemed to understand something, and he turned to ask, so you won't be able to win? Elaga immediately denied it. I simply mean, I can't be sure. Even though Now dislikes that human, she can't act against him right away. Elaga replies, because that human destroyed the disgusting area Now had built. Hayomut is puzzled. A disgusting area, Elaga asks. Curious are you, he replies. Of course I'm dying of curiosity. So what is that? Elaga conceded. All right, it said, stretching, let me take you to see. And so Elaga carried him on her back, taking him to see for himself. Clinging to Elaga, he looked down at the scene below, his face paling. This, Elaga replied, is the vile place I spoke of. The scene below was truly horrifying. Their humans were abused and beaten, even dragged along despite their pleas. Elaga explained briefly that it was a human-style farm. Elaga descends to a nearby hill, allowing Hiomut to observe further below. Humans are used as mere tools of labor. As a worker collapses under the weight of a heavy beam, Hiomut repeats in disbelief, a human farm. As he lay groaning in pain, a manager-type figure appeared, whip in hand, and barked, you idiot, get back to work. He lashed the man repeatedly, yelling, don't act like you're in so much pain, get up now. Hiomut frowned, thinking the man looked to be in pain, so why was he being beaten? Elaga casually replied that it was because he wasn't working properly. Inside the farm, two others were drawn by the man's cries of pain but were immediately scolded. What are you looking at? Get inside now. Hiomut silently observed the chaos below, noticing the girl who had just been scolded. What are they? They look like me but different. Elaga continued, are you talking about human women? Hiomut was curious. Even though it was daytime, they were going into the tent. Elaga explained, those women are food. Though they're human, their gender is different from yours. You're a man and they're women. Women are more delicious because their meat is tender and has less muscle. It then grimaced, saying that if they were too small, there wouldn't be anything to eat, so they had to wait until they were grown. It continued, saying the women would become Now's food, and the men would be slaves for life maintaining this land. He muttered, so that's why this place became a farm. It replied, yes, Naho is believed to be protecting this farm, but humanity is the one maintaining it, and of course they have a leader, that one over there. Their eyes fell on a gaunt, unsettling figure who grumbled, oh no, what is it? The others cower. Lord Arugo has arrived. The subordinate reported that a slave had made a mistake, Arugo reminded. Forget it, have you gathered all the sacrifices? He confirms that he has. They're over there. Arugo glances over. Is that so? Over there, the girls are entering the tent one by one. He suddenly called someone over. Hey you. He gripped her chin, staring intently, terrorizing her. Then he smirked. I'll grant you the special privilege of living a little longer. Then Arugo grabbed her hair and dragged her away as she screamed in agony. The pig mutant frowned, asking, is that human the village chief? Elaga replied, yes, I don't know how, but he's good at finding people lost in the forest. If you're unlucky, you could become one of them. The scene below you trampling on people is horrifying. Hayomut falls silent. I know you wouldn't have treated me like that. He wonders why. Elaga hesitated. I'm not a fan of Now's idea to raise livestock for weight gain. Hearing this, Hayomut fell silent, teasing, that sounds like something you'd do. Elaga clears her throat, then turns to lead him back. Hayomut was still lost in thought when a voice cut through his reverie. All right, Hayomut, let's head back. Suddenly it picks up a familiar, dangerous scent. A shrill voice cuts through the air. Well, look who we have here. Naho appears, and Elaga immediately raises its defenses, carefully pulling the pig back to protect it as a snake's head hisses. A face I've missed. Elaga growls defensively. Nah-ho. It suddenly falls silent. Weren't you asleep? Coming to his senses, the piglet was horrified, realizing the demon beast's mere presence was overwhelmingly oppressive. The remaining snakehead chimed in. Is this the child you've been raising? The other head replied with a sinister laugh. Men are most delicious when they're young. Then it spoke, teasing, let me have a bite. Elaga coldly refused, then compromised, saying, no, you don't eat men anyway, right? Its flesh wouldn't suit your palate, Nahori mused. Indeed, your flesh prepared for me by Arugo is exceptionally delicious. But this scent, the two snakeheads strike like lightning. In an instant, Now is right next to Piggy. What's your connection to Darien? Piggy was sweating bullets. Just then, Elaga intervened, shielding him with a roar. How dare you bring your filthy face here, Naho chuckled. Don't get so worked up. You know I'm a peace-loving guy. The snakeheads bobbed. I only wanted to see why I smelled that deathly stench on its clothes. A memory surfaces, and Naho says coldly, it's only been a few years since he destroyed my farm, so it's only natural I'm wary of him. Elaga tries to smooth things over, saying he had nothing to do with Darien, he just stole the clothes to wear. Naho is skeptical, but then it casually dismisses the whole thing. If you weren't here, I would have tormented him. Elega warns that if he lays a finger on her, she'll tear him to shreds, but Naho teases that he's too scared and doesn't want to fight, especially since they've known each other for so long. He cast a scrutinizing gaze upon Elega, continuing, "More importantly, can you leave once you're done here? I hope you never come back here again," it growled. "Animal fur is flying all over my territory and I don't like it." Behind Elega, Hiomut collapses in fear, and finally, Nahoi, farewell. Elega remained in place, shielding him. Watching it leave, the piglet cried out in pain. Then he collapsed, leaving Elega to stare at him in bewilderment. Did he faint? As dusk settles, the piglet slowly awakens, groaning, "Oh my head," he cautiously warns. "Heo Mut, because Naho has seen you, from now on you're not to go anywhere alone. You must stick close to that human. I'm Naho, so he won't come here, but you never know." He mutters silently, "Okay." Elega, sharp as ever, noticed his troubled expression, and asked, "Why so gloomy? You must be careful of all such things." Elega nagged like a concerned mother, "There's no helping it, you're still young." Suddenly, Hiomut called out to him, and he turned sharply. "Huh, what are you rich in? Do you think I can become as strong as you and Darien?" Elega asked him skeptically. Hiomut was silent. "Is it that difficult?" Elega remarked. "That human is strong," it continued, gazing up at the sky. "I don't know how strong he is, but he's on a level that most ordinary humans couldn't reach, even with a lifetime of struggle," Hiomut muttered in disbelief. "A lifetime," Elega said gravely. "It won't be easy, but everything will change based on your actions." It continues, "If you truly desire to become stronger." Hiomut simultaneously clenches his fist, making a decision. Elega continued, saying if he wanted to escape the forest, he had to do everything he could to become stronger, then paused, studying his face. Hiomut remained silent, then sighed and turned away. Elega departed, warning that the humans were coming, and saying they'd meet again. Just then Darien approached, carrying a bundle of straw. He saw Hiomut and said, "I bet you were out with that panther again. The sun's about to set. Let's head back." He was conflicted and didn't reply. He glanced at Dariel's steadfast back, then at the lonely Elega, who sensed his gaze. She suddenly turned back, thinking, "I'll be watching you." Seeing her eyes, he seemed to catch her signal. Hiomut smiled, turning to walk with Dariel, relieved. But in the middle of the night, he was in too much pain to sleep. He curled up on the straw bed, crying out in agony, his stomach in unbearable pain. He was sure this was the end. That afternoon, Dariel gave him some strange grass, saying, "Hiomut, eat this before bed tonight." Hiomut took it, curious. "What is it?" He bluntly states, "It's poison," shocking Hamel. He was telling me to eat poison, but before he could finish, Dariel flicked his forehead. He commands him to eat, promising to help him control the power of the seed of darkness, but now the pig writhes in agony. "Ouch, this could really be poison." He complains, but Dariel never said it would hurt this much. He cried out in pain once more as he gritted his teeth. "What did you feed me?" Meanwhile, Darien silently gazed at the nightscape, muttering, "Not 5 years, perhaps closer to 3. The next morning, Hiomut threw himself into training as usual, his strikes growing stronger and more precise. He relentlessly strikes a massive tree, leaving it riddled with gashes in the blink of an eye. As he tirelessly trained, Darien approached, silently observing the boy's relentless efforts. Finally, he spoke. "You're getting better with the sword, aren't you?" "Hello, Master Darien," he says cheerfully. "Lately I feel lighter, and my vision has improved significantly," he mused. "Could it be the poisonous grass?" Darien pondered, then replied. "It's likely the influence of the demon soil. Have you been in pain lately?" Hiomut replied, retracting his sword. "No. It feels more like a refreshing morning." Darien nodded in agreement. "I understand. It's been months since you started absorbing the mana soil. I guess the time has come." He then asked Helmut, "Do you remember what I said about V?" Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "You can't see the power, but that's also why you can make it skyrocket without limit." He emphasized that if the body and techniques didn't reach a basic level, then training in the V would be meaningless. "The reason I didn't teach you V before is because you weren't ready. But it seems your body is now prepared to receive it." He noticed Hiomut's surprise and said, "Let's begin." A glint flashed in his eyes. "I will teach you the practice of the V." A gust of wind rises, blowing his hair. Darien took his stance, gripping his sword as energy emanated from his hand, closing his eyes to feel the air. Then a blinding golden power erupted from him, engulfing the sword in his hand, forcing Hiomut to step back. Darien explained, "Harmonize the energy in the air, guide it into your body, and control it freely." Then he forcefully raised his sword. He held the sword before Hiomut's eyes, saying, "And materialize it through your sword." Darien continued, "That's how you can control mana and what you must do from now on." Darien instructs him to raise the Yang sword, which Hiomut immediately does. He guides him to breathe deeply, absorbing the natural energy into his body while facing him. As he struck, he said, "Simplify your thoughts and move calmly." Another strike. With Darien's next words, "If you lose this stream," Hiomut grits his teeth as he directly confronts the attack. Darien's voice echoed, warning that if he forgot V, his body would shatter. With that, his attack sent Hiomut flying into a nearby tree. He cried out in pain as Darien pressed his attack. He charged towards the staggering Hiomut sword aimed directly at him. At the last moment, he dodged the blow, the sword piercing the tree where he had just stood. With a grimace, he panicked, shouting, "Wait, are you really trying to kill me?" Dari approached, asking, "Why did you lose your composure so quickly?" "I didn't teach you this." Hoot calmed himself, inhaling and exhaling. Then he slowly exhaled, lowered his sword, and as the pig snout launched an attack, he began to counter Dariel effortlessly, parrying each successive blow. While defending, he reminded him, "Use all your senses, absorb more energy, and you'll be able to feel all the power." With that, Heelmut cried out in exhaustion. As he staggered back, Dariel encouraged him, saying no one is perfect on their first try. "From now on, we'll continue training like this no matter how long it takes." And so Darian continued his assault, but this time Heelmut stood firm and blocked the blow. Darian smirked. "Just show me that even Heelmut can enjoy this." He could feel the atmosphere around him surge again, Darian's voice still echoing. "It's your will." The two clashed, shaking the very space around them. Darian's reminders echoed, "Don't stop, keep moving, don't break the flow." Watching the pig focus on its strikes, he urged it to move faster, reminding it to absorb all the energy into its body. For a time, the two diligently trained. Then one day, the boar man gradually calmed. Snow blanketed the forest as Darian approached from behind, observing. Piggy was highly focused, and the runes on his body began to glow with a mesmerizing purple light. 4 years later, in that same snow-covered forest, snow explodes as Heelmut single-handedly cleaves a dead tree. Having finished his training, he exhales deeply, looking at the felled trees with a sigh of relief. All right. He looked at the wooden sword worn from training and wondered, "Can I end my training for today?" A voice suddenly echoes from behind him, 4 years having passed, causing him to turn. "Dari, were you watching me?" Darian calmly remarked, "You've improved a bit." Heelmut scoffs, "Progress. I still feel like I'm missing something, but either way, we're not fighting today." Darian replied, "First, show me the original wallet." Heelmut refused. "No, I don't want to. I did it last time too." And then he refused to fight me, saying I was still lacking. He doesn't get to refuse. "Just do it." Heelmut reluctantly complies, clicking his tongue in displeasure, but quickly regains his composure, sensing the energy. Darian silently observed the scene before him, the V emanating from the boy. He thought to himself that he'd said it before, but to manifest V so clearly at such a young age. The boy is growing stronger at an unbelievable rate. Though he possesses the seed of darkness, he is truly talented. The performance ends, and Heelmut lets out a breath. Dari remained lost in thought. This child was destined to upend the world's order, whether in prosperity or hellfire. He closed his eyes, banished the images, and opened them again to face Heelmut. Having made up his mind, the time has come. But should he really let the boy go? He gazed at the grown boy, unsure of what to do. He mut. Darian extends a hand as he speaks. It seems the time has come. Heelmut was taken aback by these words. "What do you mean?" Before he could speak, Darian confirmed it himself. "Yes, I'm saying it's time to leave this forest." Heelmut immediately protested, "But I don't think I'm strong enough yet." Darian responds that if his seeds of darkness develop any further, he won't be able to pass through the divine barrier. He looks at the seeds in his hand and speaks again. "This is the only time, so listen carefully." "I'll explain," he began. "The human world lies south of the primeval forest. You must pass through the divine barrier to reach it. And I've heard there's a weakened area of the divine barrier." Dariel's expression was unusually serious. "In theory, you could pass through there to reach the human world, but this information is still too new for Heelmut. Even if you have the seed of darkness, a human can only cope with the weakened divine barrier in theory." He frowned, asking again, "Where is it?" Darian replied honestly, "I don't know. I've never tried to find it, but someone has." Heelmut listened intently to his guidance. Within the two-headed serpent's territory, there was a human village. Erugo, the village chief, would surely know where the human village is. He immediately thought of him. When Darian mentioned the two-headed serpent, he was referring to Now, and Heelmu quickly connected everything, realizing Erugo was the one who ruled over the humans in that village. Darian glanced at him as he spoke again, finally reaching his conclusion. Finally, he promises that Heelmu will experience countless things in the human world, a world of hustle and bustle for one who has only known the forest. He also warns that tragedy often strikes in the shadows, leaving Heelmu on edge. Darian explains that it's not something you can prevent just by being vigilant, nor can you avoid it. When that time comes, you will feel helpless and utterly devastated. You may experience anger and despair, or perhaps even reach out to the darkness for support. His large hand reached out as he continued, but in any case, it was placed on Heelmut's shoulder, along with one last piece of advice: don't lose yourself. Darian asked Heelmut one last time. "That's all I ask of you. Do you have any other questions?" His hand already clenched. Heelmut asked again, "You said you didn't intend to come with me, right?" Darian takes a breath, considering the words, then slowly confirms, "That's right." A hint of sadness flickers in his eyes. And so Darian widened the distance between them, preparing for their separation. "If you have nothing more to say, I'm going to sleep. I have something for you, so come back in the morning." He turned his back as he finished. "I want to be alone after so long." Heelmut remained silent, soon alone in the forest. Nightfall cast a somber hue upon him, his eyes narrowed, his lips pressed tight. Beside him, Eliga appeared, asking with concern, "You don't seem very excited, Han. Aren't we leaving tomorrow?" Heelmut turned at the sound of the voice. Aga doesn't hide it, but reluctantly admits it. "That's right." And so Heelmut began to confide. At last he could leave this place. But I felt a slight hesitation in his words. It's all so complicated. I don't know why. Why I feel this way. Eliga frowned, wordless, turning away as if disliking the sight of the helpless Hiomut. She finally concludes that it's proof you're slowly becoming human as Hiomut grips the doorknob. Eliga waited outside, gently urging him to go. Summoning his courage, Helmut nodded and opened the door, his eyes widening in surprise. Darien was already waiting for him, sitting on the floor with a few items. He didn't look up or say a word. Helmut's face fell, and he softly called out to Darien. But there was no response. Darien remained still. Helmut called out again, finally forcing himself to accept the truth. I had a bad feeling, but I guess it's really time for me to leave. Helmut bent down to pick up Dariel's weapon. He gazed wistfully at the old man, his expression unmasking a deep sorrow as he vowed, I will remember you. Darien was gone, having passed away where he Saturday. Piggy furrowed his brow, then closed his eyes briefly. When they opened again, his expression had changed completely. Dariel's image was etched into his memory as the pig mutant somberly moved outside. Eliga spoke unsurprised. I suppose his lifespan has come to an end. He paused, then asked, You knew she didn't hide anything from him. He told me before, she says softly. Don't look so sad. Every meeting implies a parting. Eliga tilted her head, continuing, He lived and died as fate dictated, so you don't need to feel guilty. With that, it flicked its tail, tossing something toward Hiomut. Looks like I can finally give this to you. Hiomut caught it, his eyes immediately drawn to the object. What's this? Eliga explains that he was wearing it when he was abandoned. Hiomut opens it to reveal a gleaming gold pendant necklace, as Eliga says, Take a look. You might need it when you leave this place. Eliga explained, It's made of pure gold, a rare metal. You must be the son of a noble family. Hiomut slowly opened it to find an inscription, Let the light guide you. Marfine Eliga speculates that this is the name of the leader, as Hiomut continues. Family. Perhaps that's my mother's name. And it nods, so once I'm out of here I should go find her. Whatever happens, she might be able to help you. Followed by a reminder that you're heading to the farm, right? That bastard Naho is hibernating, so he won't come out unless there's a major disturbance, but even so, he'll detect me if I enter his territory. Hiomut confidently assures her, Don't worry, I can handle this myself. She looks at him completely trusting. Hurry, she urges, this is your only chance watching as the pig takes its leave. After a short distance, he stops, turns back and speaks. Take care, Eliga, she replies, unable to hide the smile on her face. Understood, Hiomut. Her eyes fixed on Hiomut's departing figure, and the words escaped her lips. You take care too. Meanwhile, in a quiet place, a hooded figure moved in the shadows. Entering a new house, he removes his hood, revealing a sweaty face and points a finger at a burning candle. Erigo's eyes are vacant, and suddenly a pig demon's blade is at his throat with a warning, Don't move. Speaking of one type of magic, there is black magic, a demonic power that can make even the weakest mage strong. Among the countless mages, there are those who have transcended the boundaries of fate, driven by a desire to possess boundless magic and power. And Erugo was no exception, a mage consumed by jealousy and envy of others. He craved ultimate power, choosing dark magic as a shortcut, feeling he lacked the natural talent, and to achieve his goals he needed to harvest humanity's darkest emotions, so through activities like illegal trafficking, necessary ingredients were easily obtained. The resignation and fear emanating from that source only made Erugo stronger and more cruel, but things never go completely smoothly. However, during a pursuit of ordained mages, his crimes were exposed, leading to his capture and sentencing death or exile. But Erugo was cunning, and to avoid immediate execution he chose the primeval forest, a path to survival opened before him, where he eventually met the two-headed serpent. In return for his servitude and worship, he was allowed to stay within the serpent's territory, and Erugo used magic to gather all those exiled to the forest. Then, to avoid immediate death, they submitted to the demonic beast. This is the history of that area, and how your farm was created. As for him, Erugo became the leader of that farm, while the others were treated as nothing more than beasts. As for the true master of this territory, Naho never bothered with what Erugo did as long as he offered tribute. And so in servitude, Erugo's ambition ignited once more. Even so, he couldn't help but worry every winter, mainly because when Nao went into hibernation, the surrounding monsters would attack the farm daily. Erugo thought otherwise, but even amidst such pointless crises, he still felt somewhat content with this new life, grumbling uncomfortably as the boar's blade pointed at his neck. Get out of here. Winter is always a source of trouble. What do you want? He replied curtly. His eyes flashed with a cold glint. I've heard you know the way out of the primeval forest. Reveal it now. You're far too filthy to be a mere child, Erugo remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. I heard Dariel took in a disciple. Is that you? Hiomut was unfazed, continuing to press. Give me a way out of this forest, he asked defiantly. Why should I? This blade will spill your blood if you don't tell me, Hiomut warned, a threat of death. Erugo, unfazed, threatened him in return if he were to leave. Lord Naho would awaken from his slumber and come here. Erugo kindly added a consequence. If that happens, you'll be gone too. He openly scorned him, asking, You think you can stand against Lord Naho? You're just a mediocre human, nothing to worry about. He presses on, questioning if Naho can revive the dead. You're doomed anyway, so I have nothing to fear. And he whispered a warning, Don't try anything. Erugo remained unfazed. I'm the only one who knows how to escape this forest. If you kill me now, you'll never escape. How laughable. But I'll bet you're hiding something. I've heard wizards are always hoarding things. I'll find it eventually by tearing your house apart. I'm just trying to simplify the process. The blade remained firmly against his neck as Irugo rolled his eyes, saying darkly, "You're a tough one, aren't you?" "Alright," he suddenly agrees, "I'll tell you how to escape the forest." And then he slowly leads the pigman down a staircase. His blade remained firmly at the man's throat as Irugo inquired, "What is your name?" But Piggy abruptly cuts him off, "None of your business." He doesn't pry further as he opens the door and steps inside. "Fine, but I'll reveal a few things to you." And so the meaningless chatter continued. "The method I've devised is purely theoretical. No one has ever tested it, nor are they capable of doing so. The results may not be worth what you're currently doing. Even so, it might be possible with Darien. But Helmuth's expression remains unreadable. Seeing you still here means he had no intention of leaving. He suddenly turned questioning. What happened to him? And receiving silence from Helmut, Irugo guessed the reason. With no reply, he must be gone. A triumphant smile crept across his face as his hand reached for the book. Helmut grimly demanded that he hand it over, but Irugo calmly refused with a jest. The sudden offer was made. "Hey, how about becoming my successor and living here?" He curtly replied, "Nonsense." Irugo put his heart into his next speech, intending to persuade the leech. "You are absolutely worthy, because you are Darien's disciple. Everyone here is too weak. I'll give you everything I have in this place." His sword hand tightens, and the blade rests once more on Irugo's shoulder. "I don't need what you have. I'll survive and escape this hellhole." His eyes dart to the sharp weapon beside him, and Helmut reluctantly hands it over. Irugo finally yields. "Alright, if you insist, there's no helping it. This is a book I found in a mage's hideout before settling here. The wizard's idea involves concealment magic," he babbles, as Pigfoot flips through the book. Unfortunately, it seems he never escaped this place. Irugo recounts that according to the book, there's a large waterfall on the forest's southern edge. The water and magic weaken divine power simultaneously, perhaps allowing you to overcome the barrier there. A sinister smile crept across his face. Of course, even weakened, a supreme magic circle still surrounded the primeval forest, and anyone with even a trace of magic would be reduced to dust. That's all I know. Irugo finished, and Helmut closed the book, replying, "Very well, I'll grant you oblivion." His eyes fixed on the man before him. He didn't really like him, but Dariel's teachings echoed in his heart. Don't take life lightly. You only survived because that rat was lenient. It made him more cautious, something Darien had taught him, so instead Pigfoot kicked Irugo. His eyes rolled back, and he spat out saliva, as Hogmute used ropes to tightly bind Irugo, then swiftly struck his pressure points. Stepping back, he spoke again. "You'll be released in a while. From now on, don't do evil." Irugo roars in fury. "Damn it, I can't use magic. You arrogant bastard. You think you can survive this forest?" Helmut paused at these words, turning back with a confident smile. "Of course." And soon the silent room held only Irugo's shadow. He was so angry that his face contorted, and his temples flushed red as he continued to rant. "How dare that brat?" The mark on Irugo's head begins to shift and change. Tears streamed from Irugo's eyes, ears, and mouth as he grinned madly. "That confidence of yours, I'll crush it to pieces." The desperate plea of a maddened Irugo calls forth the awakening of Lord Naho. Space instantly warped, the floor stones glistened, and light flickered from below, as a massive, ferocious serpent emerged. Its two heads stared down at Irugo as it spoke. "Irugo, you never call me for no reason, do you?" Bound and smiling wickedly, he explains, "It's not like that. This is a matter of survival. I'm sure you'll understand once I explain." He brought shocking news. Dari is gone, and his disciple is here. Upon hearing this, the other became agitated, his massive form growing even more ferocious. "I see. A perfect opportunity to ditch these annoying hangers-on." And as it burrowed through the earth to escape, a promise was left behind: "I will find it." Irugo bursts into laughter. "The brat is done for muttering insults. You think you can get away with treating me like that?" His mouth was full of blood, and nothing in this world is free. Hammett sped off into the night, his expression tense as he tried to cope. Helmut races through the trees, his steps as light as a rabbit's. Piggy's hand tightened around his sword hilt, a curse escaping his lips. "Get out of here." His eyes dart to the animals beside him, wondering if he should deal with them, observing their terrified expressions. He frowned, muttering that the magical beasts were fleeing without a second glance, driven by fear. No sooner had he spoken than a chill ran down his spine. He broke into a sweat, exhaled deeply, then sped up, muttering, "I have to run like hell." Helmut landed, his eyes narrowed, and with a weary expression he muttered, "I'm still in this territory. Is this all?" He turned back to see crimson streams of mana swirling in the air, engulfing the entire territory, and soon Helmut felt it himself. Magic swirled in the air, and his grip tightened on his sword, ready for a fight. The magic slowly approached, pinpointing him, and lunged. Helmut stood his ground, unfazed, despite the two-headed monster now looming before him. Looking down at him, it said, "Hello, kid. I knew you'd be back in my territory." And seeing Helmut's lack of fear, it continued to ramble on. "A guest I've long awaited. I can't simply let you leave. So I guess I can only leave after taking you down." His challenge provokes laughter as it lunges forward. Yes, you're braver than before, weak human. What can you do with that tiny body? A friendly reminder, don't resist in vain. But it quickly turned to bitter words as it attacked him. Hurry and get in my belly. It lunges with all its might toward the mud pig, creating a massive pillar of white smoke. Hiomut retreats, trying to keep his distance. I'll let you shout one last curse before you go. I have to see through this dust. Just then, Naho's voice echoed from behind him. You move well, kid. It appears its body already coiled in a circle, trapping the pig demon inside. Naho taunts him again, urging him to resist. Show him what you've got, Piggy. 4 sinister eyes seemed to bore into his very soul, and Piggy shut his eyes, struggling to regain his composure. Stay calm. The opponent is strong, but opportunity will arise. And when he opens his eyes again, his expression has completely changed. His resolve hardened, he would not succumb. Hiomut called out the creature's name as it spat out a ball of power. Naho. The growing mass hurtles toward Hiomut. Already poised, he moved almost instantly, eyes focused on the moment to strike, aiming for Nao's mouth. It tries to stop him, but luckily Hiomut somersaults through the air to dodge the attack, landing on its body, his plan half successful. Hiomut scurries along Nao's body, contemplating how, no matter its magical power, the sword in his hand is about to be drawn. Hiomut aimed for Nao's face, seeking a weak point for his tusk to penetrate, and struck a decisive blow. The sword strikes its eye, and Sizo's power erupts from the wound as Nao's head screams in agony. Hiomut thinks I was just stalling for time. Defeating it would be ideal, but this is the best I can do with my current skills. He lands, taking advantage of Nao's shock from the attack, and moves away. He's used too much mana for that attack. If I keep fighting, I'll die, its other head warned. Wake up, you insect. He moves quickly, focused on one goal: escape. Little did he know the next scene would shock him to his core. The intact head brutally bit off the attacked one, screaming, "You idiot." Hiomut turns back, his face paling. Sizo gushes from the severed head like a spring, accompanied by the intact head's curses. You couldn't even deal with it. Naho sighed. I just took care of something useless. Its demeanor shifts in an instant as it lunges aggressively toward the pig, leaving him reeling. He struggles to support himself with the Yang sword, but even with all his strength, the pressure emanating from Naho is overwhelming. Piggy is quickly blown away, his body slamming into the surface with great force. Naho's magic covers the surrounding space, and he looks around, saying, "You're trying to escape after that attack." The next words spoken were a confession. I lost a head, so it's harder to see. The rabid beast frantically looks around, howling. Where are you? That kid's done for. Hiomut gasped for breath, hidden away. He wearily eyed the sword in his hand, muttering, I knew it was strong, but I faced it head-on, and all I could do was slash its eye. Nevertheless, Hiomut quickly stood up, encouraging himself. At least I bought some time. This is my only chance to escape. But his brief respite was shattered by a magical light from behind. Naho approached, and he quickly hid behind a tree, astonished. It's magic dark, it spoke. Found you at last. Let go, you brat. The demonic energy thickened as it continued. You think you can escape me in this forest? The pig clicked its tongue in annoyance as Naho snatched the prey before it gritting its teeth and cursing, damn it all. His sword hand tightened, I can't. And with fierce resolve, Piglet charged forward, I can't die like this. But before him now was an unexpected sight. A familiar foot stepping onto the ground. Eliga stands before Hiomut, ready to face Naho. In his stead, he knows who he faces. Eliga roars back, and the two great beasts stand face to face. Hiomut cries out in shock, watching Eliga's valiant figure as he shouts. Eliga quickly had to shield his face from Eliga's magic, turning to Hiomut with a curt reply. I'm glad you're alive. Good, leave the rest to me. But he adamantly refuses, saying, wait, I can still help. His weak words of protest are immediately rejected. You should leave this place. Eliga glances at Hiomut and speaks again. You have something more important, don't you? Go and find it. Hiomut is taken aback by the words your freedom, his eyes widening in surprise. Eliga urged him on, not wanting her efforts wasted. Still, Hiomut hesitated, forcing Eliga to shout go. Mood hesitates, then mutters a few words to it, thank you. Then it scurried away, trusting everything to Eliga, whose blue magic confronted Naho. Naho cries out in frustration. How dare you stand in my way, you filthy cat, in my own territory before I unleash my magic? Eliga retorted, finding his words grating. Blocking you is simply what I must do. Yet all it received in return was a contemptuous laugh from Nao. What touching friendship. It almost brings a tear to my eye. His eyes gleam with a sinister light as he laments the disgusting species, and Naho begins to ramble incoherently. In fact, I should thank you for coming here willingly. I'll deal with you right away and then devour that brat. But Eliga responded with a blunt challenge. With no one else here, what makes you think you can do what you just said? Let's see what you've got. Naho threatened Eliga, who snarled right back, and the two great beasts clashed. A sword flashes, and Hamel breathes a sigh of relief, wondering if it's finally over. On the ground lie the La Liatsak beasts, several different species, all fallen by Hiomut's hand. Having crossed Eliga's territory, I've been running for 2 days straight. Surrounded by corpses and Sizo, he continues to remark. As long as they're not on Nao's level, I can handle them without any problems, a thought flashes through his mind. If the vision hadn't led me to Eliga and Darien, I wouldn't have survived this place. I only have one chance left. For Eliga and Darien's sake, the mana have given me this opportunity. Facing the waterfall, he declares his resolve to leave this forest. The seed of darkness is reacting, sensing the magic within my body. Is it reacting to the barrier? Luckily, I shielded myself with the pouch, or I'd be in big trouble. But now he holds a strange new item. No sooner were the words spoken than a massive figure soared over Piggy's head, forcing him to brace himself. The creature noticed the boar and landed uttering a word. "What is a human child doing in my territory?" Helmu cursed under his breath. "Get out of here." I knew that Black Lion told me about this, but I didn't expect a demonic beast to be so close to the Supreme Formation. The creature introduced itself. "My name is I. What is your name?" Think I've heard that name before. I am Helmu." Before him stood Igel, ruler of the north. Eliga had said he was very curious about the things around him. "I smell something very familiar on you." It continued to observe Helmu and remarked, "The scent of blood is masking it, but I could never forget this aroma." "Yes, you carry the scent of now." Ael's eyes bore into the figure before him, detecting an even fainter scent, one from long ago. Could it be Eliga? Interesting, very interesting. And he declares, "So are you Eliga's child or Now's?" Heo replies resoundingly, "I am of Eliga's house." A looks up intrigued. "Is that so?" If that's the case, then the magic power around him suddenly explodes, meaning he's family of Eliga. "Have trespassed into my territory." He cautiously explained, "I wasn't sent here by Eliga. I have my own reasons, and he successfully caught her attention. Is there any reason I should forgive you? Tell me." He paused carefully, choosing his words. "The reason is, what I'm trying to do might actually matter to you. Meaningful to me." Hemut nodded in agreement, continuing to persuade her. "Yes, this is the perfect opportunity to satisfy your curiosity, because with his words like a declaration shaking the earth, I will be the first to pass through that formation and leave the primeval forest." Hearing this, Iriel couldn't help but burst out laughing as Heomut watched him chuckle. Iger scoffs, "A weak human brat, you think you can do it. The seed of darkness within you tells me you're just like a demon beast." But Hemut remained confident, adding, "Then let me try, for I am the first human to arrive here." His certainty was absolute, as he declared his intent to pass through the supreme formation, prompting Ael to muse. "It's been a long time since I've seen a human like you. Must I watch you become a guinea pig burned to ashes? Within that formation. That would be such a waste." But Heomut reasoned that many more people would reach this forest. But the first to break through that formation, he declared, will be me. Ael's eyes widened, momentarily speechless. She tilted her head, analyzing the figure before her, and then offered her assessment. "All right, you're a very smart one, and I want to see you do as you say." Eel looked into the distance and continued, "It's true that you're the only one foolish enough to bet your life on leaving this forest. Whether you leave or live is of no concern to me, but if you succeed, you'll be the first human to ever escape this forest. And you'll be the first magical beast to witness it." Ael chuckled in response. "You've piqued my interest. Very well, I'll protect you until you reach the formation, for I want to see if you can truly escape this place. If anything happens or if there's anything you want to say, tell me now. I'll pass it on to Eliga if I see him." Heelmut's eyes widened slightly at these words as he made a polite request. "Then tell Eliga that I survived and managed to escape the forest." Ael looked at him and spoke, understanding Heelmut's intentions regardless of the outcome, but still wanting to confirm it a second time. "You still want me to say it, don't you?" Ael didn't ask further but agreed with him directly. "Very well, I'll say it to Eliga exactly as you wish." And it used a special title to address the person before it, Eliga's special child. He took a breath, his eyes narrowed in focus, and he charged forward. His only chance. He dove into the icy water, fighting to move. The boar wrapped itself in a sphere of magic. As it pressed forward, eyes fixed on the path ahead only to collide with an obstacle. Yet its resolve remained unshaken, it had to escape. Piggy's eyes narrowed, filled with nothing but the determination to escape the primeval forest, a transcendent entity called sacred, granting him the power to cleanse evil. The water before him flowed with unnatural force, protecting humanity. He shields himself, charging forward to eradicate the evil, a sensation Heomut himself can feel. Power surges through him, yet his eyes only burn with greater resolve. But at that moment, his body felt pierced through, as Heomut felt a pain he'd never experienced before. In a daze, Heomut thought to himself that he couldn't maintain his awareness. Beasts turning into humans, and a human turning into a beast. Where must I go? To a certain place. The wooden wheels slowly rolled along the road, accompanied by a muttered curse, as a voice echoed from the group ahead. "Tanya, we're too close to the primeval forest to be resting here." Tanya turned to answer. "Hey Pin, you know we'd get further if we rested, right?" The more he heard her words, the more unpleasant Pin's expression became. "If we run into a magical beast, while we're exhausted, even a fourth-rate mercenary like you won't be able to fight it. Stop complaining and go get more water." He sulked off, complaining that it was almost night. And Tanya immediately snapped back, hearing his grumbling. What was that? She even kicks him for good measure, and once again orders him around, annoyed by his nonsense. "Hurry up or it'll get dark." Bin, carrying 2 buckets of water, sighs, sensing something strange. "What's going on?" He's half asleep, listlessly working. "I'll just quickly get the water and head back." But then Pin's gaze suddenly caught something. What is that? How could there be an ocean current in a stream like this? The sight of a limp, unconscious hamster hit Pin like a tidal wave. It instantly turned his face pale with shock. and Pin couldn't help but scream. Seeing him run back breathless, Tanya couldn't help but wonder, "What's wrong? What's going on?" Fian added. Min, pale as a ghost, recounts what he saw. "There's a dead body in the stream. A dead body." But those words were immediately met with opposition from the others, who claimed it was impossible for a body to be here. "That kid's such a scaredy cat. He probably mistook it for a log or something." Tanya, on the other hand, patiently asks, "Where did you see it?" She'll go take a look as Pin fearfully points the way. But this only infuriates Tanya Na further as she kicks something and yells, "Don't just point, lead the way. You still need to get the bucket back." Left with no choice, Pin leads her to the location, assuring her it's somewhere around here. As they walked, Tanya warned, "If you mistake it for something else, you're in for it." He insisted, "No, I swear." He quickly spotted the mud pig lying down and pointed, shouting, as Tan and Pin approached to observe. Her voice lowered. "It really is a corpse." Bin said triumphantly, "I told you so. I'm telling the truth. Hurry up so we can go back. I don't want to look at it anymore." But she immediately cut him off. "Wait," a faint breath was released. Tanya suddenly shouts, startling Pin. "Pin, get over here now." He responds in a loud voice, "Yes." She lifts him up to check him over, relieved he's not dead. He's still alive. After a moment, the pig monster's vision began to clear. Tanya smiles, noting that he's waking up. Bin exclaimed that he was awake, then asked if he was feeling better. He clutches his head, trying to think, "Where am I? Did I escape the primeval forest?" Seeing his confusion, Tanya kindly explains, "Don't be afraid, you're safe here now." She explains that this guy went to get firewood and accidentally found him looking disheveled. "It was so chaotic I thought you were a goner, but I'm relieved to see you're okay." Then she turns to ask him questions. "My name is Heelmut," he replied curtly. "Heelmut." Tanya speaks up again. "Anything else?" But his answer was disappointing. "I don't remember." She ponders if it's true. It does sound a bit unsettling. "Looks like you don't have any injuries, except maybe you hit your head pretty hard." Then she friendly extends her hand to him, saying, "By the way, my name is Tan, a silver medal 4th rank mercenary from the Mercenary Corps." Their hands meet, bringing a strange feeling to Heelmut's heart, someone different from himself. She looks around, probing. "You know where this is, right?" Piggy answered simply, "No, I don't." Tanya wasn't surprised and gently explained, "This is the rotting forest, and it seems you don't remember where you collapsed. This must be serious." She then asks, "Do you remember anything else?" He paused before replying, "My name and I know how to use a sword." His answer gave Tanya pause. "You know how to use a sword, that's fortunate. Then your physical condition must be fine. You just need a doctor to check your head." Then came an offer they would help him until he could stand on his own 2 feet, so he should trust them. Without waiting for his reply, Tanya made the offer directly. "From now on, taking care of you will be my responsibility." Heelmut was momentarily overwhelmed by Tan's kindness. It took him a moment to reply, "Thank you." Soon after, Heelmut sat on a rock to gather his thoughts, realizing that while he had survived, he would need more time to fully recover. Heelmut checks his mana, realizing he's in worse shape than when he started training. He continued to calculate, thinking the seed of darkness would disappear, but it was still there. Heelmut placed his hand on his chest, realizing he would have been dead without it. His eyes darted around as he tried to figure things out. "Ah, right, this is the human world. I can't let them know about the seed of darkness. From now on, I'll pretend I've lost my memory." As he thought this, his hand slipped inside his shirt, and Heelmut carefully pulled out the necklace, determined to find its owner. He looked up to the sky, calming himself, telling himself not to rush but to take it slow. He thought to himself, his eyes still fixed on the sky. This is only the beginning. The next day, the members of the Tanya troop were all in awe as they looked at Heelmut. Is that really the skinny guy from yesterday? He followed Pin to bathe, and now he looks like a completely different person. From young men to middle-aged men, all were surprised, but a bath alone couldn't change him that much. Some were even dumbfounded, thinking, no way is he a noble, because the pig in front of them is too elegant. Only Pin is not fascinated by his appearance. Interesting. When I found you at the spring, you looked like a corpse. One of them dared to ask, are you nobility, or perhaps the son of a wealthy family? He replied unhurried, I don't know. I told you I have amnesia. Suddenly an arm drapes over his shoulder. It doesn't matter who he is. He's a new member of our mercenary squad now. Heelmut glanced at the person and spoke. I wonder if she slept well. She responded, of course. How do you feel? You look much better after washing up. Bin is speechless with his sister. She goes soft the moment she sees a handsome man. How refreshing. And the moment he finished speaking, Tanya's fist met his cheek. Mom helps everyone prepare for departure while Bin lies completely knocked out as Tanya continues to update Heelmu. In 4 days we'll reach a village, so stick with us until then and I'll introduce you to a doctor. He simply replied yes. Good boy, she chuckled, patting his head after hearing his reply. Such a good boy. Good. Then turning to the remaining members he announced loudly, alright everyone, get your things ready, we'll be leaving soon. Though both are boys, Heelmut is loved while Pin is punished. They shared a look of confusion as Pin struck up a conversation with Heelmut in the sunlight. Are you really okay? Isn't Phi pushing himself too hard just after waking up? This carriage is quite fast, so it's a little hard to keep up. Heelmut simply replied, I need to walk to warm up. Pin couldn't help but feel something was off. He was strange indeed. Pin glanced at Pig Muzzle, wondering if he really liked horses that much. He stammers, not denying it. Ah, I guess he's going back. He never takes his eyes off him, observing Hyomut's attitude toward the horses. Seeing how much he likes these local horses, he's probably not an aristocrat. But no matter what, he seems very unusual. Meanwhile, Hyomut is pampering the horse. You're a good one. The more I think about it, the more suspicious it seems. What could it be? He's definitely around my age. But he seemed more composed. He thought a strange calmness about him. But when he saw him staggering, gasping for breath, Bin panicked and called out Piggy. Piggy slowly replied, I'm just a little out of breath, but Bin immediately suggested, just get in the carriage. If you're this slow, you'll just be left behind. But all he got in return was Hyomut's assurance, I won't be left behind. Left with no choice, Pin relents, do whatever you want. As he walked, he grumbled to himself, completely oblivious to those who worried about him. How inconsiderate. Meanwhile, Hyomut wonders about his current condition. How strange, why am I so tired? He recalls that even in the primal forest, it never took him more than a day to recover. He takes a deep breath, reassuring himself as he continues to move with the group, believing he'll recover by simply walking. The doctor frowned, pondering. He gave his diagnosis. The boy seemed to show no abnormalities. His physique is strong and people like him recover quickly. Tanya asked again, doubtful. What are you sure you examined him thoroughly? These words successfully angered him. What? How dare you? I'll prescribe some medicine. Use it when needed. Annoyed, she loudly retorted. I told you he was unconscious and only just woke up. Shouldn't you at least give him a proper diagnosis, or are you just a quack? He didn't mince words, his tone turning indignant as he replied. What a quack. He just has a physique that allows him to recover quickly. There's nothing wrong with him. You won't find anything no matter how much you examine him. Pin then spoke softly. So when do you think his amnesia will disappear? He snapped, saying his memory would return sooner or later. There's nothing wrong with his head. He then tossed them a packet of medicine, saying take the medicine and get out. These brats are gone. The little tyke even called me Lingbam. Tanya, enraged by his attitude, began to lash out with both words and fists. This crazy old man. Bin tries to stop her. Someone stop Tanya. Once outside, Tanya couldn't help but worry about Hyomut. Are you sure you're okay? Hyomut, Bin told me you have trouble walking, he said, walking beside her. Oh right, I took some medicine and rested in the boarding house, so I'm fine now. Tanya replied with a sneer, I guess so. I heard you have a very toned body and arms. You said you know how to use a sword right. You must have been trained by a master. It's obvious at a glance. Hyomut glanced at Tan as she spoke, thinking to himself that she was right, and replied, as soon as I pick up a sword it feels familiar. She paused, then smiled, suggesting, how about a duel with me? A concept that surprises Hyomut. A duel. Tanya quickly explained, don't feel pressured. Just think of it as a way to warm up. Who knows what might happen? What if it brings back your memories? She then extends her hand. We have nothing to do until tomorrow, so what do you say? He watched her silently, not immediately responding. The person before you is Tanya, a third-class silver badge mercenary. Someone with such talent is quite respected in the human world. He calculates, then agrees. All right, this battle will let me see just how strong I've become. Elsewhere, the air crackles with raw power, as the team trains relentlessly, their grunts and shouts echoing through the area. Good to see. They paused when they saw her. Tanya, are you here to warm up too? And when they realize Hyomut is with Tanya, they can't help but gossip. What Hyomut? You're going to duel Tanya. This should be interesting. Everyone reminded Tanya to take it easy on him. Tanya, she's going to ruin that pretty face, and I'm definitely talking about his. How dare you tease Tanya like that? But it's true. Her face darkened with every word, and they were instantly punished, their faces swollen from the beating. Tanya exhales, the others are laid out on the floor, and she tosses a sword to Piggy. This is a wooden sword. We'll duel with it. There's only one rule: we fight until one of us falls. Not forgetting to smile, she advises, come at me with everything you've got. I may look like this, but I'm still the vice captain. Pig silently acknowledges. He could feel the sword in his hand. He hadn't fully recovered yet. I also can't use V. Instead of charging at her with all my strength, I'll have to strike while redirecting her attacks. Then I take a deep breath to focus my mind. I can't let my guard down. Hyomut quickly gets into position, and the rest of the team are excited to watch. Hey, look at that stance. This is going to be fun to watch. Good luck. The match begins swiftly, with Hyo launching a relentless assault. His eyes darted around, searching for an opening, the left waist. Unexpectedly, Tanya easily blocked his attack, forcing him back as he realized. She parries so easily. She's stronger than me. Tanya smirks, and Hyomut's expression shifts, becoming utterly serious. He can't just charge in like that. No sooner had he thought it than Tanya charged, blade descending. He was forced back, knowing he had to evade before he could strike. She takes a deep breath and continues her counterattack, kicking Piggy in the chest. He couldn't help but cry out in pain, realizing his body wouldn't move as he wished, as if he were underwater. What should he do? At that moment, Tanya suddenly spoke. You're overthinking this. I forfeit. Following that statement was a flurry of attacks. Hyomut was helpless to defend, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. Tanya closes the gap, and in a flash, she's upon him, striking Hyomut with her sword. His face contorted in pain as he was sent flying. Tanya's grip tightens on her sword as the other team members look on in astonishment. Tanya Nya's blade pointed at his face, forcing him to admit defeat. I lost. She looked down at him, remarking, looking into your eyes, I'd guess you're very disappointed. Gasping for air, he admits, of course. Then came the explanation. Overwhelmed by the relentless attacks, his mind was a complete mess. Compared to Daryl, she has many openings and her swordsmanship isn't very efficient. Tanya continues, but it was pretty good. You fought well. Heelmoot then wondered, is Tanya stronger than I thought? He reminded himself as Daryl said, never underestimate the human world. The problem is, I wasn't defeated by someone in the top 2, but number 3. Suddenly a voice echoed. Tanya is a powerful MOT swordsman, so it's only natural you'd lose. Don't let it distract you too much. That's right, Piggy. I was quite surprised to see how strong you were when you tried to break through her defense. With a little more power, you might have done it. You're definitely different from Pin. Heomut focused on the man before him as he smiled and introduced himself. I'm Fiend, the captain of this mercenary group and a second-class gold medal mercenary. Peon looks at Piggy and praises him. Well done, Piggy. You passed the entrance exam. He still looked utterly bewildered. The entrance exam, he looked at him and slowly explained, we saved you, so we didn't want you wandering around with no memories. We thought, why not bring you along? So we tested you but also made it clear that joining wasn't mandatory. Of course, our mercenary group isn't just some ragtag bunch that anyone can join. That's why everyone in town was keeping their distance from you. Hearing that, he gradually understood everything, so that's why only Tanya Na and Finza approached him. So they could have just left me. These guys have gone and made things complicated. Finn continued to smile, but he didn't really mind. Some punks tried to hit on my sister Tanya, but you didn't. Everyone agreed to let you join. With that, he handed him a piece of paper explaining, here, a rank 4 mercenary certificate. This is your temporary number, so remember to register officially with the Mercenary Association later. Fian affectionately put his arm around him, introducing Heomut to the rest of the team. Heomut is now one of us. Get acquainted, everyone. A young man spoke up. My name is Byrne. I'm a silver tier 3 mercenary. The man next to him added, and I'm Uter, also tier 3. The blonde-haired boy continued, Marrow, silver rank 3. The fourth man, winking at Hemut, introduced himself. Do we really have to say it? Anyway, everyone here is tier 3, except for you. I'm Shin. Pin chimed in, joining the fun. Alright, I'm Vin, bronze rank 4. These words made Hemut start to think. Darielian says, don't trust people too much. Are you sure about this? He asks Peon. Peon. I need to know if I join the mercenary group. How long will I have to stay? I might recover my memories and need to go somewhere. He pondered for a moment, then replied, you're free to leave the squad whenever you wish, but if you accept a mission, you must stay with us until it's complete. Heomut agrees without hesitation, and as Fian places a hand on his shoulder, he wonders if this might be a good thing after all. Instead of wandering aimlessly, maybe this will help me find my roots faster. He looked around his curiosity, piqued, wondering what it meant to be a teammate. Soon they arrived at a new location, greeted by someone's angry rant. This was no ordinary mission. Fian and the team remained silent, as the man continued to rant. This isn't a job for fourth-rate mercenaries. We accepted your request for an errand boy, and this is how you act. He allows him to explain, Mr. Miles, this boy will definitely be useful. We've been working together for a long time, you know, we wouldn't bring him along for no reason, right? My sighed in response. I hope you can take responsibility for those words. Since you're face mercenaries, I'll agree, but only this once. Receiving his permission, Phi couldn't help but feel grateful. Thank you, Miles. Miles said in a low-pointed voice. You're welcome. However, I wasn't informed about an extra person, so I'll only pay 1/3 the price for that rank 4. Also, were you aware that the Terek mercenary group would be joining us on this mission? He nodded. Yes, I know. Miles, satisfied with the answer, turned and replied succinctly. Alright, we depart at 7:00 a.m. tomorrow. I'll see you then. The door slammed shut behind Miles. Tanya immediately leaned in to observe, relieved that things were still going smoothly. She agreed with him, and after speaking with her brother, she turned to Heomut, asking Heomut, are you feeling alright? He nods in response, yes, no problem. Now it's time to reveal the mission details. Tomorrow we're embarking on a large-scale escort mission. Even if we're ambushed, 4th rank members don't need to fight unless it's an emergency, so don't worry. Tanya winked playfully, adding, but 3rd rank members be prepared. I'm not sure exactly what we'll be escorting, so it's hard to predict the strength of those lying in wait. With those ominous words, the two departed, telling everyone to get a good night's sleep. Just then, a voice called out, and Helmu Utorachio Hyo gave him some instructions. If the Tarek squad offends, you just ignore them. Our relationship with them isn't great. Maros chimed in, adding that they don't like us having a good reputation, and Fian finalized everything. Alright, everything's decided, so see you all tomorrow. With the arrangements settled, he ordered everyone to dismiss. Now only Heomut stands beneath the stars, silently blaming himself. How frustrating. Remembering his earlier fight with Tanya, his fist clenches, telling himself he hasn't fully recovered. He manipulates the magic, his discomfort growing, but it's just an excuse. He looks to the sky, realizing he's full of openings, unable to strike faster than Tanya. He's not strong enough. And so a conclusion is reached. The inability to use V is not a problem. He closes his eyes thinking, and decides to start by training his muscles. The sword swiftly leaves its sheath as he focuses, recalling the sensations of his first training in the primeval forest. Just like back then. The day of the mission arrives, and his group moves together under Bean's command. Alright, the mission begins. This is a crucial task, so be careful. We're getting a lot of money for this mission, so let's finish it smoothly. Murmurs of agreement followed. Yes. And he was quite pleased. Alright, Tanya assured, adjusting her hat. We'll earn our keep. Meanwhile, Pai, already green in the face, lamented, I had too much soup this morning. Hey weakling, are you alright? Things are going to get tough from today onwards. Hyo-mut glanced sideways at Pin, unhappily thinking that he was being looked down upon for failing just once. Finally, he curtly replied, I can handle it, only to have the other man repeatedly pat his shoulder, saying, Hey, don't be like that, I'm just worried about you. Why so serious? Whatever, just do a good job. This is our first mission. Heyo was speechless, only managing a simple okay. Pin's face remained deathly pale as he struggled to keep up, forcing a dry laugh. Fiend's group quickly arrived at Miles' location. Lord Miles, we're here. He responded with a dark greeting, then pointed to the large crates beside him, explaining, Are these the items you'll be escorting today? Fei team guard the rear. Peon acknowledged the order with a single clear word. He then quickly assigned tasks to the team members. Fei's team line up. Just then, Pin spoke up Helmu. His eyes were fixed on a group of strangers in the distance. Those must be the Tarek squad. Annoyed by the stares, Caleb snapped back at Pin. Hey scrawny kid, what are you looking at? How can you even swing a sword looking so skinny? He gritted his teeth at them, but CP didn't stop there. He continued to taunt the pig. Who's backing you? Women, huh? How pathetic, hiding behind them. His eyes immediately sharpened at the taunts. Had they been testing him, knowing relations were strained? He observed the mercenary group, comparing his strength to theirs, both human and demonic. He was curious, but remained cautious. Was that their commander? He doesn't seem that strong. I'll set a goal for myself after this mission. I'll keep an eye on him. Days later, during transport, an incident suddenly occurs when someone trips another person, and Sep playfully jokes about it after tripping Bin. Sorry, it was my fault. I keep making the same mistake every day, I'm so stupid. Bin's face turned red with anger and he turned around and shouted, You bastards, how long are you going to drag this out every break? But Sep insists it was an accident, saying, If you're so mad, why don't you hit me? A threatening aura emanated as he continued, If I can. Min fearfully lowered his head, not daring to say another word. CP then turned his attention to Hyo-mut, who was standing next to him. Hyo-mut, is it? You really do look like a girl. Next time I see you, I'll buy you some flowers. He stared at him silently, then turned back to Pin, whispering, Let's go. He helped Pin away, completely ignoring the CP. He was fuming, muttering, That bastard. The person next to him remarked, I think he's had his eye on you since the mission started. He's a little different, another member chimed in, a hint of reluctance in his every move. I'm worried. Is it okay for us to keep teasing him? Everyone's watching. But CP stubbornly stuck to his guns, even threatening his allies to get his way. Hey, what can he even do? Either way, fourth place is still fourth place. I'm third, just temporarily weakened by my hand injury. I could take those guys down with one hand. One member dared to object, saying it wasn't just because of his injured hand. He was drunk and got banned from going out, and CP immediately choked him as a warning. Say another word and I'll deal with you. The man, terrified, quickly apologized. Sorry. Kale's face darkened as he cursed under his breath. It's all my brother's fault. Frankly, this is a punishment. Demoting me to fourth place just for a few fights. Unbelievable. CP is flooded with memories of that day. If you cause any more trouble, you're off the team for good. Okay. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, daring to look down on him just because he was ranked second. With bloodshot eyes, CP's thoughts grew darker. From day one, he'd been annoyed by his defiant attitude. And today he has the gall to ignore me completely. I want to take him out. He sighs, throwing aside the person he was choking as he speaks, while the others still look at him with concern. Caleb began to explain, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he continued. You guys will owe me one later. I'll show you all a good show. A small stone was thrown, followed by a loud curse. He's furious, ready to lose it. Bin shouts, It's been 3 days and they're still torturing him without a single break. He gritted his teeth, his face red with anger. Is this CP guy even human? And why is there a rank 3 bastard among us? Rank 4 people, isn't that cheating? Something suspicious is definitely going on. Hyo-mut silently watches him vent his frustrations. Everyone's starting to get anxious in this situation. I can't even act like a child anymore. Those bastards clearly think mercenaries are a joke, leaving Pin no choice but to grab a bucket and speak up. I'm getting water. If they provoke me again, I won't hold back. I'll take care of them all. He left, and the pig remained completely silent, his eyes dark and full of calculation. Even at the stream, Pin grumbled about how difficult even getting water was. This bucket should last until tomorrow, so I'll just get as much as I can, take it back and go to sleep. He plunged the bucket into the water, continuing, It's really hard to sleep when we're in an area with monsters like this. Lost in his grumbling, Pin didn't notice the presence behind him. When will I ever be able to fight like a third rate? Only when a dark shadow fell over Pin did he realize someone was there, and he turned around in a panic. "So you're here. This is a nice spot too." Sep appeared with his cronies, his face grim. He was frozen in fear, unable to speak, as CP began to ramble on. "It's a peaceful afternoon for a chat, wouldn't you agree?" he asks, with a sinister grin. After a brutal beating, CP steps on Bin's back and asks, "Hey, has your buddy ever bathed with you?" Hearing that, Bin fires back, "What? You bastard, you're starting to think about weird things." "He's definitely a man." Kalp sneers, "If you haven't seen it for yourself, shut your mouth. We can verify it together. I'll call him over." Bin snaps back, "I don't want to know." Just then, one of CP's henchmen brought Ham Hock, much to his delight. "Brought him here, have you? Good, you look so obedient coming here." Piggy realizes something is amiss, his eyes drawn to the pin on the ground. While monsters fought in the primeval forest to ascend through power, he trembled, stammering Hiomut's name. Hiomut bit his lip in fury. There was no difference between humans and monsters anymore. He concludes that these must be the people Dari warned him not to trust. Caleb, his face contorted, spoke, and his underlings surrounded, Mut pressing on. "Should we test them?" Mut quickly gets into position, still concerned about his current shortcomings. "I've been constantly recovering, but I still can't use my wallet." I'm a little worried, but his hand touches his sword and his eyes sharpen. "I fought Naho in the forest, so I just need to stay alert," he muttered to himself. "If Pin is right, these guys are all rank 4, so they'll be weaker than me. A tier 3 opponent. I'll play defensively, then strike the weakest first." His hand moved swiftly to draw his sword as his mind raced. If he couldn't hold his own, he'd use Darian's swordsmanship. Then at CP's command, his men pounced on Hiomut, stripping him of his clothes. Instead of a brawl, there's a loud crack and someone's teeth go flying, much to Caleb's men's dismay. Tanya's arrival and her punch stopped things before they went too far. What was going on here? Caleb's eyes widened in disbelief while Mut remained silent and brooding. She confronts Caleb, asking why the Terek mercenaries are causing trouble with her men. Caleb offers a weak explanation, claiming they were just trying to talk. Tanya, already impatient, retorts, "I heard you order them to strip him." Cal smiles faintly, saying that's how men build friendships. How could you, a woman, possibly understand? But the more he spoke, the uglier Tanya's expression became. She tells him to use his brain for once, then asks Helmut to help Pin up before turning to Sep and saying, "Hey, rank 4. He scoffs, telling her not to mention him. He's a respectable rank 3 mercenary. Tanya, not to be outdone, twists the knife. "But you're rank 4 now, aren't you?" and successfully darkens his mood. Once Tanya was sure Helmut and Pin were leaving, she issued a warning. "You better not go looking for trouble with my mercenaries again." She threatens in a sharp tone, "If there's a next time, I won't leave so peacefully." Kalp, not saying another word, slowly leads his men away. "Let's go, you guys." The two teams split up and headed in different directions. Soon after, Hiomut helped Pin approach her and he spoke. Back at Tanya's, she comforts the weeping Pin, gently stroking his hair. "Don't cry. There will be much more of this to come. Go get some water and come back." He tremblingly replies, "Yes." Tanya sighs, thinking that her mercenary group is too naive. Avoiding rank 4 seconds is an unspoken rule, but she comforts Pin, thinking they should help each other so they don't disband. Hiomut quietly observes everything, and as night falls, a figure is seen practicing swordsmanship. Hiomut practiced relentlessly, swinging his sword again and again. He paused, sighed, and looked at the wreckage he'd created, wondering, is this enough for today? He continued to ponder as he felt his body was okay, thinking he should reconsider, since he'd spent a whole week since the mission began just focusing on recovery. His sword hand tightened unconsciously, as he thought of other things. The problem was, he moved his hand again and carefully concluded. Helm realized he wasn't ready to use Viz yet and began to calculate his next move. It still won't appear. Darian's teachings echoed in his mind. V is water and your body is a bowl. If your body isn't up to par, training with V is pointless. I know that, Hiomut mumbled. He stared at his palm, muttering, "But I can't train as I want to right now." He clenched his fist, resolving to get stronger, and soon it was time to gather as Phi began to give instructions. "Attention everyone, from this area onward, magical beasts will frequently appear. Avoid acting alone, don't relieve yourselves alone, and if you need water, bring a third ranker with you." Pin replied, his voice somber. "Yes, understood. Damn it now, I can't even train alone. I can only hope that Vi will return before the Seed of Darkness goes berserk." Just then Pin turned to him and said, "Hey Hiomut, have you ever seen a magical beast before?" He continued, his voice laced with fear. "No, they're just like Shin and Burn described. They really do look disgusting, so I need to be prepared. Jaws, this big teeth like that, and 4 eyes. I wonder if you know anything about them. I'm not scared though. I can win if I know my enemy and myself." Hiomut looks at Pin, noticing he's trembling all over. They say knowledge is power. Finally, Hiomut explained that there were many similar monsters, but also some that were different. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Really? That's a relief. Still, how can he remember even with amnesia? Piggy glances away, realizing he's gone too far. "I just assumed." Inwardly cursing, he wished for their demise as they continued on their journey. Someone chugged their water and cursed. "Good heavens, why isn't it coming out?" The other man smiled, suggesting, "Just buy a new bottle. You always save money in the most useless situations." He agreed. "After this mission, I'll buy a fancy one." Then he confessed, "If I had money, I wouldn't have to take on missions so far away." The two of them chatted as they walked, but nothing out of the ordinary happened, did it? "Once we're there, we'll have so much money. Let's finish this mission and buy some drinks," the guy boasted excitedly. "My village has great dark beer. "Want to go sometime," he said, holding a water bottle, before his head was suddenly blown off. "Black beer sounds good. You buy the black beer, and I'll get the fried chicken." One moment he was laughing, the next he was gone. The man pointed forward, his face a mask of terror. Before them, a monstrous beast was scooping out the brains of the unfortunate soul, its sudden appearance putting the group on high alert. It finished chewing the man's head as the gray-haired boy stammered in terror. He charged forward, screaming, "Die, monster!" But his teammate warned, "Wait, if you rush in like that," before the monster delivered a devastating blow, turning him into a bloody mess, just like his friend. It scoops him up again, a wicked grin spreading across Jian's face. The other team members watched in horror, saying, "What the hell is that? Where did this hideous monster come from? We've become too complacent. I never imagined a monster would appear in a place with so many mercenaries." Its eyes darted around, seeking its next target, as it casually tossed aside the headless body like a discarded toy. The man's body was instantly torn to shreds in midair, and Tanya quickly came to a conclusion. "It has allies. Everyone prepare yourselves." In an instant they were ready for battle. Meanwhile, Hiomut wondered if this was the end. Tanya turned to them, shouting, "Bin Hiomut, get under the carriage, stay out of this." Bin, already pale with shock, urged Hiomut to flee with him. "Hurry, Hiomut, fall back, get far away." Hiomut clenched his fist, frustrated that he still couldn't use his wallet. His eyes darted around, assessing the situation. Many magical beasts still lurked here. If things went south. Just then, Pin shoved his head, urging him on. "Hiomut, what are you doing? Move it." They crawled under the carriage, Pin cursing, non-stop, a bad omen. This was going to be tough. Piggy glanced at the monster before them, calculating the giant beast. Observing it, he concludes it's not as strong as Igala or Now, but still formidable. Is it the leader? And he continues to gauge the battle strength of his allies among the mercenaries. He figures only second-rate mercenaries can use mana. A sense of helplessness washes over him. He can't withdraw anything right now, and the mercenaries' eyes are filled with vigilance. Tanya and the others grit their teeth as the monster's sharp eyes fixated on them. Its body now radiates a powerful green magic. Pion and the others begin to move. His weapon is also imbued with magical power, as Fian fearlessly charges the monster from above, but his actions do not escape its notice. The monster retaliates with a swing, but Pion anticipates the move and counters with a strike of his own. The blows collide, sending both combatants reeling. It cries out in pain while Pion somersaults in the air before landing. "A round of applause, please. Just look at that wallet. That's amazing. He really is the captain." Others remind him not to get distracted and to focus as smaller monsters are approaching. But Shin retorts, slightly annoyed. "I'm in high school, you know." He proves it by easily taking down the monsters before him as if they were nothing. Panting, he reluctantly agreed. "All right, let's keep going as we are." The CP mercenary team members exchanged words, agreeing to strike hard from the start. Yes, they each unleash their magical power, simultaneously attacking the monster before them. They stomp the ground, launching themselves toward the snarling beast, Fi's eyes burning with a sharp golden light. He takes the lead, striking the monster's head with his sword, followed by a simultaneous attack from the other members. They all rush forward, striking the beast with multiple blows simultaneously, causing it to cry out in pain. Meanwhile, Tanya kicks a minion, impressed by the fight. Meanwhile, the pig mutant watches the fight dumbfounded, wondering what's gotten into these people. They're stronger than he thought, and as he continues to assess, the rainbow battle rages on. The second-rate mercenary using V is drawing the monster leader's attention, while the others do their own thing. He somberly concludes that this is how humans fight, finally admitting Darieli was right. Humans cannot be underestimated. The monster was still covered in green mana, as the mercenaries retreated, keeping their distance. Its eyes still burned with rage, but its breath grew heavy. Pao then spoke up, suggesting, "We need to worry about the little ones now. Fian still has some mana left," he said with a sigh. "I suppose we could try again." Mocking him, he agreed it wasn't so bad. "Everyone's tired, so let's just end this." Unexpectedly, the monster put all its strength into its legs, leaping high into the air, catching them all off guard. "What?" The monster grabbed a branch, swinging nimbly, as it desperately tried to escape, causing Bao to curse. Fian chimes in. "Couldn't it have escaped any time it wanted?" Tanya then asks, "Should we pursue it?" But he refused, saying, "Forget it, our mission is to transport goods, not to go on a crusade. Take care of the injured first." She acknowledged the order with a curt Roger. Then came the cleanup by both mercenary teams, and Tanya approached he and Pin, smiling as she spoke. "Hello, my little chicks. Are you two alive? You can come out now." Hiomut and Pin slowly crawled out, but Pin got stuck, struggling and pleading. "Hiomut, pull me out, I think my leg's cramping." Finally, they gathered the monster corpses, saying, "Good, everyone did very well." After checking the carriage, dispose of the monster corpses. Make sure they're completely gone. Hiomut asked curiously about disposing of the bodies. Maros nodded, explaining beast hides and seeds of darkness can fetch a high price. Then he presented a purple stone covered in monster slime. "Look, this is a seed of darkness. Heomut lets you observe it while Pin screams and avoids it. Get that away from me, Maros. I'm not kidding. You guys should try finding a demon beast and experimenting. It might be useful later. I never thought I'd see a seed of darkness here. Pin continues Maros's explanation based on what I heard from the seed. It destroys a person's mind, when inside them gradually turning them into a demonic beast. But there's no way we'd ever see people like that, he explained, raising an eyebrow. Usually they die before they're even born or they're sent to the primeval forest if they want to live. But I can't say for sure, so it's best to be careful. Those people could become demonic beasts at any moment. Piggy's face fell and he didn't respond. His mind is now a complete mess. Is this what the others think? Darien had said that those with the seed of darkness would inevitably perish when fighting humans. A grim prospect arose in Heomut's mind. Would he transform into a monster and attack people? He closes his eyes, trying to make another connection. Was Darien teaching him how to use V to suppress the seed within him? Heomut pondered, darkly lost in thought. Even if he got his wallet back, he should hide it at all costs in crowded human places, because suspicion of his powers being connected to the seed of darkness would bring him great danger. Fian and Tanya silently observe them. He exhales, his voice heavy. Seeing a lone rank 4 mercenary struggle reminds me of my own past. Tanya added, yes, Fian has grown so much since that accident. Of course, he still has much to learn as Min and Heomut continue their heated debate. His gaze fell upon the magical beast and he uttered a word of awe. It's truly grotesque up close. Heomut's eyes narrowed, sensing something strange about the creature, and he quickly pushed Pin away, warning him. Pin, wait a second. He asked back, confused. What's wrong? He sneers playfully. Are you scared? That's right, this is your first time seeing a magical beast this close, isn't it? His mouth ran on, oblivious to the hand reaching for him. Just think of them as ingredients. When tasked with cooking, be it monster or beast, his expression remains unchanged. Tanya turns her head slightly as the pig butcher ominously reaches out. Next came a blood-curdling scream as the fiend's hand seized Pin's neck. Piggy swiftly reacts while Pin's face turns pale with shock and fear. But Heomut, ever vigilant, focused and swung his sword, cleaving through the demon beast. The beast's body is torn asunder, leaving Pin paralyzed with fear. He collapses to the ground, gasping for breath, and looks to Heomut. That was really scary. Thanks. Heomut, are you okay? He was lost in thought, barely registering the others as he mumbled a response. The piggy's face is reflected in the sword, the feeling of it different from practice, as if something has opened within him. Could it be he's regained his mana? The other team members approached and began to mock him. What's going on? There's still one survivor. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Heomut readily admits it, causing Phi to chuckle. I knew it. Ever since I saw you fighting Tan, I was sure you weren't like that Pin guy they mentioned. He immediately yells out, Hey Shin. After a moment, Pin spoke again. Oh, thanks Heelmu. I'll give you more subs later, but Shin and the others continue to tease him. Is that how you're repaying him? What other earthly delights are there? Besides them, there's another presence nearby, wavering slightly. Was I wrong? Moments ago she turned her head as if sensing something. And what she saw was Heomut's magic. As he drew his sword, Tanya couldn't believe her eyes. Her eyes widened as she followed his gaze, but she remained silent. Heomut's hand pulsed with magical energy. He casually sits on a rock to train his eyes closed, but quickly opening. And with that came a realization he was certain. He's certain he's regained his mana while examining his own body, and Heomut continues to ponder. So instinctively wielding a sword can also utilize mana. Thanks to Pin observing the hand's mana flow, Heomut muses, I have to recover the lost mana within 3 days. If I concentrate a bit more... Nango's bewildered voice is interrupted by Pin's distant scream. Heomut, where are you going? They're choosing night watch order. Come back quickly. Meanwhile, Phi is assigning tasks, dividing them into 3 pairs for guard duty. And then he makes the assignments along with an explanation. Heelmut, and Tanya Fin, and Maro Shin, and Bien. In that order, and Uher is excused due to his injuries. The newly announced guard pairings were already being teased. Get out of here. I should have just cut my own hand. Are you jealous? Just say the word and I'll cut you real good. Don't forget now, get some rest. Fian kindly reminds them to sleep well, and for the guards to be careful. Hearing this, they obediently replied, Yes, Captain. Still troubled by the escapee from this morning, he wandered around, lost in thought. Though I can't see clearly, my senses have heightened, allowing me to feel it. Tan's voice echoes from behind. Aren't you tired? I'm fine, Heomut says. Really, you're doing great, but we have a long way to go tomorrow. Wake the next watchman and get some sleep. Seeing her good intentions, he didn't argue, and slowly agreed. Yeah, right. He gazed into the distance, thinking the monsters are waiting for us to fall asleep. I'll keep watch myself. He also replenishes his mana. The night deepens around the campfire. CP's eyes lock onto someone, and as he watches the piglet train, he mutters, That guy. CP's expression turns sinister as he realizes an opportunity has presented itself with Piggy diligently training nearby. He pondered, feeling his progress. Much better. At this rate, I'll be fully recovered by morning. But then a noise caught his attention, and someone's footsteps slowly approached, piquing his curiosity. A magical beast, but that thought was quickly dismissed. It's not that I can't sense the magic. Someone approaches slowly but surely, and C.A. Lep's figure appears behind Heomut. He scoffed. What's a little brat like you doing here all alone? You should travel in pairs. It's too dangerous alone. He continued into Luan Tuyen. Why bring a sword? Want a sword fight? I'll take you on. Piggy mutters darkly. I'm not interested. Get lost. But his words only seem to provoke this CP's anger. You don't seem to understand what I'm saying. You think someone will save you like before. He stubbornly approached his mouth, still running. You seem to have a habit of looking down on others. Has no one ever taught you any manners? His fists clenched, itching for a fight as he continued. I can teach you a lesson right now. A few broken bones won't matter, right? He didn't even bother to look back. Maybe a beating or two will teach you some manners. If you die, it just means you were too weak, so don't hate me. Is that all? His eyes conveyed contempt as he asked the question. Is all this talking just an excuse to fight? Hemut's indifferent attitude momentarily stunned CP. What he continues to lecture him. Everyone in the mercenary group helps each other, but not you. You act like a monster. Heo continued to berate him, saying that as a human he should act like one, especially as a fourth-rate mercenary in the Tarek company. Caleb's face froze for a moment, then twisted into a mocking smile, as he finally responded, his tone laced with displeasure. What like a monster? Living decently, the bandaged arm is freed in an instant along with CP's rage. You probably don't know that humans get stronger by trampling on the weak. You underestimated a rank 4 just because I bandaged my arm. It's healed, you bastard. I'll show you who's on top. And then with a scream he threw a punch at Hiomut, promising to gouge out his eyes and crush his balls so he'd never look down on anyone again. But his hand was easily caught by the brute with just one hand, who stared grimly at Caleb, not uttering a word. His eyes widened in disbelief, and in one swift motion CP was forced to his knees. He was stunned by the sheer force. What is this power? Though restrained, CP's mouth ran wild like a beast. What is he up to? What kind of trickery is this, you bastard? Hiomut's face darkened with menace as he responded. I thought you were like a monster, but your eyes are even worse. Sep's face contorted as he acknowledged Hemut's lesson. If you want to establish dominance, choose your opponent wisely. With those final words, Hemut breaks CP's arm, telling him to know his place. He trembled, yet stubbornly refused to yield. No, I won't accept this. Then he charges towards Heomut with all his might, shouting, Who needs you to like me? CP draws the weapon from his grasp, swinging it wildly. Caleb strikes repeatedly, but Hoyt simply retreats, listening to his crazed ranting. Die, die, Caleb growls, exhausted from his relentless attacks. This arrogant fool. Now his eyes widen in terror, seeing Heelmut's magic DV. In the blink of an eye, Heelmut had passed CP. He stared in disbelief at his bloodied legs, a scream tearing from his throat as CP writhed on the ground in agony. Heomut is starting to regret his actions. He didn't mean to use the power, he just got too excited now that it's back. A thought flashes through his mind, leaving him here would expose them. He slowly approaches CP, who trembles and begs for mercy. SP is in turmoil, debating whether to eliminate him. He decides to do it. His grip on the sword tightens as the seed in his chest begins to glow. Strange markings appear on Heomut, and his eyes turn sinister. The mark stretched up Heomut's neck, and his eyes turned a sinister black. Heomut smirked, thinking he could take him down. The mark rapidly approaches Heomut's eyes, and a sword is unleashed as he struggles to suppress the seed, barely regaining his consciousness, and desperately fighting back the dark seed. He wondered if it was because V hadn't appeared lately. His hand tightened on the horse, and for a moment he felt like he was about to become a demon. Calm down, he thought, closing his eyes and trying to reason with himself. He reminded himself that he wasn't a monster, and he felt more at ease as he opened his eyes again, whispering, I am Piggy. It was then that Heomut noticed his surroundings. Caleb had already teleported away, fleeing the scene. Meanwhile, Seb was desperately crawling away, leaving 2 long trails behind him, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. He wondered, how could a guy like him use a wallet? Is he even stronger than the captain? No way, he's just a measly 4th-rate soldier. And he continued to ponder, unaware of the danger lurking behind him. I have to get further away, he resolves, as the monster from this morning charges to attack. He will survive. A piercing sound catches Heomut's attention, and he turns to investigate. Approaching the sound, he found the creature from before, who quickly noticed him as well. He moved closer, face to face with the massive monster. Heomut speaks first, glancing at what's left of the CP on the other side. That belongs to me, the monster growled with disdain. Heomut remained still, watching its movements, his eyes sharp with thought. It's completely different from when we first met. Now I can defeat it. The sword in his hand glowed, enveloped in mana, and he slowly advanced, issuing a challenge. Prepare yourself. The monster was startled, instinctively retreating with threatening cries. Piggyfoot watched its movements, wondering if it could sense the strength of others. This is no ordinary monster. He spoke again, his expression sharpening in an instant. Step off the person you're standing on and surrender, or you'll die by my hand. It's frozen, probably thinking of a way to deal with me, then slowly backs away. Its eyes never left Heomut, and it leaped high into the air, choosing to flee. Heomut stood still, muttering, well, it'll be back anyway. His eyes darted towards the approaching group, silently calculating what he needed to consider. How to explain this situation? The voices are getting closer. Who's over there? It's a human, Mukyum Chiol confirmed. So the CP is gone, Hemet replied succinctly. That's right. He then continued to explain the situation clearly. He followed me on a mission to bully me but was taken out by a magical beast. Words that brought a self-deprecating smile to Mac's face. So that's the fate of a bully, huh? Well, since you were in danger, I apologize on behalf of the Tarek mercenary group. But someone objects, saying, wait Mac, you think an apology is enough? Enraged, Tanya confronts him, saying that someone from his mercenary group almost killed him. Sep's expression darkens as he listens to Tanya's accusations. You all stood by, and did nothing, even knowing what that fool was doing. Just then, a warning echoed from behind, watch your mouth. Seb's face darkens as he reminds Tanya that, someone you speak of is my brother. She immediately tempered her attitude, replying slowly, unfortunate as it is, if you had supervised him properly, this wouldn't have happened. Seb's expression darkened as he spoke through gritted teeth. Are you trying to insult my entire mercenary group instead of just my brother? The argument was forced to a halt as Mile loudly interjected, enough. He reminded them to calm down, stating that now was not the time to argue, but to make a plan and analyze the situation, though their expressions remained unchanged. The Tarek mercenaries were at fault, but the Fia mercenaries needed to watch their words as well. He pointed at the pigman and declared, we can't do anything for the dead, but we'll give the rest of the mercenary fee to this child. Hearing that, Tanya reluctantly agreed. All right, Miles, do that. With her concession, Mize breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere between the two mercenary groups is truly awful. I'll figure out a safer way for us to deal with the monsters. He cautioned, reminding them that 3 men were already gone, so they needed to be more vigilant from now on. The members of both teams responded in unison, yes. Before he knew it, Piggy was smacked upside the head hard. His face twisted in pain, and he let out a cry. That hurt. Tanya angrily retorts, serves you right, kid, you just ran off. Without hesitation, she unleashed a torrent of scolding. If you had told me while we were on guard duty, I could have followed you to protect you or something. Why would you wander around alone in a place like this? Hiyomut realizes he needs to be more careful too. Tanya spoke again. Do you know how shocked I was when you just disappeared? She sighed, muttering, I guess I should pay more attention to what's about to happen. After facing off against them, who am I to scold you? And remember from now on, don't go out alone, got it? Her concern gives Hayomut a strange feeling. What is this feeling? He apologizes in a low voice, I'm sorry. Unconsciously, a familiar feeling stirs within Hiyomut as Tanya echoes Dariel both cold and warm. She gently strokes his head. Okay, be more careful from now on. Hayomut pondered just like Dariel would, and then he closed his eyes in agreement. I will, he says. When Hiyomut opens his eyes again, his thoughts have changed. The feeling of being human. This story quickly spread among the group, and this incident made him even more vigilant. Last night, a mercenary was ambushed and killed by a magical beast, the same one they suspect ambushed them at the start. Everyone conserve your strength so we can escape this forest as quickly as possible. We can't afford to lose anyone else. The entire Bronze Corps shouts loudly, followed by a fierce battle against the beasts blocking their path. Each person's strengths shine, as they easily defeat the beasts, supporting each other in formation. While the others protect the goods, a large number of beasts appear, and another battle begins. They're truly overwhelming. We might be fighting them for a day or two like this, but everyone's tired, so things will gradually become more dangerous. In a corner, Bian Ruchangli paled with fear, muttering, Get out of here, why are the magical beasts targeting us from behind? Beside him was the pig snout, and as he pondered, he realized he could sense the monster's energy. Piggy's gaze drifts to a hidden corner where the lovers are concealed, though not clearly. It lingers at a distance, probing the mercenary band, slowly dispatching waves of smaller beasts into the city. He warily wondered if the creature's attack plan wasn't ready yet when he heard someone speaking while bandaging wounds. Today has truly been an incredibly long day. Shin wearily leans against a tree and sighs. No one escapes unscathed on days like these, Uo interrupted. Shut up, don't jinx us. Shin continues to tease him. How could you be slow enough to get bitten on the leg? Are you a worm or something? And Uther quickly blushed from the teasing, asking if they thought he wanted to be bitten. I tried to avoid getting bitten, okay? They continued to joke around under Fian's watchful eye. Oh, I should just hit you, shouldn't I? You're way too energetic. Tanya behind him spoke with a hint of annoyance. Gone for good. First Uher, then Marcos. Now they're begging. I didn't think they'd attack. We're working day and night like this. Turns out Fian is more optimistic than she thought. We should be grateful no one else has died. He, Mutt, and Pin went to help at night, doing better than expected. He observes them while commenting. He Mutt knows some swordsmanship so he can protect Pin, and Pin is good at dodging thanks to his survival instincts. Tanya bowed her head, recalling the time Hayomut unleashed his magic, and a sense of unease washed over her, the things she had foreseen. Hayomut. Pion's voice cut through her thoughts. More importantly, the monsters are only targeting our mercenary group, Tanya replied. I don't know why they're doing this, but the other side really didn't fight at all today. After all, Tariq's mercenary group has already lost 3 men, and we had a conflict with them just days ago, so they probably won't help us. It's best to protect ourselves. He half closed his eyes in agreement. Yes. And a mission of utmost importance is handed down. We must do everything we can to ensure our collective survival as night descends upon the forest. Voices begin to echo. Thump. You must already know this. my Els replied somberly. But for some strange reason the magical beasts are only focused on our side. I think the beast leader is strategizing. He asked indifferently, is that so? He continued, in the current situation perhaps we can only wait patiently. It's only a matter of time before they achieve their immediate goal. Bong, I know you're conflicted, but shouldn't we prioritize Tariq's safety given their numbers? These words gave Pao pause. He scoffed before replying, I don't think so. He glanced up at Mile as he continued, huh. Pao furrowed his brow. You just said it yourself. They'll achieve their immediate goal this way. He smirked, then suggested, instead of choosing safety, we should choose potential. My Els was a bit confused by these words. Effective. He smirks as he begins to explain. Simple. While the frontline mercenary force distracts the monsters, the rest of the team will quickly leave the forest. After all, the Tariq mercenaries have all the important supplies. This proposal was immediately met with resistance from Meles. What? We can't do that. Does the Tariq mercenary group have no morals left? But Paul's face darkened as he chuckled and offered a reminder. Males, now is the time to keep a cool head. And with that he presented his compelling arguments. Morality, belief, beautiful words indeed. Paul drives the point home, but isn't survival more important? My Els is silent, swayed by his words. The demonic beasts threatening us could slaughter our entire side. They're just waiting for us to tire. Pao's speech was long but well-reasoned, and if all the mercenaries and merchants left, he wouldn't be able to compensate them for their losses. He stared at the pale My Els and continued. Of course, if Lord My Els has a better solution, we'd be happy to follow it. I'm just mentioning a few possibilities. Backed into a corner by Pao's pressure, My Els makes his decision. Meanwhile, Hiomut sighed, dreading the thought of another ambush every few days, and muttered about their current situation. Our men and horses are exhausted, and we don't know how much further we have to go. Then he cast a hateful glance at the remaining mercenaries. Of course, those Tariq bastards won't help. They've been watching us all morning. They know better than to cross the line, especially after our past conflicts. That's when Fian spoke up. I knew it. If this keeps up, something terrible will happen when the monsters arrive. Tanya interjects, noticing something amiss. What are those guys doing? She watched the carriage ahead suddenly accelerate, leaving Tanya's team in the dust as Tariq's group sprinted away. Her face paled as she screamed, "What the hell are you doing?" Some members were still half asleep, not yet grasping the situation. Wait, where are they going? Fi then glanced around cautiously, warning, hold on. He realizes their strategy raging. Because our team focused on the monsters, they're openly using us as bait. Damn it, he concludes, we're cornered. They've abandoned us. And Hiomut remained perfectly silent, wondering if this was how it would all end. It's too late to catch up, and the monsters have surrounded us. He muttered, his voice heavy with anger, using another team as bait to save themselves. Looking around, Hiomut wondered how many of his team would survive if this was the end, still searching for a solution. If he acted now, then Fian Duang Cao Kiem warned that the monsters would regroup as long as their forces were weaker and told everyone to prepare. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic beasts pounced. They're here. The blood of the demonic beasts splattered quickly, and facing such overwhelming numbers, the mercenaries couldn't hide their exhaustion. Tanya was panting as the battle dragged on, and while the leader Fian struggled to maintain his imposing presence, Hiomut suddenly had a thought. Don't they wonder who we are? The mercenaries' curse. To die here. As a mercenary, it's a worthy death. Maros immediately snapped at him. Nonsense. If you die here, it'll be a meaningless sacrifice. We can't get out of here without you. Meanwhile, Hiomut wonders who he is as Shin Cao now declares to remember his noble departure. And Maros is still in the mood to tease him, calling him a disgusting mercenary and not a noble. Another question arises in Hiomut's mind. Where did I come from? Tanya glances at the two boys and smirks, letting them run wild. Hiomut wondered if he was like them, as Pin struggled to hold on. Hiomut remained silent, unreacting. Matters like these, his expression now more serious than ever, would no longer be a problem. Hiomut instinctively touches his shoulder as he thinks about his companions, then firmly declares, I don't want them to die. Hiomut begins to walk, muttering, Dariel, I remember you once said. He heads in one direction, entrusting his back to them completely. This time, Piggy is resolute. I will trust in your humanity. He declares grimly, as his sword is imbued with magic, and what they are about to witness is a secret. Tanya's eyes widened in shock, a sentiment shared by the rest of the group. Wait, what? Even Fi couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. The horde of monsters charged, and Piggy fearlessly met them head-on, gracefully spinning and delivering a decisive strike. Magic bends into circles, and as Hiomut passes, the corpses of the beasts fall before them. Maros cries out in astonishment, and Shin can only gape in shock. Impossible. How could this be? Hiomut unleashed a flurry of purple sword strikes, powerfully impaling a monster, his expression one of intense focus. He lands and swiftly rises face to face with the remaining beasts. With a few swift strikes, he takes down several before they can react. His attacks were too swift. They had no chance. Some trembled, but none escaped their fate. Hiomut's expression remained unchanged. He simply exhaled a long breath, having cleared out most of the beasts. Witnessing Hiomut face the monsters alone, the other members were terrified. It took them a moment to recover, exclaiming, Good heavens, it's a miracle. Hiomut's eyes narrowed in thought. That demonic monkey fled as soon as it saw its pack fall. Cowardly bunch, he sneers. Daypin, standing nearby, stammered, "He mutt, what are you?" He replies calmly, "It's nothing, my body is just recovering." Tanya immediately noticed something was off. She knew it. She recalled the time she witnessed Hyomut's magic. She had seen what she had seen, and Tanya cast a cautious glance at Hyomut, slowly voicing his suspicions. Everyone okay? Pin and Tanya, pale as ghosts, couldn't help but wonder what they'd stumbled upon. Even Peon can't believe his eyes, muttering, "Even a level 2 like me can't release that much mana. How can someone so young do it?" He stammers, probing for answers. "Where did you learn that swordsmanship?" Hyomut's eyes scanned them carefully, explaining. "They're trustworthy, but it's best not to mention the primordials. I lived with my master in the forest, but I don't remember much." "What? Oh right, your memories are gone." And Hyomut spoke up again, asking what they should do now, a question he himself had posed. With the immediate danger gone, Fiantuk resumed his commanding demeanor. "First, we need to leave this forest." He mentioned traitors, so we need to find those who left first. The other members, upon hearing about the mercenaries, were furious. "Those bastards, I'll take care of them if I see them." Fian's gaze returned to Piggy, and he asked Piggy, "What will you do?" Hyomut confessed honestly, "I don't know what we'll do after we leave the forest, but I'll still follow you. I don't have any money anyway." Hearing this, Bai couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh. Why does this practicality feel so strange amidst this bizarre situation?" And those words, spoken faster than thought, are quickly met with Tanya's fist. "Hey, shut up, I'm translating for you." "Oh, I get it now." He turns, calculating their next move, and what follows is their tentative plan. Following those who left earlier is the best course of action. The scenery remains unchanged as they move. "After a good rest, my body feels so light. I think my wounds have healed too." Tanya bends down, examining the tracks on the road. "This way is right." Still vigilant, she continued, "There are many footprints, but I don't sense any noise or tremors." She presented her thoughts to the group, suggesting they ran through the night. They must be on the outskirts of the forest by now. According to their original plan, they'll rest at the first village after leaving the forest. Perhaps we'll meet them there. Shin exclaims excitedly, "The first village. That will be the perfect stage for revenge." They all imagined beating their opponents to a pulp. "They'll be shocked to see us alive. I can't wait to see that Gamel tremble in fear when he sees me. I'm ready to chow down." Pin scratches his head, wondering the reward is indeed tempting. "What should we do with this mission?" His words successfully made them wonder. "That's right. There's nothing left to protect now." Tarek took all the important stuff, leaving only the food cart behind while they were all distracted. He glances over, sensing something amiss. "What is that noise?" Without a word, Hyomut suddenly moves, prompting a confused cry from Bin. "Hyomut." A look of caution fills Shinju's eyes as he stares in one direction. Tanya wondered, "Can you sense something?" Ji, who was nearby, shrugged. "Feel it." "I don't sense anything at all," Hyomut replied calmly. "I sense magical beast energy all around," he concludes, anticipating that the unfolding events will lead to war. "I think the Tariq mercenaries are involved too. I'm excited to see those good-for-nothing bastards again." But Tanya wondered about something else more important. How far away were they? Hyomut calculates, then replies succinctly, "At this rate, about an hour, and the leader is there too." Peon incredulously asks if he can sense events from an hour away, questioning his rank, but Hyomut simply strides forward. "If we hurry, we'll save time. Tariq can hold out until we get there." Shin sighs in exasperation. "Let's just go. We have to face those monkeys again to save those bastards, Tariq. Can't we just leave now?" And Maros punches him in the face, reminding him that they need to get their money first. Fian speaks next, correcting their attitudes, reminding them they're mercenaries, not vengeful spirits. "The most important thing is to complete the mission," he reminds them sternly. "Let's focus on the job first," Tanya said, adjusting her hat and offering a faint agreeing smile before we worry about those Tariq bastards. "Yeah, we're a mercenary group. We're nothing like those selfish and cunning Tariqs." And so they advanced. "All right, let's go. Protect the client and the goods." The situation ahead is exactly as Hyomut described. The mercenaries struggled against the demonic beasts, one of which struck a member of their party. Bo struggles to command the right flank, striking down a beast before panting, cursing under his breath. "Just one day, and I'm already faltering." The leader appears behind him, his eyes darting back as he curses inwardly, thinking, "One obstacle after another. I didn't think they'd chase us this relentlessly. Is the blood of Pau's men not enough for these beasts?" It opened its jaws wide, growling menacingly, and slashed at Pau, who luckily dodged the blow. Pau's eyes dart to the side as he decides to use his comrades as bait to achieve his goal. He has to escape. He landed behind M and spoke in a low voice. "Hey," he said, but was cut off with a curt, "What?" "What's wrong?" Bao Bao begins to explain. "At this rate, everyone will die. We can handle the small fries, but not the leader." An example is given, and with their strength, he believes the mercenaries are doomed. Mac seems to understand the implication, and nods in agreement. "Yes." Then Filthy suggests that if they run now, all witnesses will disappear completely. Listening to this, Mac realizes their reputation will be safe, and he can't hide the smile on his face. A brilliant idea indeed. An immediate order is given to disband, and the team members react instantly. "Huh. What are you talking about?" Mac, equally confused, asks. "What do you mean disband?" But the figures of the two traitors had already passed him by. They watched as Pow and Mi left, and my Els began to feel a chilling fear as shouts echoed from outside. My Els has lost all hope. Oh heavens. At that moment, the carriage shook violently as Mels relentlessly blamed himself. I miscalculated. Trusting the Tarek mercenaries was my downfall. Even as the carriage roof was torn apart, he was lost in thought. I should have known this would happen when we abandoned the Fey mercenaries. The silhouette of the Seofield leader appeared reaching for him, as Mise trembled in terror. Witnessing the monster devour those around him, he knew one thing: he was done for. M's face went pale as he stammered incoherently. Everyone is gone. We will all be gone. Meanwhile, the monster continues to pick people up and devour them. That's when a familiar voice echoed, stopping it in its tracks. Hiomut rushing in with a warning. Let him go. At that moment, Piggy was charging to attack the monster, which lunged up from below to meet him. Piggy's eyes remained wary as the sword in his hand pierced the monster, sending it flying back several meters. At that moment, Hiomut spoke again, his voice dark. I said, "Put him down." The monster flinched its grip on its prey, faltering. In the next instant, it throws the person away, and Hiomut gracefully catches them. His eyes scanned the scene, the translator's words echoing in Piggy's mind. "Hiomut, why don't you go ahead and scout the situation?" The man asked for our help. "I'm a little worried. It would be better if the Tarek mercenary squad was all together, but they've already betrayed us once." Lili Fan's persuasion was strong, making a second betrayal easy, so Hiomut agreed. Once he set the man down, Hiomut thought Fan was right. If they were late, the merchant would be dead. Standing atop the vehicle facing the beast, he declares, "My Vis has returned. Now we fight," and with that, Hiomut bravely charges forward. "Then I'll do my best." Human and beast clash in a merciless battle. It roars in fury, and suddenly a horde of smaller beasts appears. Hiomut's eyes widened, his guard raised to its highest level as he carefully and swiftly unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. The other beasts were still reeling, but the survivors rushed toward Hiomut when suddenly their leader roared again. Hiomut observes it grimly, noting it's the strongest demonic beast he's faced outside the forest, but he can still win. His magic envelops the sword, momentarily lengthening it, but he can't afford to let his guard down. The beast still held its threatening posture, and Hamel watched it warily. At that moment, it moved its hand and lunged to attack, as Hiomut also rushed towards it, his sword imbued with all his power thrusting straight at the beast. His eyes remained wide open, completely focused on the situation, as the beast gritted its teeth, its pain evident. It roared again as Hiomut's sword continued to twist deeper within its body. He retreated in shock, maintaining a safe distance as he pondered. Its magic power is growing stronger. Is it absorbing all the energy nearby? It's getting stronger. Hiomut looks around, guessing the mercenaries are on their way. He glances around, reassessing the situation, knowing that any help would be too dangerous. "I have to end this quickly." The beast roars ferociously, attacking Piggy, forcing him to jump high to evade. The beast glanced at Hiomut, then unleashed a counterattack, roaring with obvious contempt. Hiomut's eyes widened in surprise, and a new strategy immediately came to mind. Brute force wouldn't work. So more and more magical power covered the sword, and Piggy's eyes were glued to his prey as he contemplated more power. It locks onto him and charges its sword, descending with renewed force. His eyes locked on the target, calculating every possibility to gain the upper hand. He landed before the monster could strike. Piggy considers his options, his claws changing. If he doesn't finish this in one strike, he'll be in trouble. The monster roars a threat, moving with incredible speed, as it relentlessly charges towards him. They dragged the battle far from its origin, and only then did Hiomut consider the situation, his eyes drawn to the tear in his shoulder. "No, I'm out of clothes," he muttered as the beast glared at its opponent. "I'll have to go into town for new gear." It unleashed its power to the extreme. The demon beast's mana surged, forming a pillar of light that pierced the sky. Its eyes widened with rage, and a seed appeared at its core. The mud pig silently observes the creature, now transformed into a grotesque entity. He mutters darkly, "It's just another demonic beast after all," as the creature's foot slams into the ground. It leaps high into the air, hurtling towards Hiomut. He watches, muttering, "That? My memories are returning. I've seen it somewhere before." "It's close now," Piggy scoffed, comparing the attacks to the wide-eyed demon beast. It reminded him of an old foe from the primal forest. Naho's presence lingered within the beast. Hiomut gripped his sword, reaching the same conclusion as Now, then remarked that even after absorbing all that magic, it was still weaker than him. Hiomut's eyes followed the beast's movements as it struck a powerful blow, forcing him back. The sword in his hand blazes with magical power as he raises it, preparing to counterattack. Meanwhile, Flash 20 and the other mercenaries are hot on Hiomut's heels. "Hiomutbin," cried out in alarm, "are you okay?" Their shock only intensified as they saw Hiomut standing beside the monster, now torn to pieces. What was this? Fian was the first to speak, his expression nothing short of astonishment. "You took them all down yourself." Hearing this, Hiomut somberly admits, "Yeah, they're all gone." But Fian still asks, skeptical, "Really, I guess they were dealt with quickly because their formation was disrupted." They looked around as Fian continued to speculate as if they couldn't resist. The conclusion was drawn slowly, meaning their leader had passed, which is why they fell so quickly. It was then that Tanya spoke, stating they were nothing more than beasts operating in herds. and nearby Maros made a discovery Miles had survived. Fian slowly remarks that there's a silver lining with only the client surviving. They quickly reorganize their formation, preparing to move again, escaping this cursed beast zone. Regardless, we should check to see who's still alive. Miles' vision slowly clears as cries ring out. Miles slowly opened his eyes, whispering, "Is this the afterlife?" But instead of an answer, he was met with Miles' grave expression. Immediately, Miles trembled with fear, his face turning pale. "Pien, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have abandoned the mercenary group like that. But Pao threatened me." A string of apologies echoed. Though relieved to apologize after abandoning him, Miel was cut off by Pien, freezing him in his tracks, his face etched with confusion. And Pien speaks again. "Get up, you haven't passed on yet." Even so, Muyel remains unconvinced. He stammered, "How am I still alive? What about that demonic beast?" To this, Pien simply replied, "It's gone, so you can forget about going too." "Keep it a secret, huh?" Finally accepting the truth, Miles teared up, clasping his hands together in earnest. "Oh my God, you saved my life." Then Miles looked up a bit hesitant. With a serious tone, Pien states, "Let's talk finances." And just then, Miles froze, remembering the debt he had to pay, reality finally hitting him hard. A paper is handed to him, and Miles' hand trembles as he reads its contents. He cries out in shock. 80% of the profits. Fian then calmly explains that they're only asking for 80% because of the losses he's already sustained. "You should be grateful for that number considering what happened on the mission. We were not only betrayed, but we also saved your life." He remained silent, letting his leader decide. Miles was taken aback by this. His face paled as he hesitantly offered 70%, stating it would be more accurate considering the compensation for the lost. But his offer was met with a blunt refusal. "That's your problem. If you don't want it, then leave, because we're holding all your goods. Good luck." In the end, Miles had no choice but to agree to the offer. "All right, 80% it is." Phi happily agrees. "Good," he added as a reminder. "In that case, listen to this first." And they all turned their gaze to the wagons, wondering what the cargo was, and where they were headed with so much danger ahead. Miles hesitantly explains that it would be terrible for her if news of this leaked. It would be the end of the Bhutan merchant group. But Fian firmly reassured him. "We're the Fein mercenary group. You shouldn't worry about that." But Miles' eyes only grew more troubled. "Your mercenary group could be in danger too. Do you really want to know the truth, even if it's dangerous?" Fian succinctly explains, "Shouldn't you tell us if we're knowingly accepting a dangerous mission?" Miles began to explain that the guest they were about to meet was a mage named Antonian, a name that shocked both Shin and Maros. Anion, the great mage Antonian. "Yes." Miles' face grew even more pale with fear. "That's right." The story unfolds, and Fian strokes his chin thoughtfully, so he used the merchant guild and mercenary group to cross the demon beast forest. I guess he couldn't rely on the swordsman families. At this point, Miles explains that the origin of the goods they're transporting is a place forbidden to mages, the Lumen Temple, which, as they know, holds power beyond imagination. A group defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago, though they're not what they once were. He continues, while they protected the world from magic during that time, they went too far. The dark side of these protectors is revealed. They sought sacrifice and power in the name of defense. Most kingdoms followed their laws in exchange for divine power, but Hiomut quietly listened from the sidelines. They couldn't control the mage, and they were always looking for ways to do so. While they were busy fighting each other, the mage found an object for research to fight against them. If they knew the Bhutan merchants had delivered that item, they would be annihilated. But Miles was still sweating, clutching his head in despair. It wasn't just the merchant group at stake. Anyone involved would be in danger with no escape from its influence. He explained that they initially didn't want to accept this mission. But the truth is, Magician Antonian saved the head of the merchant guild before. That's why we couldn't refuse the mission. Only now does Heelmood approach Tanya and speak. "Is that Antonian so famous?" Maros explains that the holy barrier was nearly destroyed a few years ago. Those words left Heelmood slightly confused. A holy barrier. To keep the city safe from monsters, they created a holy barrier, but maintaining it drains the mage's energy. The temple controlled most of the mages for their own purposes, as Heelmood listened intently, not interrupting once. "The holy barrier is mostly safe. You don't see monsters running around the city, do you?" After the barrier was destroyed by that mage, Maros continued. "Everything was chaotic for a while, but the temple covered it up, of course. It was then that Heelmood realized Antonian was powerful enough to affect the temple's barrier. He recalls the past, how the temple couldn't extract the seed of darkness from him. Perhaps that's why they sent him to this forest. And so a hypothesis formed: if divine power couldn't do it, could magic? Heelmood's eyes narrowed, as he considered that the dark magician he'd seen in the forest wasn't that strong. And so a hope for the future is spoken. "Let's hope this mage is different." As dusk settles, the mercenaries halt to rest, finally escaping the monster-infested forest, though the setting sun makes further travel difficult. "Let's set up camp here and meet the mage tomorrow." That's when the merchant finally spoke. "Heomut," he says, suggesting we talk for a bit. Heomut pondered, considering for a moment before replying, "Okay." Fian held out his hand, a small bean, resting in his palm, piquing Heomut's curiosity. "What is this?" asks Heomut. As Fian explains, it's what swordsmen eat when they're exhausted, and it's quite expensive. He then continued to play around as Helmut popped the bean straight into his mouth. I don't know if it'll work for you since you recover pretty quickly. Almost immediately, Heelmu felt a change. His body was heating up. Fian asks how he feels, and Heelmu nods in acknowledgement, admitting it's effective. But still wary, he asks, why did you give this to me? At this, Pion slowly calls out his name Heelmu, then sincerely says, thank you. He remained expressionless, having already defended the mercenary's honor, but that didn't stop Fian from feeling grateful. Without you, they might have all perished long ago. He continues with a smile. That's my thanks to you though. I know it's not enough for what you've done. And then he made another offer. Furthermore, if you ever need help with anything. Helmut's eyes now gleam with surprise as he searches his memories after being away from us. Fian speaks sincerely, vowing on the honor of the mercenary group that he will come to your aid. But as he was about to continue his speech, Helmut reached out his hand. You saved us all. He responded to Pion's sincerity with his own. After all, they were teammates. A comrade I can trust. Fian breathed a sigh of relief, shaking his hand in agreement. Yes, because we're teammates. The mercenary troops' surroundings remain unchanged. They were a little more relaxed but remained vigilant. Miles looked around, then announced, we're here. According to the map, this is the place, but it's just a road, not a village, the interpreter added. How could Antonian possibly retrieve the goods in a place like this, he asked, glancing at Fane for an explanation. Not exactly. We have to deliver the goods to Antonian's hideout. Tanya, now curious, spoke up. Huh. So you're saying this is Antonian's hideout? Miles quickly pulls something from his pocket and begins to explain. Instead of explaining it 100 times, it's better if you see it for yourselves. He slowly approached a nearby tree. The object in his hand resonated with the tree. Tanya gasped, and Maros and Fian shared the same expression. This magic is insane, but Hiomut remained silent. They've now been transported to a fantastical road. We're leaping through space and time, Fian said, slowly marveling. I'd only heard rumors, but this is beyond imagination. So this is the power of a grand wizard. How do you know that? Hiomut asked curiously. This might just be an illusion, Fian explained calmly. If this is just an illusion, then the temperature is dropping way too fast. With such a stark difference, we must be going somewhere far away. The scene before them began to shift, and Tanya pointed out the change with a gasp. Over there, someone's waiting a mage here to greet us. Finally, everyone has arrived. Anton continues to welcome the guests from the Bhutan Merchant Guild. The inspection was quickly completed, and everything was accounted for. Some of these items were hard to find, so well done. I'm very pleased. Anton couldn't help but lament, noting fewer people than expected, and signs of others throughout the carriage. Many have perished, Mize shamefully admitted, bowing his head. Yes, that's right. Many died at the hands of a giant magical beast. We met them on the road, and now only a third of the members remain. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel sorry for them. You all must have gone through so much to get here. I sense a large amount of magical energy from the carriage. Is that a monster's corpse? Mize continued. Yes, we've already taken care of it, so we'd be happy to sell it to you if you're interested. Upon hearing this, Antion paused to consider, then replied, Is that so? Well, in that case, add the mission fee, and round it up to 15000000 Nin March. Miles sincerely replied, Thank you, sir. Meanwhile, Pin's eyes widened as he shouted loudly, What 150000 is expensive? This is insane. Uter couldn't hide his shock either. I heard great mages have vast fortunes, but I guess they spend as much as they make. Antonian then demands they unload the goods and return the carriage as they won't be needing it. Miles bowed in acknowledgement. Understood. Meanwhile, Heelmood observes certain that this man is powerful. His power differs from Arugo's, and he completely conceals his mana. Little did he know his assessment was noticed. So this is a grand mage. They locked eyes, and Antonian spoke first. Oh, how interesting. He continues saying that wizards can always see the truth, son. And especially a mage of my caliber can see the truth hidden deep within. Say no more. Antonian, hearing this, slowly unleashes his magic. A brave child indeed. Light immediately envelops them as the question is posed. So you want to keep that a secret? Antonian spoke once more. As a mage, I've learned many of this world's secrets, and I respect fundamental truths. Antonian continued to explain the space inside and outside has been completely severed. He continues to cast his magic, assuring them that what they fear will never come to pass. I swear, in the name of the wizard Antonian, he declared, as Hemut asked in confusion. Chains. The chains binding Antonian as he spoke were called a mage's oath, a promise made by a mage that if broken would cost them a great deal of mana. Antonian then offered again. Now ask me what you want to know to the special boy. Helmut's suspicions grew. Antonian was not normal, he was nothing like Arago. And so he spoke. Then I want to ask you this. But Antonian anticipated his question, gesturing towards Helmut's chest. Does it concern the seed of darkness deep within your heart? Helmut was slightly surprised. So he knew, and he admitted it without hesitation. Yes, I wanted to ask if there was a way to remove it. Antonian paused, then replied his words, simple and concise, impossible. Antonian continued, let me explain in more detail. The seed of darkness is intimately connected to your life. The explanation continued that seed contains the power of demons hidden within the children who should have passed away in the womb. They owe their existence to the Seed of Darkness, and must be its host for life, a point he emphasized with a grave look. Therefore the Seed of Darkness is essentially his heart. Removing it would mean his demise. After hearing this, Hiomut replied, I thought a great mage would know how words that displeased Antonian. I'm a mage, not a god, and this is the first time I've seen a human control the Seed of Darkness. Piggy asked, confused. Control. At this point, Antonian began to explain. Yes, the Seed of Darkness usually demands mana from its host. The more you avoid mana, the more your mind will be consumed, and the more unconsciously you'll commit crimes. You'll eventually go mad from the strain or be consumed by mana and become no different from a magical beast. He cast a glance at Hiomut, secretly admiring him, but you are different. Theoretically, he could suppress the seed using another power mana or fish. At this rate, the chains binding him will loosen. Both forms require exceptional talent and a great deal of time, but a seed deprived of mana attacks the mind much faster than that. Yet he trains fish while absorbing enough mana to keep the seed from going berserk. The magic staff circled Piggy, its curiosity unconcealed, and the temple didn't detect it either. How interesting. Hiomut glanced to the side, unsure whether to be relieved or not that he came from the primeval forest. Anton continued, even the priests of Lumen would have a hard time tracing the seed unless they examined your body very carefully. He candidly admits that even a great mage like himself only detected it due to the dense magic here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed. That thought sparked an idea in the pig mutant's mind: avoid areas with high concentrations of magic. Antonian then advises the piglet, saying that he doesn't have a bright future ahead of him. He would only grow stronger and more powerful, and if he could avoid the temple until then he would. He reminds him that, like others with the Seed of Darkness who have become criminals or monsters, that seed will eventually devour him, his power will destroy the world, and his hands will take countless lives. That is the common fate of those who possess the Seed of Darkness, but Heelmute firmly replied that it would not happen. He stared Antian in the face and declared, because I am human. This made Antian laugh. Yes, you're right. His gaze turned back to Heelmut. Because humans foresee destiny, they are also the ones who change it. Anton adds, it's been a long time since I've been this interested. I'll be watching you. A special boy, but if you can't overcome it, don't forget the promise you made me, or I might just stop you. Heomut's gaze softened slightly as Antonian pointed to the magic staff continuing to manipulate it. And who knows if you reach a position far beyond me. The magic circle dissipated. As the promise was made, even darkness would obey him. Here the man with the money pouch offered it. This is 3/4 of your reward, he said, handing it to Heomut. Fien sheepishly scratches his head. I'd like to give you more, but the others did their best too. He explained that he wanted to reward them as well, to which Heomut responded with surprise. Fien turns away, reaching into the car, hesitating. He pulled out a bundle and asked the Heomut in front of him, is this yours? I found it while organizing things, but hadn't found the owner. He picked up something, and Heomut instantly recognized it. He bowed his head, thinking, I thought I'd lost what I brought from the primeval forest. So it was here. Heomut responds, yes, that's right, thank you. Pinface smiles, retracting his hand politely. It's nothing. I should have given it to you sooner, but I didn't have time and completely forgot. He gently tells him, we're the ones who should be thanking you. You're a benefactor to our mercenary guild, may your journey be safe. Suddenly, someone called out to him, he mute. Bin rushed up to him breathlessly, sharing his intentions now that the mission was finally over. I can finally show you the mercenary guild headquarters. You have no idea how cool it is there. Well, it's not as earth-shattering as this mission. But Helmut coldly cut him off. Vin won't be coming to the mercenary guild headquarters, he asked, shocked and surprised. Oh, wait a minute. You're just gonna leave like that. Shouldn't you at least visit once? Tanya steps in, grabbing Phi's head to stop him, telling him to stop. Phi cries out in anguish, Tanya. She turns to him with a smile. Heelmut, you can continue using the mercenary guild certificate if you want. The temporary certificate only goes up to rank 3, so we've already maxed it out. He calmly replies with his eyes closed. That should be more than enough, she continues. Yes, it seems you have something important to do, she says with a knowing smile. More important than your memories, he stares in silence. Tanya finally gets to the point. It seems I've made too much of this, so I'll keep it brief. She smiled brightly and made a sudden request. Promise me you'll take care of yourself. He coldly replied. All right, thank you for everything. Maros smiles at him a farewell. Thank you. Heimut waved 2 fingers for good luck on the road. Ur and Bayo also bid him farewell. We have to meet again. Fiend suddenly called out, eyes brimming with tears. Hey Omut, you have to come visit, okay? Pion asks again, right? Promise me, Heomut calmly calls out his name. Vin's direct words caught him off guard and tears welled up. Your food is delicious. Tanya stood beside Phi, patting his shoulder as he wiped away tears, offering comfort. Hey, don't cry. Did he even leave, Phi? Said sternly, calling out to Helmut. He smiles, assuring him that if he ever needs the mercenary guild, he can drop by any time, and he'll be sure to keep his promise. Helmut looks at him with unwavering resolve. He turned, hoisting his bag onto his back, agreeing in response. He looked up at the sky, remembering someone. He felt a pang in his heart, reminiscent of Dariel's departure and his own leaving Elega. He grimly realized that if he remained a mercenary, he'd have no choice but to face the monsters. And each time the Seed of Darkness will absorb magic power, A menacing face flashes through Hyomut's mind. He muses surprised at how easily it sprouted even in that forest. If he's consumed by that seed, it won't be good. Of course, being a mercenary doesn't always mean facing monsters, but can he prevent the day Antonian mentioned? Hyomut clutches his coat, reaching a conclusion that remains to be seen. His eyes harden as he tells himself that there's only one way he must become stronger. Hyomut's eyes hardened his thoughts, racing determined not to be controlled by the seed of darkness. The man across from him also hooded gestures as he explains. What else can you do? That's in the past now because we survived. We can still rebuild Tarek. Be positive. Fa has been completely destroyed, so we'll have a complete advantage in the mercenary market. He glanced around mid-sentence and paused. What happened to CP was unfortunate, but the rest weren't remarkable, so seize this chance to recruit. Wait, he exclaimed, and the others looked on confused. His eyes widened in disbelief, utter terror washing over him as he saw Tanya, Nabin, and Maros together. How is this possible? He gasped. The two inside turned pale, bewildered, asking, how did they survive? Let's escape first. Bin suddenly stopped. He turns back to the room where the two men were just sitting, and Tanya turns to ask what's wrong. Pin scratched his head, flustered. No, I just had a... Pin's voice echoed steadily, an odd sensation, while Mac exhaled. Hey. Two hooded figures crouch behind a stone wall, and Mac cries out in fear. We're done for. Their faces were grim with worry, and they said nothing. They stand face to face, one whispering that it's best to lay low for a while before returning. The beasts must have unexpected weaknesses. The other replies regretfully, we should have handled the mercenary guild ourselves. Looking up at the sky in despair, Mac laments, it's only a matter of time before our actions are reported to the guild. So, this is how our mercenary days come to an end. A second-rate mercenary struggling to survive. Bao grimaces, then reflects, right, we're still second-rate. Bao turns and calls out, follow me. Mac calls out Bao, where are you going? Bao's eyes widen as he quickens his pace, saying, instead of starving, we can steal. Ignoring Mac reaching out behind him, his face paling, the sun began to set. One man slams his beer down, yelling, and I punch him square in the face. Another red-faced laughs, a punch from you is a death sentence. The waiter beside him chuckled helplessly, raising his glass in response. Of course. You know me so well. Learn from him. Hyomut sits silently in the corner watching. He stares silently at the object in his hand, lost in thought, knowing he can't stay with the mercenaries because of the seed of darkness. But I also need to find clues about this necklace I brought from the primeval forest. I could travel to every village, but wandering the world aimlessly won't do. As twilight descends upon a large town, he laments that it took him 3 days to get here, so the world must be vast. He pulled the bag string, dismissing the thought he couldn't expect to only meet good people like the mercenaries. Then he realized Finn gave him a ton of money. He didn't know exactly how much, but opening the pouch he found Darian's money, and the reward from Finn. He exhales, recalling Dariel's face, and calculates that it's far more than Dariel gave him. His eyes catch something, a handwritten letter, and he wonders. A letter. He opens it, lost in thought. Is it from Fane? He wondered, stunned. Dariel's image appears, pen in hand, gently writing, Helmut, if you're reading this letter, it means my life has come to an end. Or it could mean you've successfully escaped the primeval forest. Helmut reads each word with great focus. You're probably having trouble adjusting to the outside world since the way you've lived is so different from everyone else. Of course, it's not your fault, so don't feel guilty. Darian understood himself well, pouring his heart into the letter. My time must truly be running out, for I find myself worrying about you. I'll get straight to the point. If you're wandering aimlessly with no clear goal, try going to Baden. There's a place called the Greta Academy. There you'll meet children your age and learn what it means to be human. What I haven't taught you is that commoners and nobles study equally there. No one will try to figure out where you came from, nor will they care about the images of Baden and that academy in your head. Of course you can't enroll yourself, so find a man named Eaton Goudreau. If you show him the sword I gave you, he'll know you're my disciple. We swore an oath, so he'll help you. A large man stands with a prominent sword behind him as Darian offers a faint smile. Helmuth, the human world may be more dangerous and frightening than you realize. It's not a place where strength can solve everything. But because you managed to overcome all the harsh training I put you through, I'll trust that you'll somehow overcome this test as well. The letter ends with, take care. Holding the letter, Helmut thought the handwriting was a mess. His eyes glanced down, and he sat there a bit lonely, realizing Dariel didn't even have the strength to write anymore. He silently folded the letter, thinking to himself, thank you, my destination is surely set. The lost look in his eyes had faded. He packs his belongings, grateful that the letter has given him a destination as a server arrives, saying, your meal, sir. He politely offers 15. Hyomut, calculating, repeats the waiter's words. 15 he thought so. This meal cost 15 meters. He politely handed over a coin, and the other man, surprised and worried, exclaimed. He gestures, saying this is 1,000,000. He intends to stay here. So that money will cover everything, the server replies. Oh, so you mean renting a room? The man who was eavesdropping earlier glances over. The man gritted his teeth, looking confused, while Hyomut pondered, holding the money bag. I received 9,000 from the mission a few days ago. That money must be worth more than I thought. His face remained calculating as he thought, I'll sleep here tonight and leave tomorrow. Suddenly, something hurtled towards him and he cried out in a frenzy. That kid, he said, sitting across from Hyomut without invitation. You look pretty rich too. Hyomut stared at him silent. His eyes widened, his brow furrowed, and he slammed his hand on the table as he and the two behind him grinned with twisted faces. Outnumbering him, the man slurred. You look like you have plenty of money. Lend me some for more drinks. I think 20000 is a fair price, Piggy states firmly. Meanwhile, even the waiter wondered what was wrong with these people, as the thug burst into laughter, asking what. A massive fist slams the table, the force of which sends the glutton's food flying. He glanced at the spilled food as the man yelled, Are you crazy? How dare you defy me? He asks, tilting his head calmly. Who are you? Enraged, he throws a punch and yells, What? Science. Before he could finish, his eyes widened as the small fry sitting on the chair easily blocked his punch. He gripped the man's trembling hand coldly, asking, Didn't I tell you to stop? Are you deaf? The man gritted his teeth, thinking, How can a kid be so strong? The man behind him foolishly charged forward, throwing a punch and yelling, Die, kid, how dare you block our boss's punch? But the piglet easily dodged the blow. He threw a punch, hitting the man square in the face, sending him flying. The entire tavern was stunned. Hyomut frowned, maintaining his defensive stance as the man snarled, Who the hell are you? He calmly replies, Me, as Hyomut kicks a table at the man, adding a mercenary. Before he could react, a table slammed into his face and the bag of heads landed right in the mercenary's hands. Hyomut picks it up, slings the bag over his shoulder, and warns the trembling man on the ground. Get out of here, don't bother me. He groaned in shock. The others rushed to help their leader, who clutched his face and said, Just you, wait, you'll regret not obeying us. He waved his hand, ordering, Let's go. What a great send-off. I can't drink in a place like this. It's too insulting. His voice echoed, It's best to watch your back at night. Now that you've defied us, you'll be stabbed in the back sooner or later. Hyomut stood motionless, watching the door slam shut, his face darkening as he sighed, thinking that there were CP-like people everywhere. What a pain. The waiter called out urgently. Sir Hyomut turned to him. His face turned pale as he said, You must leave this town immediately. He asked, confused. The Black Eagles have declared war, which means… Black Eagle what? The waiter waved his hands, flustered and afraid, explaining, They're underworld overlords, all with criminal records, willing to take out anyone for money. If you don't leave town quickly… Hyomut was slightly surprised, thinking to himself, I guess they're more trouble than I thought. It might be better to defeat them now. He silently calculated, not wanting to dirty his place, so he'd have to call them somewhere else. Hyomut casually asks if those men will return. Caught off guard, he stammered, Ah yes. The server broke out in a nervous sweat. Of course, he replied. If they come back looking for me, tell them I've gone to the forest to fight the humans. Excuse me, sir, hold on, he declared firmly. I'll be back, so have a room ready for me. He thought to himself, I'll see what they do. In the dark alley, a man frowned and asked, Are you really going to do this? One of the others standing there said irritably, Of course, get out of here. You saw how blatantly disrespectful he was to us. And in this industry, honor is life. The man scratched his face, hesitant, but he was incredibly strong, and a mercenary to boot. You caused quite a stir at the diner earlier, looking angry. He roared, Why are you so scared? Seriously, you're useless. He ordered them to head to headquarters, but the man questioned him, and he reminded them that they would take care of it. A panicked man rushed in. Boss, where did I find him? The leader asked with a dark expression. All right, what did that waiter say? The boss asked. He's not at the inn, but in the forest behind it, clearly running away. He suggests that he realizes we could take him down if we went all out. The man laughed as he asked, What is it? His eyes widened, a crazed grin spreading across his face. Kid, you picked the wrong place to run. The mysterious figure raised a finger as if to say, I know. We know that forest like the back of our hands. There must be traces left. Let's go take care of him. He replied, Yeah, I'm awake now. The man was still fearful, his face pensive as the masked figures tightened their grip. For a naive kid, we should engrave in his mind that the Black Eagle's darkness is more terrifying than anything else in this world. In the forest, the light from the firewood flickered. Piggy ponders during his time as a mercenary, he learned that there are many people in this world who behave like monsters. On the other hand, some are willing to risk their lives to protect each other. Hyomut muses clearly, humans are more complex than he thought. As he leaped through the branches, landing in a spot to observe his campfire from above, he thought of Dariel. Dariel had said the human world wasn't a place where strength could solve everything, but he still didn't know. I don't know if there's any way to solve a problem like this other than with strength. However, I have realized one thing. Footsteps approach. The group heard the call and turned back in shock, spotting him on a branch, robes billowing in the wind, still contemplating those beast-like humans. Hyokmut's eyes darken. Longfan must be dealt with like a beast. He speaks to the group, You ambushed me with weapons so I can deal with you as I see fit, right? Standing in the forest, he silently scoffs. Black Eagles, you say? They're more boring than I thought. He leaped to a higher branch. Hyomut uses them as a benchmark for comparison. Is the center weaker than the periphery? They're not even as strong as Tanya. Leaping through the trees, he thinks about Tanya Nya. Tanya seems pretty strong compared to normal people. If I want to know more, I need to fight more people. He frowned, thinking I need to keep moving when the sun rises. I'll go back to the inn and get some sleep first. A sudden pain shot through his chest and his face darkened as the seed within him began to glow. He lost his balance, slamming into a tree before collapsing to the ground with a groan. Trembling, Hyomut grits his teeth, wondering why the seed suddenly reacted. He sits there helplessly as the seed emits a blinding light. Hyomut ponders, wasn't he just supposed to avoid magic? When he dealt with magical beasts, it wasn't like this. Why now? What's the problem? He gasps, analyzing the differences between then and now. The difference is that he just dealt with people, not magical beasts. He clenches his teeth, looking down at the small seed, denying it. Could dealing with people cause the seed of darkness to grow? He bites down, grabbing the seed, thinking this is a big problem. If word gets out that he dealt with people from the Black Eagles, others will come after him. Hyomut frustrated curses, realizing how foolish he was to think he could fight humans. He reached for a tree to steady himself, thinking that if he couldn't defeat his opponents, he had to avoid them at all costs. The masked man respectfully replied, yes, if we continue to pursue them, we may discover their exact location. The man nodded. Very well, I can't ignore this. Anton glanced at the sharp knife in his hand and ordered proceed according to plan. The masked man kneeling before him responded. Understood. Suddenly a knock echoed as another man entered to announce, Mr. Anson, they've arrived. The two entered, and Anton exclaimed in surprise, rising to greet them. I heard a tier 2 mercenary was coming, but I didn't expect two of you. Anton welcomes them cheerfully, followed by Mac and Pao, who add that they didn't expect anyone would want to join, especially now when skilled people are hard to find. Thank you very much. The two heard Anton express, but we're in a bit of trouble right now, and joining comes with conditions. Mac sweats. Pao frowns in confusion, and then asks grimly, what's the meaning of this? Anton gestures with his hand, smiling as he explains. Of course I don't doubt the skills of you two second-rate mercenaries, but we're quite different from other mercenary organizations. He twirled the knife in his hand, leading the way. As you know, we do a lot of illegal things here. Anton flung the knife forward, continuing to blather, so if you're sloppy because of some moral or justice code, he said sternly, it'll be a problem. Sweating Pao frowned in confusion, but before he could speak, the other man continued, and he raised a finger, stating his condition. I need you to prove your strength. As it happens, I have a job that's perfect for you. He raised an eyebrow. I understand. You mean we have to be compatible with the Black Eagles, in addition to having skills, right? He glanced down at the paper and recounted. Last night, 5 of our men went missing. Anton reads from the paper. From what we've gathered, they fought a lone mercenary. But after searching the area when they didn't return by dawn, we found their bodies in a nearby forest. He propped his hand up and continued reading. They were apparently taken out with a single knife strike, and there's no sign of a weapon. 5 against 1. Do you have any description of the culprit? Mac Tramangam repeats. He replied that the culprit had black hair and eyes, and was around 15 years old, with skills at least on par with the 3rd rank. The silent Mao's face darkened as he asked, we just need to take him out, and Zongjia smiled, adding, of course, after you two finish the job and join the Black Eagles, you'll receive more challenging missions. His expression shifts, a cunning glint in his eyes as he adds, you'll receive far better treatment than your old organization ever offered. Very well, where is he? Anton placed a picture on the letter, calmly reporting that he was at the village inn. His face hardened as he raised the knife, explaining that the incident had just occurred. He plunged the knife into the photo, Anton affirmed, so he couldn't have gone far. A new day dawns in the big town. The sky is clear, and there in front of a house stands Hyomut, lost in thought. He didn't think he'd take on another mission. But if he wants to leave without drawing attention, this is the only way. Hyomut's hand reached for the door, and as he entered, the girl greeted him cheerfully. Hello, this is the Mercenary Guild. What brings you here, young man? He replied, I'm here to find a mission. The girl picked up a paper and read it, surprised. Oh, you're from the Face Mercenary Group. You're so young and already a 3rd-rate mercenary, he coldly retorted. Is there a problem? The girl waved her hands flustered and said, No, I'm just surprised there aren't many young 3rd-rate mercenaries like you. Alright, you need a job, he calmly replied. Yes, the reward doesn't matter. Anything on the road to Baden? She asked, shuffling through the papers. Baden is a big city. He waited intently as the girl continued. Tons of people want to go there, so there are plenty of escort and transport missions. She pushes the small notebook in front of him, asking, How about this one? He looks down, hesitant. What's this? She replied with a smile. It's an escort mission for a noble lady with a reward of 800 meters. A good mission, right? Of course there are conditions. Hyomut is skeptical. What's the catch? The playful girl pointed a mysterious finger, her voice echoing steadily. Mercenaries must be her type. Hyomut was stunned. Hyomut decides to search for a clothing store in the small town, but unable to decide, he picks one at random. Any shop will do, right, he thought, stepping inside, remembering the receptionist's advice. In fact, when negotiating with nobles, outward appeal is very important. Then with a bright smile, he excitedly tells Hyomut that he must be famous. Or at least have clothes that make a good impression. She clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling. Luckily, your face already meets half the requirements. So in my opinion, go buy some decent clothes and come back, then we'll talk more. Hearing the door open, the shop owner excitedly greeted him. Oh, you want the most luxurious clothes on earth, you've come to the right place. Seizing the chance, the man immediately presented a flashy suit, enthusiastically introducing it. How about this one? It's a combination of premium fabric and meticulous stitching, personally tailored by the highly skilled Baden guaranteed, to make even a devil look chic. The dazzling aura, radiating from both the man and the suit, momentarily stunned him, and seeing no reaction, the shopkeeper eagerly continued his sales pitch. Moreover, the fabric is as light as a feather, making you feel like you're floating on the moon, to which our protagonist curtly replies, "Okay." Seeing him name the price so quickly, the shopkeeper threw out an astronomical number. As for the price, it's 2000 M. The price was so high that he thought he misheard. 2000. He only gets 800 M for a mission. After some thought, he considered just ditching it for another job. A while later, Piggy returns to the mercenary headquarters where the receptionist greets him with a radiant smile. Well, well, well. Hyomut returns looking glamorous and exuding elegance. Seeing him, she showered him with compliments, saying he looked like $1,000,000. Clothes really do make the man. The receptionist, unable to contain her excitement, playfully pats his shoulder, teasing him. You're quite handsome when I take a closer look. Chuckling, seeing her excitement, he reminds her, I'm Mr. Pig, not Honey. The girl quickly retracts her hand, embarrassed, and replies, I just said that because you're cute. She then explains the mission to him, saying, all right, I've sent you the information. Since you're also considered the face of the mercenary group, you have to meet all the requirements. She spoke incessantly, unaware of a figure approaching from the main entrance. It's rare to find a mercenary who suits the nobility's tastes. You're perfect. The girl finally noticed and spoke up. Ah, there he is. A man exuded elegance in his tailcoat suit. Hearing the girl's introduction, Hyomut also turned his head curiously, and the receptionist smiled at the man's appearance. Welcome, sir. Are you from the Charing family? He spoke with a stern expression. Yes, I'm here to approve the mercenary chosen for the mission. As he finished speaking, he glanced at Hyomut and said, Is that him? The man in the suit approached him silently, assessing him. After scanning him, he spoke. I heard he's young, well-educated, and well-mannered. Without another word, he reached out to Hyomut and offered, You look promising. Let's go. The man turned and said, Please follow me. Before leaving, Hyomut glanced back at the receptionist, who waved goodbye with a radiant smile. See you later. Hearing her enthusiastic farewell, he nodded politely in response as they left the headquarters, unaware that someone in disguise had been watching them all along. He glances to confirm they've passed, then departs filled with calculation and scheming as the warm sunlight illuminates the path ahead for the pair. The man in the tailcoat suit introduced himself. My name is John, a deacon of the Charing family. Have you ever heard of the Charing Marquis? He casually replied, I haven't. Hearing that, John paused to consider, then spoke. All the better that you don't. You just need to know that the Marquis is a person of high standing, and you must act with extreme caution. Have you ever done an escort mission before? Without hesitation, he honestly replied, I've escorted transport caravans before. Hearing this, John said, Good. Escorting is similar to guarding, except this time the object is a person, not an item. He continued, If it becomes too much, just follow the knight's instructions. You'll be paid once the mission is complete. Hyomut nodded slightly and calmly replied, Good. You're a man of few words, John said, surprised by his immediate agreement. Good. Humility is a virtue for an escort. After a while, he led Hyomut to the gates of a magnificent castle. The castle's interior was breathtakingly opulent, every detail as magnificent as stepping into a fairy tale. A man was already waiting for them there. He looked around blankly and asked, Where is this? He explained that it was the hotel where the Marchioness was temporarily staying. Hearing this, Hoyt thought to himself, So this is how the powerful Charing family lives. The man who had been waiting for them spoke up. Ah, assistant, you're here. He couldn't hide his surprise as he wondered. That's the mercenary. He looks so young. John glanced at Hoyt and calmly said, I've already checked with the mercenary guild. There's no mistake. If there are any shortcomings, please guide him. As Jatan finished speaking, Kedrick approached and shook his hand. I see. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Kedrick. He simply uttered a short response, Helmuth. After the introductions, John turned to Kedrick and asked, Where is the madam? Keck replied softly, She's having breakfast in the restaurant. He then told Helmut, All right, let's go there. In the restaurant, a voice lingered near the white-haired man in the hood. Oh, is the young lady worried about me? How kind of you. The golden-haired girl spoke, her eyes sparkling. The food at this hotel doesn't suit my taste. Our chef cooks the most delicious meals. It would be wonderful if you could visit our mansion sometime. Jenia's infatuation is cut short by John's words, and she turns her voice laced with displeasure. John, what are you doing here? He pointed to the man and introduced him. This is the new mercenary we hired. She glanced at him, then spoke dismissively. So what, who cares about him? Jenia's eyes widened as she retorted, If he's fine, deal with him yourself. Then she immediately turned back to her confidant. I have something to discuss with Lady Aria, a voice suddenly announced. No, Aria said, suddenly standing up to Jenia's surprise. We must leave early, so I must prepare. Jenia's face fell with disappointment, her voice reluctant to let go. Is that so? Why won't you stay with me a little longer? Aria didn't respond and simply left the table. The moment Ara and Heel passed each other, he sensed something different, watching him leave with a wary eye. Helmut couldn't take his eyes off Aria, thinking, something's definitely up. An intuition tells him something is wrong with the boy. He's sure he's not mistaken. Watching Arya leave Helmut is suspicious, though he doesn't know what it is yet, but there's something very strange about this person. As Arya departs, Jania sighs to John. I suppose I should return to my room as well. She then ran off, tears streaming down her face as she cried out in anguish. Aliahu, puzzled, turned to ask him. No, Alea is a guest of Miss Jania's and apparently quite famous at the Greta Academy in Baden. He fell silent, then continued. I once passed him by chance, but the young lady recognized him, so he came here. Who, surprised, asked, Is the young lady also going to the academy in Baden? John calmly stated, The young lady went there for the entrance exam as she's already 14 years old. As John finished speaking, he snorted and secretly rejoiced as his initial goal was also the Greta Academy. John suddenly gave Hugh a task. I think we have about 2 hours. Prepare to leave and get a horse from the horse ship. Before his instructions were finished, he added, After you're ready, you can go to the place closest to the carriage. His eyes lingered on him as he said, I need to prepare some personal items, so ask Cry if you need anything. Hayomut nodded nonchalantly and replied, Okay. He sets off with the horse from the stables, but it seems weary of carrying him. Hayomut thinks to himself that this kid dared to cause trouble back there. Recalling the stables, the horse had ferociously resisted him. The stable hand cried out, I'm sorry, but it's the only one left. It's quite the show-off. Haha. He then recalls his beloved horse back at headquarters. It was still unruly, unlike the horse at the mercenary headquarters. Jania had reached the carriage and called out, making him turn his head. Alea, please get in the carriage, let's talk. She leaned out, gazing at him adoringly. Alea, his face still cold, slowly approached the carriage, taking measured steps toward Jania. Alea's figure passed by, ignoring Hayomut's laughter on horseback, when Hayomut suddenly noticed a purple aura emanating from him. He suddenly understood, muttering to himself, I see he's a mage. As dusk settled, they began their escort mission. On the way, Hio couldn't stop thinking about Alea. Of course, if it's magic, it all makes sense. That's why he felt something was off. Before him, Alea's aura shone brighter and brighter, piquing his curiosity. What kind of magic was it, and why could he cast it on himself? He couldn't tear his eyes away, thinking how intriguing. I should keep an eye on him. Inside the carriage, a conversation unfolds. I heard you were at the top of your class in magic, is that right? He answers curtly, yes. Hearing that answer piqued Jenia's interest, so a test must be nothing to you, right? I'm so nervous. I don't know if I'll do well. He coldly and nonchalantly replied, If you've prepared well enough, you'll do fine. Hearing Alia's words, Jenia happily whined, Oh, of course I've prepared well, but I'm still so nervous and worried. He remained cold, saying indifferently, Once we arrive, we'll have plenty of time. You should take the opportunity to review. Jenia immediately became flustered, waving her hands as she replied, Yes, but perhaps I need someone to teach me. Without hesitation, Alia refused, stating that the academy encourages self-study, and she should get used to it. Hearing his harsh words, she pouted and said, But that's only if I get in. If I fail the exam, I don't know what I'll tell my family. The more Jania spoke, the more she tried to look pitiful, and Alea, seeing her clueless expression, felt helpless before this troublesome girl. After a moment of thought, Alia replied, If you wish, I can recommend a suitable tutor for you. I'll try to find someone who specializes in entrance exams. Feeling as though Alia was concerned for her, Jenia bashfully asked, Thank you, but I'm still a little embarrassed. Would you be willing to teach me? Without hesitation, Alia refused, saying it's too difficult. Jenia's voice turned sorrowful at his quick response. Oh, also Alea continued, the new semester is coming up, so I need to prepare. His eyes sharpened as he spoke seriously. Lady Jenia, it's a long journey, why don't you rest? Jenia stammered back, confused. Meanwhile, outside the pig, snouts are trying to match the carriage's speed, hoping to eavesdrop. Feeling a bit crude, the pig snout wonders if there's anything to hear, or if it should just give up. For some reason, this reminds me of a movie. And so their journey continues forward under the setting Sunday. Back at the Black Eagle Guild headquarters, the conversation grows tense. Did you confirm it? A kneeling figure responds, Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The masked man who followed Helmut and John speaks with certainty. They accepted a small mission and moved out a few hours ago. If we hurry, we can catch them. The kneeling subordinate continued, but there were also some knights and a mercenary. Antun questioned the report. Knights under a noble, he smirked, a cunning glint in his eyes. If it's a noble, things could get messy. Eliminate that bastard quietly, he commanded, and the subordinate obeyed. Pao overheard the entire conversation and scoffed. How persistent, a mere mercenary. Must you go so far as to hire us? Anton chuckled, replying, Ha ha, I'm just being cautious. His face suddenly changed after all. That was the Black Eagle's philosophy. Tear them to pieces until they're gone. His voice echoed his face stern as he said, We only hope that everyone here shares Trung Tri's vision. Pao's eyes turned fierce as he replied, Indeed. He grinned wickedly, saying, We like what you're saying. As night fell, the knights escorted them to an inn, and Jenia began to complain in annoyance. Couldn't we find a better place? Jenan asked softly. This is the only inn around. Just bear with us for one night. The innkeeper greeted them. Welcome. It's late, you must all be tired. The butler replied politely. Ah, innkeeper, thank you for allowing us to stay. We will certainly pay in full. The innkeeper chuckled. It's just a small house in a tiny village. Rest well. The moon was high, but Hiomut was still awake, secretly training alone. After tireless training, he was exhausted. Hayomut looked at the sword in his hand, thinking he had improved a lot since he was in the primeval forest, but still felt something was missing, like something was blocked. He was lost in thought, realizing he hadn't been training his muscles or mana in a suitable place lately. After putting away his sword, he wondered if he could focus more on training after entering Greta Academy. More importantly, he needed to find information about the Seed of Darkness. Suddenly sensing something amiss, Hayomut glances warily at the starlit sky, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. After a moment, he sees nothing and mutters, "I thought there was something here." In the still of night, the Milky Way stretches out dazzling and beautiful, and a radiant bird draws his eye, piquing his curiosity. Is it his offspring? That bird is a spirit beast, summoned by a mage. Realizing he's been spotted, Alia dispels the magic, freeing his Hawkeye vision, secretly praising the summoner in that room. He's quite perceptive. If I'd watched any longer, he would have caught me. That mage is Alia. After tailing Hamut, Alea is impressed, realizing that such feats are beyond the reach of ordinary people, and her curiosity about Hamut grows. What a strange fellow. Alia leaned forward, resting her chin in her hands, lost in thought. He reflects on the mercenary's skill, acknowledging he's met many talented fighters, but a third-rate mercenary so young is a rare find. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts, Arya accompanied by frantic knocking, and a flustered voice from outside. "Lord Arya, are you asleep?" Janaya asked excitedly, pounding on the door in the middle of the night. "I know you're still awake." Arya, disturbed by her midnight visit, was soon met by the maids. "Lady Genia," they immediately reminded her sternly, "you must be asleep before 9, or you'll age. Our master has given us strict orders." Genia was dragged away screaming. "I just want to talk for a minute," she shouts, leaving Aliyah helpless in her room. "Let me go. Why are you all dressed up at this hour? Tonight might be my last." Their midnight commotion in the hallway only added to his weariness. "I'm so tired." The escort set out again early the next morning. By noon, Genia was causing trouble again, complaining about why they hadn't stopped for lunch yet. Duchin softly replied, "Yes, we're almost there. Let's stop for water first." The rhythmic clatter of hooves abruptly ceased. Seeing the shimmering lake, the butler exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, there's a water source here." Kedrick dismounted, as this seemed to be a common resting place on the way to Ba Durnan. Kedrick cupped his hands, took a large gulp of water, and after wiping his mouth chuckled, "This is as good as wine, cool and sweet." Hearing this, John said with relief, "Oh ho, excellent." He then announced loudly to everyone, "All right, let's have lunch here." The knights looked on with envy, as fragrant dishes were brought to Genia. "Wow, this is quite a spread. Look at all that food." One man laments as plate after plate is brought into the carriage. They feast on salads and meats, while we're stuck with bread and jerky. He glances around, lamenting that he has to drink water to stave off the hunger. And another replies, "It'll take half a day to finish this trip." The soldier continued to lament, "My life is so dull, so miserable." Hiomut finished his food and suddenly missed Phi's cooking. He had just brought the cup to his lips when he noticed something was off. Hayomut stared intently at the cup in his hand, wondering what it could be. He then looked back at the lake where he had drawn the water, noticing an odd taste. Sensing the strange taste, suspicion suddenly arises. Is it poison? Seeing everyone else drinking without issue, he reconsidered. Everyone else seemed fine, so was he just mistaking the taste for something else? As Hestia pondered this, looking at his cup, a soldier exclaimed, "Ugh, I'm so tired, I'm going to take a nap." Under the harsh midday sun, the air grew thick, and sweat poured down John's face. He wiped it away wearily, saying, "Ha, the young lady has finished her lunch and I'm feeling a bit tired." He turned to the carriage to check. "My lady, the luggage is all packed. I believe we should." Before he could finish, Genia fainted, sending John into a panic. "Lady Genia, so you were just sleep-talking in your dreams." "Aha, tonight will be our last night." Arya, seeing Genia was still fine, breathed a sigh of relief. "Ha, it seems the young lady is just rambling." Suddenly he felt dizzy. A wave of dizziness washes over me, and I turn to see everyone around me staggering. Oh God, I'm suddenly so sleepy. Sensing the danger, John cried out in alarm, "Kedrick, where are you, Kedrick?" He was startled to see Kedrick collapse to the ground, trembling. John cried out, "Kedrick." John too began to stagger, unable to keep his balance. What's happening? The butler collapses, joining the others who have already fallen. Hemud is now the only one conscious, witnessing the others stagger and succumb. He realized what was happening, and didn't hesitate to spill the water on the ground, waiting for the ringleader to appear. And he was right. Hearing their footsteps approach, he knew he was right. It was Pao and his gang. They whisper to each other, assuming everyone's asleep, so they don't need sleeping pills. If they're caught dealing with nobles, they'll be in big trouble. One of them notices something amiss and speaks up, but they can simply erase any trace of their actions. Wait, he's shocked to see Hiomut still standing. You're still conscious." Mok and Pao, standing behind, realized something, and Pao spoke up. "Isn't that the bastard from the mercenary group? What are you doing here?" He seems to realize something then, says, "Wait, don't tell me." Bao suddenly brings his sword forward, wary, and asks, You're the one who wiped out the Black Eagles in that rumor." Pigsnout bluntly exposes him. "You're a second-rate mercenary from the Tariq mercenary group. When your team was attacked by the Monkey King, we couldn't find any trace of you." Their faces fell as their cover was blown, and Hiomut sneered. "So you joined the Black Eagles? A traitor, I see." Feeling insulted, he was about to charge forward in anger, but Pao stopped him and he smirked. "Brother, before you start crowing, kid, you should at least know your place." His face was purple with rage as he ground his teeth. His comrades took their battle stances at his command. "Now you." They immediately surrounded Piggy Bao, sneering, "Now you're our prey." He unsheathes his blade, licking it with a disturbing air, and threatens, "Now let the hunt begin." He glared at him with murderous intent, as Piggy braced himself, drawing his sword in defense. He glanced at them, thinking there are too many of them. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from afar, hurtling towards Pa, catching him off guard. He grew irritated that someone was ruining his fun, while Hiomut seemed to know where the energy came from, and remained calm. The mage gently levitates a small orb of energy on her fingertip, as Alea, now enraged, glares at them with a warning. "Drop your weapons and surrender, unless you want the worst trouble of your life." Alea slowly approaches, energy radiating with each step. Seeing his plan foiled, Bao's face twisted in anger as he sneered, "Ha, we sent them off to Dreamland with a hefty sum, and here's one who escaped thanks to insomnia." Hiomut glances at Alea, who still hasn't made a move. Annoyed by his gaze, he finally spoke up, telling him to stop staring and focus on the enemies ahead. Seeing Alea there, Bao angrily turns and holds a sword to his subordinate's neck. "What is going on here?" The man speaks the truth. "We didn't account for a mage being present." Before the explanation is finished, Lang slams the flat of his sword into his face. Hearing the flimsy explanation, his face darkens. What a convenient excuse. "Chi." He grinds his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. "Forget it. I was a fool to expect anything from the Black Falcons. Just shut up and clean up after this is over." He suddenly brandishes his sword and unexpectedly charges forward, eager to have a pleasant chat with that imbecile. Pao's eyes flashed red as he roared, "Perish." Bao attacks, but Pighead easily blocks him immediately, using the sheath on his sword to strike. Then he descended from the sky, unleashing a flurry of attacks, but Hamut was no pushover. He defends against the relentless attacks as M's legs begin to move. He's got his sights set on Alea, a predatory grin on his face. "If you stay still, I'll grant you a swift and painless death." He didn't bother responding to the old man's ramblings. Alia created an energy orb and said coldly, "A mage who doesn't act is a dead mage." The moment was eerily peaceful, as if nothing had happened. Then a dark figure suddenly burst through, shattering the silence in an instant. The sword fight between Hiomut and Pao is intense as they leap through the trees, each pressing the attack. Thinking he had the upper hand, Bao began to taunt him. "What's wrong? Easy to say, but look at you now." Piggy doesn't care, constantly dodging and attacking, never stopping. As he retreated, he analyzed the situation: 2 second-rate mercenaries and a thief. If he were alone, this would be difficult. But he remembers Alea's help and feels relieved. But luck was on his side. Seeing Hiomut evade the blade, Pao excitedly shouted, "Come out, coward." Then he swung a sharp blade, tearing through the earth as he charged powerfully toward him. But Piggy knew his moves. A violent explosion sends him reeling back, and not seeing him, he scoffs. "What's wrong with this cowardly rat?" Amidst the dust, he sneers, "What happened to your arrogance? You're worse than I thought." Suddenly his calm voice rings out, stunning him. "Don't worry." Through the smoke, Mew calmly appears, and confidently states, "We're just getting started." What a stream of jade aura immediately surrounded him, as Hiomut spoke softly. "Thank you for following me all the way here." Bao, feeling insulted, shouts back, "Huh, what did you say?" "I'm the one who cornered you here." A surge of purple energy surrounds his sword as he speaks with a serious tone. "No." Pigmute, now cold, declares, "You are not worthy to face me." Seeing his sudden burst of power, he widened his eyes, panicking, and swinging his sword wildly. "You bastard," Bao roared. "A measly 4th-rate trash dares to speak to a 2nd-rate like me." He unsheathed his sword without hesitation, launching a direct and fierce attack, but he was no match for him. Hiomut easily dodged the blow. In a flash, he unexpectedly leaped behind Pao with his gleaming sword. Just as he saw Hiomut spring back, he frantically turned to face Hiomut's murderous gaze and the fierce attack coming down on his head. With a cold face and gleaming blade, he faced Pao's fear, unleashing a powerful strike that sent him crashing to the ground. Taking the full force of the blow, Bong spits out blood and loses consciousness as Muhi gently lands after his attack. He took the blow without moving, lying there gasping for breath, Bao still unwilling to give up, trembling as he spoke. How can a nobody like you have so much money?" He barely finishes the question before he's punched in the face, spitting blood. Hiomut calmly took the sword and said, "This doesn't concern you. Take your men and leave quietly and I'll spare you." As he turned to leave, Hiomut smirked. Heh. Even on his deathbed, Pao's arrogance remained. "You're forcing me to beg for my life." He bursts into laughter, then shouts with contempt, Ha, why don't you just kill me? I'd rather die than be humiliated." Hearing this, Muhu couldn't ignore the humiliation, and brought it up again, his eyes sharp and his voice cold. "You abandoned your comrades to escape. Is that not shameful? Is this humiliation worth more than their lives?" And with that, he turned and left, not even glancing back at the fallen Bame. Bao felt humiliated and enraged, laughing maniacally, but was powerless to do anything, as the pig butcher quietly left. As he walked, something dawned on him. He gazed into the distance, thinking, "Hope that idiot's okay." Meanwhile, Aaliyah Elk has left a trail of Black Eagle Society lackeys unconscious in her wake. Some crumpled on the ground, others slumped in trees, all trembling, struggling to stand against her, might their faces contorted in fear as they cry out, "Just what are you?" Aaliyah gathers energy in his hand, saying, "I told you." Then with a surge of mana, he angrily declares, "I am a mage." Aaliyah unleashes a spell, levitating stones and mana above the fray, as one of the thugs cries out in panic. Before he could act, his sword was blasted from his hand by magic. The others nearby were no better, as he assaulted them with a barrage of stones. Aaliyah's face turned cold as he spoke. "I don't care what your purpose is." With a wave of his hand, he unleashed his magic. "If you interfere with me..." The man beside him took the full brunt of the attack. As Aaliyah's voice echoed, "Things will be very different." Enraged, Mac gripped his sword and sneered, "You arrogant little brat." He swung his weapon in fury as if to crush him. Aaliyah's face remained impassive as he calmly spoke. Still trying to act tough even now, he gently reached out, unleashing a powerful surge of magic. A sphere of intense energy, and he braced himself for Aaliyah's attack. He was immediately sent flying several meters, landing in a mangled heap, and seeing their leader defeated, the others panicked as Aaliyah declared, "You're all coming to Baden with me." They froze in terror, as Aaliyah summoned a magic circle and yelled, "Stay where you are." The Black Eagle gang panicked, one of them shouting, "Run, it's capture magic." Aaliyah wasted no time unleashing the circles, yelling, "Where do you think you're going?" One fleeing figure is ensnared by his circle, and as the others desperately try to escape, Aaliyah traps them one by one within his magic circles. He moved ceaselessly, unleashing golden circles at an incredible pace, then hurled them all at the fleeing figures before him, but some escaped. Annoyed, Aaliyah clicked his tongue. "Cha, they're fast." He suddenly remembers something and turns back. "Ah, I took down who looked like the leader, didn't I?" He looks at the rock. Mac crashed into a question mark over his head. Mac has escaped, leaving only bloodstains on the rock, and Aaliyah's questioning voice. "Huh, they ran away. How did things turn out like this?" he wondered, clutching his wound as he fled into the forest, gasping for breath after escaping Aaliyah's grasp. He couldn't believe Black Eagle would target a kid from Pace. The horrific scene with Aaliyah was unforgettable, and no one mentioned anything about a mage. Mac Two-Tone leaned his head back and muttered, "When did everything start going wrong?" Suddenly realizing something, his eyes widened, and as he caught a glimpse of Piggy Mac, immediately turned around on guard. He continued on, oblivious to Mac right beside him. Seeing his calm demeanor, Mac froze, then panicked. How is this bastard completely unscathed? But what about Pow? What happened to him? He sank deeper into thought. Could that man have defeated Pow? He took a few steps, then suddenly stopped, glancing back at the rock where the injured man was hiding. He paused, sighed, and quietly left, deciding not to interfere. He must be quite strong. Seeing Hayomut leave, the injured man cursed under his breath as he limped away. Seeing him return unharmed, Aaliyah exclaimed in surprise, "You're still alive." He suddenly throws something at him. Hayomut swiftly caught the rope that was now in his hand as Aaliyah pointed to the group he had just captured, saying, "Tie them up." But seeing that they were already bound, Hayomut asked, confused, "But they're already tied up." Aaliyah immediately turned and replied, "I'm sending them to Baden prison. I don't want to waste any more mana on them." Hearing that, Hayomut exclaimed, "Prison." It was then he realized Dariel was talking about the place where wrongdoers gather. Is there another way? Remembering the moment he released the two, he wondered if he really had to let them go. How unlucky. Aaliyah suddenly asks him, "But how can you not sleep?" Hearing her question, he became wary, trying to avoid the topic and come up with an excuse. "Because I didn't drink the spring water." His answer sounded unbelievable, so Aaliyah immediately unleashed a blast of magic at him. But he dodged it in time, and Aaliyah, eyes wide, growled, You think I didn't see that?" Hayomut remained still, then suddenly asked Aaliyah, "What about you? Why aren't you asleep?" Hayomut continued, "I saw you drinking that water." Preparing to attack, responded with a cold voice. "I'm a mage. I can purify them." His question stuns Aaliyah. Is it thanks to the magic surrounding you?" His heart skipped a beat as he stammered, "You can see it." Hayomut repels the dark eagles, and calmly replies, "Not clearly, but I can sense it." Aaliyah was confused by his calm response. "Why are you pretending you can't see it?" Hayomut slowly rose to his feet and calmly replied, "I'm not that curious." He brushed it off, replying casually, "You deliberately hid it, so it's not my problem." Aaliyah eyed him suspiciously but remained silent. Seeing him stare, Hayomut was confused, but the cold protagonist simply left thinking, what a pain. When John awoke, he sighed at the sight of the Black Eagles bound by magic, saying, "We almost got into serious trouble." He looked at Aaliyah with concern. "We don't know how to repay your kindness." "How can we ever repay you?" he coldly replied. "It's nothing. I only did what a companion should do. No repayment is necessary." He then glanced around as if to say something, and Aaliyah pointed at him, adding, "That spirit caster over there helped us too. I don't know why, but he wasn't affected by the sleep spell either." Aaliyah eyed him suspiciously, but he simply replied, "The drug doesn't work on me." John chuckled, covering his mouth. Ho, I've heard of a few people with such incredible immunity. Thank you so much," he chuckled. "Since you're a mercenary when we get to Baden in addition to your promised payment." Before she could finish, Jenia charged forward, yelling, "It's Aaliyah." Her eyes lit up with hearts as she leaped toward Aaliyah, startling him. Her eyes still sparkling, she exclaimed, "You appeared and saved me from such misfortune." Genia clasped his hand and exclaimed, "Is this fate bringing us together?" Her eyes sparkled as she squeezed his hand even tighter. "Genia of Jarangan is eager to repay you with her body at any cost," she says excitedly. "Please marry me." Alea immediately refused with a cold expression. "Too bad I already have a fiancé waiting for me at home." His words silenced Genia. "Once I graduate from the academy, I'll marry her right away." Hearing Genia's frustration, Kedrick feels helpless. Overcome with emotion, she burst into tears, drawing the concern of those around her. "My lady, please don't cry in a place like this." As John pulled her along, a weary Kedrick ordered them to move on. After a long journey, the butler John wiped his brow and sighed. "Whew, thanks to our tireless travel, we've arrived safely." In the bright sunlight, they had reached Baden, a bustling and vibrant place. Arriving at the city gates, he dismounted and surveyed the area, thinking, so this is Baden. Before him stood the gate guards, checking everyone who passed through. John dismounted and called out to Hio Mut. "Hey, you there," he said, and the man replied, "Thank you for your hard work. I'll be sure to give you a good review with the Mercenary Association." He then handed over a bag of money, saying, "And one more thing." John smiled and said, "Here's 1,000,000 marks. This isn't part of the promised payment. Consider it a token of our gratitude." Hio Mut stared at the unexpectedly large bag of money and replied, "Thank you." He then noticed Alia preparing to leave, his eyes fixed on him as he stood there dumbfounded. Hio Mut paused, lowered his head, then lifted it as if understanding something, before turning and leaving with his newfound fortune. He silently walks past Alea, but after a few steps he stops, as if wanting to say something. Alea is confused by Hio Mut's silence, but without turning back he unexpectedly says, "Thank you," glancing at him for helping in various ways. Hearing his thanks, Alea's eyes widened in surprise, but he shyly looked away, pretending not to care. The conversation ends there, and Hio Mut departs for a moment lost in thought. He now gazes at the bright lights of the city gates, wondering if he should head straight to the academy, as the bustling crowds of Baden Castle rush, by leaving him to mutter to himself how strange it all is. He's astonished by the laughter and chatter, realizing this place is larger and more bustling than any village he's ever known, and wonders, is this what they call a city? Hio Mut wandered alone, lost in the vastness, until finally, the academy gates he'd sought for so long stood before him. Gazing at the grand gate, Hio Mut thought, so this is Greta Academy. As he stepped inside, he was met with the lively chatter and radiant smiles of the students. Hio Mut stepped into the academy's hall, overwhelmed by its vastness, and the sheer size of the place began to wear him down. Where can he find this Eton Kudrow? Suddenly he spots an orange-haired girl, a librarian, sitting nearby. Without hesitation he approached the girl, and when she didn't react, he slammed his hand on the table, startling her. "You startled me." Then hesitantly she asked, "Sir, what brings you here?" Without another word he replied, "Etro, I'm looking for someone by that name." The girl suddenly seemed flustered and asked again. "Oh, you mean Ethan Kudrow, the swordsmanship instructor," he replied. "Yes." Hio Mut then said, "I'm an acquaintance of his. May I see him?" The librarian nodded and said, "I understand. Please state your name." He immediately replied, Hio Mut. And with his signature secured, the girl began to lead him somewhere within the academy. She led him to a red door and said, "This way." Then she used her card to activate a magic circle. She glanced at him asking, "Do you mind waiting a moment?" Hio Mut replied, "No problem." He stared at the card, wondering if it was magic too, as the door opened, then watched it slowly close. He stared for a moment, wondering about the person Dariel had mentioned. Then the door suddenly began to open again. The girl emerged and said, "Please come in." Hio Mut slowly entered, but suddenly sensed the energy of this place. The man with his back turned is Jan, and a chilling aura emanates from him. Upon seeing Hio Mut, he growled, "I've never heard of a Hio Mut before." His face turned cold as he cut straight to the point. The sight of Eton before him gave Piggy pause. His aura wasn't as strong as Dariel's, but among all the swordsmen he'd met in the human world, he was definitely top tier. Then, with a serious expression, he stared him down, but Eton's face remained unchanged. He muses that if the man were a mercenary, he'd be top tier. Seeing the boy's hesitation, the swordsman asks, "You said your name was Hio Mut, correct? I'll ask you again." He looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Why have you come to see me?" Hearing this, he snapped out of it and said, "Ah," immediately drawing his sword and presenting it to E. Confused by his actions, the man asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Undaunted, he calmly replied, "He said you would understand its meaning, this sword." Hearing this, he was puzzled, but upon closer inspection, the god of Y realized, wait, it didn't seem well crafted, but on closer inspection, the sword was extremely sturdy, symmetrical, and incredibly sharp. It could be considered one of the best swords. Suddenly, he was stunned to realize it looked familiar. Could it be? He paused, then spoke. Dariel Diter. Seeing Eton's reaction, he breathed a sigh of relief. Dariel was right. Rushes over, asking anxiously, "Oh God, do you mean he's still alive?" Hio Mut's words silenced Eton. "No, he's gone," he continued. "He breathed his last just recently." The news struck like lightning, leaving the god of medicine stunned and in disbelief. He painfully covered his face, saying, "I see. So that's how it is." Still hiding his sorrow, the god of healing continued. He disappeared over 20 years ago. I swore I would repay him for saving my life with the honor of my family. Then he looked at him and asked, does your holding that sword also mean his last apprentice? Heomut immediately admits, that's right. The divine physician cut to the chase. Tell me, why have you come to me? Heomut's eyes darkened as he spoke. I see. I want to enroll in the Greta Academy. Hearing this, the god of medicine didn't speak, but assessed him from head to toe, finally understanding the situation and agreeing. I think I understand why he sent you here. Perhaps he wants you to have a guardian. Then Eaton asked, how old are you now? At his words, the boy looked bewildered. I'm not sure. Even Eaton was helpless before such an answer. You don't know your own age. At that he cursed Dariel inwardly. This bastard. He mutters, holding out his hand to count again. 14 or 10. He could only assume the boy had lived that long without knowing his own age. Eaton lowered his voice, I see. He assessed aura and the boy's appearance, then said, you don't look like a 14-year-old freshman. Looking at the documents on the desk, Eaton suggested, let's just say you're 15. Plus you'll have to take the transfer student exam. He held up a stack of papers and added, the other students might not be. Before Eaton could finish, Heomut asked, I have to take an exam. Upon hearing Heomut's question, Eaton pondered, Cheoch, does an academy member of the Holy Swordsman really need to take the entrance exam for the swordsmanship department? He then explained, if you reveal that you're from the Academy of the Holy Swordsman Darien Diperter, you'd probably be accepted immediately, as that alone would prove your skill. Heomut stared at the glowing sword hilt thinking, Darien, even now you're still helping me. He gripped it tightly and fell into thought. He's helped me from the primeval forest until now. Suddenly, Heomut realizes something. Wait, Dariel stopped in the primeval forest. Recalling the moment, Eaton said, he's been missing for over 20 years. He wondered, missing. What happened? Heelmute was lost in thought. Even Dariel's acquaintances didn't know his whereabouts. Dariel certainly didn't go to the primeval forest willingly. He grew suspicious, wondering, does that mean someone forced him there and is hiding the truth? He imagined that if whoever forced Darielian into the primeval forest discovered his last apprentice was living in the human world, Heelmut became wary, realizing he'd be sent back immediately, let alone have a chance to eradicate the dark roots. After a moment of internal struggle, Heelmut decides to hide the truth and refuses, saying it can't be done. Hearing this, Eaton questioned him further, asking why. Without hesitation, he explained, I can't reveal all the details. If someone finds out I'm Darien's apprentice, my life will be in danger. Helmut's words immediately ignited Eaton's rage, his face turning purple as he spoke with fury. What the hell? Who would dare target Darien's apprentice? Helmut calmly replied, when the time is right, I'll tell you everything. Please be patient. The divine doctor listened and spoke calmly. Well, you and Dariel are in a complicated situation, he then offered. But if you need my help, please don't hesitate to ask. He entrusted you to me after all, he replied. Yes, the medicine god said as they walked. Now let's go prepare for the entrance exam. I'll take care of the necessary paperwork. Don't worry. First, we need to test your skill level. Follow me. Seeing the god of healing leave, he just stood there, dumbfounded. He followed the god to a vast training room in the academy, gazing around in wonder and curiosity. The sword god then explained, this is my personal training area. He opened the door and continued, that swordsman god certainly didn't take you on as an apprentice by chance, but because of that test, I need to see what your skills are like. Beyond the door was a massive log. The healing god took one, handed it to Heomut, and said, try to cut through it. Hearing the command, he prepared to draw his sword, but the deity suddenly stopped him, saying no. He pointed to the pile of wooden swords behind Heelmut and said, use one of those wooden swords. Without hesitation, he grabbed one and tested its durability. Yithius thought to himself, that's bircha wood harder to use than most. To cut it at his age, he's already achieved something great. The godly doctor sensed something was off, but Heel's confidence with the wooden sword astonished him. He wasn't surprised at all. Heel's fearlessness made the godly doctor wary. He was used to wooden swords, but just how strong was he? No sooner had he thought this than Heel focused on the log and immediately used V. A powerful magic enveloped the wooden sword, instantly cleaving the log in two. At that sight, God's face became more astonished than ever, his whole body frozen. Heelmut's one-strike finish was impressive, his stance perfect. Ethan silently assessed him powerful presence, extraordinary skill. Therefore he assures that with this re-election is almost certain, and from that Ethan can guess that he must be a student of Darien Diperter. Heomut asks if this means he can enroll. In truth, even Ethan couldn't be sure his swordsmanship was so advanced, his true potential remained a mystery. But he still replied, that's right. He only needs to take one more written test. Heomut looked bewildered at that. The written exam. Iwan holds the paper, his face paling. He couldn't believe his eyes. With a B average, how could his writing score be so low? He turned to Heomut, realizing there were only 10 days left until the exam. This was a problem. He then shamefully reveals to Heomut that with his current score, he will never be accepted. And even a private tutor wouldn't be enough time. Hearing this, he's dejected. You can't tutor me. The god of medicine is blunt. No, I'm a teacher here. The old doctor reluctantly explained that they weren't allowed to tutor applicants, as the consequences would be severe. He also mentions that students in the academy usually tutor each other, but since the exam is so close, he's sure the good tutors are all booked, making his burden even heavier. This is bad. And Hamut remains silent. He recalls hearing that the mage is very famous at the academy, leading him to believe they meant he was exceptional. Then he asked, "Do you know of an academy called Alea?" Eaton replied, "Of course I know Alea." When he enrolled, he topped the class with a perfect score, a first in the academy's history. But why do you ask? Helmut reasons that being at the top of his class certainly means he can tutor me. After much deliberation, Helmuth announces, "Then I'll go ask that student." Distrustful, he asks, "You're just going to ask Alea for help?" He blurts out, "That student is definitely good enough to tutor me." "Wait, how do you know about Alea?" Helmu? A deep voice echoed from outside the academy. "What's wrong?" Alea asked, confused by the person before her. "What nonsense are you spouting? Why did you come to see me? Did young Master Wufam deny that we said we'd meet again? I don't remember promising that." Alea then spoke with disdain, asking who he was tutoring. "The fools I despise, especially block-headed swordsmen." Now he remembers, wait, he thought she was sent to Baden, but she's here for the academy. Seriously, then AA showed his disgust. "I don't know what a mercenary is doing here, but study on your own if you want to apply. I have no intention of tutoring you. Now I just need enough points to pass. They say you're really good." AA flatly refused, saying she didn't want to and wouldn't help him, immediately turning to go inside. "I don't know what you've been hearing, but you should leave. I don't have time to talk to you. I never said I'd let you teach me for free." "I'll pay you," he says, knowing that in this world, money talks. Hearing that AA retorted, "Money? You intend to buy my knowledge with money?" He turned and spoke with pride. "Tell me, how much money does a mercenary like you have? Just get to the point, how much do you want?" Alea was annoyed by this attitude. What was wrong with him? He reads out a large number, 1,000,000 marks, no debt paid in full, and don't even think about paying in installments. Unexpectedly, Hamster Pig casually agrees. Alea was stunned by this as Hiomut placed a bet. "I'll prepare the money, so let's start tomorrow." AA is skeptical and asks again, "Are you serious? Are you sure about this? You want to reiterate that it's a huge sum of money." "That's right, I'm asking for 1,000,000 marks, are you deaf?" And Hiomut quietly calculated 9,000 marks from the Swift Mercenary Guild and 1,000 from the escort mission. Therefore, he was confident he had enough money to pay, and sternly requested, "There isn't much time left, so I think we should start tomorrow." Hiomut remained nonchalant as Alea reiterated, "Meet me here tomorrow, and if you don't have the money, I won't tutor you." She warned him to be here tomorrow, or else. Alea then walked inside a blur that caught Xian's eye while Hiomut remained motionless outside. He breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I guess that's settled. Then Hiomut turned and left. Xian watched him through the large doorway, pondering for a moment before finally saying, "How interesting." Meanwhile, Hiomut returned oblivious, as Xian loudly remarked, "Oh, so you have a friend." The next day arrives in the blink of an eye, and Hiomut is on his way to the academy as promised. Meanwhile, Alia was already waiting outside her face, a mask of fury. She couldn't believe the jerk actually showed up and coldly held out her hand demanding, "Where's the money?" Hearing this, Hiomut reaches inside his clothes, pulls out a pouch of money, and assures her it's here, exactly 100 gold coins. "But before we start, let me be clear. If I'm doing this, I'm doing it right. But I told you before, I wouldn't tutor anyone, so don't come crying to me for a refund if you fail." Hiomut nodded, saying it was no problem. In truth, Alea was blaming herself, thinking she should have refused outright yesterday, and that she only demanded compensation out of pride. Then he sighed and instructed Hiomut. "Wait here, I'll be right back," Alea told herself. Oh well, she figured she wouldn't have to teach him much. Alea and Hiomut are now inside, beginning their lesson as Alea sits beside Hiomut, who is diligently writing. Her probing eyes glanced over Hiomut as Alea secretly assessed the strange creature. And upon closer inspection he realizes this boy is even more problematic than he thought. Alia observes that his learning ability far surpasses all the magic department students. Suddenly he spoke up. "Hey, Alea's curious, did you really leave the forest after self-destruction? It seems this doesn't surprise you much." "Just as I thought. I noticed this during the final mission as well." He judged Alia, but this mage was no ordinary person. From then on, Hiomut told himself to be more careful around this guy. After a long pause, he finally responded, "Why do you ask?" But Alia remained silent, then pointed forward and voiced his opinion. "Well, I see that your concentration is excellent, your memory is incredible, and you're also very diligent." Moments later, he slams the table in anger, but Alia angrily questions, "Do you have no morals or common sense? You just blurt things out. Your ethics score is way off." Alia meticulously pointed out every mistake. "Oh, what's this now? Using your father's power to threaten them in return, that's how you react when someone messes with you." Alia sighs at his explanation. "Hurry up and finish your other subjects and then focus on this one." To further motivate him, he reminded listen, 1,000,000. Max is an enormous sum of money. You've paid a fortune for tutoring from the academy's top student, so I have to get you in no matter what. He emphasizes that it's not about the money but his reputation. He must get into this academy, understand. He was scolded out of nowhere, and just stood there dumbfounded. He really is a strange one. AA poses a situation. If a poor student steals from you, how should you act? Considering ethical solutions that many would use, is Helmet trying to solve this ethically? So no fighting, right? He thought for a moment, then blurted it out. I see Alia, says awaiting his answer. Dao reveals his solution, he'll just steal it back. In the shadows, Alea listens powerless. What's wrong with you, idiot? This situation is making you helpless. I honestly don't know what to say to you. You're wrong. He still naively reflects what went wrong. I'm not fighting. I'm just resolving it quietly, Alea said, exasperated. You're clearly a swordsman. In the end, he had to lay out the best course of action. Things could end quietly, but if his peers didn't learn anything, this would happen again. The best solution is to talk to them, make them regret their wrongdoings, and help them realize the impact of their actions, Alea explained simply. He forgives them, not their sins, the Academy's standard definition of fairness. Hearing this, Hoyt could only lament silently. So complicated. Being human is so difficult. Only now did he realize that in this world he had to learn things like ethics and appreciation to survive. Helm realizes he's starting to learn these basics far too late, and vows to become the kind of person Dariel spoke of by tackling these complex issues. I think this is going to take a lot of time. Alea then continued her lesson on ethics. But he's running out of things to say while Alia pours his heart into teaching. Helm just scratches his head dumbly. 2 weeks later, at the Greta Academy library, 2 girls peek from behind a bush, their eyes filled with adoration. It seems they're swooning over the handsome Alia as he makes his rounds. He looks so handsome today. Who do you think he's waiting for? It must be the person he's been tutoring these past few weeks. Just then, Hyomut was approaching. Could that be the one? He's been waiting and finally sees Heo, his face clearly showing displeasure. Is it over? Why does such a large academy only hold library exams? Hyomut just guessed. I wonder if it's because he was quiet. Lin reminds him it's a rhetorical question, but he brushes it aside and asks anyway. Since tutoring you, I've put aside all my work and books, so I have to spend all my time waiting to see if you do well on the exam, right? Hearing this, Mute was silent for a long time, and Alea added, You'll be fine with the practical exam, but the past few weeks have been for today. Finally, she waved goodbye, saying I'm off. Good luck on the practical exam, Hyomut replied. Thank you. Before truly leaving, Alea turned and waved. Hyomut added, For helping me out. So Alia is straightforward. I've already received the energy exchange, so there's no need to thank me. He then departs, leaving behind a word of encouragement, good luck. Even so, Heelmood had to admit thanks to Alea, everything ended well, and then he returned to the main task. Now Heelmood heads to where YS needs to be. It's time for the practical exam for the sword department's transfer students. He's now heading inside where a popular figure awaits. You must stay here and listen to the instructor's guidance to find your respective groups after your name is called. A group of people are gathered and talking over there. A menacing figure casts a furtive glance while our hero wonders if waiting here is the right move. A question lingered in his mind. What should he do after the exam? Suddenly, Hyomut remembered some advice. He told me to rest, but it's been a while since I trained, so I should probably do that. Just then, a steady voice called out, Hey you, with the black hair. The person waved in front of Hyuk's face, greeting him like an old friend, asking what he was staring at. He cheerfully introduced himself. Greetings, I am Sabbat Rugal, second son of the Rugal family. Then he asked, What is your name? Hyomut could tell right away that this guy was up to something. He was sure he had an ulterior motive for approaching him. Seeing that he wasn't responding, Sabbat was a little confused, so he spoke up to reassure him. What's wrong? Is it because of the student regulations? Don't worry, we haven't even enrolled yet. This made Piggy Mew wonder. What academy rules? He coldly replies, but Satbat remains friendly. You don't need to be so wary. I'm just trying to befriend a transfer student. In truth, Satbat has his own agenda, and it's also because he's rumored to be Alia's student. Though low class, knowing him might be beneficial, and he seems obedient enough, he simply introduces himself as Hyomut. Satbat's mockery is clear. Hyomut, a common name that suits you well. What's your family name? It would be better if I knew what family you came from, wouldn't it? Piglet repeats unconsciously, and the Sapat family confirms it immediately. Yes, it would be better if we were close from the start. Right, we'll all get to know each other if we attend the academy anyway. Hyomut silently pondered. The only family I know is the name on this pendant, Margrave Red Irene, but since I was abandoned in the primeval forest, I probably shouldn't say that name. Thinking this, Hyomut bluntly states I have no family. This answer silences the room, and Sabat, taken aback, asks, You don't? You're saying you're a commoner, Hamel confirmed without hesitation. That's right. Satbat immediately showed his contempt. Oh, how embarrassing that I offered my hand to a commoner without realizing it. And he even dared to question me. Even if I couldn't discern your identity, why would you act so confidently? The man beside him chimed in with a sneer. Why do you think? If he knew his place, why would he even ask to join the academy in the first place? Soap Bucket gleefully taunted. So that bastard probably doesn't even know what shame is, huh? Maybe no one ever taught him. He then turned to insult the commoner, asking what kind of upbringing he had, and if he had money or something. Suddenly, someone appeared, causing the man beside him to shout, Applicant. A man emerges from behind the preaching platform. We know you're happy your written test is over, but please hold it in as there are other students still testing. As the academy strictly prohibits insulting others based on class or gender, he sternly warned them to watch their words from now on. Candidate number 15, Mr. Sapbat. Then he loudly announces that they will explain the exam in 5 minutes. All candidates, please take your seats. It seems Sabbat has been talked down enough to withdraw. His shoulders trembled with resentment as Sabbat called out to him from a short distance away. He scoffed under his breath, "If you're a lowly commoner, at least bow your head like one. Don't try to associate with those above your station and cause misunderstandings." The proctor announced, "All candidates, thank you for your efforts on the written exam. We hope you all do your best on the practical exam." He then announced that the practical exam would be conducted in groups and divided into 2 rounds. There will be 4 groups in total, and the scores will be determined accordingly. Meanwhile, all eyes are on the underdog. They all looked at him with disdain, even those in the far corners, and Hyomut could feel it clearly. Everyone was staring at him, their eyes just like that jerk from before. This place felt like a primal forest filled with humans and monsters, all divided by class. Is family more important than strength, even though strength isn't the only measure in the human world? But Hyomut believes he's bound to learn something here, so he'll focus on the test for now. The assistant instructor announced, "Last group, Group 4, please enter." Outside, a tree stands ready as the assistant instructor continues. As we explained before, the first round of the exam is to cut down the black wood tree. He says everyone must use the provided wooden sword and is free to use any swordsmanship or someone grips their sword so tightly their veins bulge. The assistant instructor provides more information, stating that there is a 5-minute time limit after everyone raises their swords, and even if they can't cut the log within the allotted time, they won't be disqualified from the next round. So I advise everyone to do their best. You can begin when you're ready. Hyomut gripped the wooden sword without a worry. He just needed to cut it simple enough. He thought that even if it was tougher than it looked, it was still just a tree, nothing he couldn't break. Immediately he raised his sword, his grip tightening. Should I just finish this now? With that, Hyomut brought his sword down on the wood. The supervisor gaped in astonishment, while Hyomut kept his eyes closed. Unbelievably, with a single strike, he split the wood in 2, leaving the supervisor in utter shock. As the supervisor, it took me several tries to cut through the black wood, but he split it in 1 blow. Piggy Malem casually speaks. "Are you done yet? The announcement's already gone off. You've passed the first test." Inside the room, the candidates chatted their trials now over, as the massive doors slowly opened. Sabbat, all smiles, turns to see the pig-faced man standing coldly before the massive door, already the target of Sabbat's mockery. "What is this? They're using rotten wood instead of black wood. I think I need to ask the supervisor." This time, Hammet's face clearly shows disgust as the supervisor enters, announcing that the final group has gathered and the next stage of the exam will be explained. And he reveals the second round of the exam is a duel, followed by an explanation of the rules. Under the supervisor's watchful eye, each contestant will duel one-on-one using their swordsmanship to face their opponent for 8 minutes, and the final results will be determined by careful evaluation. The supervisor added that opponents would be chosen at random, and the outcome would be determined regardless of victory, so they should show their best skills within the time limit. Supat sneered, realizing this test was inherently unfair. He then glanced at Hyomut, thinking anyone who fought that lowlife would automatically pass. Sensing eyes on him, he glances over only to fuel Sapbat's excitement. "You must have heard what I said." Hyomut is silent but clearly displeased. He's so irritating. He doesn't know his place. I should feed him a knuckle sandwich. Sensing Piggy's gaze, Sapat growls. "What's the matter?" He wears a hateful expression, taunting me. "If you're unhappy, why don't you hit me?" The wax pig reveals a dark smile mixed with a terrifying aura. "What's wrong?" He's like a madman now, constantly ordering me to hit him. "Go on, hit me if you dare." Hyomut stares at him silently, his anger simmering. Yet his hand clenches tight, holding back his rage. Would it matter if he punched him? Suddenly a cold voice snapped him back to reality. The first match is about to begin. The referee's voice echoed in the distance, causing Hyomut to turn around. Number 29, Hyomut. His next words left Sabbat feeling deflated. And number 8, Andre. He glared at Hyomut's back and muttered, "Lowly scum, I could crush you beneath my feet." Immediately, another flatterer chimed in. "Yes, that Andre is a lucky one," Jake Hyo muttered, glancing at him before turning away coldly, no longer wanting to dwell on it. There would be other opportunities. The scene shifts to a vast arena where judges and contestants gather, and Len greets the competitors with a smile. "The first candidates have arrived," the god of medicine said calmly. "Come in." The referee bowed respectfully before the pig. "Greetings, everyone. Are you all ready? Let's begin the second round." His eyes subtly glanced to the side as if noticing something. Seeing his nod, Hyomut thought to himself as Yihan glanced over casually, inquiring, "Is that the person you recommended?" Aizel immediately turned and replied calmly, "Yes, so you two will be evaluating this match." Their banter eased the tension somewhat. "This is the first time you've nominated someone, isn't it? He must be quite special." A knowing smile plays on his usually calm face. "You'll all understand why once you've met him." Meanwhile, the referee begins to preside over the match, which will last 8 minutes in total, 4 minutes per round. The match ends when one duelist can no longer hold their sword or continue fighting. Remember, the goal isn't to win, but to give your best. With the rules explained, he waved his hand down, signaling begin. Andre exhaled, trying to regain his composure. He thought he heard something, the wind whistling in his ears, further clouding his mind. This guy's just a commoner. His hand tightened around the wooden sword, a sneer in his heart, looking down so much that he couldn't even lift the black wood. Across from him, the pig was already preparing to swing his sword, just an ordinary, untrained nobody. While Andrew was lost in thought, his opponent moved with lightning speed, and with swordsmanship honed from childhood, Andrew was sent crashing to the ground in disbelief. The Pachika siblings couldn't hide their surprise, while Eaton smirked with confidence. Andre stared pale at the wooden sword pointed at him, as Eaton looked down with a cold expression. There was no mercy in his eyes. "Is that enough for you?" The referee quickly intervened, stopping the match, declaring number 8 unable to continue as he gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling. "What I lost?" Andrew's teeth grind louder as he seethes a commoner. "Yeah." Even Chica's father watched, pausing for a long moment before commenting. "The sword is swift and powerful. It's incredible that a child could be so skilled." Len watches with approval. It's hard to believe these kids are the same age, given the difference in their abilities. But if the match continues like this, we won't be able to properly assess their skills. What should we do? Andrew struggles to rise as Shin, watching from the judge's seat, clenches his fist, realizing Andrew's skill is far from ordinary. His assessment of the pig had changed, never expecting him to be this strong. He once again raised his sword, ready to fight. "I heard there were 2 matches, so there's one more, right?" She raised a hand to her chin, a hint of worry crossing her beautiful face. "How terrifying. That kid is truly skilled." Pachika's voice continued as Andrew struggled. "However, the purpose of this test is to assess the candidate's skills." He glanced over and agreed. "Indeed, but if the second match is like this, we won't be able to assess their skills." Instead of focusing solely on defeating his opponent, he offered a reminder. He suggested a new approach to Hyomut. Could he compete as a trainer? A flicker of curiosity crosses his stoic face as the divine doctor tries to explain in simpler terms. "Yes, compete as you did when learning swordsmanship." His hand tightened around the sword hilt. He recalled being taught swordsmanship by Dari, and as if enlightened, calmly replied, "I understand." He finally nodded, glancing at the arena, and his call jolted Andrew awake. Candidate Andrew Y. Thaw also offered him a few small tips for the upcoming match, reminding him that status and background don't matter. "The important thing is that you're competing against someone in a completely different league." He paused for a moment, then continued. "Your skills are on par with your peers, so show us what you've got." Sweat trickles down his forehead. Finally, Andrew nods with newfound strength and resolve. "Yes, I understand." Regaining his composure, Andrew grips his sword once more, unable to hold back his praise for the opponent before him. "You're strong," Andrew admits, acknowledging his own mistake. "I apologize for underestimating you. I was too focused on status." Even so, he now possesses a confidence greater than any fear. "But I have my pride as well." Hyomut listens to his confession without expression. "I won't lose so easily this time." Andrew's facial muscles tightened, causing his eyebrows to furrow. He lunges forward like lightning, shouting, "Take this." Andre strikes with a decisive blow, but Hyomut easily blocks it. While defending, he advised Andre to attack faster, as his wide range of motion made his attacks easy to block. Andre recoiled slightly, and then a series of powerful blows came crashing down as he received a harsh lesson. With a cold expression, Hyomut offered his detached assessment. His balance was too weak. If he only focused on attacking, his center of gravity would shift forward. Impossible. The moment he attacked, he slipped right behind him. Attacking head-on like that makes it hard to change direction, and you have to watch your flanks. With a light strike to the back, he sends the android tumbling. It's hard to defend when off balance. Distance is key. Even the god of healing is speechless at the bizarre situation he's created. Get back into position. Don't just swing wildly. The perspective shifts behind him as he recalls a past memory of being critically wounded and unable to move. A drunken smile appears on Eon's lips as he struggles to stay alive. The wound on his stomach looks severe. "My life ends here." He closes his eyes, accepting his impending death. Suddenly, a golden light pierces the darkness of the cave. It's him. The sword in his hand radiated terrifying power, and with a single strike, the cave was shattered to pieces. Eon's calm face is now filled with surprise. If he just sits there, he'll really die. Darien, clad in majestic armor and a heroic stance, appeared before him. With furrowed brows, he spoke softly. "Stand up." That serious image now blends almost seamlessly with Hyomut. "Stand up." The wind whips his cloak, making him look even more like Darien. For some reason, Ethan's lips curved into a relieved smile. He was back. Several application forms are laid out on the table. "I think we've found the right candidates." "It seems so." Len thoughtfully offered his observation. "This year's candidates have quite a range of abilities." First, she smiles faintly, her eyes full of anticipation. "I have high expectations. I wonder how far they'll go." The doctor picks up an application form and stares at it. Gently touching Hyomut's photo, he murmured that the boy would become extraordinary as golden sunlight painted the bustling streets. 1 week later in Baden, Hyomut wandered down a small street, seemingly searching for something. It should have been around here last time. Suddenly, his eyes light up as if he's found something, a wooden sign, likely the mercenary guild. Heelmut spots it, and the young receptionist greets him with a bright smile. Welcome to the Baden Mercenary Guild. Facing Heelmut, he still couldn't hide his smile. What kind of request do you have? He coldly replied with an emotionless expression. No, I'm here to fulfill a request. This statement throws him off guard. What? You're a mercenary, he asks, still clueless, to which the man calmly replies, yes, so. But the boy thought differently, seeing his neat appearance. I see, I thought you were the son of some famous family. May I ask which mercenary guild you belong to? He asks, handing him an information sheet. I'm Heelmut from the Swift Mercenary Guild. I left some belongings here before. The boy quickly recognized it. I see, sorry I'm new here. The third-rate mercenary Heelmut confirmed his identity, then turned to ask for more information to complete the task. What request do you have? I'll do my best to help. Heelmut hummed thoughtfully. He now recalls the moment he slammed his desk, and Y suddenly shouts with wide, surprised eyes. 1,000,000 mana stones. Even as an Aliyah, how did you earn so much? He's clearly still reeling from this information. Where did you borrow it from? Casually popping a bite into his mouth, he said, It's the money I saved as a mercenary. Sweat poured down the man's forehead. If that's the case, then it's fine, but I hope this isn't all of your savings. That's right, which only makes Yi Chen sigh in frustration. First, I need to teach you about financial management, Heelmut. He finally sighs in relief, and explains to Hugh that he's now his guardian, so he doesn't need to worry too much. But you won't always have money during a recession, and you never know when you'll need it. To be broke, and unable to earn money, he looked like a beast as he stated that with a serious face. He turned to Ethan curiously asking, so, all I need to do is earn money. As he sat back down, he explained, I'm just telling you how things work. Since registration is a month away, just do what you like. Lightly touching his face, he coldly says, then I guess I'll go do some requests. His lips curve into a slight smile of approval. That's fine, but you can't take on any requests that are too dangerous or long-term, like protection missions. Got it, Heelmut said, bringing the boy back to the present, requesting a task within Baden that he could complete. Now. He tiptoes as if reaching for something high up. That's it, just wait for me. He looked up, adding a detailed request, something I can complete before next month with the highest reward possible. He frantically searches through the quests posted on the board. That one's a bit too specific, huh? That's not it. After a moment, the young man found a piece of paper pinned at the bottom. Here it is. He took the request slip and turned to ask, but the location is rather strange. Are you sure about this? Heelmut gets straight to the point. Where is it? The boy held out the commission in front of him, and as he stared intently, the boy said Greta Academy. The paper now bore a red seal in the corner, and in the afternoon sun, Heo thoughtfully read the information it contained. What followed was a summary of the report. There have been reports of a student ghost appearing within the academy most frequently at night, but its appearances are erratic and details are scarce. The evidence and cause remain unknown, and they request that all risks be avoided. Investigate the identity of the academy ghost and report back after dealing with it. He raised his hand to his chin carefully, considering the task. I chose this request to familiarize myself with the academy's structure, but this is unlike any request I've ever received. Lost in thought, a shadow approaches. Did he choose the wrong quest? The probing voice snaps Heelmut awake. Are you Heelmut? Turning around, he wondered who it was, only to hear an excited voice. Before him stood a boy with a youthful, innocent appearance. It was him, Aaliyah's disciple. He's ecstatic, still bombarding me with questions, so you really transferred here. He tilted his head, a question mark seemingly forming above him. What are you talking about? Aaliyah, radiant as an idol, is now the talk of the academy, as this is the first time the star of the Magic Institute has ever associated with anyone. Seeing her beaming face, he was a little confused. Aaliyah, should I not let him teach me? He then looks at the boy's uniform and asks, so, you're a mage like Aaliyah? He tilted his head, slightly hesitating as he confirmed. Well, roughly, but we're still a little different, he trailed off. For example, his long eyebrows furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with seriousness. A magic circle appeared, accompanied by his smile. Like this, for example. He gently raises his hand to shield his eyes from the bright light, wondering if it's magic. Suddenly, a cute creature named Rattan appears, tilting its head and gazing up with wide eyes, piquing his curiosity. Isn't magic supposed to be mana? Even so, Heelmut's face remained expressionless. It suddenly rushes toward him like a whirlwind, and he raises an eyebrow, instantly on guard. It attacked Heelmut's hand, which clenched into a fist, and with his personality, he decisively threw a punch at it. In Helmu's eyes, a small yellow light flickered. Rattan was surprised to see his fist pass right through her mouth. It effortlessly dodges with a look of disdain, and Rattan seems annoyed by Helmu's actions. Thu carefully weighs his attack, but X bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Oh my, you're the first to try and hit me. Helmuth couldn't help but speak, watching it circle around him. What is this? With that introduction, Rattan sticks its tongue out at him in disdain. This is a light spirit named Rattan. He's a bit mischievous, but not dangerous. He added that even if it caused harm, he couldn't stop it physically. Xian's fingers twitched as if giving it a command, and since spirits have no physical form, it happily flitted between them. Only a select few mages can control them. In the end, Rattan confidently lands on his head, one of the few he'd allow. Together they make an adorable pair. It's me, X, the first elemental mage of the Greta Academy, but Piggy keeps staring intently at it. I think I can catch it. Xian scratched his face twice and replied with an awkward smile. Finally, he comes to a conclusion about his new friend. He seems like a funny guy, though. Heo Mut responds with a calm expression. Alright, it was nice meeting you, Xian. Deep down I'm remembering my mission, but I have things to do. With that thought, he decisively turned and left, saying, I'm in the middle of a request, so I'll be going. Zuyan and Rin's eyes widen in surprise. A request? Are you a mercenary? If it's a request within the academy, perhaps he mentioned a familiar name, the academy's phantom. This caused Heo Mut to turn his head in surprise. What? You know about this request too. He snaps his fingers, seemingly understanding the situation. Of course I know. I'm quite interested in that rumor. Then, with a confident gesture, Su Yen points to himself and asks, what do you think? Want me to help? The scene shifts to a gloomy building at the academy at night. So he calmly asks him, is this the place where the ghosts have been appearing lately? Rattan in his hands now seems to be filled with fear. That's right. A sigh held deep within his chest escapes his lips. It's just a normal building in the Sword Institute, but since the ghost appeared, it's been a mess every night. The long corridor is dimly lit, while mysterious shadows lurk outside. As their voices drew closer, the dark shadow began to fade away. Are ghosts really that scary? Zen shone the way and answered the question, I don't think so. He even carefully explained his reasoning, saying, unless it's an evil spirit summoned by dark magic, but in that case I think the professors would have stepped in. They probably know it's not dangerous. Hearing this, he turns decisively to the right. Is that so good? Let's split up here then. Su Yen couldn't hide the panic on his face. Split up. He saw nothing wrong with this plan. Wouldn't that be more efficient? He hurried to keep up with him. No, wouldn't it be better to search together? Wouldn't that make the search more precise? He tried to talk as he moved forward. But once you find it, what do you plan to do? Hiomut's cold voice echoed through the empty hallway. To destroy it, of course. The strange shadow now appears at the end of the hallway. The dark figure revealed only two bright eyes cloaked in shadows. After Piggy and Shu Yan rushed to the building in search of the academy's ghost, Shu Yan cautiously opened the door, his heart filled with dread. But upon entering, it was deserted. Hiomut whispered, there's nothing here. Hearing this, X turned to Rattan. Could it be that they've moved to another building? Still unconvinced, Hiomut searched every nook and cranny, believing there had to be more. Having found nothing, Hiomut closed the locker, thinking they were severely lacking evidence, then turned to speak to X, or perhaps Zen. But at that moment, he and Rattan were focused on something, and didn't answer Hiomut. Curious, he walked over and asked, find anything? X calmly replied, it's nothing. Then without mentioning it again, he suggested, let's check the other classrooms. What do you say? Okay, X said, stepping out of the classroom. Hemut, when did you say it would be finished? At Hemut's request, Shu Yan suddenly sees something, and his eyes tremble. Seeing his strange expression, he replied, about 10 more days. What's wrong? X's face is pale. Over there. He froze, pointing to the dark corridor. A shadowy figure with an eerie aura had appeared. Its eyes gleamed with an ambiguous light as the pig scanned the figure with a sharp gaze. What the hell? His hand instinctively reached for the sword at his hip. The shadow drew closer and closer, its footsteps halting, as Hiomut stood before a trembling Su Yen. What the hell? Unexpectedly, the figure reached up, removed its hood, and revealed Alia's handsome face, catching him by surprise. Why are you two here? After explaining everything, Alea snatched the paper a request. Xe quickly explained, yes, he needs to find the ghost in the academy, and I'm helping him. Meanwhile, Alea examined the paper in his hand. What he's focused on is the reward, Alea thought to herself, 3,000 max if he succeeds. Alea then lazily tossed the paper back to Hiomut. So you do this kind of thing too? If you've been accepted, why not just sleep at home? Is this what mercenaries usually do? Hume nonchalantly replies, I'm just killing time. Shuyen had been wondering all this time. What are you doing here? We're here because we were asked, Hiomut answered hesitantly. That's when he finally decided to speak up, because I received a request as well. Zen's eyes widened as he pointed at Alea. Huh. Are you a mercenary too? Alea smacked Xian's hand away, annoyed at being pointed at. What are you talking about? I'm taking direct orders from the academy. Brushing off the sting, Xian cheerfully continued, oh, that's surprising. I didn't think you cared about this stuff. Is the academy going to give you some kind of reward? AA was speechless. I'm curious too, but it's none of your business. Hearing this, Hielmut wondered if the academy had other requests. Was the situation really that dire? Hielmut turns away, annoyed by Xian's enthusiastic voice. How fun to suddenly be in this situation. Not stopping there, X proposed they hunt the ghost together, saving time and making it more fun, but his suggestion was met with silence from Hielmut and Alea. Xian awkwardly changed his mind, saying if Hielmut didn't like it, they could split up. Alea sighed. No, let's go together. Like you said, the more the merrier. Seeing Alea agree, Xian turns to Hiomut for his approval, saying Alea thinks the same as him. Hiemut, do you agree as well? He doesn't say anything, only humming in agreement. Sometime later, in a certain room, Alea uses her magic illusion, magic. She creates a model of the academy's structure, then points to each location on it in turn. According to recent reports, the ghost has appeared in the lecture hall we're in now, as well as the sword training grounds. Next is the professor's sword training area. The stadium is the 4th place, the ghost was spotted, and the arena is the 5th. After a quick review, Alea points out that these buildings all have something in common, and Zell's eyes widen as if he's realized the key. He observes and exclaims that they all belong to the swordsmanship department. Alia nods in agreement, and continues, "That's right. For some reason the ghost doesn't appear in the magic department." He looked at him puzzled. Could a magician be behind this? Suyen and Ratten fell silent. He surmises that someone must have heard the incantation at least once, and there's also a silencing spell. Alea slowly glances at the structure again, replying that high-level mages wouldn't bother with such petty tricks. His eyes sharpened like a detective's. If a normal person wasn't responsible, then the ghost must be avoiding magic users. Hyo-mut chimes in stating that ghosts can't be harmed physically. Alea and Suyen glance at him, wondering how he knows. He looked back at them, bewildered as old memories flooded his mind. That was a conversation between him and John, a ghost they'd heard of before. Hearing him mention the ghost, Hyo-mut casually asks, "Do you know anything about it?" His hand tightens around his teacup and he speaks in a low voice. Indeed, there was a brave academy, and among the students who faced the ghost, he recalled how his student had thrown himself into the fray. When the students encountered the ghost, she swung her sword, but it passed right through it as if it were a wisp of smoke. At this, Shuyen was incredibly curious. What was that? A ghost, really? He was somewhat afraid. Ratten mirrored his master's confusion, while Suyen pondered deeply. And seeing this, Hyo-mut couldn't help but smile. He glances at Alea, lost in thought, and a novel feeling stirs within him. Has he ever been allowed to express his opinions so freely? Even in simple conversations. When I was young, Eliga would just scold me when I voiced my opinion, and when I got older, Dariel would just shut me down if I tried to argue. Speaking of mercenary groups, even with the rapid tax mercenaries, it's never been like this. He felt strange, a sudden equal collaboration between the 3 of them, never having thought together like this before. We each have different knowledge, but when combined, we can find the answer bit by bit, and finally, everyone will offer their opinions. Helmut realizes something. This is communication. Alia pauses, then says, "Helmut, if it has no form, you can't attack it physically." He suggests, what if he used his wallet to attack it? He's good at using his wallet, right? Helmut was a little surprised, and suddenly the sword beside him glowed purple, startling Suyen. He continues, "If I meet it, I'll give it a try." Shuyen quickly moves several feet away, startled. "Oh my god, that scared me half to death." Alia concluded softly, "I can't think anymore anyway." Shuyen then sat down, waving his hands dismissively, saying they had to search all the buildings in the swordsmanship department tomorrow, but he was too tired to think anymore. He quickly got up with Ratten. "I'm gonna rest my brain now." With that, Suyen rushed out the door, leaving a message behind. "Don't push yourself too hard and stay safe." The door slammed shut right after. Alia, hands on her hips, casually glanced out the door, then she and Hyo-mut locked eyes, a silent moment passing before Alia finally spoke. Hyo-mut stared intently, asking, "What have you figured out?" "I've recalled something. An image of Ratten is surfacing in my memory." He recalls how Ratten never joked about money, how he could sense the unseen, and how Ratten loved to tease and avoid mages always surrounding him. It was then that he called out to Alea, his question echoing in the silent room. "Where do we find spirits?" Alea winked playfully, looking at Hyo-mut. "Looks like I'm a good teacher after all." Then he snapped his fingers, "But unfortunately I'm not an elemental mage, so it's hard to sense the spirits." The model shrinks into a glowing orb on the table, as Piggy gazes at him curiously. "So what should we do?" Alea smiles, wondering what he means as he turns to the window, gazing into the distance. "Did you forget elsewhere? X is running for his life in some direction." According to Alea, they no longer need to search for a mage, because they already have a talented spirit mage. Helmut pressed Alea, asking where Shuyen was going to, which he replied while glancing back. "He's probably chasing after the spirits. He must be able to sense them." These words ignite suspicion in the paper pig. How could he sense them so quickly? Could it be? He recalls when Suyen suggested they go together, and Alea suddenly agreed. "We could have gone together, the more the merrier, like you said." Or when Alia asked that question, "How did you know?" Or was it when Alea suggested using the wallet to exploit Hyo-mut pieced everything together, glaring coldly at Alea? He finally speaks up. "You knew from the start that it was a spirit. You just wanted Xian to find it." Doesn't hide anything and states everything directly. "I'm taking a gamble. It's the only way I could think of." Hearing this, Hyo-mut said nothing more. The two run from the academy building, stopping on a long brick path as Hyo-mut asks, "Aren't we going to chase after him?" Alea calmly responded, "We just need a general direction." She begins to place her hand on the ground light emanating from below. Alea uses her magic to reveal Xian's footprints with a trail of light. It veered right, following the direction of the diagonal path, leading them to conclude that he's headed for the swordsmanship department's training grounds. With the clue in hand, Alea brushes off her hands, confident that Xian won't pinpoint the location. With a smirk, she says, "So we have to find that spirit before he does." In a securely locked room, magic shatters the door in an instant. Alia pushes the door open and says, "Not just anyone can enter the sword department's training grounds." He offered some interesting information, adding that rankings were important, dividing students into classes and levels. Heelmut looked around somewhat impressed. Alea continued venturing deeper inside, and I'm sure the spirit is lurking in the least used area as it needs to hide in a quiet place. So besides our training ground, she turned abruptly to face Heelmut. It could also be hiding near the top scholarship students. We need to search there. But Alea noticed Heelmu was already focused on something else. He called out to Heelmut curiously, who replied calmly, I have a private training ground at home. The two arrive at a closed room with the word Eon written on it. Is this Professor Eaton's training ground? Heelmut muses, so I doubt anyone's using it. Alea, realizing his intent, is surprised, and they both decide to push the door open but with some hesitation. Are we really going in without permission? He mutters, trying to justify their actions. We're on a mission. He'll understand. Suddenly, Alea felt something, and lowering his head said in a deep voice, I sense something similar to Jian. Alea smirks confidently. Yes, it's definitely here. Then, clenching his fist, Heomut called out to Alea, who voiced the question weighing on his mind. Did you really receive a mission from the academy? AA glanced at him. He slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, Well, I see no point in lying to you now. No longer hiding anything, says frankly. The truth is, I don't like that our academy only has one spirit mage. Hearing this, Heomut guesses, You're going to capture that spirit and study it. Alea is forced to use her magic. That's right, and you'll automatically complete the quest. With a snap of his fingers and a silent incantation, a magic circle appeared beneath Alea's feet, and a radiant orb materialized in his hand. He nonchalantly looks into his palm. I erased all traces of myself because I am a mage. He then sits down, asking Heelmut for help, saying, From now on you will help me as I am helping you. I need you to trap it, she says, prompting Heelmut to question Alea. What if I refuse? Haven't you provoked enough mercenaries to pay off your debts this way? The two bickered, unaware of the dark shadow creeping from the crack in the wall, which Heelmut sensed and turned to investigate. At that moment, the shadows multiplied, and noticing his focus, Alea turned curiously to look as well. What is it? He frowned, confused. Why did you suddenly stop? But before he could finish, the shadow transformed into a terrifying monster drooling as it eyed Heomut. Alea glanced at it, then exclaimed a name. I think it's out. The Academy's shadow. Alea rushes forward without hesitation before Piggy's astonished eyes. Well done, Heomut. He focuses his magic into his palm, a pleased smile spreading across his face. Perhaps I should greet it first. With that, he unleashed several magical stones called the Wall. The stones surrounded the specter, but it slithered away like a snake. Alea grits her teeth, summoning another magic circle, hoping it won't fail. He unleashes his magic into the circle, amplifying its power, and mana surges outward in concentric waves. Intrigued by Alea's magic, Heomut watches, but Alea urgently interjects Uncle Seal her. She won't be able to leave the training grounds, but I can't move while casting this spell. Weaken it, just wound it badly. It'll be troublesome if it gets away. The specter writhed within the matrix, unable to escape. Hearing this, Heomut draws his glowing sword, saying, All right. His eyes gleamed, remembering that ordinary swords were said to have no effect on it. With that thought, Heomut drew his radiant sword. Like the wind, he dashed toward the specter, aiming his blade at the light flickering in its chest. The ghost body crumbled to dust, emitting a pained shriek as its form twisted and warped. Then the pig-like creature glared at the specter, planning to use his wallet to strike it down, wondering if it was enough to shatter the specter's form. Suddenly, the specter glared at him, its brow furrowed in rage, and in an instant it reverted to its original form. It roars in fury as Piggy's eyes widen coldly, staring down the Academy Phantom. Definitely not enough. Now both he and the specter are in attack stance, ready to fight, and Piggy seizes the opportunity, planning to add a little extra power this time. The specter refused to be passive, charging forward at the same time as him. Heomut returns the stare as if they share a common thought. Speak of the devil, suddenly Sion and Rattan appear, and he unleashes Rattan's power. Rattan. This makes Heomut suddenly stop in his tracks. The light of Rattan cuts through the battle between Heomut and the specter as Sion arrives to stand in their way. His magic flares intensely as Xian glares at him, clearly displeased. Heomut, what do you think you're doing? Heomut is taken aback by Xian's appearance. Xian desperately tries to create a barrier between Heomut and the specter. He frowned. Why would you risk challenging that spirit? He continues. That's a dark spirit. It's very insecure, so we have to approach it gently. While the specter eyed him warily, he glanced at the struggling spirit and explained, I've blocked it with a light screen, but neither I nor Rattan can hold it for long. Heelmut paused to observe his opponent. It does look rather angry. Alea, who had been preparing from the start, suddenly spoke up, so how do we catch it? Xian was taken aback by this, his face paling as he turned sharply to Alea. Alea, Xian asked indignantly, pointing at the specter. You want to capture the child and experiment on it. How could you do that to such a cute kid? Alea replied helplessly, No. You maintain the magic circle you just explained because you don't want to research souls with me, and you're the only spirit mage in the academy. X and Rattan both imagined Alea's terrifying face as he retorted loudly that it was because he wanted to do scary experiments. He then turned to the specter and continued, We just found it. and now it will be completely sealed off. He warns Alea that losing it would be dangerous. Keep the barrier up, Alea says. Alea glanced at Xian with pride and nodded, then X began assigning tasks to Hyo-mut. Meanwhile, can Hyo-mut stall for time without attacking? After a moment's thought, he replies, I'll try to calm it down. Suddenly, Piggy jumps through Ratton's shield with his sword, surprising everyone. I'll try, but I don't know how long I can last without attacking it. Sensing danger, the shadow breaks free of Ratton's restraints, only for Hyo-mut to teleport in front of it and strike, but the shadow evades the blow. Outmaneuvered, Piggy muttered that it was too fast, but he could still do this. He resolved to unleash a flurry of sword strikes, creating a razor-sharp net, telling himself to endure. But the specter was no pushover either. The places where it was struck dissipated like smoke, only to quickly heal again, causing Piggy to frown. He unleashes his magic, creating a sphere of light, and grits his teeth. Just a little more. The shadow suddenly roars, black energy erupting from its mouth. Suddenly, its long tentacles twisted together like arrows and shot forward, venting its rage upon Hyo-mut. Without hesitation, the specter dove straight toward him, and Piggy thought too close. Hyo-mut swiftly dodges, but the specter relentlessly attacks from behind, forcing him to evade. After a brief chase, Hyo-mut powerfully leaps, spins in the air, and strikes the specter's back with his sword. It knows I can't touch it. He glances sharply, wondering if he should scare it a little. Suddenly, a loud call makes him stop, and Hyo-mut shouts out in worry. No, in that moment of vulnerability, the specter seized the opportunity and lashed out with its tentacles. Luckily, Piggy reacted quickly enough to dodge, but it followed up with a crushing blow, sending him flying into the wall. Piggy, caught off guard, clicked his tongue in annoyance. Xian intentionally caught him off guard, and as he crashed into the wall, Xian apologized, saying he had to weaken him. Hyo-mut lay among the rubble, staring blankly at him, weaker now. A glint of confidence flashed in Xian's eyes as he drew more magic circles. Leave it to me. The specter panicked as Xian's circle of light closed in. It seeks another escape, then lunges at Alea's seal, attacking her relentlessly. Xian and Alea desperately maintained the barrier, urging, it's trying to break through. Do something. Observing the situation, he frowned slightly and whispered, it's afraid of us. It's afraid of my magic. The specter suddenly shifted, no longer attacking Alea's seal. It glanced at Xian's magic, hesitant. Then Alea was startled to meet the specter's gaze. It lunges, desperate to tear him apart, as Z shouts his name, Hyo-mut. Hyo-mut rushed in like a storm, quickly shielding Alea. Gripping his sword, he knew it was time to get serious. Alea is in danger, and Hyo-mut unleashes a fierce purple blade of light, realizing there's no other way. The specter takes the full force of the blow, but something happens that stops Hyo-mut in his tracks. Alea, seeing the situation, grits her teeth and curses, then summons a different kind of magic. A barrier. The specter smirks, charging straight at him, but its body suddenly splits in two, creating two smaller specters that attack Alea from behind. It bypasses Hyo-mut and Alea, heading in another direction. X, realizing the ghost's scheme, shouted, no, it's getting away. Hyo-mut quickly gave chase. He leaps into action, cutting off the ghost's escape route, which abruptly changes course, but upon seeing Hyo-mut's face, it's overcome with fear. The blade glowed a vibrant purple as it hurtled towards the specter. Hyo-mut, a true bounty hunter, coldly raised his sword. He coldly strikes at the ghost, who stares back in terror. Its eyes widen as the decisive blow approaches, only for the blade to stop mere inches from its face. He coldly asks, are you afraid? Seeing the situation turning in their favor, Su-yen shouts, excellent. He quickly conjures even more magic circles, determination blazing in his eyes. He focused his energy on the specter, charging toward him, and with all his might commanded, return from whence you came. A blinding light erupts, obscuring everything, but the golden orb in Xian's hand remains radiant. Piggy stares intently, as does Alea, but then everything goes dark, the space consumed by shadows, the building's hall filled with dust. Z breathes softly, gazing at something small floating in his hand. As the dust settles, the dark shadow reveals its true form, a black orb, just like Ratton. See, it pouts and whines, speaking with an arrogant tone. Only spirit mages can handle souls. Hyo-mut stands there silently. Alea breathes a sigh of relief. After capturing the Academy's ghost, it turns out to be a cute spirit like Ratton. X shows off the mini-ghost to his friends, who stare wide-eyed and point. So this is the monster that's been causing trouble. Yeah. He was a little flustered, being stared at by the annoying ghost. I see how interesting. What could a spirit possibly do in a place like this? Hearing this, Xian turned into a detective and whispered that there must be many reasons, and began to explain his reasoning. He's so confident. Perhaps magic has influenced him, momentarily distorting a creature from Earth. It's unlikely, but it could be a trace of dark power. Either way, it's a good outcome. He even took the opportunity to flaunt his magical prowess. I knew Hyo-mut had received a quest, but if it weren't for me, the Academy's only elemental swordsman. Alea, unable to listen any longer, shoved his face. Hey, shut up, why are you explaining so much? Then the three of them left the Academy building and went outside. Zan looks around curiously. We showed them the dark spirit. Why haven't they rewarded us yet? Hearing this, AA simply sighed. You heard what he said. Alea recalls the blonde man's words. We need to make sure the monsters don't reappear, so come back in 3 days. Alea turned to Su Yen and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not your money." Su Yen replied enthusiastically, glancing at Hyo Mut. "What are you talking about? Piggy is our friend now, aren't you, buddy?" Hearing this, he's a little surprised as Su Yen confidently reaffirms, "Yes, friends." His eyes widened, sparkling as he gazed at the pig. A bond of mutual aid had been forged between them. If not friendship, then what is it? I guess fate intended for us to be like this from the start. These words stir something within him, and Xuan reaches out, saying, "From now on, pay more attention to me." Sunlight shines down on the two, connecting their first bond of friendship as Hyo Mut savors the word friend. He remembers the times he hadn't joked around with Pin or when he had seen him cry. His gaze had changed greatly, though even he wasn't sure he'd noticed. Then Hyo Mut took X's hand, and he thought to himself it probably wouldn't be so bad. Then X winked playfully at Alia, and when he asked for a handshake, Alia blushed furiously and ran away. "No, you idiots." X dances under the blue sky, and Alia, caught in a trap, is tricked into being friends with Hyo Mut and X. Hyo Mut, what are friends of friends? Another friend. Should we ask our rich friend Alea to buy us meat? Alia, caught in their scheme, is furious. "Don't drag me into this. We don't have time to eat anyway. We still have to clean up." Startled, Shu Yen replied, "You're right. We destroyed the training grounds this morning. Now back to our luxurious home." Heyo stares wide-eyed at the paper in his hand, another mission received, the most notable part being the words, "Third floor, room 301. What does this mean? Isel, sitting across from him, propped her chin on her hand and explained, "I guess that's the dorm room you've been assigned to. All Greta Academy students are required to live in the dorms. Are you ready to begin the semester?" Helmut calmly responded, prompting Athela to frown and advise him. "Good, the opening ceremony is tomorrow, but since there's still time..." He looked at Helmut and continued, "It's probably a good idea to check out where you'll be staying." Afterward, Helmut took the time to visit the dormitories, his attitude unchanged, his eyes scanning the many workers bustling about. Just days ago he was searching for a quest, but now glancing at the bustling workers he realizes the academy had been eerily silent. So this is a first. Before him, the Eastern Academy resembled a bustling marketplace when suddenly the sound of a large blade drew his attention. A man shouted, "Those assigned to dormitory positions, please come and collect your luggage." He figured he had to go. He approached the guidance desk and presented the letter. The guide quickly opened the envelope and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, you've been assigned a dorm, please wait a moment." After reading the information, his face turned pale. Third floor, room 301. Cut to a tidy room bathed in the sparkling sunlight where a sigh echoes. "Have I been relaxing too much these past few days? I'm so tired. At this rate, I won't make any friends." He placed the ring on a stack of books, troubled by the strange events he'd become entangled in. The silver ring glints in the sunlight as she sits on the bed in her bellflower pajamas, muttering, "That's right." Blaming the cursed crow, he finally obtained the key and approached the designated room. The key bore the number 301. He passed the first floor, then the second, and finally reached the third. Finally, Piggy stopped in front of room 301, looking up as he thought, "This is it." Inside the room, the frilly-sleeved man continues to mutter. "Ever since meeting him, everything has gone wrong. That unmistakable purple hair and those purple eyes. I really didn't want to see him again after the semester started." Meanwhile, Hyo Mut inserts the key and starts unlocking the door. The person in the frilly shirt then reveals themselves. It's Alia. He vowed to himself that he never would. Cut to a dark alleyway filled with heavy breathing. He flew into a rage, screaming, "Do you think I'm speaking nonsense?" He was so agitated that he pointed a knife at his two subordinates. "Or do you think the Black Eagle is an easy target?" The blonde youth trembled, paling. "It's not that. Bad Ting's defenses are too tight right now, so I can't get through to Bune-Beck." Mac growls. "What about this kid?" Suddenly, a hand rests on his shoulder, a voice softly urging Mach, "Just execute them." Standing behind him, Bao whispered into his ear, reminding him of the Black Eagle's rules. "Yes, that's right, those who defy orders should be executed immediately." Suddenly a voice echoed, "Execute who?" That made Hook and Pao suddenly stop in their tracks as his voice echoed once more. "What do you think you're doing, harassing innocent people? Unable to handle a child with measles, huh? Something like a ghost." Its eyes burned red standing behind Mach and Pao, "But thanks to that I could easily find you. The failures who call themselves Black Eagles are just fools destroying their own lives like you." Realizing someone is behind it all, he shouts, "How dare you!" The shadow flashed past him, blood spraying like a fountain splattering on Mook's face as he stood there wide-eyed and unmoving. Pao's head had been taken, and Mook whispered his name in despair. His face, drained of life, turned as he frantically searched around. "Who are you? Don't hide like a coward, show yourself." The shadow suddenly appeared from above, casually asking him hiding. He materialized behind him, a cold blade at his throat, asking who's been the coward hiding all this time, and with one swift motion he was gone. This horrific scene paled the faces of the underlings, and the shadow sighed softly. They dared tarnish the name of the Black Eagles. He grinned wickedly, still holding the tomato-stained knife. Impersonating us for so long, they were quite lucky to survive this long. Then he stood up, causing the others to tremble. Bearing a scar across his face, he grins wickedly. "I almost forgot I had some questions for them." The shadow growls. "Shall we begin the questioning?" In the dark, Ali's screams echo through the air. After Hyomut opened the door, he casually pulled it open and stepped inside, his eyes drifting around the room. He walked to the desk piled with books, thinking to himself that this dorm room was luxurious compared to sleeping in the forest. The old feelings washed over him. Remembering the fierce battles, even one where an energy beam pierced his chest, he recalls his journey after leaving the primeval forest, his deal with the mercenary guild. Now standing in the dorm clenching his fist, he thinks, and now, I've been accepted into Greta Academy. He looks at his palm, telling himself that he finally feels like he's starting a new journey, a spark igniting in his eyes. Now he'll focus on increasing his strength. Then a shadow moves from behind the wall, and Hyomut quickly reaches for his sword. Slightly embarrassed, he finally realizes, that's right, I don't have my sword today. Behind the wall stood Alea, who stared back in surprise. He was taken aback and couldn't help but ask. Seeing Alia, he wondered aloud, "You're in this room too?" Alea, enraged, prepared magic in her hand. "What are you talking about? But how did you get into my room? I almost beat you to a pulp." Piggy nonchalantly replies that he was also assigned to room 301, leaving Alea speechless. "What? That's impossible." Mute glances at him and asks, "Why not?" AA clutches his face in despair. "Of course it's impossible. How the hell did this happen? Wait, don't tell me." Suddenly Alia's eyes froze, and without another word he tore off his frilly shirt and stormed off. "There are 2 beds here." As he left, the pig asked, "Where are you going?" He snapped back, "The bathroom. Why do I have to answer questions like that?" Alea quickly changed into his usual robe and warned, "I'm warning you, don't touch anything in this room or I'll make you regret it." The piglet stood frozen like a child caught in the act. "Don't wander around, just stay there." He found it strange, wondering what he'd done to be so disliked. The academy was eerily silent today. Inside a glass-walled room bathed in morning light, someone toyed with a teacup. The man sipping tea is Liam Wise, headmaster of the Greta Academy, but just as he takes a sip, someone burst through the door yelling for the headmaster. As he turned around and spoke softly, the other person shouted, "What the hell is going on?" Liam didn't understand what Alea meant. "What do you mean?" he asked, annoyed. "How could you let someone else share my room?" She then demanded her rights with utter dissatisfaction. "I have the right to a private room as the president of the Greta Magic Academy. Surely you haven't forgotten that." Liam hesitated, a hint of caution in his eyes. It seems she knows. I expected as much." But then, finding some excuse, he says with a straight face that he apologizes for not informing her sooner. Actually, we arranged the dormitories before the break, so there are very few rooms available. I hope you understand." Alea frowned, displeased. Even so, he should have kept his promise to me. He insisted on his own privileges, knowing full well I needed a private room. What if he finds out I'm a girl? Liam pondered, searching for the right answer. Finally, he avoided Alea's gaze, telling her she just needed to be more careful. "You possess the magic of a powerful archmage. A student from the swordsmanship department won't detect that." Alea remained unconvinced, and he was deeply dissatisfied. "So you're not going to take responsibility? I don't want even a hint of danger here." Alea's eyes reflected a hint of sadness and helplessness. After all, he knew who my enemies were. Hearing this, Liam suddenly stopped furrowing his brow as he stared intently at Alea. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Alia, don't you think it's a bit unfair to have your own room when there are none available? I even tried to pair you with someone familiar as a roommate, so please bear with it for this semester at least." Alea showed her distaste, acting friendly with that guy, but Liam remained indifferent. "Isn't it? I mean, you tutored him and even hung out with him." Alea waves her hand dismissively, saying she's just returning a favor. He then scratched his head in frustration, saying he barely knew him and rarely even saw his face. Remembering his time with Hyomut, he always watched over him. Alia couldn't help but feel unwilling. Liam sighed, his voice serious, saying it was his responsibility as a teacher and guardian to help her with friendships. "I told you if you get along with him this semester, I'll give you a private room. I promise." Hearing his words, Alea was somewhat skeptical, and silence returned to the room. He leans back and stares at the ceiling, finally free, though only time will tell if she's truly convinced, as he contemplates Alia's situation. That kid is destined to be a good person. Elsewhere, the door to room 301 bursts open. Hyomut remained rooted to the spot as Alea left, and seeing Alea's helpless sigh, he asked, "Sounds like things didn't go so well for you." Annoyed, he retorts, "You must be proud of your quick wit." Glancing at Hyomut, Alia frowns suspiciously, then chuckles as he removes his cloak. "You really want to share a room with me?" Hyomut stared at Alia, then replied, "It's not a matter of wanting to, it's a matter of needing to understand." Alia, in her black t-shirt, leaned against the wall and sighed. "I've been alone since I was the president of the Magic Academy, and now I have to share a room with you this semester." He frowned, his voice suddenly softening. "To be honest, I don't really like this situation." Hearing this, Hamster was a little surprised, waiting for what would come next. AA glares lazily, glances at Hyomut, and offers, "I can use magic to help you with many things. What do you think?" He nodded but disagreed. "I don't think the gods would approve. Even if you did, he'd find out immediately. This way won't work, that way won't work." AA furrows his brow. "I hate to say it, but I'm pickier than you think." He even adds a few threatening remarks. "Living with me won't be easy. Do you still want to stay?" After a moment's thought, Hyomut's doppelganger agreed, surprising Alia, who tilted his head, his eyes hidden by his long hair. You're still better than the others, he said, catching Alia off guard, who realized Hayomut's intentions weren't so innocent. Remembering those muscle-bound brutes, he thought to himself that he mostly talked to him at the academy anyway, and this was better than dealing with the other guys from the Swordsmanship Institute. AA still lost in thought, a bead of sweat trickles down her cheek. Alea finally feels regret. She shouldn't have helped him on the test. A few days later at the prestigious academy, the campus was bustling with students. Carriages trickled through the gates, dropping off their passengers. Heelmut carries a bag and a sword, his eyes devoid of interest. He picks up the bag, glances around, and realizes his things have been moved, and Alea has decided they'll share a room. Heelmut then headed to the dormitory stairs, opened his room door, and Alea, already inside, glanced up and asked, "You're back." Hayomut tilted his head. "Have you decided?" AA replied without turning. "It's right in front of you." Before them was a table with a candle. The room, a table, a bed, all meticulously arranged. The curtains on one side have been drawn, and Hayomut looks around the room. Alea yanks open the curtains, declaring the space behind them as hers, adding that since his side is bigger, she won't tolerate any complaints. "This curtain is the dividing line, so don't you dare cross over to the other side." Then Alea laid down a whole host of housing rules. "I've put soundproofing on it, but don't be too loud at night. And no smells, keep things clean, and no guests, especially anyone from the Magic Academy." He continued wide-eyed, "If you need anything, call me, and if I don't answer, I'll still reply if you call enough." Hayomut glanced at him and spoke softly, then Alea, hearing this, stepped inside. "That's all, get back to work. But finish what you were doing before." He watched him, then suddenly called out, "Let's hope we can get along." Alea turned to him in silence, and so the first day in the dorm ended with a sigh. The academy term began, and one afternoon, someone crossed their arms defiantly, saying, "That commoner, he actually passed the transfer exam, didn't he?" He spoke softly, a smirk playing on his lips. "I heard the divine healer headmaster is backing him." The other scoffed, adding that no wonder the guy was so arrogant, thinking a noble backer could hide his weakness. Words that piqued the blonde's interest. He can't wait to cross paths with him, can he? The blonde-haired student sneers, making no attempt to hide his contempt. He'll soon learn the boundaries he's not allowed to cross. He sat up, revealing his dirty plan. "Luckily, there's no swordsmanship class tomorrow, so I'll crush him completely, that'll be fun. I thought the uniform would be too tight, but it's surprisingly comfortable." He recalled Alea's words that the beginning of the semester was usually pretty laid back. "After class, I'll head straight to my personal training room." Suddenly I spot Somut's familiar green hair on the dorm floor. His face paled as he trembled, pointing at Somut, who had just stepped out of room 301, a blank stare and a head full of question marks. "So what?" Suyen Banghong shouted. "Of course, that's Alea's room. Don't tell me you're sharing a room with Alea." He nods in agreement, confirming it's true. Zen's eyes widen as she confirms again, but Alea has the privilege of a private room because he's at the top of the class, and more importantly, Alea agreed. Xian then rushed over to examine the young man's face, finding it peculiar. Favoritism for the good-looking is understandable, right, but favoritism is still wrong. After much thought, he couldn't decipher Alia's thoughts and waved it off. He'd be suffering soon enough living with that hothead. After that, he and I descended the dormitory stairs, and upon reflection, the first class at the Academy of Swordsmanship would be held today. He simply hummed in response, suddenly turning serious as he warned him about a few important things. He shouldn't have any problems in class, but remember not to cause trouble with the Academy's mad dog. Hearing that, Hyomut imagined a growling black dog. Did the Academy keep a dog because Xian was so innocent that he was dumbfounded? "It's just a nickname. You must be the world's biggest idiot." X launches into a lecture about the Academy's mad dog, Asuka, the top student of the second year, who laid waste to anyone who crossed him last year. One guy even had to drop out because he ripped his ear off. After that, no one dared mess with him. Hearing this, Hyomut's eyes remained unmoved. Then he spoke. "Am I really allowed to do that?" "Of course not," X replied with a frown. "His talent was so great, the school stopped trying to control him. Did you really think he'd change in such a short time? Anyway, be careful." With that, X waved goodbye, telling her to do her best in class. "By the way, I'm in room 307. If Alea needs to vent, send her my way." Piggy silently watches him disappear. Okay, now a group of students were gathered in the Academy's hall when a person wearing a red armband appeared, drawing their attention. The scarred monitor shouted, "Second years, listen up, form 4 lines in front of me now." The students immediately obeyed except for Hyomut, who stood there dumbfounded. Scarface, the disciplinary officer, asks the students if they enjoyed their break. "Yes sir, because today is the first day and the first class of the semester. I'll start with basic physical training." He demands practice with a stern voice. I'm sure the students of Greta Academy's Sword Arts department didn't spend their holidays slacking off, right? 20 laps around the field. The students, seeing Scar's intensity, didn't dare make a sound. 20 laps it was. Amidst the crowd, Hyomut heard the whispers 20 laps on the first day of the semester. "I heard he's really strict," he thought calmly. Only 20 laps for a warm-up. Little did he know, a young man named Aaron was watching him intently. He thought to himself that he had to stand next to that commoner. He looks so elegant. The more I look, the more I hate him. Looking at his calm face, Aaron couldn't help but feel envious, and he began to plot. Perfect, if I stick my foot out first, he'll fall flat on his face. A little dirt to celebrate his first day. With that thought, he brazenly stuck his foot out to trip him, but our protagonist was too skilled. He pulled back his foot just in time, leaving Aaron dumbfounded, and he frowned in disbelief. What? There's no way I could have slipped. At that moment, Piggy Zoom shot ahead of Aaron, who stared wide-eyed in disbelief. No way. He still won't give up kicking and kicking, but each time he manages to evade. How many times has it been? Humiliated and exhausted, Aaron is drenched in sweat, wary of being tripped by this self-proclaimed nuisance. Then Aaron decided to go big, running up to attack him head-on to see how he'd dodge, his foot extended forward, reeking of he-mutt. Piggy decisively kicks at. No kicks at Aaron's leg, throwing him off balance. The counterattack sends him sprawling face-first into the dirt, drawing the attention of the others, and Scarface barks, "What do you think you're doing?" He struggled to his feet, saying, "Sorry, I tripped." Aaron seethed, his face contorted with rage as he cursed the boy in his thoughts. Soon the two-lap warm-up came to an end. Scarface Red Star watched the students sprawled out panting before turning to order. "Take a break. One volunteer to help me carry equipment." "Yes." A young man raised his hand to volunteer. "Sir, I'll go." Hiomut had barely broken a sweat after the warm-up. He exhaled. After Scar's departure, Aaron turned his fury towards the exhausted student. "Hey, you act like nothing happened and ask, 'What's up?'" Aaron raised his hand to strike, asking, "Are you making fun of me?" "You tripped me on purpose," but Hiomut dodged the blow and retorted, "You did it to me first." Humiliated twice in under half an hour, Aaron hissed, "For a commoner, you're awfully bold. You'll regret this." Then he pressed close to Hiomut's face, hissing, "Once you're out of the academy, remember to value your life. A commoner should know their place." Seeing a fight about to break out, she calls out to Aaron, stopping him. "Aaron, stop it. You're tired enough from running. Don't waste your energy on this." He smirked, then turned back, saying to leave him alone so he could get revenge in the training grounds later. Aaron followed, leaving behind a warning filled with resentment. "Just you wait." Hiomut watched them leave. He scoffs inwardly, wondering how such a weakling dares to boast. Unbelievable that he'd challenge when he can't win. He clenched his fist, energy gathering within. Should he teach him a lesson right here, right now? Suddenly, a voice cut through Hielmu's murderous intent, asking if he'd just said commoner, as a strong wind blew through his blue hair. Hoyt and Aaron turned to the speaker, as Asuka smiles faintly, asking, "Could you possibly be referring to me?" The blue-haired youth lowered his head, his voice clear. "Did you just say commoner? Were you perhaps referring to me?" Aaron's cheek wound was still bright red. He's annoyed. "Who the hell are you?" Asuka said, as she stepped down. I don't know you, and I don't care to." "Are you a transfer student?" He cracks his neck, feigning exhaustion. "I keep hearing someone complain about commoners." Then Asuka narrowed his ocean blue eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. "So I thought you had a problem with me." Asuka brushed past Aaron, heading straight for Sabat. "Why are there so many commoners in the swordsmanship department? We can't tolerate your meddling any longer." Sabat frowned. Asuka casually puts her hands in her pockets, praising, "Not bad. I don't like putting up with that kind of stuff either." He moved closer to Satbat, driving him mad, wanting to show him what he does when he can't stand something. Provoked Satbat couldn't resist and was about to throw a punch. The lackey behind him quickly pulled him back, saying that was enough. Restrained, he remembers his position and decides to let it go, but not without a frustrated click of the tongue. "Go ahead and be sly, you merchants." Asuka overheard some grumbling behind him. "Damn it, that Asuka jerk disappeared. I'm late for class." "He's gone." Piggy still observes silently. He recalls what Shien said to stay away from the Kendo Club's mad dogs, especially Asuka, the top student in the second year. Thinking this, his eyes darted hesitantly. He looked at Asuka's gloomy face, thinking, so, this is the guy. Moments later, Scarface Red Star prepared 2 boxes of wooden swords, gathered the class, and instructed them to line up in the order he called and draw a wooden sword. Suddenly he spotted Asuka's blue hair and called out, "Hey Asuka, look at you pretending to be a commoner. Get up here." Scarface crossed his arms arrogantly, demanding, "Why are you late?" Asuka, caught off guard, scratched her head and blurted out, "Sorry, I was asking Miss Pachika about the lesson and lost track of time." But the disciplinary enforcer quickly saw through this lie. Miss Pachika was off today, so if you're going to lie, at least make it believable. He then ordered him to run 30 laps around the training ground, leaving Asuka stunned. 30 laps. Seeing his disagreement, Scarface retorted, "Do you have a problem with that?" Asuka indifferently replies, "No." Piggy then thinks to himself, it seems he has quite the bad reputation, which makes sense. How could such tasks ever bring renown? With Asuka dealt with, Scarface returns to his training. "And when you get your swords practiced separately, I'll guide you one by one, so don't slack off." Dismissed. The students' voices echoed loudly across the training ground. Understood. He returns to his element, gripping the wooden sword tightly. He lunges forward, a powerful swing that could inflict serious damage even with a wooden sword, and begins practicing the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Hiomut's eyes are sharp and confident as he relentlessly swings his sword left, right, and down. Just as he was about to unleash another strike, he faltered, noticing Scarface watching him. But he says nothing, turning abruptly away, leaving Hiomut confused but incurious. He wipes the sweat from his face, recalling Wython's words that the first layer wasn't too difficult, but something was missing. "I wonder if anything will change in a few years." Suddenly, he hears footsteps approaching from behind. After completing her punishment, Asuka, her face dotted with sweat, waved him over. Hey. Asuka, acting high and mighty, says, aren't you going to thank me? I stopped you from fighting earlier. These words shocked Asuka, her jaw dropping. But I didn't ask for your help. Asuka frowned, confused. Huh, you're really full of yourself. I heard you were a commoner. He then held out his hand to Hyomut. I'm a commoner too, so let's get along. Hyomut eyed the hand, sensing something was off. Before him, Asuka's hands emanated a blue aura, and he frowned warily. Realizing he's been discovered, Asuka doesn't hesitate to say, you have good instincts. Then patting his shoulder, she warns, alright, let me give you a heads up. Asuka frowned, lowered her voice mysteriously, and flipped the script faster than a pancake. Don't go trying to cozy up to me just because we're both commoners. It's annoying. At this, Piggy Mouse frowned slightly, looking at Asuka, who didn't linger but nonchalantly walked ahead, waving goodbye. Just stay friendly, fellow commoner. After he left, Hamster touched his shoulder where Asuka had touched him. All that's happened has left Hyomut with one nagging thought. Do I look that easy to bully? Meanwhile, Alea, preparing her skincare routine with a pink headband, glances at him, then hesitantly asks, no, it's not that. You've been struggling since the beginning. Then he turned to brush his teeth and wash his face. They're just relying on their powerful families. If you prove yourself, they won't dare touch you. He hesitated but told me that starting a fight wouldn't do any good. Alea shared her thoughts. It depends on how you play it. If you can provoke them into attacking first, you can fight back. Hyomut was intrigued. Is there another way? AA glanced at him, offering a few ideas. If you want to be more honorable, you'll have to endure until the sparring match. Hearing this, Hyomut hesitated, his eyes falling into a daze. Seeing his reaction, Alea began to probe, and Hyomut, feeling his gaze, asked quietly, what's wrong? Alea Choo-Choo then reveals her underhanded tactics. Before you even enrolled, I beat them to a pulp. You're lucky I don't do that anymore. Suddenly faced with two choices, the righteous path or the way of the petty villain, Piggy, who prefers to avoid conflict, begins to weigh his options. Suddenly, a question pops into his head. If I were head of the department, would I be able to fight them directly, instead of just putting up with them? AA is taken aback, her face, a mask of confusion. Huh. What the hell are you talking about? Haughtily, Hyomut stared at Alea. Otherwise, there's someone here I just don't understand. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Asuka encounters Sabbat's trio, his eyes looking down on them as he passes by, with only Aaron and Jerome turning to watch him go. Suddenly, a voice echoed, stopping Asuka in his tracks. You must be thrilled now that you have a commoner for a friend. Sabbat is always looking for a chance to exploit. Let's see how long you can keep that high score. I'll turn you into a good dog soon enough. Asuka remained silent, his mood turning dark and ominous. Then a slap echoed as Asuka struck Jerome directly on the head, leaving him crying in pain, asking why he was hit. Asuka smirked, a nasty smile spreading across his face. Sorry, I got a little carried away, my hand just moved on its own. I was hoping you'd make me submit, instead of waiting for a confrontation. At this, his blue eyes narrowed, shining with menace. So how does it feel? They say at Greta Academy, tuition fees are classless. It's understood that this equality is public knowledge, but a single law cannot change a century of social custom. Beneath the surface lies the condescension and bullying the nobles inflict upon the commoners. But there are exceptions. Though nobles bully many, they don't dare touch Asuka. Even when Jerome was beaten and humiliated, no one dared say a word. But it all boils down to one reason: his title, as the Academy's top student, and his mad dog personality. Asuka's madness keeps even the most arrogant at bay. Too terrifying. What to do? You think I'll listen to you just because you're staring at me? I've heard about what happened last year, living up to the moniker. You went berserk, didn't you? Asuka's face was as dark as night, his voice full of challenge. So what, too scared to fight me? Sabbat didn't care, he was digging into the strangeness of him. Since returning from his suspension, he's been uncharacteristically quiet, a stark contrast to his true nature. His face darkens, revealing a long, fox-like visage. Don't tell me you're going to risk it. If you get suspended again, you'll be in big trouble. These words ignited a spark of anger in Asuka's eyes. His face slowly revealed a hint of annoyance, one eye obscured by his long falling hair, as Satbat leisurely approached him. Very well, if you insist. He doesn't know what he's getting into messing with me. In this dangerous game, Satbat dares Asuka to strike first, confident he has the upper hand. Of course, in that case, you should be prepared to face the consequences, not from me, but from society itself. Asuka frowned at the insane words, and Satbat continued to egg him on. That's right, you can't hit me, because then it'll be obvious who's at fault. He even turned to laugh with his friends, seemingly afraid of being kicked out of the kennel, unaware of Asuka's rising rage. Asuka lowered his head slightly, and as the creep mocked him, Asuka's distorted face lunged forward, with a fist. Suddenly, a wooden sword strikes Asuka's neck, causing him to spit out his drink, followed by a second blow to Sabbat's back, sending him crashing down. So the two of them got beat down first. The sound of shoes hitting the wooden floor, and words filled with anger. So you two came to the Swordplay Institute to be thugs. Asuka and Sabbat stared at the person before them, intrigued. Bachika coldly questions the two young men on the ground. You have some nerve fighting as a group on these sacred grounds. Asuka angrily points at Sabbat, whining and trying to prove his innocence to Bachika. But Professor, this jerk provoked me first. Besides, what do you mean by ganging up? I'm all alone here. Contrary to his expectations, Chica landed a blow to his back, silencing Asuka. Chica, enraged, points her wooden sword at him, but he reminds her that throwing fists won't solve anything. Asuka, furious, begins to tear up. Why only me? After dealing with the mad dog, Asuka Bike impartially turned to Sapbat. Sabbat, you're no better. As long as you're a student of Greta Academy, you'll only evaluate your opponents based on their strength. However, instead of being punched like Asuka, he was only scolded, which surprised him a bit, and then Sapbat tried to get up. I understand. At that moment, Chica pointed at Asuka and warned her. The next class is about to start, so get ready. Asuka, come with me. He was startled, and asked why the sound of Pachika's voice still ringing in his ears. She tells you to follow, so just follow. Why so many questions? Meanwhile, the gang adjust their clothes, watching Asuka get dragged away. Meanwhile, Pachika was lecturing his obedient student, while the lackeys turned to leave with their comrades. Asuka, however, ignored Pachika's words, focusing only on the one who provoked him. She takes a deep breath to compose herself, then delivers a resounding slap. Asuka, struck by Pachika, cries out the force, leaving a red mark on his shoulder. He tearfully looks at Pachika in disbelief. What now? What is it now, Madam Ba? Chica questioned, both bewildered and scolding. You're unbelievably foolish. You can't control yourself. Are you trying to cause trouble again with that temper? He bristles at Chica's difficult reminders she still hasn't learned after her first suspension. Chica sighed, feigning concern, as she hid half her face, lamenting, You escaped punishment once as the top student, but I won't protect you a second time. I know it's hard to endure right now, but you'll be recognized by the end of the school year. You're an exceptional student. Don't let something like this ruin your opportunity. Asuka frowned, annoyed that he carried not only himself but also a title and other great things on his shoulders when Chica suddenly changed the subject. I heard the new transfer student is a real oddball, navigating the academy without trouble from the nobles. Intrigued, Asuka asks who it is. Sensing his curiosity, Chica quickly provides more information. He's a commoner, just like you, so be kind to him. You two are in similar situations, so you might become close. Asuka recalled Heelmu's familiar face, realizing she meant him, and Chica was surprised by this revelation. So you two have already met. Asuka turned and waved dismissively, rejecting her suggestion. I told you I don't want to get close to anyone. Besides, he's a cocky brat, so he can take care of himself. Asuka lowered her head, lost in thought, and now a shift to the empty school hallway devoid of students. Class is now in session, and they've gathered in a classroom as large as a sports field as Miss Pachika slams her wooden sword on the desk to get their attention. She begins to call roll, and with everyone's attention, class is now in session. Is anyone absent? Look around and check. Suddenly, a hand shoots up. Professor Hiyomut hasn't arrived yet. Chica is a little surprised. What's that? Seeing someone new about the missing student, Miss Chica directly asked for information. Jerome, did you clearly tell him where the class was? Jerome nodded in response. Yes, ma'am. Chica was silent for a moment, then frowned and spoke. One of you go find Heelmu. Andrew left the line to find him, and at the same time Asuka was also very aware of his absence. Moments later, the door bursts open, and Andrew enters, followed by Heelmu, who's giving the world his signature half-lidded gaze. Chica is annoyed by his absence. Heelmu, why are you late? Heelmu casually replies that he wasn't aware the location had changed. At this, Chica asks the class, did anyone officially inform him of the location? Jerome's face twists in dismay. I told him very clearly, ma'am. Heomut caught his two-faced attitude out of the corner of his eye. Chica coldly tilted her head, embarrassing Jerome. I'm asking Heo-mut, not you. Has he been informed of the exact location? Heomut hesitated, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Jerome raises his head high, sending a threatening glare, a silent warning. Jerome's cronies chuckled, understanding the situation, and Chica quietly drew a conclusion. It seems she received the wrong message, so she's trying to stand up for him. Heelmut, you can tell me the truth. Before she could finish, Heelmut calmly replied that she must have misunderstood her friend's message. Sorry, Professor. This humble response gave Chica pause for 3 seconds. Asuka frowned in confusion while Jerome smirked, believing his prank had succeeded. Chica was left speechless. So she has no choice but to punish Heelmut according to the rules. Whether intentional or not, you've delayed the class and must take responsibility. After class, run 10 laps around the field. Heelmut finally moved to the back of the line, answering yes, ma'am. Asuka's displeasure was evident as she looked at him, and Pachika's voice echoed. And so the lesson begins as Asuka glares daggers at Heelmut. He can't stop thinking about Heelmut's earlier act of concession. This guy is no different from those commoners. The lesson begins, and Chica reaches for an almond ball in the wooden box. She introduces the lesson's contents, considering this part of basic training. We'll spend time developing your physical strength because when using a sword, physical strength is directly related to the stability of your swordsmanship. Chica uses the tip of a wooden sword to balance a ball, saying, I'll give each of you an almond. Your mission is to place it on the tip of your sword and keep it from falling. As she explained, she demonstrated how to hold the ball on the sword's surface. Anyone who can hold it for 30 minutes can leave class, so I expect you all to do your best. Understood. As she finished speaking, Bachika retrieved her sword and caught the ball in her hand, and the class responded in unison, "Yes, ma'am." Everyone began to spread out and practice, and Pachika called out to Hiomut. "Hey Omut, come help me out," she said, and he quickly obliged. "Yes." Asuka's eyes have been fixed on Hiomut as if there's something she can't quite say. Watching Hiomut practice with Pachika, Asuka can't help but feel uneasy. Yesterday she thought he was tough, but he's just a coward who trembles before power. Asuka coldly receives the almond ball, thinking to herself, "I'm not like you." He then glances at the nobles, good for nothing but bootlicking. "Even if I leave, I won't bow my head to these nobles." At this point, only Jerome hasn't received a ball. He seemed arrogant, especially with Hiomut serving. And Hiomut aimed with deadly precision. He winds up channeling his power into the almond ball, then hurls it at Jerome, a perfect arc, the ball whistling through the air. Jerome stood there, stunned, his body suddenly heavy and immobile. He had taken the full force of the ball to the gut and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Chica's jaw dropped at the sight, and Asuka was no different, forced to rethink her initial contempt for Piggy. Jerome clutched his stomach in agony, his body trembling, as Piggy nonchalantly brushed his hands off his voice, dripping with disdain. "Sorry, I didn't mean to, you were just too far away." Asuka was speechless at this attitude, certain that she had met a master. He wondered, just what kind of person is this guy? In the silent training room, each powerful blow landed squarely on the wooden post, sending it spinning. Jerome takes off his shirt, revealing bruises in the mirror, clicking his tongue in annoyance. This is going to take a while to heal. Jerome gritted his teeth in resentment. That arrogant commoner, how dare he do that to me? Sabat, standing behind him, wiped away sweat as he scolded, "You're too concerned about a common ball." Jerome turned back loudly, complaining, "Try taking that hit." It was like he threw a rock at me. Veins bulging, he spat each word out. "After that damn Asuka, this commoner trainee Sabat, are you going to let this go?" Sabat sighed at his childishness, while Aaron sat by nursing a headache. "Asuka is one thing, but what's with this newcomer daring to bother us? This isn't good. More and more people are forgetting their place." Sabat calmly wiped his sweat, tossed the towel to the ground and walked past them, reminding them, "Don't get so worked up. Just be nice to them starting tomorrow." Watching him practice his swordsmanship with such intensity, the two others cried out in alarm. "What? Siba, did I just hear you right? Are you seriously telling us to befriend those commoners?" He cuts them off sternly. "When did I ever say you had to befriend them, you idiots?" Sabat focuses all his strength into his sword, reassuring them, "You won't be seeing much of them, so be nice while you can." Jerome was confused. "Sapa, what do you mean?" he asked as he smirked with a hidden meaning. He calmly crouches into a fighting stance, saying, "Just wait and see." The clear sunlight shines on the magnificent academy. With a cheerful push, Xian burst through the door, exclaiming, "Hey Omut, I heard the news. So you're being punished. I think I'll go see the new transfer student who's already in trouble after 2 days." Hiomut simply smiled, radiating a soft, brilliant aura as he spoke softly. "So that's how it is." Their eyes met and he froze. He points at Hiomut with suspicion, wondering if that's the facade he thought it was. "What's going on?" AA peeks out from the side, equally confused. "What kind of deal is this? And don't just waltz into my room like that." Seo leans on his shoulder, chuckling. "Come on, that's harsh, isn't it? Why are you being like this to us? I was going to see Hiomut today anyway." "So don't worry about it," Alea retorts angrily. "Who I see isn't the point. The point is, have I ever let you into my room?" He was a little disappointed. Hio got to come in, so why couldn't he? Suyen's constant complaining was too much for Alia. "I've been alone in my room for days now. Is it so hard for me to visit? What does he have that I don't see? Is this your true nature? What did I even do wrong?" He throws a pillow at them, his voice laced with venom. "Get out, both of you." Zen and Hiomut are kicked out of the room, and he sighs, wondering, is that some kind of social anxiety? Then glancing at him, he muttered, "Who knows what he's thinking? It's exhausting." He suddenly realized something and panicked. "Sorry for getting you kicked out too. Why are you making that face? Can you stop it? It doesn't suit you at all." Walking down the dorm hallway, Qian wondered. "Is something good happening?" he replied, confused. "I guess you're proud of yourself." Piggy inwardly rejoices, his face beaming. "The problem won't solve itself anymore since I threw the ball too hard, but no one was seriously hurt, so it's okay. At least I still have humanity in the way I treat that bastard." Xe is a little confused. "Proud of what? With that kind of behavior, you're more aggressive than I thought. Please don't become like Asuka." He calmly retorted, "I don't intend to do anything meaningless. That's what I need to do to teach them a lesson." He stammers, realizing he's gone too far. "Yeah, seeing you leave puts me at ease." Damshu looks ahead with determination. "I won't stand idly by and let them do as they please anymore. After all, according to Alea, this problem can only be solved with force. I need to make my distance from them clear." Shuyen is unconsciously drawn to Hiomut. He stared intently for a moment, then proactively asked, "Hey Mute, got any plans this weekend? How about cruising downtown with me?" Hiomut was a bit surprised and lowered his voice. "Not exactly. I was planning to go home, see why God, then head out for a meal and a chat." He understood, and then excitedly asked if he could join. He asks, confused, "To the mansion? Then what happened? What are we doing?" Zen happily asks, "Like what? Do I need a reason to visit my friend?" He gestures, explaining. Smooth personal relationships are very important, and I bet Master Y will like what you're doing. Hayomut paused seriously, considering X's offer before finally speaking up. With that settled, Xian happily gave an okay sign and confirmed the decision. He scurried off, saying see you on the weekend, leaving Hayomut feeling helpless as he was cut off mid-sentence. You promise don't leave me hanging. He froze, wondering what he'd just agreed to. Night falls once more on the slums of decay as figures gather on rooftops waiting. The dilapidated room opens before him and Anton calmly steps inside as Chromo hands him a stack of documents. My lord, this is today's request letter. He carefully flipped through the documents, then questioned with suspicion. What is this? Are these pampered young nobles so ignorant that they'd make such trivial requests? Well, we've already taken the money, so let's get to it. Anson suddenly withdrew his hand. He calmly lowered his hood, offering a cautious reminder, not long ago some imposters extorted money while posing as us. Perhaps that's why the Black Eagles are now known as scammers in this area. He continued. I'll prioritize looking into that first. You can step back now. Promo didn't argue and bowed in obedience. Understood. Anzun looked at the documents again, then held up a piece of paper and asked, Wait, Chromo, have you ever heard of this person's name before? He frowned in suspicion. I'm not entirely sure. Why do you ask? After a moment's thought, Anton ordered them to deal with the former first and the latter later. He reorganized the documents, instructing them to investigate the latter's background and report anything they found. Chromo calmly responded, Understood. Anton frowned, lost in thought, then stared at the name Hayomut on the page and suddenly spoke. I have a bad feeling about this. On weekends at the Greta Academy, students would often go down to Baden to unwind, leaving the school grounds eerily quiet. Hayomut stood in the silent courtyard waiting, when a magnificent carriage pulled up behind him. A loud call grabs his attention. Hayomut. Sai looked at him with some doubt. That's all your stuff. Hayomut is confused. Is there a problem? He sighs. Not really. But we're only going for 2 days, and you've packed so light. Hayomut unconsciously recalls that keeping his body as light as possible was the key to survival in the forest, wondering if he still has that habit. Zen asks curiously. Meanwhile, Alea was in her room as he calmly got into the car, replying softly, Maybe. He sat in the seat, a hint of doubt lingering. Aside from his occasional trips to Baden, I rarely see him go out. I wonder if he ever visits home. Perhaps his home is too far. Even I only visit every 3 months. Maybe he plans to go during the holidays. Zhuyan awkwardly laughs it off, flustered. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not stalking him. He's my rival, so it's normal for me to pay attention to him. Yes, I don't like chasing after men. Piggy tilted his head, blurting out, If you're so curious, should I ask him for you? And Zhuyan froze on the spot. He helplessly replies no. Beneath the bustling town, Asuka walks along, munching on a meat skewer. He chewed thoughtfully, finally feeling relieved, while Asuka resentfully muttered, Those damn nobles, they can't beat me, so why are they risking their lives like that? Honor is so important to them. I don't get it. He frowned, wondering, is there something wrong with what I did? Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Asuka regained his composure, telling himself, Wait, there's nothing wrong with that. Why should I think about them? I'd rather die than bow down to them. Asuka wondered, chewing on meat, what the hell Hayomut was up to. He was mostly submissive, but that time he resisted. Was he just good at enduring things normally? The cold figure of Pigfoot suddenly flashed in his mind, and he smirked fondly, recalling Jerome's expression. It was fun watching Jerome squirm on the floor after getting hit by the ball, Asuka thought to himself as he strolled through town, unaware of the figure standing behind him. It's not like I was trying to befriend him, but I could talk to him for a bit. His steps faltered. Asuka turned toward the bustling street, a sense of unease washing over him as the market grew even more crowded. Asuka weaves through the shops, glancing around, unaware that a stranger is watching his every move from above. He stops puzzled and looks ahead, questioning. Who sent you? The strange men surrounded him. They eyed Asuka warily, while 2 hulking figures blocked his retreat. Asuka eyed them warily, realizing he'd been lured into a trap, and spoke. Come on, I can't know if you don't tell me. He glanced at his side, remembering his sword was still being repaired. He scoffed a bit, helpless. All this for a childish squabble. I don't know which family is behind this, but they clearly have too much time on their hands. They remained silent, drawing their weapons, and Asuka frowned, cursing under his breath. You better say something, he suddenly yells, waving his hand, causing them to panic. The coach is here, and he darts toward them with lightning speed. With a cold face, Asuka throws a punch, staggering one of them, then vaults off his shoulder, flipping over their heads, leaving them in stunned silence. Asuka lands gracefully, his enemies still stunned and motionless. Seizing the moment, he bolts, leaving them in bewildered shock at his speed. One of them spoke up, asking what the others were waiting for. Chase after him. Asuka is moving like a bullet. He stopped in a panic, only to find himself at a dead end. He froze, utterly distraught. A group emerges from the corner while another blocks the exit. Asuka, trapped with no escape, frowns and curses under his breath. Damn it, I'll play with you guys for a while then. With a polite tone, Ethan expressed his gratitude for joining them tonight, hoping the meal suited Xian's taste. Xian places his hand on his chest, happily expressing, Of course, Mr. Kudrow, the food is delicious. True to the Kudrow estate's reputation, I'm utterly amazed by its splendor. The deity smiled, replying, You can call me coach, instead of being so formal. He smiled contentedly, thinking to himself he couldn't believe Hyo-mut had such a normal and polite friend. His worries were unfounded. Muttering to himself, Hyo-mut wondered how someone could change so much, resolving to ask later, when suddenly Zen spoke up. "Hey Mut, it's the weekend. Want to visit Baden while we're here?" He calmly replies, "No, I plan to train." Eaton chimes in saying that Baden is a great city to visit, but Hyo-mut's expression darkens. Watching Xian walk ahead contentedly, he thought, "So this is why Dariel brought me to the academy." He spoke with sympathy. "Look at you, it must have been tough. Leaving a wonderful home for a dorm and having to share a room with a grumpy person." But Hyo-mut retorts, "Alea has no problem with me." Shuyan is skeptical, really. "Do you know why?" she tearfully recounts. "It's because he bullied me instead of you waking me up before dawn to assist with your research, and forcing me to summon more spirits than I ever have in my life." Hyo-mut looked at him puzzled. "But thanks to that you've gotten better." Shuyan tearfully replies that it was the only consolation. Thanks to that knowledge he suddenly remembered something and turned back. "Alea seems to listen to you, so why don't you try reasoning with her?" Before he could finish, a familiar figure appeared before them. An unusual silence falls over them. Xe screams in terror, but Hyo calmly speaks. "Wait, you're Asuka." Clutching his wound, he forced himself to speak, mentioning Cao Cao. "You two have to help me." A group of people surrounded them again. Fully armed, they slowly close in on the three and Shuyan panics. "Who are they?" Hyo-mut notices their cloaks. He narrows his eyes in annoyance. "Black Eagles." Asuka cursed in pain. "Damn it, they waited until I didn't have my sword." Shuyan looks at him in alarm. "They dare attack students right here in Baden. I've noticed you've been making enemies everywhere you go, Asuka." He angrily retorts, "What did you say?" "What do you know?" Hyo-mut steps forward. He calmly faces them, as Hyo-mut coldly draws his sword and speaks. "Perfect timing, I have a question for you all." After he and Asuka's chance encounter in the dark alley, he steps in to deal with Asuka's ambushers. X is shaken by the sight. "Hey, what are you talking about?" He doesn't answer X's question, his hand busy drawing his sword, his mind preoccupied with the Black Eagles, an organization that will take a life for the right price. A mere student couldn't possibly warrant the attention of the Black Eagles. Someone must be pulling the strings. Watching the thugs chase after Asuka, Hyo-mut is flooded with memories of his past as a wandering bounty hunter. "Not long ago, I took down a few Black Eagle members." Back in reality, Hyo-mut's sharp sword is drawn. "It's probably safe to assume they know about me. But I thought I'd be untouchable while I was a student at Greta." Hyo-mut raises his sword, gripping the hilt tightly, "And while I'm sure of it, there's something I need to figure out." Seeing the situation, the long-haired guy asks the long-faced one, "Leader, what do we do now?" This long face is far more cautious when facing him. "It's not enough to just take our target's life. We must consider the consequences. We can't afford any more witnesses, even if they're just students." After some deliberation, the long-faced man ordered his two lackeys to attack. Only 3 of them take them out immediately, starting with the one who drew his sword. With that, the long-faced man charged at him uncontrollably, but Piggy dodged coldly, feeling something cold brush past his hand, though the long-faced man felt nothing at all. In an instant, his right arm was severed. Only when he saw it fall to the ground did he scream in terror. The horned lackey, oblivious to his fate, curses him, calling him a brat. But he answers not with words, but with action, delivering a brutal strike. Hornhair's eyes widened in horror, as he was sent flying by the sword. His own blade cartwheeled through the air as he met his demise. Everything moves in slow motion like a Bigwood special effect, so slow that every line on the sword can be seen against the night sky, suspended, its trajectory unpredictable. The sword's gleaming blade highlights its razor sharpness, reflecting the scene below. The scene shifts to a brawl where Piggy swiftly dispatches the strangers with his sword. As the sword neared the ground, Pig unleashed a spinning kick, sending the long-faced guy's companion flying. With just 2 moves, an upward toss and a falling blade, Heel-Moot swiftly dispatches Asuka's tormentors, while Shuyan and Asuka remain frozen, afraid to interfere. Those loudmouths who wanted to make mincemeat out of Heel-Mut are now eating dirt courtesy of him, and Heel-Mut's eyes show them no mercy. Asuka never imagined Heel-Mut's swordsmanship was so superb. He defeated them in moments without even using V. Silence fills the air for a few moments before Zhengxian speaks up. "I didn't even get a chance to show off before you finished them. Who are these big guys anyway?" He simply replied, "Black Eagles." One of them was still conscious. Gu Yang reached for his sword, but before he could grab it, Piggy coldly stomped down on his hand. He continued, "Anyone would target you if you're doing it for money." Asuka clutched her injured arm, glanced at the Black Eagle members and said, "I need to hear from them who hired them, but I already have a pretty good idea." Hu glared at the men on the ground, continuing, "Asuka, they won't talk easily. They're trained, but coincidentally I have some questions for them too." His face suddenly darkened, his words laced with a chilling edge. "No matter how tight-lipped they are, they'll eventually talk if we just start cutting off their fingers one by one." The gruesome torture in Hyo's expression sends shivers down Asuka and X's spines, as X stammers in disbelief. "What are you saying? Are you planning to torture them? Even if the students attacked first, that's beyond self-defense. What kind of thinking is that?" With that, Zen pointed in a direction and made a suggestion. "If you can control them, I'll go get the guards. We've done all we can. What happens to them is their problem." Hearing this, Asuka immediately turned to him in protest. Wait, are you sure we can trust them? If this were commoners against nobles, would they just brush it off? Shuyen understood what he meant. But he has a point. Harming a student from the academy is a serious offense. They can't afford to be careless, and it's impressive you're even considering these things. So, that's why you're making enemies everywhere, huh? Then X snaps his fingers, reminding them before leaving, saying he'll be right back. Just so you know, and I'm only saying this as a precaution, don't touch their fingers. Asuka wearily watches the old man, while the pig nonchalantly replies, all right. As he left, he glanced down at the kid below his foot, still pressing down on Longface's hand. Hayomut sat down near him, his foot still firmly planted. Hey, how much do you guys know about me? The long-faced man was dumbfounded by the strange question. What nonsense are you talking about? His eyes narrowed as he realized their limited knowledge. That's all I needed to know. The academy grounds were swallowed by darkness with only a few lights flickering, and the dormitory hallways were equally dim. The manager opened the door, surprised. I heard what happened. I'm glad you're all safe. She looked at Hayomut, Shuyen, and Asuka, making sure they were safe, and then said, it's late, you should all go and get some rest. The next morning, Hang reported to the director's office about Asuka. Your injuries look severe. Should I notify the school nurse? He refused, saying it was nothing. Afterward, the three left the office, and Shuyen looked at Asuka with concern, telling him he should at least go to the nurse. Are you sure you'll be all right? He subtly shakes his head, avoiding the question. It's late. What else can I do but lie down and rest? He then dismisses the injury on his hand. Besides, you already gave me first aid, so I'll be fine after a sleep. Are you some kind of monster? Shuyen continued, as the three walked down the empty hallway. If you move, the stab wound will reopen. Why don't you go somewhere else to get treated? Asuka crossed her arms unconcerned, saying she was too poor to afford healing magic. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Shuyen's mind, and his sharp eyes turned to Asuka. There must be a way to get free treatment from her. Hayomut and Asuka, well versed in the principle of you reap what you sow, are suspicious of this sudden windfall. Then everything becomes clear, as Shuyen knocks on Alea's door. The person inside grimaces in annoyance as Shuyen cheerfully waves hello. Alea, I'm glad you're still awake. Alea tiredly held her head, her voice laced with anger. If you don't explain what's going on right now, I'm going to blow you away with wind magic. X laughs heartily. Come on, don't be like that. We're here to ask you for a favor. Hearing the name Alea, Asuka stares blankly, then points. So this is the famous Alea. You really do look like a girl. Alea glares at the disheveled stranger, asking, who's this mess? Asuka, insulted, is about to explode, but Shuyen, wanting to prevent things from escalating, steps in. So he's injured, and Alea, healing magic, right? Hearing this, Alea understood their intentions. He was furious. Don't tell me you want me to heal this rude stranger in the middle of the night. Shuyen quickly glanced at Hayomut. Understanding, he nodded and quietly said, please. Seeing his roommate's sincerity, Alea paused, rubbing his eyes in exasperation. Alea finally relents, telling them to come inside. With approval secured, Zella gives Piggy a big thumbs up as Alea heads inside to inform the others. Let me tell you, this isn't free. Do you know how much it costs to heal with magic on the outside? I should at least get something in return. With that, he turned and pointed directly at Hayomut. Piggy, he was momentarily startled. Ngoning asks, why do you want me to pay you? Alea explains that his connection to Asuka's treatment is because he let them in. So isn't it obvious? Alea turns and carefully lays out her terms. What will you do for me if I heal him? Helmut hesitates, thinking this is too much trouble. He hasn't decided on a price, so he says anything is fine as long as it's within his power, a statement that stops Alea in her tracks. He smirked, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Don't forget what you just said. Got it. Helmut sweats, clueless to Alea's intentions, as Alea calls Asuka inside. Ravenhead, sit next to me quickly. I don't want to waste any more time, so heal me and then leave. Asuka cursed in dissatisfaction. What did you say, you insolent brat? Meanwhile, Piglet began to ponder Alea's request. What could it be? He sinks into thought, regret washing over him. He should have answered more carefully. Room 301 emanates a magical purple glow. After healing Asuka, Alea finally makes her announcement. Asuka's muscle wounds have healed, and she feels rejuvenated. Asuka turned to say something, but the words caught in her throat. Alea coldly cut in, what's with the staring? If you have something to say it. He mumbled awkwardly, it's nothing. Watching the brief disjointed exchange, Hayomut was left utterly confused while Asuka looked away. Longxia was determined. Though he wanted to express his gratitude, his pride wouldn't allow it. Asuka put her clothes back on and said, you look weak, but your technique is pretty good. I'm done here, so I'm leaving. And just like that, Asuka was gone. Alea gritted her teeth. That bastard, we actually have to heal someone like him. Alea frowned, glanced at Shuyen, and retorted that all it takes to tame a mad dog is to chain it up and whip it. Come on, why say that? Wouldn't it be better to help him? Suddenly, Helmut cuts in. I don't need anyone's help. Shuyen is tired of dealing with it, and now Helmut is butting in on Alea. Why does he bother you so much? He then began to expound on the power of friendship, saying that relationships shouldn't be taken lightly. Hayomut, you're good, I know that guy, but you can't do everything yourself. You'll regret it later, so prepare to face the consequences. Despite Xian's nagging, Helmut didn't listen at all, turning to Alea with a sigh. And you too, Aliyah. Why am I even friends with you two kids? Aliyah retorts displeased, what? If you don't like it, then let's not be friends. I don't want to be your friend either. The two continue to bicker. What do you mean I helped you learn about spirits? You benefited from it too. Meanwhile, Liam was lost in thought, his eyes wavering, contemplating their relationship. The next morning at the school, where Hyomut studies, the principal's office displays information on 4 suspects who attacked Asuka in downtown Baden the night before. Liam slumped at the table, defeated, and continued. They also injured Hyomut Xian, and after failing, they were imprisoned. But I heard they escaped this morning. Liam's conclusion caused 3 pairs of eyes to stare intently at him. Asuka angrily slams the table. What is going on? Liam raises his hands in surrender, claiming he knows nothing more. I only heard this from the prison guards. Xian then began to piece everything together. How will the students and guards resolve this? This threatens the lives of students, so you can't take it lightly. Liam, questioned by the likes of Xian, rubbed his temples and replied, of course I wouldn't take this matter lightly. I'm having it investigated, and I'll let you know if anything comes up. A resolution that doesn't sit well with Asuka. The 3 left the director's office, Asuka still fuming. We should have listened to Piggy and interrogated them right then and there. He furrowed his brow, questioning how the 4 of them could have escaped so easily. Does he think the doors at Laubadens are made of paper? Knowing his mood was foul, he spoke cautiously. They're still investigating and searching every day, but Asuka wouldn't hear it. He glanced at X, teeth grinding. Do you know what the worst thing in the world is every single day? Better to let you do it your way than rely on others. Asuka, incensed, points directly at him, retorting, hey, don't act like you're not involved. While you're incredibly skilled at this, second only to me. Hyomut explained without looking at him or rushing. You handle your own problems and I'll handle mine. Asuka, no longer agitated, put his hands in his pockets, sulking. Heartless, are you trying to become a model student or something? Hyomut coldly replied, didn't you tell me to be a little more friendly? Seeing the two about to argue, Shuyen intervened. Hey, stop it you two. Speaking of Zen, he turned down another street waving goodbye. I have to get back to class. Hopefully things will be resolved with the director next time. Asuka absent-mindedly watches him go, muttering, I don't think so. Just then, Hyomut was about to leave as well, prompting Asuka to ask where he was going. Without looking back, he coldly replied, training. I've been neglecting it lately for reasons. Asuka follows him, sighing softly, so diligent. The two trudged down the academy hallway one after the other. Piggy felt uncomfortable with the tail following him and turned to ask, why are you following me? I just happen to be going this way, Asuka replied casually. Leave me be, just go your own way. And with that, peace returned to the space. Asuka followed Hyomut, lost in thought, before finally speaking. Hey, now that I think about it, your skills are pretty good. Does it bother you when you see others trying to climb to your position? He paused, glancing at Asuka, a thought crossing his mind. Now, you're the one annoying me. Even so, he wasn't too reckless and continued to answer Asuka. Even so, I don't intend to act like you. Asuka smirked, exhaling. If you use the ball to hit a child, you'll have to leave the game. I think you get my point. Don't show them the difference in levels when fighting. Look at me. Because I'm at the top of the class, they're going crazy with the desire to defeat me. He who doesn't care about grades teases Asuka not because of his unpleasant personality. Asuka couldn't help but feel angry. What did he just say? Jerk, I was giving you advice. 1 second he's joking and the next he's back to his usual cold demeanor. I'm not good at picking fights with people. I just want to get along with the class. Then he strode away, as Asuka watched with a sneer. You're different than you appear. Are you always such a dutiful son? Did your parents tell you to befriend those nobles? Hugh slowly put the key in the lock, opened the door, then turned back with a murderous look, warning. I don't have the patience to watch others try to climb into my position. You're no exception either. Asuka shuddered at those final words. Asuka quickly turns away, no longer in a joking mood. Okay, I get it, no need to be so intense. Just then, Hyomut pushed open the door and stepped inside, revealing a room fully equipped with weapons and armor for training. The room was empty, and Asuka curiously peeked inside. You wanted to train, but this isn't a training center, Hyomut replied calmly. This is Coach Kudro's personal training room. I got permission to use it in my free time. Asuka is a little surprised by his treatment. What's wrong? You're keeping it all to yourself, how petty. You could have let me use it too. However, Hugh didn't want anyone disturbing his training, especially Asuka. So he kicked Asuka out, saying she had to leave. Without another word, he slammed the door, leaving Asuka alone and dejected. What a cold-hearted jerk. That afternoon, the sun began to set behind the buildings, casting its rays upon the academy's corridors. In a certain room with a closed door, Aaron warily looks around. Jerome sat on the desk, anxiously asking Aaron, Did you say anything? Aaron snapped back. I told him I didn't know anything. Perhaps Asuka has already given us up. He asked me a lot of questions. Even so, Jerome remained fairly relaxed, knowing he had a strong backer. The academy had no way to contact the Black Eagle. We have nobles backing us, so there won't be any problems. Despite his confidence, Jerome has to ask someone with higher authority. But why we've done foolish things that led nowhere, and now we must fear the consequences. Sabbat couldn't hear a word anymore, his hands clenched in tense anticipation. The more he spoke, the more distorted Soapbucket's face became, fear flickering in his eyes as he wrung his hands thinking, damn it, those Black Eagle bastards couldn't even handle one kid. These country bumpkins are useless. He stops wringing his hands only to start biting his nails. The academy won't stop investigating until they get what they want. There's no escaping it. He bit his lip, resolving to take a gamble. Now that it's come to this, I'll personally make sure you all leave the academy. Don't think this is over. Asuka and Helmusada's sworn enemies flashed through Sapbat's mind as he returned to Pachika's swordsmanship class, where the students were gathered to hear her announcement, though most already knew that the sparring classes would begin next week. Hearing that Heelmut thought it was happening sooner than expected, he allowed himself to drift off, musing that his patience was wearing thin. He couldn't avoid punishment, but maybe he could end these troubles with this opportunity. Heelmut glanced at Jerome, staring intently, then recalled Asuka's words. Don't think you can show them the difference in your strength through a duel. I mean, even though I'm at the top of the class, they still try to mess with me. For him, it wasn't a bad suggestion, but he didn't know the pressure of the academy. So he decided to go with the flow and see where it led. Suddenly, Chika slammed the wooden sword to the floor, drawing the attention of the students. Silence. I understand how excited you all are, but don't forget, we have another important event before the sparring session, okay? She raised her voice and continued to remind them. As announced, there will be a pop quiz tomorrow. The test will count toward your grade, so study the textbooks carefully, exactly what Heelmut needs right now. But he was still unsure about this thing called a textbook, so he ran back to the dorm to ask his roommate. Alea draws the curtains, both annoyed and surprised. What's this? You still haven't bought the textbooks. He sat back on the bed, looking up at him with sympathy. With all that chaos, it's no wonder he forgot about the test, especially since they didn't tell him before he enrolled. Helm stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and replied, Not at all. Professor Ethan didn't mention anything about it. Suddenly, Heelmut froze as if he had remembered something. Heelmut, after you register for the dorm, remember to buy textbooks. When Eaton reminded him, Heelmut vaguely thought he'd buy some textbooks when he returned from the estate, but then there was the Black Eagle attack, Asuka's injury, and then being urged by Xian to hurry back to the academy, because we're all going to be interrogated. And so Helm realized he'd been caught up in too much and completely forgot to buy textbooks. He started to tell Alia, but before he could finish, she cut him off. Go get permission and buy them. If you say it's for textbooks, they'll allow it. However, Heelmut is facing the same problem as a broke college student at the end of the month. He can't buy them even if he wants to. I'm broke. Alia's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you do with the reward money from the last quest? Oh well, I knew this day would come the moment you blew over 10-0 inches the blink of an eye. With that, Alea sighed softly. So what now? What do you want from me? Helmut spoke as if he was placing all his hopes on Alea. I gave all my mission pay to Eaton thinking it would be safer, but now I don't have time to get it back. Moreover, I hoped you could show me the fastest way to make money, and I trust you because you know things I don't. These words stunned Alea for a long time. Realizing she's acting strange, Alea turns away, props up her chin and says, What kind of roundabout way is that? Just spit it out and ask to borrow money from me. Heelmut repeats, Borrow money, he calmly explains. Right, I give you money now, and you pay me back later. Hearing that, Hammett nodded in agreement. Understood. If you agree, I'll pay you back this weekend. Alea's lips twitch, feigning confusion. You really agreed quickly, huh? Without another word, Alea turned and pulled the curtain. Wait for me to change before we go. Heelmu was a bit surprised. You're coming with me, I could buy it myself. Alea turns back, replying haughtily, I can't stand lying here wondering if you'll buy some weird book with my money. And I'm free anyway, so let's just go. Hearing this, Helmut sensed something was off, but brushed it aside as Alea had her own thoughts. If he went out alone in Baden, he might end up like Asuka, so it's safer for two to go. And so the two head out together to buy textbooks. Helmut and Alea stride down the main street and he thinks to himself, or perhaps he only thought that it would just be the two of them, but Xian and Asuka are there as well. Asuka trailed behind, laughing. It's been a while since you've been out, hasn't it? Xian looked around, marveling at finally breathing fresh air, while Alea and Helmut seemed annoyed. Trung wondered how the hell he'd gotten into this situation. To understand, we have to rewind a few minutes. Zhen was thrilled to hear that Ham would be going out to buy books. Really? I want to buy books too, so let's go together, mostly because I'm hoping something interesting will happen. Asuka also wanted to tag along, claiming that as a swordsmanship student he was better equipped to guide them, but the truth was he just wanted to escape the school. Alea muttered in annoyance, just loud enough for the pig to hear that somehow these annoying flies had stuck to him. He wearily replied at a loss for words, I've never relied on them. Inside a brightly lit building in the city, the lavish interior houses neatly arranged books. Heelmut looked around searching while Xian focused on the neatly arranged books on the shelves. The smell of new books is always so wonderful. Alea pointed Heelmut to the right section, telling him the swordsmanship textbooks were over there. Before looking for books, Alea asked him, Do you remember the names of the books you need? Heelmut thought for a moment and then listed them. Now I need the Intermediate Common Swordsmanship, Basic Business Management, and Advanced Morality. In moments, Alea had gathered everything he needed. She asked if he needed anything else, but Heelmu seemed confused. No, this is enough. He flips through a few of the books, thinking to himself that he guessed as much from the titles. But this is all just basic knowledge. Why would I buy textbooks when I already know it? Suddenly, Asuka hands Heelmu a strange book saying, since we're buying books, take this one too. Helmut was surprised and curious. But wasn't that book? Not a textbook. Asuka frowned, flipped through a few pages, and said that Coach Pachika's personality was quite erratic, so she wouldn't take questions directly from the textbook. Either she mixes questions from older courses or uses incomprehensible vocabulary. So I've practiced these concepts for 4 years, and this is the most accurate and suitable book of all the ones I've tried. Alia and Helmut stare at him upon hearing that. Sensing their strange looks, Asuka asks, "What is it?" "Why are you looking at me like that?" Alea replied, teasing Asuka. "They say after 3 years in the village, school, even the dogs start reciting poetry. I'm just shocked by your sudden burst of intelligence." Hearing this, Asuka was visibly angered. "I'm at the top of my class, you know. These guys treat me like I'm nothing but a fool." Just then X happily brought over a book. Alea coldly replies to his request to pay for his books along with hers. "You think I'd pay for you? Get your own money, you cheapskate." Shuyen clicked his tongue in dismay. So heartless. Following the signs, the Fantastic Four arrive at the checkout counter, where the cashier smiles brightly after tallying their total 2 million please. Asuka glances at an annoyed Alea, asking why she's so covered up and if she's planning to steal something. "Mind your own business. If you're annoyed, use the other side. Is 2000 all it takes to daze Hyomut?" It's not even a fraction of what Alia paid, but it's still a bargain. As Hyomut handed Thunungan the money, she smiled gratefully. "Yes sir, thank you for paying." "Oh my, is that Mr. L?" Alea quickly pulled up her hood, turning away to avoid him. "Wrong person, pal." Asuka exited the bookstore laughing. Being famous is tough. "She's your fan. You should have given her an autograph." Alia walked ahead, knowing how annoyed he must be. "You're just drawing more attention to us. Could you keep it down?" X says with a wry smile. "Isn't it absurd to hope you wouldn't become famous after topping the class with such abysmal scores?" Before him, his 3 friends frolicked under the moonlight, and a gentle night breeze stirred Lam Long Hyomut's heart. Is this what human relationships are? A moment later, the 4 returned to the dorm. Alia removes her hood, rubs her shoulders and sighs. "I shouldn't have wasted so much energy on that." Then Hyomut suddenly asks, "Alea, did you bring your textbook?" Alea, already annoyed, snapped back. "What, you think I'm the kind of person who'd forget to buy the books?" His gaze turned serious. "That's not what I meant. You already know so much without textbooks, so I wondered if they'd even help." This question gives Alia pause. She crossed her arms and began to share her experience, climbing to the top, explaining that knowledge changes slightly depending on one's perspective, and textbooks are valuable because they help one gain a more objective view of what one knows. He's incredibly talented, but if he insists that his view of the world is all there is, he's bound to fail someday. He didn't respond, which only pleased Icy Pink more. Pointing a finger, he warned, "The problem is your arrogance. Study hard. And keep those books safe or don't expect my help again." He remained silent, muttering, "I know." The next morning at the Seaside Academy, something terrible happened, a slap in the face for Hyomut's insincerity. The promise of the previous night was immediately broken. Upon opening his locker, Hyomut found all his books were gone. Beside him, Asuka exclaimed in frustration, "Where did all the textbooks go? Oh my god, I can't believe this. Those bastards even stole from the lockers." "Hyomut, did they raid your locker too?" He could hear nothing, his hands crushing the locker into splinters as he buried his face in it, rage finally breaking through his indifferent facade. Today marks another lesson with Scarface, who stands on the podium and shouts, "Let's begin." It's a sparring class. Both sides must agree to be opponents, and of course no viz allowed. Everyone in the class, including Asuka, seemed quite interested in today's lesson. Scarface reminds them before they begin that sparring with friends is fine, but facing someone you've never fought before will give you valuable experience. With that, he called them all together. "Once you've chosen your opponents, the sword fight will begin." The students respond in unison. Yes, Asuka is searching for her opponent. He stands before the nobles, who are loudly calling out Sabat's name as Asuka arrogantly slings his sword over his shoulder, proposing a deal. Sabat grows wary, staring intently at Asuka. "What do you want from me?" the top student sneers, unable to resist a mocking laugh. "Why am I looking for you? You really have to ask." Asuka's pupils contracted and veins bulged on his neck. "Looks like you can't stand the sight of me. So I'm giving you a chance to fight me. Don't run away if you're a swordsman." Since the Black Eagle incident, Sabat hasn't dared to clash with Asuka too much, making up excuses to refuse. "Sorry, but we're on the same team, so I'm afraid you'll have to find someone else." Asuka repeated Scarface's words. "Didn't the coach tell you to find a different kind of opponent? Sabat just can't let it go." He sneers. "Since when did you start listening to the coach? Why don't you fight that commoner friend of yours?" Asuka puts on a menacing face, speaking with hidden meaning. "So you want to play it that way?" Sapbat glanced at Aaron behind him, who nodded in understanding. Sapbat smirked. "Fine if you want it that bad." But a voice suddenly cut him off. "What about me?" Everyone turned to face the one who interrupted Sabat. It was Hyomut. He coldly provoked the fragile pride of the nobles. "Stewie, I wouldn't care even if you attacked me too. The result wouldn't change anyway. Ganging up is what weaklings like you do." Suddenly, Piggy looks pretty cool, while Sapat is still trying to process what's happening. "What's this?" "This brat. Aaron puts his hand on the guy's shoulder, stepping up himself. Look at him bragging, I alone am enough to take you down. Aeon scoffs, daring him to try if he's so confident. Recalling Aaron and Sabbat's conversation from a few days prior, Sabbat proposed a plan to disrupt and steal all the books from the Heelmood group's lockers to provoke them. Listen closely, if we sabotage their lockers, they'll target us during swordsmanship class. When that happens, provoke them just enough, then accept. Jerome, a little dumbfounded by the plan, speaks up. Accept it. I don't know about those Heelmoods, but we can't beat Asuka. You're saying we should just accept being beaten, Sapbat said coldly. We'll use V's strategy, his dirty tricks are something Jerome and Aaron could never match no matter how hard they try. What do you mean? Jerome frantically warned him, but Sabbat coldly reassured him that the sparring class strictly prohibited such actions. Listen to me. He reveals a mysterious smile and sunken eyes, slowly explaining, if we call it self-defense against their retaliatory attacks, we'll only be punished. But if their arms or legs were crippled, for example, they wouldn't be able to stay at the academy. He smirked, well worth it. However, Jerome was the most hesitant among them. Hold on, I don't think this is unexpected. Aaron then loudly declares, fine, I agree. Jerome's eyes widened as he glanced at Aaron, who tilted his head back, his brow furrowed in annoyance. Jerome, step aside if you're not with us. Shafat, I'll do as you say, but my opponent will be that pig. He's still bitter about constantly being humiliated by that pig. I want to personally repay him for what he's done. Seeing his reckless spirit, Sapbat was intrigued. Have it your way. I want to teach that arrogant bastard a lesson anyway. With that, Sabbat smirked like a madman. I'm looking forward to that swordsmanship lesson. Recalling the conversation and the duo's reckless plan, Jerome was frantic. Asuka, prepared and ready, entered the training arena. Meanwhile, Shen was ready as well, and Asuka looked like he'd lost his entire fortune. Conversely, Soap Bucket was thrilled to be on the verge of achieving his goal. That's right. He could practically taste his desire to attack. He frowned, a glint of triumph in his eyes. Come on, attack me. Then I'll make sure you can never hold a sword again. I'll teach you why commoners should know their place. Sabbat brandishes his wooden sword, but Asuka remains still. The training room falls into a tense silence as the other students stop their practice. All eyes are on Asuka and Sabbat, anticipating a fierce battle. However, the longer it went on, the more uneasy Sabbat became. Beads of sweat poured down his face and alarm bells began to ring in his mind. What is going on? Seeing Asuka's predatory gaze, Long Sabbat cries out, why isn't he attacking? Jerome, on the other hand, felt uneasy, his brow furrowed with worry. Long, it seems you still don't understand, Asuka. Jerome felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the tension between the two swordsmen. Asuka was a true hunting dog with a blade. He'll stare down his opponent, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He seems to know Asuka all too well. That also means your plan was doomed from the start. Looking at Sabbat's strained breathing, he thought, but Asuka's sharp eyes narrowed the moment had arrived. He moves quickly, his wooden sword flashing as he rushes towards the frozen Sapbat. The wind-tearing speed creates immense pressure, rooting Sapbat to the spot. His nerves on edge, he charged forward. Seeing Asuka's dark face but sharp eyes, he reassured himself. A low attack to the right, I can block it. Thinking this, Sapbat shifts his sword to block, but Asuka has outmaneuvered him. He changed the sword's trajectory to a downward strike, hitting Sabbat squarely on the neck and shoulders. Asuka knocks Shapat to the ground, sneering at his pathetic technique. Sabbat's face slams into the floor, a humiliating and agonizing blow, as Wesley and Jerome turn away, unable to watch. Asuka kneels down to where Sabbat lies, a mocking sneer on his face. You're not completely useless, just full of hot air. You bastard, I should thank you. You took my lazy strike, huh? I should beat you to a pulp for that. Siabek's face went blank, then suddenly horrified as he looked at his left hand. It's not just my collarbone. It's broken. How dare this lowlife deceive me? Gathering himself, Satbat finds one arm limp. He reassures himself that he was attacked first, and from now on, it's self-defense, so don't blame him. Fueled by pent-up frustration, he gripped his wooden sword, thinking I'll focus my power into a single strike. But before he could enact his plan, he was struck again from behind. Racked with pain, Sapbat bit his lip to stifle a groan, only to be struck in the face with another blow like a bolt from the blue. Sapbat met Asuka's sharp gaze, the last thing he saw before she unleashed a flurry of blows. No, he doesn't have time to gather V. He pales as he imagines the worst-case scenario. Is this guy going to finish him off? Hearing those words, Asuka delivers a final merciful blow, ending the training session. Asuka smugly whispers into Sabbat's ear, don't say it's over yet. We still have plenty of time, so don't give up. He grins menacingly, glaring at Sapbat. Why don't you show me half the persistence you've been showing all this time? Watch your mouth every time you say surrender, I'll add 3 more moves. Hearing this threat, Sapbat was both angry and panting, adding more hatred to his heart. Meanwhile, Aaron gripped his wooden sword, taunting Hiomut by patting his stomach. You don't look so good. Aren't you worried about your friend, your civilian? The pig demon coldly scans Aaron's cheeky face, furrowing his brow as he retorts, worry about yourself. Time seemed to stand still, as the relentless strikes of the wooden sword continued to rain down, leaving Sapbat battered and defeated on the ground. Sapbat struggled to get up under the worried gazes of his classmates, but his body trembled from the waves of pain. Seeing this, Asuka calls out, "Don't think I'll take it easy on you just because you're lying there. We're far from done, so stop faking and get up." Seething with anger and humiliation, Sabat cursed inwardly, "This can't be happening. I'm a swordsman of the Rugal family. How could I lose to someone like her?" Before him, several pairs of feet approached, making Sabat even more uncomfortable. What were those bastards doing just standing there? They should be calling for the instructor or breaking it up. Suddenly, Sabat's pupils shrink. He looked as if he'd just seen something terrifying. What is it? Seeing his sycophants looking at him with amusement, he seethed inwardly. Why were they looking at him like that? I'm not someone you can look at like that. Stared down with contempt, Sap rose in anger and gripped his wooden sword. He struggled to stand, but the two quickly averted their gaze. And in that moment, Sap's resentment reached a boiling point. Asuka frowned, questioning Sap's strange behavior, who turned his back to him, revealing only 3/4 of his darkened face. Fine then, Sap Bad immediately glares at Asuka, his hand summoning a radiant gold aura around his sword, sending him to meet his ancestors. He darts forward with blinding speed, catching Asuka off guard. But it's likely just a feint. Twisting through the air, he struck Soap Bucket from behind, adding to the pain already inflicted on his reddened chin. Sabat then landed with a flourish, condensing his mana and sneering at Sapbat's misery. "You broke the rules, so I will too. That makes us even." With that, he gripped the sword hilt wrapped in blue aura and charged towards Sabat, prompting Jerome to shout, "Asuka, wait." But it was too late. The rigid blade seemed destined to strike Sabat's neck. The students were stunned, never expecting the wooden sword to plunge into the ground. Scarface intervened just in time, altering the sword's trajectory, earning him a displeased glare from Asuka. Scarface glared sternly at the two troublemakers, his voice full of authority. "Asuka, Sabat, the match is over. Sabat, see me in my office after you've been treated." "Asuka, come with me now." Asuka turns back to Scarface, asking why he has to go as well, but he's the one who broke the rules. "If I hadn't dodged in time, you'd be carrying me out on a stretcher." But his experience could make him Asuka's father, so it's not easy to fool him. Her disrespect for her opponent alone is already a violation. "How long are you going to keep making excuses and living like this?" Scarface clicked his tongue and gritted his teeth. "I can't understand why Coach Pachika would cover for someone like you." Asuka's breath hitched at the mention of Pachika. Scarface then dismissed the class and turned to leave, ordering someone to take the injured student to the infirmary. "Asuka, I understand something unpleasant happened recently," but his words were suddenly cut off by Andrew's call. Coach Scarface was a little surprised. "What is it?" "I'm in the middle of something, can you come back later?" he stammered, struggling to get the words out. "It's nothing." Andre just pointed in a direction and asked if it was okay not to stop you two. Scarface and Asuka couldn't help but wonder, as a hurried voice echoed through the academy hallway the day before. "Aaron, why didn't you stop him?" Jerome is puzzled by Aaron's nod to Sabat's crazy plan. "You know those petty tricks won't work on Asuka, right? Besides, breaking the rules will only get you punished." Contrary to that worry, Aaron casually crossed his arms and replied, "Jerome, since when have you become so close with Sap?" Jerome was a little surprised. He gives Jerome a strange look, telling him to use his eyes for observation, not just for show. It's clear he's doomed. Jerome faltered at Aaron's cold words, stammering, "What do you mean?" Aaron glanced at Jerome and calmly replied, "He only escaped punishment because there was no proof. But who doesn't know that Sapat used others to frame Asuka?" Aaron frowned, his voice sharp. "For nobles, using the Black Hawk is a disgrace, even against commoners, and most students in the academy are of noble birth. Do you think their families will look kindly on that?" He then revealed the truth. Sabat had long been cast aside. Aaron sighed, seemingly relieved. "Actually, it would benefit us more if Asuka defeated him and kicked him out. After all, once the captain disappears, no one will question us." These words gave Jerome much to ponder, and Aaron, holding nothing back, added more. "I wanted to crush that Helmuth myself. Wouldn't it be great to kick Sabat and him out of the academy? I'll bring him to his knees without using Viz, just keep watching." Back in the present, Aaron prepares to face Helmuth, having foreseen Sabat's fate. "So try not to hold too much of a grudge against me for what's happened. Survival is, after all, how nobles have lived for generations." Suddenly Helmuth spoke up. "I've been meaning to ask you this." He gripped his wooden sword, continuing coldly, "Someone destroyed the books in my cabinet. Was it you?" Aaron dodged the question, retorting, "Who else would it be?" He stared at him for a moment, then closed his eyes slightly as he replied, "If you don't know, then ask." Aaron finally makes his move, a calculating smirk on his face. "Heel mute, what's wrong with you? What kind of defense leaves you wide open like that? Is he overconfident, or is he just pretending?" Seeing Heelmut's careless stance, he thought, "Whatever, I can't underestimate him." Thinking this, Aaron immediately makes his move, targeting his legs first. Suddenly, a cloud of dust obscures the view, and Heelmut is upon Aaron in the blink of an eye, his blade slicing through Aaron's, sending half the sword flying. He stares in shock at his broken sword, wondering what just happened. "I definitely swung my sword, but I didn't notice he was already preparing a second move." Aaron's stance left him wide open. He took a blow straight to the neck in the blink of an eye. Aaron collapses, clutching his throat and gasping, tears welling in his eyes as he struggles to breathe. The boorish man approached Aaron, watching him gasp for air, saliva bubbling from his throat. "He sat next to me during the first class and asked me a question. Now let me return the favor." his eyes now filled with murderous intent. Do you think your noble status will protect you outside the academy? He glares at Aeon and continues, I could have broken your neck with that last blow. Will your noble status save you from the gates of hell? These words weigh heavily on Aeon's heart. His face paled eyes, still wet with tears, and his pupils contracted. Long realized this bastard was no longer human. Seeing Hyomut's dark face and murderous eyes, he trembled. What the hell is he? Having intimidated him enough, Hyomut withdrew his gaze and sighed. Sorry, with your vocal cords torn, how could you even talk? He then ruthlessly stomped on Aaron's helpless hand. He wanted to scream in pain, but no sound came out. Hyomut glared at Aaron again, his oblique stone glowing brightly, and he grabbed him by the collar, his murderous aura exploding with oppressive force. Scarface rushed over yelling, Hyomut, Aaron, stop the match, immediately drop your swords, but he trailed off, silenced by Hyomut's dangerous glare. He and the other students froze in their tracks. Silence descends upon the arena, and Hyomut, his face dark, stares at Aaron, before suddenly returning to his usual composure. Casting a glance at the boy he was holding, Helmu simply drops him. He pants for a moment, then turns to face the scarred instructor. He was now wary of the student before him. Regaining his composure, Scarface gave an order. Jerome, give Aaron first aid, and take him to the infirmary. In the disciplinary office, Scarface is dealing with Asuka and Helmu's excessive actions. I'll give you both a chance to explain yourselves. If you have anything to say it. But neither of them had any explanation. Seeing this, Scarface praised them. You two aren't in a position to defend yourselves. He glanced at Helmut, adding, Asuka could have left, but Helmut, I didn't expect you to act like that. Hyomut lowered his head, and quietly replied, I didn't follow the rules of the duel. The scarred man propped his hand up and asked, Is that all? Is that truly all you can think of? Hyomut keeps his eyes on Scarface as he continues to speak. Scarface began to detail Aaron's injuries, saying he'd checked on him before coming here. His trachea was lacerated, and his right metacarpal bone was fractured. Aaron was thoroughly bandaged at this point. Scarface frowned, his voice grave. If he hadn't given first aid, Aaron could have died from respiratory failure. There might be a way to heal her torn vocal cords, but she'll likely never wield a sword with her right hand again. Asuka retorts, defending her friend Coach. They even tried to take him out by hiring Black Falcon. What does it matter if those despicable thugs can no longer wield a sword? Before he could finish, Scarface struck him with a club. He looks at Piggy, and sternly reminds her, I wasn't asking you, Asuka. Assuming you didn't break the duel rules, don't you think you went a bit too far? Suddenly, Asuka speaks up, questioning why she's being blamed, and her following words throw Asuka into a panic, and Aaron, despite his weakness, finds the strength to insult not only her, but her friends as well. Hyomut chimes in, he's right, what are you talking about? At this point, Hyomut insisted that she was not wrong. She just wanted him to know there were things he couldn't touch. Seizing the opportunity, Asuka spills everything. They even broke into our lockers and stole all our books. Scarface ignored him, focusing intently on Hyomut's words. So you're saying you'll use duels to cripple anyone you dislike? Then you're not worthy of this academy. Enraged, he lectures him, saying it goes against the academy's principles. Scarface's reasoning falls on deaf ears, and our hero retorts. So, bullying commoners, humiliating them, stealing their belongings, and having them assaulted is the way of the academy. Seeing him agitated, Scarface said softly, I don't take sides. Hyomut retorted coldly, so you can't do anything either. Hyomut reaffirms his stance, stating he's simply resolving a problem the instructor couldn't. As a student of the Sword Academy, what's wrong with that? Unexpectedly, Scarface says nothing and simply draws his sword. The sword's arc grazed Hyomut and Asuka, creating a gust of wind that swept back their hair and cleaved through the office ceiling. Piggy was taken aback as Scarface furrowed his brow and corrected his thinking. Piggy, don't twist my words, you're just a bully picking on the weak. Now, if I used force to make you pay for your rebellion, would you call that fair? Then he began to lecture on how people should treat each other in a world of nobles and commoners, the strong and the weak. Just as you can't look down on a commoner for being a noble, you can't trample the weak for being strong. Scarface's logic was so sharp it stunned the pig. Do you think what you did today is any different from looking down on others because you're a noble? Asuka secretly watches him get a long lecture. After a moment's thought, the bully spoke first. So what am I supposed to do? His question seemed to prove Scarface's words were just empty theory. He turns and explains, the Academy and I are also at fault for not acting sooner. I apologize. Scarface gripped his sword as if steeling himself. The Academy's goal isn't domination but equality. Asuka and Sabbat remained silent, awaiting his next words as he turned to them both. From nobles to commoners, from the strong to the weak, all are human beings. If you remember that one day, you'll find your answer. He then looked at their faces, saying that despite everything, they were both excellent students. Being scolded and praised at the same time, Piggy's emotions are in turmoil. Scarface paused, then continued, regardless, I still have to punish you for your actions today, so I'm banning you from duels. However, I will allow the two of you to duel each other. For Asuka, this is more of a reward than a punishment. How delightful. Just then, Scarface presented a stack of paper, and Asuka stared blankly, unsure of what was happening, causing Scarface's expression to darken with impatience. Why do you look at me with such suspicion? It's not just limited to a duel. That's right, go write 50 apology letters, and don't come back until you're done. This punishment was a shocking blow to the two sword enthusiasts, and their desperate pleas echoed throughout the afternoon. Wait, instructor, what about class? Scarface coldly replied, finish writing before theory class starts, then come back here and give it to me. I've been easy on you all, so no more complaining. Piggy still wouldn't stop yelling. Come on, please, trainer. That night, under the full moon, Asuka stared at his blistered hands, pouting that they had gone numb. As Asuka lamented, it was already dark after writing, and this was supposed to be easy on them. Meanwhile, Hyomut stared at his hands, swollen like they'd been injected with filler. Unlike Hyomut, Asuka frowned, clenching his fist in silence, secretly thinking he didn't regret activating his power. Thinking this, Hyomut remembered the Philosopher's Stone inside him flashing, but he had made a mistake. For a moment, I lost my composure. After all this training, I still can't fully control it. The more he thought, the more his eyes narrowed, flashing with anger. How could I have just seen him silent, frowning? Asuka turned puzzled. What's wrong? Why do you look so troubled? Hyomut, your hands must be hurting too, right? Hyomut casually put his hands in his pockets and replied, I had to write letters today, so I couldn't train. Asuka's surprised by his insane dedication. Seriously, he's overdoing it. How can he even think about training after writing apology letters all day? Hyomut glanced at Asuka, offering a dismissive sneer. You don't practice that much, but you're improving. Asuka, feeling belittled, angrily retorted, have you even seen me train? Look who's talking, the guy who's always locked away in his private gym. Suddenly Asuka had an idea. Since we're talking about private training rooms, can I use yours? Hyomut simply replied with a firm no, immediately irritating Asuka. You said we were friends, but you won't even let me use your practice room. Meanwhile, at a nearby building, Scarface watches over his two students. He thought to himself, Hyomut, I know you're a good student, but Scarface hesitated, watching Hyomut's back, suddenly remembering the look in Hyomut's eyes when he stopped the fight, the murderous aura, or rather the magic power she exuded. Feeling he was getting ahead of himself, Scarface shook his head, dismissing the thought. No, that theory was far-fetched. After all, she was more obedient than Asuka, so he could only sigh and secretly pray that she would continue to study well and not go astray. Suddenly, Scarface noticed the botched slash in the ceiling and panicked, realizing he'd have to use this month's salary to pay for the repairs. Meanwhile, somewhere else in a space shrouded in darkness, a house was lit by a flickering candle. Someone slams their hand on the table, and the subordinates below cower. Antun sits upright, his face full of murderous intent, glaring at the useless people at his feet. Chapter 53 inches, the silent room, the candlelight flickered, the only sound, the crackle of wax. Antun sat motionless, gazing at his subordinates, stroking his beard as he spoke. I lost the spy in Baden who helped you escape. The spiky-haired subordinate nervously replied, We apologize, Chief. We have failed miserably. The one-eyed youth chimed in, but please hear us out. That man's movements are definitely not those of a second-year academy student. Hearing reason in this, Hornhair nodded vigorously. That's right, he's at least a 2-star swordsman. Suddenly, Anton raised his hand, signaling, enough. I didn't gather you here to find fault, but to reward you for helping me find someone I've been searching for. The horned hair and one-eyed man were stunned by their leader's words after they were dismissed. Then Anton glanced at Chromo, ordering Chromo tell them. He pulled out a piece of paper, nodded, and replied yes. Chromo began with a question. Was there a black-haired kid among the academy students you faced with black eyes, a pale face, and a noble air about him? That's right, just that one kid completely wrecked us. Having confirmed it was the right person, Promo picked up some papers and continued. That kid's name is Helmut. He's a full member of the Swift Mercenary Guild. He slaughtered 5 of our men with just a branch and escaped. We've been hunting him ever since, but he's been hiding in the academy. Hornhair stammers in disbelief. A massacre. At that moment, Anson, deep in thought, spoke up. There's very little information coming from Baden. It was clever of him to choose the academy as his hiding place. His eyes narrowed with tension. You don't trifle with a monster in its lair. But if it still remembers that grudge, it will bare its fangs at us one day, if we aren't careful. Hearing this, Hornhair's eyes widened. So what are we supposed to do? He rested his hand on the back of the chair and replied, That's why I'm giving you a new mission. Hornhair was a little curious. A new mission, Anton said, reaching for the papers in Chromo's hand. Simply deliver this report to my superiors and I'll grant you leave. So make it snappy. Understood. Hair Trigger and One Eye bowed solemnly. Yes, thank you, sir. We won't disappoint you twice. Anton and Chromo then watched the 2 subordinates leave. As soon as they left, Anton glanced at Chromo and ordered their disposal. You never know when a wounded dog will come back to bite you. Have them assassinated right after they're done, he replied. Yes, sir. Done. Anton smirked. Perhaps, just perhaps, we'll meet that person soon. Tonight's full moon at the academy is obscured by clouds, and there are footsteps outside the door. Hyomut tiptoed into the silent dormitory room. He tiptoed inside, careful not to make a sound, and glanced around. Feeling that nothing was amiss, Piggy planned to return to his bed, but suddenly a voice made his heart leap. You're back late, Hyomut asked worriedly. You're not asleep, Aaliyah inside responded irritably. Your voice was like a cat, so funny I couldn't sleep. He quietly apologized. Inside, Aaliyah lay sprawled on the bed hugging a pillow and asked casually, I heard you beat them unconscious. Good. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he gazed out the window and replied, But I have to write them an apology and can't go to training. Alea's eyes flashed with confusion. He got what he wanted, so why wasn't he happy? This question silenced even the pig. After a moment's thought, he changed the subject, arms crossed. Sorry, but I lost the textbook. As you said, I won't ask for your help in the future. Alea is a little surprised by his lost book. Annoyed, he yanked open the partition, ready to unleash a torrent of words, but stopped himself, leaving Piggy confused. AA sighs, I don't know if you're reckless or just naive. You're upset just because of that. He continued, leaving Hyomut wide-eyed. You thought I'd assume your book was stolen when I said that, and since you couldn't do anything about it, it wasn't your fault. Looking at Hyomut's face, Alia felt helpless. If he felt guilty, he could just pay for the book. He could only respond and said seriously, thank you. AA frowned, looking at him with a mix of annoyance and awkwardness, then abruptly drew the curtains and said coldly, I'm going to sleep. Inside, Alea buried his face in his pillow, sighing, his cheeks suddenly flushed red. As night fell, the moon grew rounder and brighter. Hours later, the morning sun cast shadows of swordsmen in the academy halls. Hyomut tried to pull the door open, but it wouldn't budge, leaving him puzzled. Why can't I open it? Hyomut then checks the key again. This is the right key. Is it broken? Suddenly, a wrinkled hand reached out. Wait, hold on, is that Piggy Muscle? Hearing someone call, he turned around. Yes. An old man with a large broom smiled at him. Sorry, but the instructor's training area is being cleaned today. It seems you didn't get the memo. Is the central training room okay? Given the reason, he had no choice but to accept. No problem, he thought, a shared training room. He left the private room and quietly opened the door to the central training room. As he entered, all eyes turned to him in bewilderment. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes, Hyomut felt a little uncomfortable as some classmates approached him and greeted him. It's been a week since that day, and many things have changed in the sword training hall. Hyomut wanders around looking for an opponent and observing his surroundings, but perhaps this is the unfair personal relationship the instructor mentioned. He also realizes that they only pretend this is a fair relationship because they feel threatened. But fearing me, they puff themselves up with that superior mindset. How could I ever benefit from being fair with them? He approached a wooden dummy beginning to warm up. Suddenly someone called out Hyomut's name. Hyomut. Andre enters the training room, informing him that Eaton Kudrow is looking for him. The door slowly opened and Hyomut cautiously entered, finding the other man still scribbling away. His ethereal voice spoke without looking at him. Come in. Hyomut approached and spoke first. I heard you wanted to see me, sir. He nodded in response. That's right. I want to talk about what happened during sparring practice. Hearing this, Hyomut thought to himself, here it comes. Despite his inner thoughts, he remained outwardly polite. Yes. Hyomut recalls a less than pleasant experience. If he speaks like before, he's sure to get another scolding. So it's best to show remorse and speak up. I apologize for disrupting the class. Next came a torrent of apologies. He thought it was cool at the time. I thought the strong preying on the weak was natural, but after hearing the instructor, I realized I was partly to blame. Next time I'll be more careful. Eaton didn't stop writing, but he paused, glancing at the pig, and wondering if he should scold him given the atmosphere. Acting on impulse, Ethan fulfilled the boy's wish slowly, saying, It's good that you know your mistakes and I hope you won't be sad about the past. Those students who bullied you will be punished soon enough. Hearing this piqued his curiosity. What is it? Wythen was surprised as the trainer hadn't told him yet. The piglet honestly admitted. No, he hasn't said anything yet. He states with his arms crossed that the coach has already gotten a confession from one of the masterminds, so the academy will probably expel them. Not forgetting to add a stern warning, he says that even nobles won't be forgiven for hiring Black Eagles. Hyomut falls silent for a moment. A moment later he muttered, I understand. The divine physician, seeing his surprise, added, He must have gotten quite the scolding, and rightfully so. The coach always believed that good intentions lead to good deeds, and he didn't stop there. Since everything's settled, I'll tell you now that standing against injustice is a swordsman's duty, but knowing your limits is what truly matters. He listened attentively, maintaining a submissive attitude throughout. If you've learned restraint from this incident, then follow that path from now on. At this, the divine physician added a chuckle. Besides, you know how it is. Everyone has a reckless youth, even me. These kinds of things happen from time to time in the academy, so just be careful not to get caught. Take your friend to the villa for a trip. Remembering those troublemakers, Piggy was a little speechless. You don't have to be close to everyone, but you should at least have a few close friends at school, even if you're not that close. He thought that meant he was free to go, but the man handed him more things. And here are your new textbooks, since they destroyed the stolen ones to cover their tracks. 2 heavy stacks of books were placed on the table. Hat is stunned. He wonders why there are 2 sets. Y smiles, explaining that his friend lost his as well, didn't he? Are you Asuka? Since you're here, take this back to him. He's still not satisfied, but why her? Eaton's expression was overflowing with the desire for them to become friends, leaving him speechless. I'll just take these to him myself. Seeing him, Shen waves. Perfect timing, Hyomut. Ha ha ha, he quickly spots the 2 of them. He approached 2 stacks of books in his hands, wondering, Xian, why do I keep running into you everywhere? Hearing this, the young man simply smiled. So you're saying I'm friendly. I'll take that as a compliment. After some singing, he turns to Asuka and announces, Here are your books. He looked curiously at the stack of books. Why did you buy these for me? I was just wondering what to do, and you're already thinking of your friends more than I am. He slowly explains that Professor Eaton gave them to him, emphasizing that they must take good care of the textbooks. Asuka babbles on, saying it must be nice to be a noble buying 2 expensive sets without even looking at the price. Then Shuyen hurriedly chimed in, let me continue. Is that all right? He presents with a smile. I was just about to come find you to talk about that. Heel, you came at the perfect time. Are you free this weekend? Hat pondered without answering. As dusk settles over the city, people seek their own enjoyment, and in a tavern the sound of boisterous cheers rings out. Every weekend, Baden is packed with restaurants serving delicious food, a welcome treat for students on their day off. But of all the pubs, the Griffin Tavern on Idlefine No. 3 is the best. Yet neither HH nor Asuka responded, leaving X a little puzzled. What's wrong with you guys? Let's raise a glass. Let's celebrate justice prevailing in this case. Suddenly, Xian turned to Asuka and started a conversation. By the way, Asuka's treating tonight, so drink up. He asked, dumbfounded. What? When did I say that? He brushed himself off and replied, come on. It's nothing. I'll split the money with you. And then Shuyen spoke again. I wish Aaliyah was here, but if he was, he'd be the last person with us in a place like this. I can't believe even a kiss-up like you couldn't convince him. Hearing this, he pondered in silence. Wasn't Alea's rant enough for Suyen? Why would he want to drag me along with that mad dog? Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Don't ask me again. Hat silently pondered, taking a slow drink of his beer at a loss for words. How could anyone like this taste? Across from him, Jian and Asuka were chatting. Order another one of these, go on, sell both my kidneys. He looks up at him, speaking again, saying he's been a sensation at the Sword Arts Institute lately. Heh, he replied, slightly surprised. I didn't know that. I've never been to other classes. Asuka scoffed, remarking that they only worship him out of fear, since they despise him for being a commoner. He beat them all to a pulp. Who would dare mess with him now? Suyen chimed in with a smile. Let's forget the past and smile this holiday. Hat slowly agreed, but his expression was a bit thoughtful. I guess so. Seeing this, Zen couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong? What's weighing on your mind? He asked. No, it's not exactly weighing on me, it's just… He slowly adds, usually people dislike me just by looking at me, so why are you guys hanging out with me? His words caused both Asuka and Shuyen to freeze, with Asuka speaking first. What, you're worried about that? You're annoying but also endearing in a way. And what's so strange about me saying that he's slurred already drunk? I knew from the moment I met you that being by your side would be fun. Asuka scoffed at Zen's words. What fun? So that's why you've been following us all this time. That's a little creepy, you know. Hey, you're not getting those vibes from me, are you? Suyen chuckled. Don't worry, you're not that funny. He immediately felt insulted. The fun stops here. Xe continued to tease Asuka. And you, following him around like a lovesick puppy, is just pathetic. The more he heard, the angrier he got. Following him around, acting like you know everything. Say one more word and I'll shut you up myself. With a touch of arrogance, Asuka explains that he only likes people with real ability, unlike those who are all talk, and he hates the way that guy lectures others. Hattori then chimes in, I'm not lecturing anyone. I just dislike those who are ungrateful. Asuka frowned, her displeasure evident. Then why are you being so difficult with me? Of course, my first impression of you wasn't great either, but we fought against the Black Eagles together, didn't we? I even brought you books. I thought we were close. And he continues to pat Xian, demanding, Xian, tell him. You know he's been awful to me. Little did they know he was beyond answering them, leaving both Hat and Asuka stunned. Shuyen collapses onto the table, his face flushed, and begins to ramble. A sight that brings tears of laughter to Asuka's eyes. Look at him, already dead drunk after so little. And he was just bragging about drinking until my love runs out. What's with him now? Boys will be boys. He silently drinks as Asuka teases him relentlessly. Now I know I'll just get him drunk whenever he gets annoying. Moments later, his eyes drifted to the side, his thoughts wandering with them. Just as I thought, it's still not certain, and Shuyen is still sound asleep. They've left the drinking party, and Asuka is trying to wake him up. Can you wake up? I told you so. He's completely wasted. What's the point of coming here if one drink is all it takes? Suddenly, a voice echoes from afar. How do you know me? What are you talking about? A group of people were laughing and talking, singing and sighing, and he couldn't help but be curious. Alia frantically flips through the book, searching for something only to realize it's a fake. Alia is stunned. He thought to himself that he remembered leaving it around here. Could he have forgotten it at home? There's no way I would misplace a book. I'll just grab another one. Alea tells himself might as well buy a new copy of this good book at the bookstore downtown later. Suddenly his eyes darkened as he recalled Heelmut asking him, Alea, where do you want to go this weekend? Shuyen and Asuka said they'd be going downtown together. Looking down at the book, Alea thought to himself, then all I have to do is follow them. In a small town, Alea rubbed his temples deep in thought as a group of girls fawned over him. Alea, there's a lovely shop over there. Won't you come with me? Are you looking to buy books? Let us buy them for you. He thought to himself, annoyed. This isn't how it's supposed to be. He turned annoyed to a girl with hearts in her eyes. Why would I let you buy things for me? I don't need it. Get out of here. She replies, oh, we just wanted to have tea with you, Alia. He was stuck. He couldn't reason with them, but he couldn't blast them away with magic either. Then in his moment of crisis, Piggy appeared. Alea spotted Piggy, who was sweating and waving in his direction. Alea frowns, glances at him, ignores the others, and heads straight for the fidgeting pigman only to have her sleeve grabbed. Turning back, Alea explains, "Sorry, but I had plans with this guy. Would you mind stepping aside?" Hayomut glanced at him, flustered as Asuka turned confused and asked, "What's wrong?" "Is that Alea, who ignored us all, now spouting nonsense?" Alea cursed, gritting her teeth. "Just stay quiet and keep your distance, you idiot." The girls panicked, exclaiming, "No way, why is Lady Alea with them? Associating with people of that caliber will ruin her reputation." Asuka and X over here, and their faces darken one, adding especially that barbaric swordsmanship academy. A girl stops the speaker, hesitantly asking, "Wait, could that green-haired guy from the swordsmanship academy be the famous swordsman Mi?" Annoyed Shu Yan and Asuka emanated a fierce aura as Asuka shot a threatening glare. "Me what? Finish your sentence. You coward." Shu Yan blushed and whispered, "I'm not from the Sword Arts Institute." The girls whispered amongst themselves, wondering who was beside him. "I don't know," he shouts, eyes wide. "Stop bothering people and get out of the way, or I'll bite." The girls paled with fear. They scrambled away, and Hort turned to ask, helpless, "What's going on here?" Alea frowned, glancing at him, then took a sniff, startling him. "Why did you hit me?" he grumbled, annoyed. "With all this space, I still run into you people. You reek of alcohol. Get out of the way." Asuka chides. "Kid, do you have multiple personalities, asking for help then acting like that?" He points at the masked man, refuting Asuka's words, "I didn't ask for your help. I just thought he was about to lose it watching me struggle." Hayomut looks down at him and calmly says, "I had no intention of helping you. I figured these situations were nothing for someone with your skills." He frowned, glanced at him, and explained, "No, isn't this the time to discuss that?" "Never mind, forget I said anything." One of them glanced at Xian and asked. Xian sits in the corner asking, "What's wrong with that guy over there?" Pale and listless, the other replies, "Never mind, he's been babbling on and on." Aliha then removes her hood, looks at Asuka, and orders, "Honey, check the bag." What he asks, annoyed. "Why are you ordering me around like that?" Alina curtly replies, "Just do it." A person holding the vial eyes it with suspicion. "A potion," AA explains. "It's a detoxifying potion. Everyone at the Magic Institute carries a vial. Just give it to him and he'll wake up soon enough." Asuka sat down in front of Xian, pouring the potion while grumbling irritably. "If you had something this good, you should have said so sooner. What a pain." Xian's lips purse around the potion, his brow furrows, then suddenly his eyes snap open wide as he asks, bewildered. "Oh, he's all dewy-eyed and self-absorbed. He said he wouldn't come, but he was worried about us. What an honest liar." Asuka sarcastically remarks, "Is it really working? He's spouting nonsense from way back when." Aliyah regrets letting him drink so much. Zhu Yan suggests that now that the four of us are here, where should we go? "There's a really good dessert shop nearby," Asuka replied, defeated. "Where else would we go at this hour? Let's just head back to the dorm." Hayomut glanced at Alea, who was listlessly holding her forehead, then looked up at him as if wanting to say something. Himut spoke up. "Alea, will you be free tomorrow to visit the Kudro estate with me?" He turned to Hayomut, looking surprised, but Alea didn't answer. "Are you asking if I'm bringing that whole crowd with me?" He replies, "No. I just wanted to get your opinion first." He remained silent, as if the god wanted me to introduce you. Alea frowned slightly, looking at him thoughtfully, and continued, "Why just me?" Hayomut responded, flustered, "Because if I invited anyone else you wouldn't come." He stubbornly adds, "That's right." He lowers his eyes, explaining that he owes her a great debt anyway. Alea glanced at him, then asked, "When do we leave?" he asked nonchalantly. "I think early morning would be best. It would be troublesome to separate from Shen and Asuka again." Zen asks, puzzled, "Hey, what are you two whispering about? Are you talking about me behind my back? And are you trying to get rid of me? Hurry home while you're still awake. Midterms are coming up." Zen retorted, "If midterms are coming, then I need to burn the midnight oil and study even harder." "Stop nagging, you sound like my mother." Hearing that, he refused, saying, "No way. Just hearing that is terrifying," he thought to himself. I still didn't fully understand the relationship between people, but that day, I felt the distance between Alea and me gradually closing. A hand lands and lost in thought, or perhaps just wary. Piggy glances at the person before him, hesitant to comment. Or was it just me? Alea turned to him, radiating a fierce bloodlust as she commanded. "Listen up, this is a team battle. Our goal is to defeat Xian and Asuka to win." Seeing Heelmut's dazed expression, he continued to explain. "As you know, I've never lost and I've taught you well." Alea's expression turns fierce, her brow-furrowed pupils dilated with warning. "So if we lose, it's 100% your fault. You better do your best to win, got it?" Heelmut, witnessing this, doesn't dare question it. At the school, students chatted excitedly as the door opened, and Alea holding a book turned to ask, "Why are you here?" He just stares blankly, then turns away annoyed, asking, "What's with that look?" I asked why you're here. "I thought you'd be at the library as usual," he replied before quickly, adding, "I just came to grab something, then I'm heading right back." "How's your exam prep going?" he asked, to which the aloof guy replied, "It's getting there." Why the cold shoulder? Heomut casually replies, "I'm not worried about the practical exam." Alea asks, "So you're worried about the written exam?" He glances over and replies, "I already have enough points from the entrance exam anyway. Electives aren't really my thing either." Alia paused, curious. What elective are you talking about? Hiomut replied, confused. The history of the continent and magic. He lamented no wonder he wasn't interested, as the reason was seriously explained. I guess exchange students aren't prioritized for electives, Alea sighed, frowning in dismay. But that class prioritizes students with high scores. Exchange students are always at a disadvantage, and the academy does nothing about it. How unfair, he continued. Shouldn't you be at the top of at least one subject? Hiomut retorted. I guess I'll have to make up for it on the practical exam. What? Of course not, he snapped back, annoyed. Did you see how they score? Hiomut was startled. Alea frowned and explained. Listen, the swordsmanship practical exam is notoriously harsh on third-year students, unlike sparring. The instructors divided the scores into categories with ranks 1 through 4 in Category 1 and ranks 5 through 11 in Category 2. So even with a skill level of 150, the system only recognizes 100, meaning, even if you're at the top, at least 3 others will have the same score. He concludes that the difference in scores can only come from elective courses, to which Hiomut calmly replies. I tried in my 4th year. Alea coldly brings up the past. Even after being defeated by Asuka, he could still say that. Hiomut was stunned, as if struck by lightning. They stare at each other in silence before Alea somberly speaks. If you want, I can help you. For a price, of course. Hiomut was stunned and silence fell between them once more. Hiomut finally asked, You're heading to the library now, right? At the library it's crowded. Hiomut looks up at Alea, who turns back to remind him, This way, follow me. As they walked down the hall, Hiomut asked where they were going, to which Alea replied a private study room in the library that outstanding students could reserve. Hiomut glanced at Alea, marveling at how much private space he had. It's the same in the dorms, he grumbled with a frown. Now I don't have any left, thanks to someone. Sharing a room is quite bothersome for me, as you know. He opened the door as a reminder. I'll only share this place with you, so learn well. Suyen and Asuka sit there looking out as Zuyen speaks. I'm sorry, but this room was reserved in advance. The two of them were dumbfounded, wearing confused expressions. Looking flustered, Arya waves and says, It's Arya, what a coincidence to see you here. Alea crosses her arms looking annoyed and asks, So what are you doing here? Xavier raises his hand explaining, What's the big deal? The top student in swordsmanship and the top student in magic are entitled to use a private room. I mean, why are you two together? Asuka asks, visibly annoyed. And why else? We share a room to save space, and since we're in different classes, we don't bother each other. Zen continues, That's right. It's a waste of space for one person to use a whole room. Alea remained silent, lost in thought as Xian awkwardly suggested, So that's the situation. Would you mind moving to another room? He leans in to whisper something in his ear. Something shady is going on, Arya. He seems to have something in mind. Alea suddenly clasped her hands together, a bright smile spreading across her face as she exclaimed, So that's what it is. Then we shouldn't hinder each other's studies, right? Zele chimed in, feigning sincerity. As expected of Arya, so understanding. He cut in, Because I have a better idea. Zhuyen froze, and Alea's expression shifted. It's simple, he proposed darkly. Hiomut and Asuka can study here while you and I go to the next room. It'll save space, and each room will have students of the same subject. The other two started sweating and stammering, but he cut them off. What's wrong? There's nothing wrong with that, is there? No need to hesitate. Zen nervously added, not letting him finish. Alea interrupted again, asking, You always want to study with me, right? He frowned, his eyes slyly probing. Or are you hiding something you don't want us to know? Stung by her words, the two fell silent, and in the quiet library, Asuka sat frowning, lost in thought. One of them asks, So you're afraid of Hiomut stealing your top spot, and you're asking Zen for extra lessons. Alea glances at the dazed Hiomut and scoffs. What's there to be afraid of? Don't you know the results of his final riddle? He angrily shouts. He was the only one besides me to answer correctly without using the textbook. Alea casually replied, Well, I helped him. Asuka pointed, exclaiming, See, that's the problem right there. He explained, defeated, I wasn't planning on losing the written exam. I might slack off in the practical, but Arya always helps him, so of course I need help too. It's not like I'm guaranteed to win. Alea sighs, frowning in disapproval. You're more cowardly than I thought. So you're afraid of losing your spot, so you seek help. He retorts, exasperated. You'd help Hiomut too, wouldn't you? He replied calmly, his face dark with incomprehension. Of course, why else would I be with him? Asuka, dumbfounded with anger, retorted. Do you want to know how much I'm holding back before I punch you? AA raises a question, but why X? You're number 1 and he's only number 2. That's harsh, but I'm better than him. At elective magic, he laments before proposing. Since things have turned out this way, how about we have a contest? Want to place a bet? Will Arya, Asuka, or Piggy be the one to come out on top? He frowned. Why bet when I know Hiomut will win? Luck runs out eventually, Suyen argued. If you're so confident, why not make a bet? He said, pointing and laughing. The loser has to run 100 laps around the sports field without using magic. Surely the great Arya wouldn't back down from a bet like that, would she? Alea frowned in silence, deep in thought, while a sweating Asuka whispered to Xian, covering her mouth. Where do you get your confidence? Don't worry, I've got this all figured out. He laughs, exhaling deeply, while Piggy remains silent. He looks up as Alea slams her hand on the table, reminding him. Before that, I need to add something. So if we lose, it's 100% your fault. Now, get your butt to the top spot for me. his face contorted, pupils shrinking as he asked menacingly. Understood, he indifferently hummed in response, secretly thinking that he seemed to have forgotten his initial desire. Aaliyah, watching him listen intently, reminded him that it wasn't just his grades at stake but her honor as well. We won't stop until chapter 1 is done. Now open your books and let's start with the basics. Across from them, Asuka and Zen sat silently watching with dismay, wondering why their friends were even studying. Time flies, and as night falls, rain begins to pour. Z stands by the window, watching the raindrops with a sense of dismay. It's suddenly raining really hard, Z said, and Alea quickly chimed in. Yes, I know. The stack of failed tests in your hands is a heavy rain indeed. After further consideration, she felt she had no regrets in life, while the person in question pretended not to know anything. After a moment of depression, Alea sighed, and seeing this expression, Asuka smiled triumphantly. I thought he'd at least improve a little. Is even the great Alea at a loss? Don't you dare give up. Once calm, he slowly picked up the cards and commented, I'll give you a passing grade on the objective questions. You just need to remember their essence. Alea's composure quickly fades as she angrily grabs the papers. What are these answers to the open-ended questions? To make it more believable, she even used a question as an example. She should have described the difference between normal mages and black mages and the dangers they pose. This only fueled Alea's anger, but the Manipig's response was infuriating. Unlike normal mages, dark mages are evil creatures and you should avoid encountering them. What kind of answer is that? How are you supposed to meet them? More importantly, how many points are these kinds of answers even worth? You told me to answer based on my own thoughts. This cluelessness is infuriating, but the pigman sticks to his guns. No, I told you to answer based on theory. No one would believe you ever crossed paths with them, but it's true. Good grief. At this point, Alea was at a loss for words. Asuka and Zuyen joined in, eager to see what was up, and without waiting for permission, they grabbed the papers and began scrutinizing them. After reading just a few pages, Shuyen immediately pointed out Holt's problem. Holt, you've definitely never answered an essay question before. Right. As far as I know, the exchange students' tests are mainly objective questions. Asuka, standing nearby now, looks disgusted as she reads. What's this subject? Magical understanding. Why would you take this class? Before he could answer, the person next to him spoke up. Hearing this, the two-faced Asuka chimed in. Well, exchange students don't have many options for liberal arts. Why don't you just give up this time? Even for Alea, it's too difficult. No sooner were the words out than Alea slammed her desk and stood up, startling the other two. She rises eyes, blazing voice trembling. Give up nonsense. The more Alea thinks about it, the more unwilling she becomes. Asuka watches, unsure what to say. I won't let my student lose to the likes of you. Hey, what can I say? You look so serious, I can't even get mad. He who had been silent until now finally spoke up, but Alea immediately protested. We'll review how to answer open-ended questions, but I have to go train. You're not going back to the dorm until you understand, so be prepared. As dusk settles, everyone in the room is still studying diligently. Asuka and Shuyen haven't teased Alea, and the four of them are enjoying cookies together, a rare moment of camaraderie. The rain finally stops, and Piggy notices something while doing his homework, to which Alea replies distractedly while flipping through a book. They're not back yet, it's late and they're probably full, so they must have gone to bed. Those two will pay for their arrogance. Hearing this, Piggy grumbled softly, You're going through so much trouble because of me. Alea is taken aback by this, but after regaining his composure, he urges Hayomut on, who bluntly replies, Then work harder, unless you want to see me run 100 laps around the field. How could you possibly lose the top spot? Of course not. Receiving that affirmation, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why are you so obsessed with being number one? Alea paused, gently closing his book before answering. Everyone has secrets they can't share with anyone, and my reasons are similar. He wouldn't press the issue after she said that. Everyone has secrets they can't share, and he was no different. Understood. Even so, he still speculates about the reason in his mind. Alea is truly amazing. He's sure to become an archmage someday. So like Anton, he'll discover the seed of darkness within himself, meaning there's no choice but to separate before that day comes. Thinking this over, Piggy was lost in thought, prompting Alea to approach and ask what was wrong. He also honestly expressed his doubts, asking if there was anything else she didn't understand. Well, I don't understand this part about the abnormal magic receptor. At that question, she eagerly taught, Let me see. With that, Alea brushed her hair aside, an action that caught his attention. Looking at the other's expression, he was surprised, while Alea, oblivious, continued to explain enthusiastically. In short, it's the theory that a person will have different locations where they receive magic. Unusual means it's not definite. Though the hypothesis hasn't been proven, the professor in charge of helping Ken used it as a discussion point, so he posed a question based on it. Pausing, he noticed Hayomut's odd behavior, and first needed to decide if he agreed with the theory. When he looked up, their eyes met. The two were stunned for a few seconds, but Alea's grumbling quickly shattered the romantic atmosphere. Caught off guard by the question, Hayomut backs down. What's wrong with you? I don't want to have to explain myself again, so stop spacing out. Oh, sorry, they apologize sincerely, so you're not going to pursue it. You seem distracted. Do you want to take a break? That would be better than this. A break. Helmut covers his face, filled with doubt. Has he been studying too much? Alia wasn't doing much better, hiding her flushed face behind a book. The next day at the training grounds, Andrew, unable to hide his curiosity, approached him. "Helmet, I heard you made a bet with Asuka." Confused by the question, he asked. "Everyone knows. I mean, it's a battle for the top spot. I'm sure the other classes in the swordsmanship department know about it too. And with Aaliyah involved, how could I not know?" Not stopping there, Andrew confidently affirms. "This confidence is perplexing, but I'm sure you'll win. Why, ignoring the swordsman of the moon's intuition, I have a feeling you're stronger than Asuka." Hearing this, Helmet silently assessed the person before him. "Andrew, after meeting you during the transfer exam, we adjusted our positions to be partners. And in my class, I'm even close to him." Snapping out of his thoughts, he declares that the written exam is the obstacle. "But as you said, I don't plan on losing." This attitude excites Andre. "Honestly, I'd love to see Asuka lose for once. No one likes him running around acting like he owns the place." Unbeknownst to Andre, the person he was talking about was standing right next to him, and Asuka's presence silenced him. Andrew speaks, a hint of confusion in his voice, as Asuka's menacing tone cuts through the air. "So it amuses you to blame your incompetence on me?" Andre shrinks back a little. "No, that's not what I meant." No longer caring about the issue, he walks up to Hyo-mut. "Whatever, move." "Hey Hyo-mut, have you heard the news about class today?" he asked, confused. "We're not just sparring." Seeing their blank stares, Asuka elaborated. "Not exactly, it's more than just a practice match. No, we'll be fighting the first years." First years? After the announcement, he crossed his arms annoyed, and speculated that it was probably an event to boost their morale before the midterm exams. "I thought I'd get to fight you after leaving. What a letdown." Andre fans the flames next to Wooji, adding that they'll have an official showdown with the freshmen after the written exams. "I heard there are some pretty good freshmen this year." "Huh. So what are you saying, I'll lose?" "No, I was just saying." He suddenly remembered something. Andrew's words made Asuka doubtful, but rumor had it there was a girl on a completely different level. What, a girl in the swordsmanship department? She really chose the sweatiest major possible. This comment sparks Andre's indignation, but he doesn't care. Apparently she's not just talented, but super talented. "Yeah, whatever, just hope I don't have to fight her. I mean, if I wanted to, one punch is all it would take." "So you're planning to defeat her?" Hyo-mut said, nothing lost in his own world. Meanwhile, in a dorm room, a petite girl meticulously inspects her sword. After some chatter, the highly anticipated freshman finally arrived. After some back and forth, the highly anticipated freshman class finally appeared with Asuka and Hyo-mut already waiting in the courtyard. As they watched the new students, everyone buzzed with curiosity, impressed by their spirit. "I was like that once long ago." But Hyo-mut has been silent the whole time. Just then, Andre leaned in and whispered, "Hyo-mut, that's the freshman I was telling you about." As he spoke, a beautiful girl with flowing hair brushed past them. As they watched her graceful figure, Jam and Dina were stunned. She was as beautiful as they'd heard her very presence, screaming, "I am nobility." Jam paused, pointing out, "Don't you think she looks like someone?" At this, they both turned to Hyo-mut. He returned their gaze, and after a moment of observation, the two began to discuss their suspicions. "They look alike, don't they? Do you have a relative you don't know about?" He's confused by the question, wondering what they're talking about, and his relative is left speechless by his own words. Looking at the girl before him, the paper pigs grew suspicious, but after a moment's thought, the relative denied it. However, Dino remained unconvinced. "No, why won't you answer me? Don't tell me it's true." Not only are the pigbutts whispering, but the freshmen are sizing up their seniors. "They're commoners, watch your mouth. They're commoners and are seniors." Hearing his comrade's words, the black-haired student openly scoffs. "I have to call a commoner senior. I heard they're the top of the sophomores, which says enough about the level of the sophomores." Not stopping there, the freshmen continued to cross the line, words that clearly angered Asuka. "But our seniors are quite the lookers. Maybe they're ranked by appearance." Dino and Jam sensed Asuka's anger and recoiled, but he calmly took a breath. Then Asuka smiled twistedly, declaring, "These little calves don't know how scary the world is yet. A little hardship will be good for their health later." Seeing this, the three of them are at a loss, unsure of what's to come, and then the teacher arrives. The students quickly lined up, focused and ready. As you know, today, the first and second year students will face off. Those whose names are called will battle each other. After explaining the rules, she gave a few reminders and got straight to the point. The first years should learn from their seniors, and the second years should reflect on themselves and not be arrogant. Now let's call the names. The first name is called, and the chosen student quickly prepares. Slot first year. Yes, ma'am. The second year's gossiped as her name was called. Is her name Slot? Things are already getting interesting. Hyo-mut doesn't care about any of that. He has only one thought: appearance is determined from birth. We might look similar because of our origins, and I want to ask her about it now. But as Charlotte steps up, the second name is called Asuka, a second-year student who seems a bit surprised. Meanwhile, Yam and Dino lamented their misfortune, their mocking attitudes igniting Asuka's fury. He couldn't believe it. How could things have turned out this way? "I can't believe no girls are paying attention to us again. Stop Lamlone and shut up." After scolding his friends, Asuka loudly confirmed with the teacher, but the answer was like a bucket of cold water. "Coach, are you sure you're reading this right? What's wrong with the top two students competing?" Receiving confirmation, he points at himself, and speaks frankly, a boldness that surprises the other students. But you know what I'm like, so why pair her with me? I can't believe he's talking about me like that. The more they talked, the more excited the students became, and their words struck a nerve with Asuka. What's with that upperclassman? He's acting crazy all of a sudden. He's probably just scared of losing to a first year. Hearing this, she glares at the group with a murderous look. The teacher, hearing no objections, declared that if there were no further issues, they should head to the arena, immediately leaving Asuka to accept her fate. Seeing her opponent appear, Asuka preemptively declares she doesn't expect him to hold back just because she's a girl. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't play those games. Don't cry when you get hit. As the two prepared to fight, the teacher called out the next pair. Helm Jeffrey, you're up next. Get ready. Being called, he carefully observes his opponent. The students murmured, eyeing the guy's imposing figure. Is that freshman really on another level? I see why the rumors are going around. After observing for a while, he made his assessment. His aura is on par with a second-year student, but only time will tell what he's truly capable of. With the next match announced, the teacher declares the first bout is to begin. At the signal, the two slowly advance, Slot raising his sword in challenge. While Asuka's movements seemed more hesitant, he carefully assessed his opponent. Good stance, Asuka says before asking why she joined the Department of Swordsmanship. Surprised by the question, Saplot simply replies that she wants to become stronger. Is there any other reason? Setting that aside, she requests, I've heard many rumors about you, so I'd appreciate it if you fought with all your strength regardless of gender. Asuka agrees, saying if that's what she wants, so be it. Without another word, he charged. Asuka threw the first punch, which Scarlet quickly blocked. Giving her no chance to counterattack, he relentlessly attacked. Asuka, eyes full of determination, made each blow difficult for Scarlet to defend. Under that relentless assault, she was pushed back, leaving the students who had scorned him utterly stunned. On the arena floor, Scarlet's sword hand trembled, yet she forced a smile. I guess the rumors still underestimate the power of your strikes. Asuka was not pleased by this praise. Is that so? I'm not even warmed up yet. I'll see how long you can last, so you better be careful. Warned thus, she changes her grip on her sword. This change catches Hyomut's attention, as Asuka warns her after adjusting her stance. Sorry to say it, but I won't be such an easy opponent from here on out. Despite her words, she's facing Asuka. The top student of Greta Academy's second-year sword department, his swordsmanship can be summed up in 2 words, fast and unpredictable. These skills have obviously helped Asuka become one of the top 52 students in the swordsmanship department. After an opening exchange, the two fought more seriously, and this time Asuka's attacks were all blocked by the scythe. With this, he wasn't annoyed but rather surprised. Her focus was truly impressive. Even though I'm holding back, she's keeping up and blocking perfectly. Asuka compliments him, but she only becomes more wary. At least her movements show that she's had proper training. He then frowned, wondering if he should give her a chance to counterattack. After a moment, Asuka had her answer, gripping her sword and lunging forward with blinding speed, leaving the husk unable to keep up. In that moment of distraction, Asuka planned a decisive blow, but she nimbly dodged it and quickly retreated. This action made Asuka wary, and the two entered a stalemate, neither willing to attack first. This moment of peace makes him uneasy. Did she predict his feint? Across from him, Scott watched him warily once again, unable to act before Asuka struck. The battle resets, as Charlotte is forced to defend a situation she refuses to accept. That expression didn't escape Asuka's notice, and he quickly deduced, Hey, are you aiming for a draw? Before she could answer, he landed a powerful blow, ending the stalemate. With enough distance between them, Asuka spoke frankly. I don't like stubborn people, but I also hate those without self-respect. Stunned by his words, she could only listen as he continued accusing her of forfeiting victory before even trying, all out of fear. And against a commoner like me, no less. Aren't you ashamed? Was all that confidence just for show? Asuka's words hit hard, and he wasn't finished yet, his tone growing harsher. If you're not aiming for victory, stop waving your sword and leave. There are plenty of others who want to be swordsmen more than you do. These words stunned the entire freshman class. Hearing that, Hyomut agreed wholeheartedly, saying he was absolutely right. After being scolded, Sakura hesitated, then spoke up to defend herself. I simply try to learn whatever I can from everyone around me regardless of status. But wait, Scarlet smiles gratefully at Asuka. You helped me realize how thoughtless I've been. Thank you, it's good to fight you. With that, she gripped her sword tighter, shifting her stance completely, raising it to his face, taunting, If you could help me again. Unmoved by these antics, Asuka shifts his stance, but it won't change a thing. Or so he thinks as he launches forward, only to be met with a preemptive strike. The attack leaves him stunned, but with quick reflexes, Asuka narrowly dodges it. Landing, he immediately retaliates, but the imposter evades. The two then launched a flurry of attacks, neither giving an inch. For every block, a counterstrike. Of course, Asuka retaliated with an attack of his own, which she deftly dodged by bending low. Everything happened too fast for him to keep up. Taking advantage of that lapse in concentration, Slot mustered all his strength and swung his sword to finish things. But Asuka had vanished without a trace. He jumped high into the air the moment she attacked. As she prepared to land, Asuka smirked, warning him that it was going to hurt. Everything happened too fast. Charlotte couldn't react. Before he knew it, he was down his feet on her shoulders. Scarlet falls backward, and in that moment, Asuka thrusts her sword down. Sitting atop her, Asuka wore the triumphant look of a victor. You tried, but choosing me as your opponent wasn't your fault. Those words hit home and Charlotte froze in place. The students who initially scorned the fight were left speechless, and as silence fell, the teacher raised his hand and announced, "The winner of the first match is number 52 Asuka." With the results in, Asuka glances at the person on the ground and drops a bombshell. "I may look calm, but I'm actually very surprised." These words confused Scarlett. Seeing her expression, he didn't hesitate to explain she could keep up with his speed just by changing her posture. Perhaps she's inexperienced and not used to it, but if she can master it. Before he could finish, she cut him off. Stopping for a moment, Solat, ignoring all embarrassment, remarks that he's too heavy, successfully ruining Asuka's momentum. He quickly climbed down after, and she sat up, scratching her head in consolation. "Oh, sorry about that. No, it's okay." Once they were both settled, Sasuro smiled. "Asuka, you're better than I thought." Asuka blushes at the sudden praise, while above all seems calm, but on the field the sophomores are having a field day. "Hey, look at that garbage. Does he enjoy sitting on top of other people's daughters? Did you see him smirk? What a pervert. Come and get some, you bastards." He then argues with his friends while the zombie suddenly notices something. It turns out her attention was drawn to Hyo-mut's emotionless face, which caused her to stare blankly, making him a little embarrassed. Realizing she was being rude, she nodded and smiled slightly in greeting, which he returned. The two then left the arena, and the teacher immediately called the second pair. Next, Helm Jeffrey heads to the platform ready to go, and as he passes her, he throws in a few snide remarks. "Sklot, I can't believe you lost to such a lowly commoner. You've dragged the honor of the first-year students through the mud." Charlotte was displeased, but quickly regained her composure, tilting her head to taunt him. He'll regret clinging to that mindset for talent and effort, no class. These words infuriate Jeffrey. As they stepped into the arena, he stood firm in his conviction. "We shall see." Hyo-mut remembers during sword practice. Andrew once asked Hyo-mu, "What do you think is more important in swordsmanship? Strength or technique?" Hyo-mut paused, surprised. Then he said, "I'm not sure, but if I had to choose, shouldn't strength be the priority? After all, technique exists to supplement strength." Andrew pondered for a moment. "Is that so?" He then reveals his weakness. "You see, my strength isn't great compared to those born with it. No matter how hard I train, it's hard to compare, so I feel a little unfair." Seeing his lack of focus, Helmut remarked, "You're thinking too much, aren't you?" Andrew sighed. "Can't you be a little understanding?" "Helmuth, you've never thought about that, have you? Well, of course, among the second-year students, you already possess the highest level of strength and skill." He glanced at him and asked if he had to fight an opponent stronger than him. What would he do? Helmut finally faced the situation from Andrew's question. He stood before someone with superior strength and physique. Jeffrey chuckled. "It's an honor to fight you." He just gave a polite response. "Likewise." Jeffrey looks down at Hyo-mut, assessing him. "Is this the rumored commoner? He doesn't look strong enough to have beaten someone to death." Now that commoner seems more perceptive, and Hyo-mut notices his gaze lost in thought. That look is familiar, as if everyone and everything is beneath him. Chiga calls out to Hyo-mut from afar. She reminds him not to cross the line this time, but Hyo-mut simply stares in silence. Asuka watches with Jay, commenting on how strange it feels to have people listen to her. Yom retorts, "So what, you're doing pretty well compared to your peers." Asuka doesn't like that. "I'll beat you up first, then we'll talk." Chika then spoke up. "Are both sides ready?" The second duel begins, and as she finishes speaking, Jeffrey immediately lunges forward, swinging his wooden sword faster than him. Hyo-mut raised his sword to deflect the blow, but his eyes widened as he stumbled backward, each strike narrowly missing his neck. Jeffrey's swordsmanship was as profound and expansive as his tall frame, and the aura emanating from his strikes was no joke. It flies towards the audience, creating a free breeze for the viewers. Asuka and Jam are amazed, but Hyo-mut's cold face remains unchanged. Jeffrey compliments him, saying his movements are quick. If he had blocked the attack directly, the wooden sword would have shattered. "Hopefully you won't just keep dodging. By the time he's ready to attack again, Hyo-mut will be done testing." "I see. That's all the strength he has. How utterly boring. It's a shame I've already fought countless strong opponents to the point of boredom." The wooden sword is swung horizontally once more. Hyo-mut ducks Jeffrey's blow and then dodges every attack that follows. This gives the audience a sense that the battle is slow and lacks drama. He dodges another blow. Jeffrey is frustrated and he lets out a yell. "Stop dodging and attack." Hoot is still hesitant, wanting to analyze his opponent further. No matter how strong the blow, it's useless if it doesn't land. "And I promised Eaton I wouldn't cause trouble. Instead of waiting for his stamina to run out, maybe I should just end this now." Asuka and Jam stood there speechless as others began to murmur. "What is he doing? How boring." He's looking down on the first-year students, and Asuka wonders what he's even doing. He's still holding his sword, but he doesn't even want to fight. Jeffrey, on the other hand, is exhausted, panting heavily, and losing a lot of energy. He realizes this scratches the back of his neck and says, "Is that all the plan is? I didn't expect much from someone taught by a commoner." But does he even realize how much family background affects one's starting point? Simply put, the gap in our experience is insurmountable, a display of his naturally strong physique honed by superior upbringing and training. For commoners who can't even afford a sword, reaching my level is impossible. "So you're just dodging, is that it?" Helmut's face fell, not directly questioning his opponent. What veiled provocation was this? Is he saying I'm not worth his time? Jeffrey confidently states, I don't know who taught you swordsmanship, but I can already see your master's level. Helmut's face darkens, but Bike shouts, Jeffrey, respect your opponent. Helmut, focus on the fight. If you let your emotions control your sword one day, Helmut began catching his breath. It won't be easy for you, and I'm not kidding. He then crouches low, preparing to strike, and Jeffrey feels like he's running out of time. Helmut strikes, landing a blow on Jeffrey's leg, catching him by surprise. Helmut continued his assault, stalking Jeffrey from behind like a tiger. But as he struck, Jeffrey leaped back, avoiding the blow, and as Jeffrey landed, Helmut seized the chance, striking his thigh. Jeffrey laughs off the wooden sword strike, saying it's too weak to affect him. But then he falters, his leg gives way, and he collapses to his knees. Jeffrey couldn't understand why his leg kept giving out. No matter how much one trained, some parts would always fail after repeated blows, and a throbbing pain lingered. Helmut then declared that this was the difference experience made, and that Jeffrey should add this defeat to a commoner to his life experiences. Jeffrey tries to get up, it's not over yet, but Helmut immediately charges in. He slides between Jeffrey's legs, tripping him with his own sword, sending him sprawling, and before he can recover, Helmut disarms him with ease. Jeffrey now sees his opponent in a different light. Helmut says, I'm just a transfer student, so I don't have much to teach you, but I hope you can spend less time insulting others and more time cultivating yourself. Chika quickly reminded him, that's enough, Helmut. The duel is over. But he didn't listen, swinging his sword down on Jeffrey, sending him crashing to the ground, and fear spread across the faces of the watching students. Chika sighs, watching the defeated Jeffrey sprawled out and unable to rise while wooden swords spin like propellers after being flung to the ceiling. Jam's opponent immediately falls, shocking Jam himself as he feigns laughter at his opponent. How's that for you, you idiot? Chika reminds him, Benjamin, show respect to your opponent. He immediately trembled. Yes, sir. I apologize, and then I have to pull my opponent up. That day's match was a tradition for the sophomores, and the freshmen quickly realized the gap between them and their seniors. For the sophomores, this was a chance to gain renown. The evening air outside was refreshing. Someone takes a small amount of water from the sink, then immediately turns off the tap. As a foot approaches, Scarlet, washing her face, sees Helmut pass by making her want to speak to him, and he notices her as well. S quickly wipes her face, hesitating before him. Hello, she says, and he returns the greeting. He stares at her, wondering if he should just ask her outright. The name engraved on the Margar iron pendant. But how should he bring it up? Should I just come out and say it? Being too forward might not be good. Revealing family ties is like airing dirty laundry. If they knew I harbored the seed of dark spirit or even noble blood, they'd side with the saintess for sure. Even Eaton Kudrow. SL grew increasingly afraid as his senior stared at him in silence. Worried she might have offended the intimidating upperclassman who caused trouble with Jeffrey, Slot decides to speak first. Is there something you wanted to tell me? Helmut exhaled, deciding to speak. It's nothing. I watched your practice match. Your skills are quite impressive, he says, slightly flustered. Really, thank you. So Senior Pig Muzzle is also very skilled. He was a little curious. You know my name. She covers her mouth and giggles. Who in the swordsmanship department doesn't know you? Piggy doesn't seem to care much. So the brave one confesses, could I spar with you someday? Blue's face stiffens, and he replies that he wouldn't have to think twice, but that she shouldn't get the wrong idea. Helmut was just slow to react. He said yes. Soklot is shocked. Really? Thank you, the beautiful woman says, continuing. Then I'll wait until that day comes. You're speechless at the perfect moment. Helmut, huh? Where did Asuka come from, putting her arm around his shoulder? Helmut, what are you doing here? The great devil asks, seeing the body. Oh, you two know each other. She quickly waves her hand, saying it was just a coincidence. She then leaves, politely smiling and wishing him good luck. Asuka, with her arm around Helmut, has already imagined countless scenarios. Hey, are you happy that a junior is talking to you? Helmut remains expressionless. He denies it, asking her to get her hands off him. Seeing Helmut leave, Asuka shouts, You're so difficult, did I do something to upset you? Helmut retorts, I'm not like you. Asuka is not satisfied. What did I do? Who do you think I am? Hey, don't ignore me. The morning sun shines on the academy, adding to its grandeur, making the window panes sparkle. Helmut diligently puts pen to paper before turning to his roommate. Aaliyah, reading a book with a cold demeanor, asked, what's the problem? Helmut eyed the young man, now unusually intellectual, a hint of amusement on his face as he stared into eyes that weren't meant for him. Helmut reassessed. After years of being put through hell and training exercises in the Black Pine Forest, his senses were now sharper than ever. A sense of impending danger washes over him, and Helmut cautiously asks, What's wrong? Aaliyah paused, then snapped her book shut, turning serious. Helmut, I have a question for you. Helmut senses something is amiss. What is it? Did I make you choke on your water by asking about that? I heard a first-year swordsmanship student confess to you today. Is that true? While Helmut was busy wiping his face, the others concluded that it must be true, and he was just denying it. Aaliyah retorts that the rumors are everywhere, and being popular with the underclassmen must make him happy. Helmut innocently asks, Why are you angry? I didn't do anything. Aaliyah is furious. What? Why would I be angry? He mutters innocently. Let me reiterate, that's not happening. I only said a few words because she wants to spar with me next time. I don't know about others, but I wouldn't lie to you. Alea sighed, opening her book again. All right, I'll believe you. Not every rumor is true anyway. He added, I've thought about it, Heelmut. You're my roommate, and the closest person to me. Heelmut confirmed. That's right. Alia closed her fantasy book and said, I'm saying this because you seem so oblivious, so listen carefully. Never trust a girl who approaches you because she's probably just using you to get to me. Heelmut is surprisingly swayed. But you don't understand, I don't think that way, Alea confidently insists. No, it's definitely 100% real. You've seen people approach me before. The girls who chase me are clever. Some even disguise themselves as men to get into my bedroom, meaning some are definitely good enough actors to fool you. Heelmut scratches his chin thinking. Ah, I see. So it's best if I stay away from the succubus, right? Alea panics. Yeah, no, wait, no. I'm just saying it's a possibility. You have to decide for yourself. He gives his roommate a comforting suck. He doesn't need to say anything more. If you suspect the imposter and want me to keep my distance, just say so. I don't care anyway. Alea was taken aback as he sighed and turned away. Really, then so be it. I'm just reminding you, never trust any girl who's being friendly with you. Because you're a commoner, there will definitely be people who try to stab you in the back, Heelmut thought with a smile. Alea is wise, but Hoyt is the only one who doesn't realize that his looks alone are enough to win the favor of girls. X's face is utterly desperate for some reason. Is that a store closing? It makes him want to scream. Hoyt remained as expressionless as ever, while Asuka looked utterly defeated. The source of this all began some time ago. Night falls on the academy, most rooms dark, save for a few with lights still on. Alea, papers in hand, grades with utmost seriousness as Heelmut anxiously awaits. Asuka and Xian were even more eager. Alea was about to speak when he held up the test and said, all right, this is an acceptable answer. Heelmut breathed a sigh of relief while the other two acted as if their favorite soccer team had just scored. Asuka put his arm around him saying, well done, Hu, you finally passed Alea's hellish test. Alea wondered why they were so excited, then pointed at Hugh, raising his voice. Also, don't get complacent too soon because this isn't a perfect answer. Don't forget, your goal is to become president. You're only at the starting line. Those guys are defending that pig. Give him some time to think. Xian seems more excited than ever. He claps his hands together. All right, everyone, listen up. With the test nearly over, I've prepared a special place for everyone to recharge after a long day of battle. Asuka is surprised. Why the sudden change of pace, he says. How can we study all night without snacks? I know a waffle place that's to die for, so I'm treating you all. Asuka is helpless against his insatiable appetite. You've been studying and eating all this time, Suyen casually says. How can a person live without it? So are you coming or not? Don't regret it if you don't. His next words only made Alea drool, while the other two remained indifferent, even apathetic. Don't you want a warm waffle topped with sweet strawberry ice cream? Alia was successfully baited, placing the test back on the desk. I suppose that would be all right. Asuka quickly asks, but are there any shops open at this hour? Xuan then proudly asks, what did you think of the black market? This is when the city comes alive with restaurants open all night for students studying late, he thought to himself. Baden City at night, huh? But when he arrives, Xuyen's favorite shop is brutally closed. And so begins the story of X kneeling before the shop, his voice trembling. I've been looking forward to this day so much, Alea says. It's not going to happen today. If you feel that bad, there's always another time. Jian lamented her loneliness at the time. Alea asked him if he was going to sleep or find another store. Having come all this way, Xian wasn't about to give up, suggesting they grab a bite before heading back. As if remembering his savior, he looked up at them all. Do you guys want to grab some bread? There's a shop nearby. AA immediately pushes him forward, saying, all right, let's go. Qian, feeling as though he'd just been confessed to, repeatedly asks if he heard correctly. Really, wait, you're really okay with this? Really, they arrived only to hear him complain, and any hint of romance vanished. The shop lights are on, and there are still many customers inside at this hour. Asuka looks at the menu, puzzled and troubled by the high price of bread. Give me your opinion on your uncle. Asuka, why do you always act so poor? If you make it to the academy, you'll be well off, even as a commoner, right? He sighs, saying his family sends nothing more than tuition. How touching. What a loving family. And then he twists the knife. If you become president, you could get a scholarship. I apologize. It seems I expected too much from a disciplined student. Asuka asks if he wants to know why she became an ordinary student, as Alea looks around and comments. It's quite clean here, Shuyen remarked, knowingly explaining to his brothers while Asuka held his head. Most students are nobles, so of course they're clean. Otherwise, the restaurant wouldn't even need to open. Alea, do you always inspect every place you enter so thoroughly? Alea retorts. Mages are sensitive to even the smallest dust particles as they can skew experiments. Perhaps you're not as sensitive as a mage. Z shouts back, what? Don't you know how sensitive spirit magic is? Alea doesn't care. Then it must be your fault. Asuka ignored the bickering and turned to the pig who had been silent all this time. Did you order yet? He replied. The restaurant was brightly lit with candles, and soon the staff brought out the food for the table. Here are your dishes, everyone. Shuyen quickly grabbed a plate of cake. Thank you. He glances over at Asuka, curious. Of course, the basics are the best. What did you guys order? Asuka replied, I'll have the basic one too. The server then placed a giant hamburger on the table, a super special dish from the Grera swordsmanship department. Zen and Alia stared in disbelief, and even Heel couldn't believe what he'd ordered. Asuka bursts into laughter asking what in the world he ordered. Are you planning to eat until you fall asleep? I had no idea. They say it's for the swordsmanship department. Are they saying the swordsmanship department eats 5 times as much as the others? Shu Yen, feigning knowledge and a bit of longing, whispers, it's a business tactic to create a sense of challenge. What are you doing, Piggy? If it's too much, do you want to split it? Please, how much meat is in there? Someone stop him for me. Step aside. Before they could even take a bite, someone approached them. Hello, Senior Scarlet said, beaming like a flower. How fortunate to meet you all here. Haomut recognizes the speaker. Slot. But he doesn't recognize the slightly awkward person behind her. And the muscular man politely bowed. My name is Jeffrey. Nice to see you again, Senior. Slot had been cheerful since earlier but predicted that everyone was here for the swordsmanship department's specialty dish. We're here to eat it too, Asuka replied. Both of you, Jeffrey reveals the truth. Yes, he wanted to bet with me. Asuka, you fool. Why would you bet against such a huge guy? Aren't you ashamed? S immediately turned sharply to question him. Wait, Akusa, are you underestimating me? He was startled. No, not at all. S-Lot continued trying to prove herself. As a student of the sword, she could devour it all. Don't you know, the more you train, the more you have to eat. Senior Haomut, you believe that too, right? Haomut always freezes for 5 seconds like that, and Shu Yen sitting opposite him picks up a knife and fork eyeing his cake. On this matter, Haomut reacted quickly, slapping his hand to stop him, and then answered her, Of course. Slot had an idea since we're here. Why don't we all sit together? Asuka and Shu Yen were confused when they saw Alea suddenly get up from the table after hearing her words. Haomut stands before her staring intently, and Haomut knows his roommate is jealous again. Alea asks if she's Slot, and Slot awkwardly stammers a reply. Yes. He said with obvious distaste that I was Alea. She knew, didn't she? The next morning at the school, sunlight bathed the space. Through a window, the sounds of clashing echo as everyone intently watches the unfolding events. On the sparring floor, Haomut and Charlotte clash their wooden swords, meeting in a fierce exchange. With a swing, he forcefully knocks away the sword that was closing in, throwing her off balance in surprise. Swiftly seizing the opportunity, Haomut gives her no time to recover. He swung his sword with such speed that after images appeared, and Charlotte broke into a cold sweat as the tip of the blade aimed straight for her pupils. She gritted her teeth narrowly, dodging his deadly blow. The wooden sword pierced through her long hair, but Scarlet, refusing to yield, found an opening, thrusting upward with the hilt. Just then, Haomut looked down and saw the sword nearing his groin. He spun around, kicking Eslotti's wrist, sending the sword flying from her hand. The sword clatters to the ground behind the judge's table, sealing her fate. Clutching her trembling wrist, Scarlet sobs, admitting defeat. Seeing the outcome, Pachika and Yan exchanged glances, nodding as if in agreement. As Pachika spoke, Scarlet struggled to her feet, saying, Well fought. Await the judge's decision. Yes, ma'am. After answering her, Haomut glanced at Sacklot's limping figure behind her. For a moment he was lost in memory, the warm glow of lamplight on that night. Aaliyah, cloaked in white, introduces herself to Scarlet. I'm Aaliyah, you know who I am, right? Flustered, she's clearly taken aback by the encounter with such a prominent figure. Huh, yes, of course, everyone in the academy knows you're the top student in the magic department. Well, it's an honor to meet you. Aaliyah frowned, questioning her. Is that so? A pig-like creature sat to the side, silently observing. Meanwhile, Scarlet was still flustered, covering her face, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What's wrong with me? Shu Yen asked Asuka, who looked annoyed while chewing on something. I've just realized something. As long as Aaliyah is with us, none of us will ever get a girlfriend. Catching Haomut's gaze, Aaliyah immediately looked away as if trying to discern something about him, while he quietly observed a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes before she returned to reality. And he concluded that based on her reaction, Aaliyah was ultimately an honest person. For a moment, the image of Scarlet flashed in his mind. There's no proof they share blood besides their similar appearance, so it's wiser to keep his distance for now, rather than rushing in and revealing himself. Haomut's face remained expressionless as he looked ahead at Damshia, his priority now being to become stronger. Beyond the long corridor, not a soul stirred. Inside, Asuka slumped in his chair, tilting back and gazing listlessly at the ceiling. Now dark lines appear on Asuka's face as he mutters and grinds his teeth. That's right, just 1 semester, I just need to avoid suspension for the next half year. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Piggy interrupts, startling Asuka half to death. What do you get if you don't get suspended? Ah, you scared me. At least make some noise so people know you're there. Asuka regains his composure, turning to face the figure, who startled him, draping an arm over the chair as he explains. I was just talking to myself, pay it no mind. Right, your match was against Charlotte, wasn't it? What did you think of the match? Considering how long it took, it couldn't have been as easy as I said. Hearing Asuka's rant, Hoyt's expression turned quizzical. Not really, the match ended pretty quickly. We were late because the coach kept nagging me not to finish it too fast. Hearing that annoying tone, Asuka snapped. You troublesome jerk, are you trying to end up like your roommate? Not wanting to dwell on his own affairs, he changed the subject. Judging by how calm you are, it seems your practical exam went very well. Hearing that, Asuka smugly replied that of course it was perfect, and if he didn't want to be on Alea's bad side, he better prepare well for the theory test. But little did he know the person he just mentioned appeared behind him, saying he's right, startling Asuka once again. God, you scared me half to death again. What is wrong with you two? Have you two secretly enrolled in assassination studies? Ignoring the screaming man, she continued. Alea turned to Hiyomut. Your test tomorrow is on understanding magic, right? He quietly replied. Yes. Receiving that answer, he immediately stated his intentions. I'll do one last review. Open your book. Hiyomut watches Alea pull out a book and hesitantly asks, what about your exam? Alea frowned, such an impatient expression. I've been preparing for this for a long time. You should worry about yourself. That's the only way you can help me. Asuka noticed someone was missing and searched for Alea. Where's Xuyen? Why are you here alone? How should I know? Maybe he's busy studying for the exam to help you. How irresponsible. Lost in thought, Hiyomut watches Asuka and Alea bicker. Leaving the noise behind, Alea glared at the dazed Hiyomut, demanding, what are you doing? Hurry and get the book, I don't have much time. Pulled back to reality by his voice, he quickly replied. Ah, right, AA asked suspiciously. What is it? He rummages through his bag, replying, nothing, just thinking. You hate running 100 laps around the field that much, as if it were obvious, Alea sighed. Why would I like it? I hate losing even more. And most importantly, I'm about to lose it worrying about some unforeseen variable. You voiced your thoughts, I just want to be absolutely sure. Being at the top of the class isn't so bad for you, is it? Enough talk. Open your books. Asuka smugly watches the struggling Hiyomut. How frustrating. Good luck, Piggy. Beating me on the theory test will be pretty tough. And that annoying Asuka is still here. Alea glares at him, her eyes like a dead fish. Hey, you're disturbing his studying. Why don't you just leave? It's like you're being kicked out. Is Asuka upset? Why should I? Did you rent the whole room or something? And again, Muddy subtly adjusts the book in his hands, a blank look on his face, as Asuka and Alea begin another verbal sparring match. We can't just reveal our strategy to the enemy before the fight, can we? If you don't like it, why don't you both leave? You're the one with the problem. Do you want to leave on your own, or should I throw you out? Go ahead and try if you can. Despair began to creep into his mind. Hiyomut closed his eyes in contemplation. It seems training will be difficult for a while. As study time passes, the table is covered with red-marked tests. Hiyomut tirelessly works through practice problems, his sword-accustomed hands now flying across the page before handing his work to Alea for review. Receiving his nod, Hiyomut exhales the textbook now filled with annotations. Hiyomut continues to study, the scratching of his pen echoing through the room. And so the inevitable has arrived. The light shines brightly today. In the lecture hall, students sat upright, their eyes fixed on the podium, silently awaiting the exam instructions. You have 2 hours for the exam. You may begin. With a clap, everyone began to work diligently, including our protagonist. He scanned the paper, pausing at one question. You have unwittingly obtained a forbidden dark art. Damjeo continued reading. If you lose this power, you will die. Describe what you would do in this situation. Another familiar scene unfolds, the training grounds as vibrant as ever at that window in that deserted corridor. Alea sat on the desk, one hand on her chin, the other gracefully turning the pages of a book, the light highlighting her white hair. How's the test going? Entering the room, Hiyomut was taken aback by Alia's sudden question. Like a robot, he stiffly closed the door, feeling like he was reciting answers. It wasn't too bad, most of the questions were as Alea had explained, but one question was rather unique. Catching the gist of Hiyomut's words, Alea looked up at him. How unique? Hiyomut paused, then repeated the question. You've inadvertently gained forbidden dark power. If you lost this power, you would die. Hiyomut pulled up a chair to face Alea. In this scenario, what would you do? After hearing the question, he pondered, contemplating the dark power. Alea looks him in the eye, reassuring him. That professor always asks these kinds of questions, but if you answer seriously, he won't find fault. After a pause, Alea asks, what did you write? Hearing her question, he purses his lips, and a dark, ominous aura emanates from him, filling the room. A cold glint appears in his eyes as he answers word by word. I will seize that dark power. I will survive, resist it, control it. Startled, Alea flinched and looked away. Unconsciously, AA couldn't bear to look into those dark eyes. Really? Not bad. At least Professor Lucen won't think poorly of it. Hiyomut paused, then questioned. So how should I respond? AA was sweating bullets, his mind racing. Finally, he feigned composure, stroking his sharp chin. According to the template, the answer usually lies within the temple. Since the temple governs dark power, and the nobles are involved, it's unlikely they could write anything else. But I gave a similar answer. The thought of becoming enemies with the holy temple made him grimace. Hearing the real reason, he's a little stunned, and not quite understanding, Hiyomut repeats the temple's enemy. In contrast to his confusion, Alea remained remarkably calm, explaining that the Lumen Temple is ruthless towards dark forces, and confessing would be like walking to your own execution. Hiyomut remained silent, the youth's calm voice still echoing in his ears. Survival and control were the only logical paths. Having cleared up Hiyomut's doubts, Alea returns to the main issue. It doesn't seem too bad. If nothing goes wrong, you'll likely rank high in the class exam. But it's best not to mention this carelessly anywhere. The academy may prioritize learning over faith, but outside you'd be immediately accused of heresy. Understanding her warning, he nodded with his eyes closed. Okay, Hyomut gazed out the window bathed in light. I understand. On the day the midterm scores were released, birds soared freely through the sky above Greta Academy. The exam results were posted publicly in the school's central square, and students jostled to find their names. This has clearly ignited the competitive spirit of the honor-bound noble students. Some rejoice at their high scores. Some cried out in despair, others hid their faces in shame at their poor scores. Hyomut was also among the crowd today, and he couldn't help but click his tongue. This was indeed an excellent plan. Ceasing his observation of the surroundings, Hyomut now began to search. These are the magic department scores. Where's Alea? The scoreboard displays the names, and the one he's looking for is at the very top with a perfect score. Just below her is Zhuyen with a score he can be proud of, though Hyomut shows no surprise. Thinking Zhuyen was here, Hyomut looked around for him. Zhuyen was a diligent student, but this wasn't his first time, so he'd probably be calmer than he'd predicted. No, his thoughts were the complete opposite of Xian's utterly shocked expression. Hyomut also spotted him in the crowd. He's already lost it. Overcome by the shock, X finally snaps back to reality and starts screaming. This is absurd. AA is suddenly standing right behind him, inexplicably. What is reasonable then? I'm too used to you appearing out of nowhere. X ignores her surprise. All he can think is, what did he do? He can't understand, flailing his limbs in frustration. Empathy is a new subject this semester. Though I've only recently learned some things, I'm sure I'll still be at the top. Suddenly, Alea placed a hand on X's shoulder. He turned X to face him, then confidently spoke words that felt like salt rubbed into his fragile heart. Xian, 3 months is all I need to master any subject at this academy. Thunder rumbled in Xian's mind, as he stood frozen, utterly stunned. Alea, having struck a nerve with Xian, stood expressionless amidst the crowd gathering to congratulate her, supremely satisfied. Alea was, as always, perfect. Out of concern for his friend Hyomut, approached the silent X, hearing a faint mumble from the ashen figure. Perhaps I underestimated you. I almost forgot something. Shuyan quickly recovers, but the game isn't over yet. At the very least, this bet will be a draw. There's no way I'm going to lose. Before X could react, the scoreboard slammed into view, revealing Hyomut at the top, crushing Asuka in second place. It was then that X felt like he'd fallen into an abyss, screaming in resentment why. Hyomut's expression is unreadable, as he stands behind a defeated Asuka. A light seems to flicker in his eyes, and the wind gently rustles his hair. Alea barely escapes the sycophants, glances at Piggy, who's standing there dumbfounded, and smiles softly. You did it, congratulations. Not a sarcastic jab as usual, but a heartfelt congratulation from Alea. Hyomut's usually stern lips curved slightly. He hummed in acknowledgement as Asuka then arrived. He scratches his head, displeased with the results. An A, seriously, only 1 point difference. Why is it always so close? How humiliating. Alea was surprised. You don't seem as angry as I thought, he immediately retorted in an extremely curt tone. Of course I'm annoyed. Asuka may be more open-minded, but it's still better than letting someone else take first place. But his competitive spirit runs deep, and he angrily points at the pig, declaring, but next time, prepare for battle because I won't lose to you again. That will be a true test of our skills, and no one can help us. Suddenly someone grabbed Asuka's sleeve and he glanced over to see Ra X crawling over, ready to interrogate him. You traitor, you threw the match on purpose so I'd get punished, and I trusted you. Suddenly he's being framed. Asuka flies off the handle, shoving away the annoying face. What, me? Do I look like that kind of person? You were the one who confidently made the bet. If you lose, you own up to it. Speaking of which, X looks at the two victors with teary eyes, abandoning his petty pride and begging. Alea, Helmu, please have mercy. 100 laps is too much. I'll die. Helmu retorts, saying 100 laps won't kill him, only to be met with Shuyen's screams, telling him not everyone is as strong as he is. Seeing no hope in the superfit Hyun, X pretends to be weak and turns to Alea for help, saying, Alea, your stamina is similar to mine, so you understand, right? How about we reduce it to 50 laps? Alea was stunned to see Shuyen acting this way. Then those beautiful lips curled into a sly smile, crushing Shuchuan's hopes as he drew closer. I never did. Every word from Alea's beautiful mouth echoed like a voice from hell in X's ears, like the person who always complained about their chubby belly from too much late-night snacking. He deserved to be utterly crushed. X, completely drained, collapsed to his knees, speechless as night fell, the moon rose high, and the only sound was Shuchuan's ragged breathing on the training grounds. His face was now pale, his body drenched in sweat, but no one cared. He could only grit his teeth and try to run. From above, the heartless crowd could clearly see the vast grounds of this school for nobles. On the training grounds, students swung wooden swords under the watchful eyes of their instructor. During a break, DM turned to his friends to chat. Hey, did you hear our class is going camping in the forest next week? As soon as DM finished speaking, Andre, Asuka, and Hyomut turned their attention to him. Andrew asked suspiciously, camping in the forest? I've never been camping before. What about you guys? DM sighed, seeing his blank expression. Huh, you've never been. So you have no experience then. As Jam shared his wisdom, Asuka and Andre turned pale. Everything else was fine. But remember to check the ground before setting up your tent, because if you dig with your hands, you might end up touching someone else's buried waste. Yam continued to ramble, explaining why campsites are essential, and that each forest is unique, so if you don't want a swollen face, don't stick your head out of your sleeping bag. Ignoring his words, Asuka nudges Piggy and whispers, "Hey Piggy, you used to be a mercenary, right? Is this how you slept in the mountains? Looks like you're a bit surprised. Have you never been camping before?" Asuka replies, "I've camped along roads with their group, but never in the mountains." He glances over nonchalantly, saying, "But I don't think it's that serious. Burning incense can repel mosquitoes and the trash." He hummed for a moment, then curtly replied that it was obvious just by looking. His calm demeanor puts Asuka at ease. "Thank you, I was getting worried." Hearing that puts my mind at ease somewhat. "I hate bugs, so I should probably buy some mosquito repellent beforehand." "Hey Hio, might want to go shopping together this weekend. I thought about it and made a decision." "Probably." And so the shopping date between Asuka and Piggy had arrived. That day the sky was clear, and the sun was shining, and the bustling streets were full of life. The sounds of commerce and conversation filled the air as customers bustled in and out of every store. Finally, Hilmut and Asuka arrived at their destination. Asuka, exhausted, looked at the scene before her. "We're here. What should we buy first?" He then turned to look at X's bright green hair next to Hilmut, wondering why he was following him. X, upon hearing his name, didn't seem embarrassed at all and grinned, saying, "Do you even need to ask? It's only natural. I want to buy things too." Hilmut, who had been silent until now, spoke up, striking a nerve with X. No more back pain, leg cramps, or numb hands after running 100 laps. X stiffened, sweating profusely. "Of course not. Recovery magic is very effective. A few days is enough to recover completely." Thinking back to the night X had to run 100 laps, he knew that X had used dark magic to cheat halfway through, but Hilmut decided to ignore it. After all, running a few dozen laps was commendable enough. "Alright, no more dawdling." Asuka clapped her hands to get their attention. "Alright, let's get some insect repellent first." Asuka and Hilmut strolled around, and he pointed to a candle displayed over there. "There are insect-repelling candles. Should we buy some?" "Not yet." Hilmut helpfully pointed out the pros and cons, saying that, while it sounded good, bugs would still be a nuisance while they ate, and spray would be less harmful and more effective. He then pointed to the lantern Asuka had picked up, adding that it gets darker in the mountains than he thinks, but too much light will attract predators, so he should buy something with just enough light to see. Asuka was speechless, listening to Hilmut's lecture, glancing at the ever-stoic creature with admiration. "You think more carefully than I expected." But Piggy doesn't seem to care what he says. Reaching for a different lamp, he agrees it's better to be safe than sorry. Asuka held up the lamp, examining it closely. "True, but if we drop this while sleeping, wouldn't it start a forest fire?" Zen, who had disappeared, suddenly interrupts the argument between Hilmut and Asuka, drawing their attention. "So should we buy one of these?" Smiling, he holds up the scroll, introducing its name and purpose, a magic scroll to extinguish forest fires, creating a vacuum to smother the flames. "Sounds cool, right?" Asuka, hearing Zen's words, is immediately skeptical. "What, that actually exists? If you use that on a person, won't they suffocate and die?" he asked, his face paling. "No, who would normally think of using it on a person? Surely not. I don't want to be an accomplice to murder." Behind them, Piggy watches as Coin and Piggy excitedly discuss their purchase. "Look, this grill looks great for grilling meat or vegetables, right? It's also thin and light, so it's easy to carry around." "Oh, that sounds good, should we get one? Wait, if we use it, I can already hear the echoes of buy this, buy that." Hemote.com suddenly felt like an eco-tour. Seeing the other two so enthusiastic, he didn't want to waste time here, so they split up to buy what they needed. He turned to Asuka and said, "I'm going to buy gloves. You guys keep shopping." "Okay, go ahead." On his way, he fell into his thoughts, running errands outside Baden. He couldn't go there with a normal, relaxed attitude. Staring at his endlessly stretching shadow, he fell silent. He hadn't thought the Black Eagles would attack both students and faculty at the academy simultaneously, but there was precedent, so he couldn't let his guard down. Completely. At the very least, he needed to be vigilant. Entering a narrow alley, he glanced around, weary of constantly being on guard. Once he had enough power, he'd deal with this before they could act. Suddenly, he saw a shiny black pot, a cotton candy machine, and the vendor skillfully twirling the candy onto a stick. After making a fresh one, the vendor held it up, inviting customers. "Cotton candy, anyone? Get your cotton candy here. Try the unique dessert of banan." From elsewhere, Teresa heard the invitation and came to buy me one. The vendor quickly handed her the fluffy cotton candy and said politely, "Thank you." He stood there, lost in thought. The cotton candy looked as fluffy as a cloud. Holding the newly bought cotton candy, she muses that if it's a dessert, it must be edible. She approached him, asking, "It looks delicious, doesn't it? They say it's made by melting sugar and spinning it into thin strands around a stick. These ordinary skills seem more magical than magic itself." Golden hair brushes past him, and he turns to see a beautiful face gazing intently at the cotton candy in her hand, before her ruby eyes meet his. But Hilmut, the magic student, was clueless, staring with a bewildered look. "Who is she?" It's as if she anticipated his reaction. Teresa just laughs it off. "Oh, you don't know me. We were in the same magic class, though you don't seem to pay much attention to others." She smiles, introduces herself, and states her purpose directly. Which introduction is she referring to? I'm Teresa, a third-year magic student, and I'm quite interested in you. Are you free? Hiyomut froze for a moment, Alea's warning flashing through his mind. Never trust a woman who approaches you. They'll only try to deceive you. Immediately, Hiyomut turned and left without hesitation. No, I'm busy. I'm leaving. Teresa was stunned, quickly reaching out to stop him. Hey, that's cold. Hey, just talk to me for a second. He glared at her, annoyed. If she was interested in Alea, why didn't she just talk to him directly? Teresa was dumbfounded, then laughed helplessly. What? Alea, it seems you find yourself in this situation often. Don't worry, I'm not like that. I'm only interested in you. She's referring to the kind of unwanted advances you often face. But in reality, she's after Alea. Teresa reaches out to touch him. Suddenly, a slender hand reached out, blocking her advance on him. It was Alea. Hiyomut stares in shock as Alea's cold expression turns to him. Hiyomut, what are you doing here? Teresa asked, not angered by the sudden interruption, and casually withdrew her hand. Oh, Alea, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to find you here. He frowned his gaze, assessing the girl before him with no hint of goodwill. Upon recognizing her, Alea's guard lowered slightly. It was Teresa, a top senior student. It's a coincidence running into you here. Teresa chuckled, waving her hand. No need to be so cautious. I just want to talk to your roommate. When Alea removes her hood and cloak, her exquisite features immediately capture Teresa's attention. Do you have something to say to me? Caught off guard by Alia's beauty, Teresa was stunned, her cheeks flushing red, and she awkwardly scratched her cheek to cover her embarrassment. No, is it me? Yes, perhaps. Alea interjects, cutting her off. I understand. One moment he was calm, and the next he was grabbing Hiyomut's sleeve and pulling him away. As the two turned to leave, Teresa called after them, Wait. The scene was a sea of people, and though Alea had pulled him away from Teresa, she still gripped Hiyomut's sleeve tightly. As they walked, Alea scolded him. Did you forget what I said? Why were you just standing there? She's up to no good. Hiyomut tries to explain himself as he follows Alea. I tried to ignore her, but it's rude to ignore a senior classmate. Alea scoffs, her tone dripping with displeasure. I guess I'm just too rigid. If you don't like something, just say it. If you were more decisive, I wouldn't be in this mess. He pauses, confused. If it bothers you, just ignore it. Alea's tone only intensifies as she replies, What? I almost blurted it out. He takes a breath to calm himself. Never mind that for now. Alea suddenly remembered something and asked, frowning. Where are Suyen and Asuka? Piggy's face goes blank at the question. How would I know? He stated matter-of-factly. There's no way you came here alone, he hinted. Looks like they've been dealing with mana drain pigs recently, Alea says, helplessly. Alright, it's safer if we stick together like this. Now take me to them. He pursed his lips, glaring at her before finally dragging himself alongside Alea, unsure if he was even being bothered. Alea got her way as he reluctantly led her back to the familiar tavern. As Alea stepped inside, she stopped short, seeing Suyen and Asuka laden with bags covered head to toe in supplies. Seeing Alea's weary expression, he just kept wondering. Finally, night fell, and the faint moonlight and streetlights illuminated the late-night space. After raiding the shops, Asuka smiles with satisfaction, confident that they're well prepared for their camping trip. Xian, however, looks down at the bags he's carrying, realizing they may have overdone it, and wonders if they'll all fit in the carriage. Asuka ignored her humming as she walked. Well, we'll just stuff it with whoever has extra space. Piggy, trailing behind, could only chuckle silently, as the two continued to bicker like cats and dogs. It's because you're always spending money like water that we're always broke. What impossible? Have you ever spent my money before? Suddenly, a thick, murderous aura appeared. Startled, Hiyomut immediately spun around, ready for a fight. But behind him was only an empty road, save for the four of them on their way home. Still filled with doubt, Hiyomut looked away, finding nothing amiss, and rejoined his companions, unaware of what lurked nearby despite his vigilance. As Hiyomut ambled along, their footsteps echoed in the quiet space, but just after they left, a shadowy figure emerged behind him on the wooden chair. Slowly coalescing into a sinister form, it signals the final moments he'll experience as a student in the academy, and that time is drawing to a close. In a quiet room, moonlight streams through the window, casting a silver glow as a candle flickers. With a rustle, someone entered, kneeling in reverence. Two figures entered and knelt before a dark cave, its depths unseen. Antun is one of those two men, and with his head bowed, he reports, I am the head of this branch, and I have successfully gathered the information, my lord. Beyond the door, a misty fog rolled out, and a powerful foot emerged, wreathed in deathly energy that coalesced into a man, stunning the two within the room. Antun glanced up, goosebumps rising on his skin, as the cloaked man spoke with a dark, deathly tone. I'm listening. Continue. Continue. Anton fearfully lowered his head. I see. Sweat poured down his body. So this is one of the Black Eagle's most elite forces. The figure slowly turns, revealing a grotesque clown face. It's the assassin clown Piso. Anson suppressed his fear and pulled out a stack of information from his pocket. These are the files on the piglet I mentioned earlier. There's a kid at this academy who's proving difficult. To know more about him, please review these documents. After reviewing the information, he suspiciously looks at Anton, kneeling respectfully before him. A level 2 mercenary group dealt with 2 members of the assassin squad. Currently a sophomore at Greta Academy. Are there any teachers at the academy skilled enough to train a kid like that? Anson cautiously replies. At his current level, he doesn't need the academy anymore. His previous contractor was Eaton CDO, a noble from Baden. Faso immediately questioned the mercenary's past. Did you find anything? Anson quickly lowered his head as far as he could, fearing blame. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any information. All I know is that the mercenary group stumbled upon the boy during a mission, and they've been working together ever since. His past is shrouded in mystery. Fo pondered for a moment, then raised a sharp finger. He slowly slashed a line across the paper in his hand, lost in thought, no mother, no master, and no identity. He possesses the skills of a top-tier mercenary, and he's currently enrolled in the academy. Anton cast a furtive glance in his direction. Fio is suspicious. He's never encountered anyone this suspicious before. Anton frowns, his dull eyes flashing with a hint of caution. Are we getting close to someone we shouldn't be? Seemingly provoked, Pio's grip tightens, piercing the papers in his hand. He darkly scoffs. Is his skill on par with ours? Why else would you fear approaching him? No one knows of us, and our work vanishes with the bodies of our targets, as if they never existed in this world. Intimidated by Fez's aura, Anton fearfully awaits his judgment. This one seems like quite the handful. Fez withdrew his finger from the stack of papers. The information and Hiomut's image crumpled in his grip. It seems I must take matters into my own hands this time. The day of departure arrives, with the sun blazing overhead as the group lines up before the school gates, each with a horse. The bottle glints in the sunlight as Len gazes at it like a lover cradling it gently. A 2-year-old merino, delicious and rare. With that, he turned his eyes resolute and marched forward, intending to share it with the other instructors as a token of his gratitude, ignoring his students' cries behind him. No, Professor, you don't know how much I had to save to buy that. Len feigns seriousness, being extremely reasonable. This isn't a camping trip, it's training camp. Didn't we tell you that if you bring unnecessary items, we'll confiscate them? Wesley couldn't bear to see his precious wine confiscated, so he pointed at Asuka, who was carrying a mountain of gear. Sir, it looks like he's going to live in the forest, not train. Why does he have so much stuff? Betrayed by his classmate, Asuka pouted. Hey, I need all this stuff. On turned to Asuka and advised, you have 10 minutes to prepare the items you need. I can't possibly load all this onto a horse. I'm really being targeted. Asuka is startled. No, I really need all of this stuff. The teacher immediately shot down that idea, saying the lighter the luggage, the better for camping. Asuka lost all hope, unable to part with any of his belongings, and could only panic. What to leave behind? The commotion also catches the attention of nearby Piggy. He quickly loses interest, turning his gaze elsewhere, as the group mounts their horses and slowly exits the school gates. As the sun peeked over the horizon on Monday morning, the academy's outdoor camping trip began. Soon, towering trees appeared in the distance, signaling their approach to the forest as the sound of hooves echoed. The students followed in order without making a fuss, and having grown accustomed to riding Hummels, had no worries about this field trip. It's been a while since I left Baden. I wonder if exploring the forest will be any different after all this time. Asuka, riding alongside him, noticed Hiomut wasn't carrying anything at all, and with a chuckle she pulled him from his thoughts. Haha, since your employer is a noble, does that make your horse a fine steed? What breed is it anyway? In his eyes, all horses look the same, he casually replies. I wouldn't know. Your horses don't look too bad either. Asuka pouted. What did he mean? Anyone could see the value of these two horses was different. There's no point in arguing with someone as insensitive as him. Asuka looked at him puzzled. So what's its name? But Hiomut's answer was unexpected. A name I don't know. Do I even need to name it? Asuka immediately retorted. What, you haven't named it yet? How inconsiderate. Lu Yenthuyen then began to speak on behalf of the horse. Horses are our partners and they'll be with us for a long time, so we usually name them. Why don't we name him now? Hiomut's head is throbbing. What now? You can't just come up with a name like that, Asuka protested, offering a suggestion. You can name it whatever comes to mind. Hiomut pondered this, gazing at his own lustrous blue mane. An idea sparked in his mind, and Hiomut suggested a name that made Asuka furious. Asuka, how could you suggest that name? He immediately protested. That's my name. Do you think I look like a horse or something? That's not right, Hiomut said, confused. Why are you so scared of something so trivial? Asuka retorts, saying that naming a horse after someone is bad luck. He scoffed and turned away. I don't see what the problem is. It made Asuka scream in frustration. What do you think I look like, a horse or something? After a full day's ride from the crack of dawn until nightfall, the group finally reached an open field where both horse and rider could rest. Bachika dismounts, immediately issuing orders. We've reached the campsite, so take a break. The schedule will be announced later. Secure your belongings and loosen the saddles. Helmut and Asuka also dismount. He remains calm, but she's completely exhausted. After riding all day just to reach the campsite, how much further do we have to go? Helmut didn't answer, habitually observing his surroundings as he calculated the schedule. From what I overheard at the start, the first day is for rest and a barbecue, the second is a hunting competition, and almost all of the third is for group activities. Helmut frowned deep in thought. Luckily, I haven't sensed anything strange on the way here, but he's still lost in thought, unaware that Asuka has been watching him. If someone is targeting me, then perhaps the third day of group activities will be a good opportunity. But until then, I'll be careful and stay on guard. Asuka suddenly calls out, "Hey heel," he quickly reacts. "What?" Asuka finally voices what she's been noticing. "Where's your horse?" Heel's gaze slowly shifts to the reins in his hand. The reins are there, but the horse has vanished. Seeing that Hyomut didn't respond, Asuka repeats, "Hey Hyomut, where's your horse?" Hyomut's mood plummets as he notices the clean cut on the dangling reins. Hyomut immediately deduced that the reins had been cut by a sharp object, leaving him stunned. Asuka glanced around nervously, while Hyomut wondered how the reins could have been cut so easily while he was holding them. This unforeseen event made him sense danger. "No, the problem is I didn't even realize my horse was gone." Asuka, after looking all around, finally spotted Hyomut's missing steed. "Ah, it looks like your horse is over there. You need to be more careful." Hyomut's face went blank, and instead of rushing over, he turned to Asuka and asked to borrow her sword. "Asuka, can I borrow your sword?" "Sword, just for a moment." Taking the sword from Asuka, Hyomut carefully approached his horse. Sword in hand, he's ready to strike at the slightest sound. Approaching the horse, Hyomut scans his surroundings with increasing caution. Nothing seems out of the ordinary, and he finds it strange that he can't sense anyone nearby. Why? Suddenly, his instincts flared, and he looked down to see a trap hidden in the thick grass right next to his feet. A chilling sensation washes over him. He grits his teeth. A trap nearly invisible, and hunting is strictly forbidden on this trip. The jaws of the trap yawn open, ready to snap shut on its unlucky prey. This is a warning. That's right, this is a warning. A chilling aura of death crept up behind him, freezing him in place. He's subtly warning that he's the prey, but the stronger the opponent, the more excited he gets. And a smile creeps across Hyomut's face. She's worried about the danger, but Piggy hasn't approached the horse yet. He calls out to the horse, "Hey Y, since you're white, I'll call you Y. Come here." The new horse, named by the Heartless Master, continues to enjoy its meal unconcerned. But how could a horse understand human speech? He still hasn't realized this, and continues talking to himself. It still doesn't understand. Seeing it eat so carefree, it must not be a threat. He approaches and pets the horse, thinking that anyone who dares stand in his way will be eliminated. As darkness veiled the boar's face, a hint of excitement shone through. He hoped for a worthy opponent. Back at camp, tents were pitched and the campfire blazed. N steps forward, calling out, "Everyone gather around. We have a few announcements before dinner." Quickly, the students assemble, standing in neat rows before N. He spoke, gesturing with the communication orb in his hand. "From now until the end of the activity, refrain from unnecessary actions. Each team leader will receive a communication orb to stay connected with instructors and report any issues immediately." The orbs have already been distributed to each team leader. They carefully placed it on a thick cloth to prevent it from breaking, and as the pig-like man stared intently, a voice called out, drawing his attention. "Hey Pig Muzzle, besides Asuka, you've already gathered your members, just waiting for the team leader, right? Let's get together first." Besides Asuka, Hyomut looks at the 3 people on this side, then at the 2 on the other, stunned for a moment before finally blurting out a question. "Too many strangers. Obviously this is an easy way to provoke hatred." Quo cursed. "Shouldn't you have seen us when we formed the group?" Wesley, standing beside him, agreed with dissatisfaction. "Exactly." Sensing the tension, Andrew quickly stepped in to mediate. "Alright, let's introduce ourselves. Since we're a team now, fate has brought us together, so I'll introduce myself first. I'm Andro." In Hyomut's eyes, the 4 strangers introduced themselves one by one from left to right. "I'm Men Basin, Wesley, and Dino." Hyomut nods, then turns to the flamboyant redhead James, who hadn't introduced himself, and asks a question that makes James want to throw up blood. He pointed at his face, frustrated. "James, my name is James, we've already talked." "Please try to remember, will you?" Hyomut replied indifferently, arms crossed. "Alright, fine. I can't believe Hyomut." Yem urges him and Asuka, who are standing next to each other, to introduce themselves. Asuka is surprised by his words. "We have to do that too, I thought everyone knew already." "Well, aren't we a pair?" DM Chongrak sighs, explaining, "Well, the sophomores don't know you." Pig Muzzle felt no need to introduce himself, cutting Jam off and apologizing, asking everyone to prepare dinner first, as he had something to report to the instructor. Asuka, puzzled, asks, "Report what?" Piggy explains. "While leading the horses back, I saw an active trap." Asuka was understandably confused. "What a trap? But aren't we not allowed to hunt while camping?" Hyomut looks at him, asking such a thing. "That's why I wanted to report it. It seems serious." Asuka also wanted to investigate with Piggy. "You seem to be giving it a lot of thought. Why is that?" "I want to see it too," and Hyomut nods in agreement. "Very well. But to the rest of the team, it looks like you two are just trying to get out of preparing dinner." The white light above grew brighter, casting a gentle silver glow over the silent forest, and the lush green grass, where the trap had been set, was now empty. Bachika knelt down to examine the area, finding nothing unusual. She suspiciously asked Hyomut, "So you're saying there was a trap set here?" Bachika looked at him. "Are you sure it was a trap?" Hyomut is adamant about what he saw. "Yes, I'm sure. I almost stepped on it." She stands brushing off her clothes, "But there's no evidence. So there's nothing here. Be more careful in case there are other traps." He didn't try to prove what he saw, simply agreeing. Asuka, much like Pachika, questions Hor, asking if he's sure there was a trap there before. Hayomut ignored Asuka, gazing silently at the grass. His brow furrowed. The grass was flattened. Something had definitely been placed there, but the trap was gone. Indeed, there was an unusual depression in the lush green grass, and Hayomut continued to deduce. It's like he's erasing evidence. He can eliminate it instantly, meaning he's watching us very closely. Dropping his gaze from the grass, Hayomut thought back to learning to hunt from Eliga in the root forest, realizing humans can resist prey stronger than themselves. A scene flashes in Hayomut's mind. A man with a makeshift spear hides behind a tree watching a wild wolf stalking its prey. This is persistence. Then, seizing the opportunity, the man charged forth with a torch in one hand and a spear in the other. The tenacity of humans is truly unique, perfect for slowly squeezing the life out of prey before finally bringing them down. Clearly, the wild wolf has fallen, and the man plants his spear upon its body. Standing over it, he strikes a victorious pose. Their goal achieved when the prey collapses from exhaustion. Seeing Asuka leave, Piggy turned and followed a confident smile playing on his lips as he considered his deductions. He's formidable, but he doesn't seem to understand me. If he wants to scare me, he's picked the wrong person. Hayomut put his hands in his pockets, lost in thought, as Asuka brushed aside the tall grass beside him. Now that we're in the wilderness, nothing can threaten me. M sees the two returning, still holding the tongs, and calls out, Hayomut and Asuka, what took you so long? We were starving, so we grilled some meat. His confident expression is a stark contrast to the charred offering on the plate, turning Menomut and Asuka to stone. What is that? A full moon hangs suspended in the dark night. Below, a plate of perfectly grilled meat, cooked rare on the inside, is presented. Men and Bane stare in awe, their eyes sparkling at the delicious sight. Dino quickly skewers a piece of meat and pops it into his mouth, savoring the taste. Wow, it's delicious. The perfectly grilled meat is ready, and Bane quickly shoves a piece into his mouth, much better than the burnt one from before. Asuka, the last person they expected, took charge of the grilling, hands moving deftly over the barbecue. Honestly, how could they not know how to grill? They must never cook for themselves at home. Bane and Dino ignored Asuka's grumbling, looking at him with satisfaction. Thank you, Asuka. Those from common backgrounds really are good at this sort of thing. His lips twitched at the noble's words, and Asuka immediately threatened, Want to eat charcoal again? Well, if you guys like it, then sure. They immediately surrendered. Laughter and chatter filled the air, while the pig in the distance clearly didn't want to join in, quietly skewering meat with his fork. Wesley, now playing mysterious, teases his comrades. Come on, don't be like that, look what I brought. He then reveals a bottle of wine. Yan stares and blurts out, Is that Hennessy? How did you bring that without getting caught? Wesley chuckled smugly, I have my ways. He then revealed his secret, demonstrating how he concealed the bottle within his cloak. I used a cloak with a storage spell. Even the instructors didn't notice. Dino gasped, impressive. Where did you get that cloak? Diem, sitting across from him, was speechless. Had he come all this way just to get drunk in front of the coaches? Wesley replied with perfect logic. We can't have a barbecue without booze. Boss squinted at Wesley. But you only brought one bottle. As if touching a sore spot, he retorted, Hey, you should be grateful. It's even one bottle. Any more and we'd get caught later. Wesley then returned to the center of the group, holding up the fake liquor. The coaches will be patrolling to confiscate stuff like this later, so let's wait until after that to drink. You have a point. The campfire crackled. Like demons, the three Chica sisters suddenly appear, each holding 3 bottles of liquor. Clearly, before hitting the Hayomut group's camp, the 3 Chica sisters raided others. She eyed Wesley, the ringleader, and questioned, Are you sure you don't have a single bottle? Because if none of you brought any, that's even more suspicious. Wesley lies through his teeth. We're not lying, coach. We didn't bring any alcohol. Helmut and Asuka are on our team, so we wouldn't dare. Dino looked at Pachika, dumbfounded. How many bottles did they confiscate anyway? Those two don't seem trustworthy. She turns to Helmut. Helmut, are you sure they're not hiding anything? He replied blankly. Yes. Chica stared intently at Helmut, searching for any hint of deceit, but finding none, she warned him before leaving. All right, as captain, you're responsible for your team's behavior, so keep them in line. Only then did Chica let Helmut's group off the hook, saying, Carry on with your dinner, I'm leaving now. Yes, coach, have a good evening. Only when Chica was completely out of sight did Wesley and Dino cautiously look up. They exchanged glances. Looks like we succeeded. Yeah, now is the moment. All 6 raise their glasses, high cheering for a toast, but the strong liquor immediately spills from Jan's lips. Yeah, this liquor's strong. Wesley, like a seasoned drinker, advised, just drink slowly. You're not going anywhere. Unlike his teammates who are happily enjoying themselves, Helmut sits silently dazed. Andrew notices and asks, What's wrong, Helmut? Don't you like the taste of this wine? He denied it. No, it's not the taste of the wine. Asuka glances at Helmut, immediately guessing his thoughts. Don't tell me you're still thinking about that trap from before. Just relax and enjoy tonight. Yom enthusiastically agreed, adding that there had probably been poachers around recently, but their teacher must have taken care of the traps, and everyone else chimed in. You're the top student in the 2nd year. What's there to fear? Exactly. If I had your power, there'd be nothing in this world I'd fear. You guys haven't seen it for yourselves, have you? His power is even greater than the rumors suggest. Asuka pouted. Why are you the one acting so proud? Dino bursts into laughter. If even Asuka lost, we don't need to see it to know. As if remembering something, Diem turns to Hayomut. Hey Hayomut, you're a city boy, right? Where did you learn swordsmanship? He asked subtly, correcting the misinformation about himself. No, I grew up in the forest, and I learned swordsmanship from my master, Ba-Oz. Is your master the type to stay hidden away? Sounds like your master was quite powerful. Mies chimed in. Could you introduce your master to us? But Hio coldly refused. No, he's no longer with us. As soon as he finished speaking, the lively atmosphere froze. Ba awkwardly apologizes, and even Yama stops joking around. He gives a wry smile, adding that his disciple is the best student at the Greta Academy's Swordsmanship Institute, so he must be proud. Hearing this, the stoic man's lips curled into a rare smile. Perhaps it was so. Seeing this, Men and Bane were speechless and couldn't help but smile along with the rare, joyful expression on the usually cold Hio Mutt. Quickly shaking off the somber mood, they rallied. Come on, let's not be sad, let's keep drinking. Let's drink up before the coach finds out. Hear one another. Hio Mutt happily watches them taking a sip of his drink. It seems it's true. People become fast friends when they drink together. Good to know. I might use that tactic in the future. As midnight approaches, the moon hangs high in the sky, while the table is littered with knives, forks, and empty bottles. Wesley was already sound asleep drooling. Dino, not far away, had also drifted off into a sweet dream. While the others found chairs to sleep on, Ree was sprawled out on the floor fast asleep, leaving Hio Mutt as the only one still awake. Seeing everyone asleep, he gets up and a tipsy Asuka notices and asks, Hey Piggy, where are you going? He vaguely replies that he's just going to the restroom and Asuka tells him not to go too far. Alone, he ventured into the dense forest, Asuka's sword still strapped to his hip, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Okay, so it seems I figured out how to use the wallet to nullify the effects of the drug. Hio Mutt figured he was being watched, glaring into the darkness. I'm all alone now. Will you appear and attack me or what? Hio Mutt stepped into a clearing, the moonlight bathing him in its glow. He closed his eyes, inhaling the fresh air as a gentle breeze caressed his hair. The tranquil scene belies the sharpness in Hio Mutt's eyes and the sinister curl of his lips. He's being cautious, and I hope you are too. Now he's in the dark, and I'm in the light. Who knows when he'll strike? But suddenly a small wooden house appears hidden behind the thick trees. Hio Mutt ponders. A small wooden house. Perhaps that's where the campsite manager lives. Normally he wouldn't care and would just leave, but then he realized something. Looking at the closed window with an additional wooden frame, he approached the cabin, knocked, and waited silently for a response. Suddenly a flickering candlelight appeared within the cabin, its faint glow reflecting through the window as the door slowly creaked open, revealing an elderly man surprised by the late-night visitor. Who would come at this hour? The old man scrutinized Hio Mutt from head to toe, and noticing the uniform he wore slowly said, Ah, you're a student from the academy. Greetings. Actually, there is something I need your help with. Without hesitation, Hyuk Moo cuts to the chase. I found a trap over there and I'm worried someone might get hurt. Could you patrol the area more often? The old man is actually Nautilus in disguise, playing the part well, feigning frailty as he leans on his cane. You must be mistaken about the trap. Everyone knows there are severe penalties for setting traps in this forest. But Mute wouldn't let it go. As a student of the Sword Institute, his eyes and senses were sharp enough to recognize a trap. I'm absolutely certain I saw that trap. Nadolo scoffed, his brow furrowing with concern. If what you say is true, this is a serious matter. And with that, he quickly dismissed him. Alright, starting tomorrow morning I'll patrol more often. It's been a while since I've used my staff. Haha. If a trap is well hidden, it's hard to spot with the naked eye. But with a crash, Pigsy forces his way in, preventing him from closing the door. The two stood still, neither making a move, as Helmet glared at him with a dark and chilling expression. But I haven't explained what kind of trap it is yet. Nautilus smiles. His cloak and hat conceal most of his ugly, aged face, while Helmet and Nadolos remain frozen in place. He coldly tore the hole that the man fell into, but I haven't explained what kind of trap it is yet. Nadolus' eyes flashed red, a murderous aura flickering within them before he feigned ignorance. Ah, it couldn't be that kind of trap, could it? They usually just set bear traps around here. Could you tell me what kind of trap it is? Hio Mutt didn't answer immediately. He lowered his gaze, noticing the old man's smiling lips and trembling hands gripping his cane for support. After a moment, Hio Mutt, seeing nothing unusual, closed his eyes and asked, You're not wrong because you haven't seen it yourself and I haven't explained it well enough. He bowed slightly. You were right to warn me about hidden traps. Nadolos chuckled, saying he'd leave it to me, but as he moved to close the door again, Hio Mutt stopped him. But this has been Hio Mutt's question since the beginning of the trip. I heard that every year, the Academy's swordsmanship department holds a group activity during the hunting competition here. What's so special about this forest? Nadolos placed one hand behind his, hunched back the other on the doorknob, ready to close it as soon as I answered. The hunting competition is held in the northern mountains of the training camp, and the group activities are divided into 12 locations around it. Since it happens every year, it remains the same, unless something forces a change. Receiving the answer, he nodded in understanding. It's late, and I shouldn't disturb him at this hour. Thank you, he said. He turned to leave, but his gaze lingered on the cabin, too many unanswered questions but no reason to stay. That old man. Behind the wooden door, the light still shines, and Mutt feels no malice from him. He's really the manager of this campsite. A split second later, Piggy's eyes widened, pupils contracted, a telltale sign of high alert, but his instinct still pointed to the old man. What to do? Perhaps if threatened, he'll reveal his secrets. His hand drifted to the hilt of his sword, contemplating, eliminating the threat. Better to be safe than sorry. But now Pigfoot isn't alone. He has all the students behind him. He has no choice but to abandon this idea. He shouldn't act arbitrarily because he's not the only one here. Piggy returns the way he came, the flickering firelight dancing across his face. He can't hide forever. I just need to attack head on when he reveals his true colors. But as he pondered, Pachika, fresh from beating up her teammates, Wesley and Asuka stood before him, both sporting massive lumps. Please forgive us, Hyomut blankly stares. Meanwhile, Pachika glared at him like a demon, her roar echoing through the night. Piggy, what is the meaning of this? Cut to the next morning and everyone is awake, lined up in the blazing Sunday. Sweat poured off the trainees, and even Wei, sitting in the shade, felt the heat fanning himself furiously. But unlike the others, Hyomut remained calm, the sweltering heat seemingly having no effect on him as he held his bow. On surveyed the students and announced, "It seems everyone's here. I'll explain the hunting competition now." He boomed. "Without further ado, the most important thing is to be vigilant and stay safe. Don't shoot arrows recklessly. Identify your target first." As he spoke, Baek anxiously eyed a sweltering W, wary of getting hurt. "You'll be in teams of 2. If anyone gets injured, your teammate must immediately report it to Professor W, using the communication crystal." On continues his work, his face stern, as the students are equipped with bows, arrows, maps, and food before the competition begins. Len announced the rules of the competition, sending the students into a frenzy. "The rankings will be based on your achievements. The prizes will be awarded later, so give it your all." After he finished speaking, Men raised his hand. "Sir, does the person who hunts the most beasts win?" He pointed at him, nodding. "Good question. If you think you can get a high rank just by hunting, give up now." Len shattered their dreams, leaving the students stunned. He explains that each prey will have a different value. For example, a fox is worth more points than a rabbit, and a bear is worth more than a fox. The rarer the beast, the higher its value. That's all. Len crosses his arms and gives one last instruction. If there are no more questions, let the hunt begin. This contest will last until 5:00 p.m. It gets dark quickly in the forest. Remember to keep track of the time. Asuka sighs, confident that victory is assured. With a provocative smirk, he leaned on his teammate's shoulder, declaring they were sure to win, a partnership that immediately sparked outrage from Wesley and Basin. "Asuka, how is it fair that the top 2 students are on the same team, Professor?" On finds it unfair, but since teams were chosen freely, the professor doesn't intervene, silencing the complaints. Asuka, however, is infuriating, as he turns away with heel. "If you think it's unfair, then use your abilities to defeat us, or if you don't want trouble, then stay out of our way." The clear sky shines as brightly as ever as Asuka raises her index finger. "Hey Piglet, you know what? If we were on the same team, we'd be the strongest in the department." Asuka smugly declares that first and second place will belong to them, asking what he thinks. Should I compete for first place? Piggy isn't as childish as Asuka. He has his own thoughts now, and thankfully there aren't many people around. But if Black Eagle attacks, I'll have to ditch Asuka to keep her safe. Seeing that Hyomut wasn't responding, Asuka didn't press the issue. Wandering aimlessly wasn't the answer. He tailed after the nagging Piggy, asking if he knew of any good spots. "You're good at this stuff, why should I tell you?" a thought suddenly occurred to the mud pig. Seeing Asuka relentlessly following him, he glanced back, realizing he could get rid of him sooner if he just gave him a target. The thought made him much more enthusiastic. "Alright, follow me." Asuka, oblivious, happily agrees. "That's the stuff. Lead the way." Unbeknownst to them, they'd arrived at a stream, its crystal waters babbling along. Not just a stream but the base of a waterfall, a symphony of nature's beauty and thunder. Peeking out from behind the bushes, Piggy explains his reasoning to Asuka. With water here, animals are sure to come, making it easier to hunt them as they drink. But Asuka disagrees, wondering how long they'll have to wait. "Wouldn't it be faster to just go look for them?" Hyomut explains why not. "If we move, the prey will likely spot us and run." He glances at the impatient Asuka. "Hunting requires patience. You should use this opportunity to get acquainted." "I've been patient enough," Hyomut said, stating the obvious. "When we walked here, I saw fresh claw marks on the tree, so I knew there must be wild animals around." And wouldn't you know it, as soon as I finished speaking, a wild animal appeared near the stream. It's a brown bear that has just caught a fish to eat, and it seems to sense another presence. It raises its head alert. Hyomut slowly raises his bow, his other hand reaching back for an arrow. "It appeared sooner than I thought." Asuka was thrilled. "That's a big bear. Let's get it. We'll shoot on 3. You ready, Hyomut?" They both knocked their arrows, drawing back their bows, ready to fire, as Asuka began to count down. 1. Piggy pauses, forgetting something for a moment. What if hunting triggers his dark energy? Never mind. The bow is drawn and there's no time to hesitate. As Asuka counted to 3, 2 arrows shot forth from Asuka and Hyomut. One pierced its bicep, while the other unfortunately missed landing on the ground. The bear, now bleeding, roared its cry, echoing through the forest, and in its pain it watched Asuka flee. It got away. "What's wrong, Hyomut?" "I should have caught it. There's no way he'd let his prey escape." Asuka leaped out, shouting for it to stop, but his 2 arrows missed the bear completely. Undeterred, Asuka knocked another arrow, this time imbuing it with his magic, and it struck the bear true. It lets out a deafening roar and collapses as Asuka lands on the ground. He clenches his fist in triumph. Haha, I got you. Little did he know, as one bear departed, another roar echoed, shaking the entire forest. Asuka froze, and Hemut emerged from the bushes approaching him. Asuka Tran waited. Wait, is that the sound of more bears? Piggy didn't jump to conclusions but looked up at the dense forest before him, finally realizing what it was, and was shocked. He rushed toward the sound, tossing back. No, not bears. Deal with the prey, I'll go alone. Asuka, stunned by his sudden action, could only call out to him. Huh, what is it? Wait, Piggy. Heomut's face is grim, his speed increasing. He points to a large branch, and a gust of wind carries him to another, scattering leaves. He darted from branch to branch, finally landing on a yellow-leaved tree. The wind was Heomut. Moving so fast he's a blur, he considers continuing his patrol. But what caught his eye below was a familiar head of golden hair, and someone else sprawled out beside him. Heomut lowers his gaze, noticing the state of the two figures. Unbeknownst to Wesley, Heomut was close by as he trembled, holding the orb in his hand. How do I use this? I can't activate the communication crystal. Suddenly, Heomut jumped down behind Wesley, not far from him, and Wesley's tension was so high that even a small noise made him scream. Turning around and seeing him, Wesley finally relaxed. Heomut, what are you doing here? Getting closer, Heomut realized why the other was lying on the ground. It was Bane caught in a bear trap, clamped tight on his calf, the pain making him tremble uncontrollably. Heomut was shocked that trap. Terrified by Bane's condition, Wesley pleaded, Heomut, please get him out of that trap. Heomut, of course, refused explaining, as he removed his quiver for ease of movement. No, if I just pull it out, he'll lose too much blood. Let me handle this. You wait here as Heomut ventures into the thicket, carefully searching. Soon he found what he was looking for, plucking it from the ground and chewing it voraciously. He chewed for a moment, but the taste was off. Heomut spat it out, then reached for a similar-looking plant nearby. He chews for a moment, and this time it seems to be the right thing. He doesn't forget to pick up 2 stones. Bringing those things back, Wesley anxiously waited, and upon seeing Pigsnout return with strange things in hand, he wondered, hey, what's that for? Pigsnout didn't answer him. He took out his water bottle and poured it over the 2 stones he had picked up, cleaning them, then knelt down on one knee, handing the water bottle to Wesley. He placed a stone on the ground, topped it with the herbs he'd gathered, and crushed them with the other stone, leaving Wesley speechless. Once he was done, he looked at Wesley, who was still standing there dumbfounded, and asked, You're close to Ba Shin, right? Seeing that he was being spoken to, Wesley quickly replied, Yeah, why? Why do you ask? Without explaining, Heomut tore off Wesley's outer cloak, causing him to wince and cradle the torn fabric, speechless. Ignoring Wesley, he continued his rescue operation, tightly binding the cloth 2 centimeters above the wound. He then reached for an arrow, finally explaining his intentions to the regretful Wesley. I'm going to break the trap to save him. Hold him still, don't let him move. Okay, I understand. Heomut imbued the arrow with magic, then thrust it straight into the bear trap. A crisp impact echoed, and Heomut's pupils contracted slightly. He picked up the damaged trap, its parts now loose, and examined it closely while Basin's face was pale with pain from the impact. Wesley caught him unable to watch and closed his eyes tightly as the bear trap went flying. He takes the crushed herbs, dabs a little on his fingertips, and spreads it into Basin's wound. The pain makes Bane groan, his whole body trembling, as Wesley wonders where Heomut got the weeds and why he's applying them to Basin's wound. He could feel Wesley's gaze, having stared at him in silence for some time. He slowly explained, This leaf is good for stopping the bleeding. It should be enough until we get him back to camp. He reminded Wesley, who was still standing there dumbfounded. Now, quickly contact Professor Dway. Wesley, startled, hurriedly picked up the crystal ball. Ah, right, I almost forgot. Bane still doesn't look any better. He gritted his teeth to stifle any cries of pain, and Hemut watched Bane's expression in silence. He glanced at the trap he'd discarded earlier, its sharp iron teeth stained with Bane's blood. I was prepared for something worse, but it seems this is just a game to that bastard. Looking at the scattered parts, Heomut concludes the trap was deliberately weak, otherwise Bane's leg would be ruined. Thinking this, he sighs in dismay. This trap wasn't meant for him, but these careless nobles are giving him a headache. What to do now? Hearing a noise behind him, Heomut suddenly remembers something and turns back. Asuka is still alone. But as he turned, a hand reached out from the forest. It was Asuka, whom he'd completely forgotten, looking utterly disheveled. So frustrated, Asuka screams in a frenzy. Hey Pig, don't you know what a teammate is? How could you just leave? At least explain before you leave. Piggy was relieved to see he was okay, but to Asuka he looked like he was holding back tears. Frustrated, he asks, Did you just run off because I was too slow? After venting his anger, Asuka notices Wesley is there. Seeing him in even worse shape than himself, he asked, Why do you look so beat up? Wesley, at a loss for words, put the crystal ball in his bag and reported to Helmuth. I've contacted the professor. She'll be here soon. With everything handled smoothly, Wesley could finally relax. Helmut, you're amazing. I would have panicked in this situation. Heomut doesn't see it as anything special, simply replying, I've been through this before. I can't be as nonchalant as you. This is a life we're talking about. Wesley bows deeply in gratitude. Thank you for saving Bane, Wesley said to Hemet. I swear on my honor as a noble that I will never forget this debt. He needs to be checked immediately, or the infection will worsen, Wesley stammered. You're right. Mutt stood up, still a little embarrassed, though he didn't show it. Thanks, that's the first time I've heard that since coming to the academy. The sky remained a clear blue as the sun beat down on the dense forest below, where an old hand worked healing magic on Bin's wounds. Dway, having heard Wesley's call, arrives and praises their first aid efforts. You did a great job with the first aid, so I didn't have much to do. Hearing this from Dway, Wesley breathed a sigh of relief, clutching his fragile heart. Chica also arrives, recognizing the trap, and its creator turning to Mutt with a knowing smile. So there really was a trap, like you said, meaning someone deliberately set it here. I'll send a letter of complaint to the area's management. Khan acknowledged everything, then turned to Wesley and asked why he stepped into the trap. He immediately responded, yes I do. Wesley pointed in a direction, explaining that Bane saw something, ran after it, triggered the trap, and started screaming. I don't know what made him run so fast. She began to give orders. With Bane in this condition, they couldn't continue the hunt. Now, let's get him back to camp. Give me a hand, will you? Wesley, yes. After instructing Wesley, she turned to the other two young men and said, you two go hunting. Be careful. There are still traps, I'm sure, Asuka confidently replied. Don't worry, we'll bring back plenty of prey. And there's no need to worry with Mutt by my side. The three chicks finally turned to leave. Alright, see you later, girls. Yes. Seeing the other man leave, Asuka finally spoke to Mutt about what had just happened. I caught the bear earlier, so it's mine, right? Mutt replied confidently. Relax, I won't compete with you. I'll hunt on my own and head back first. Asuka was surprised. Are you sure? Aren't you afraid of stepping on a trap? Mutt glanced over. I won't fall for such a thing. If I stay here, someone else is bound to fall into a trap. Asuka was shocked to finally realize what was happening. Knowing why Asuka doesn't linger, and he bids Piggy farewell. I'm heading out, don't push yourself too hard. Hunt what you can and then get back. Asuka disappeared from sight, and then Mutt sprang into action like the wind. Determination flashes in Mutt's eyes. This is my chance. If he's been controlling the situation from the start, he must still be nearby. I need to focus. It's time to find his hiding place. He'll enhance his senses to search the area. As he says it, Piggy falls into a trance, his entire body enveloped in magical tendrils. Suddenly, a violet light streaks toward him. Sensing the danger, he widens his eyes, a bowstring is inches from his neck. He draws his magic-infused bow, slicing it in two with a flourish. The taut wire snaps, whipping wildly against the trees behind him. Amidst the blur of the forest, Piggy's body leans sharply to one side, as if sliding across the ground, his cloak and hair flying wildly in the wind, leaving behind a cloud of dust. He then stood and gazed at the two sturdy trees, deeply scarred by the strings, a trap he realized with a frown. That nearly invisible wire sliced through those massive trees like butter. Mutt stood frozen, staring at the damage. He stared intently, the nearly invisible wire swaying in the breeze, catching the light with a deadly glint. Mutt approached and picked up the wire, suddenly recalling their path and feeling a sense of dread. Luckily, Ba wasn't caught in this trap, or he would have been injured even worse. Considering how carefully the trap was set, Mutt carefully surveyed his surroundings. There might be other traps, but none are visible here. Turning around, he finally sees it. Not far away, a deer struggles in the shadows, its limbs entangled in a snare, its efforts to escape futile. Mutt realizes it was bait all along. Even Bashin could fall for such a simple trick. Even while hunting his would-be assassin, he doesn't forget the competition, reaching for an arrow, deciding to take only the deer. With his silver bow drawn, Mutt aims at the hapless deer. A thud, and then the scene shifts. The competition draws to a close, and all the students gather at the starting point with their prey, each unfortunate animal laid out on a tarp. Next to them were the names of each student, clearly labeling their kills. Most others had rabbits or foxes, mostly small game. But as their eyes scanned the names, a massive brown bear carcass came into view, leaving Bachika, who was holding the list, momentarily stunned. Jan and the other students shared similar expressions, stunned, unable to believe what was right before their eyes. Really, Asuka hunted that bear? Are there really bears in this forest? Asuka swelled with pride at the praise and astonishment. Remembering Asuka's teammate Diem eyes him suspiciously, could Piggy have taken down the bear for him? Denied like that, Asuka was furious. Is he kidding? There's no way he'd do something that hurts his pride like that. He should have hunted something bigger, but no, all Mutt managed was a deer. Len approached Mutt, assessing deer venison is indeed delicious. After circling around and gathering the results, Len stopped in place. He announces, "Alright everyone, listen up. I've assessed your hunting achievements and you've all done well. Before announcing the winner, I'll reveal the prizes. 5th place will receive 10 Academy meal tickets and 4th place will get a luxurious pen and ink set." As the rewards were announced, the students' eyes sparkled with anticipation. 3rd place will receive 10 discount coupons from the Academy bookstore, and the runner-up will receive a personal gym discount coupon. And now for what everyone's been waiting for, the champion will receive all the prizes I've mentioned. The champion's table overflowed with prizes practically sparkling in the eyes of the students as Asuka smirked, confident her creation would take 1st place. He leaned casually, whispering into the pig's ear, I don't think I need pens and ink." "Want it? It's yours if you do." They didn't have to wait long before Len looked down at the paper and began to announce, "All right, I'll announce the winner now. In 5th place, after a morning of activity, night falls and silence descends upon the forest. From above, we can see their campsite nestled deep within the trees. Firelight flickers casting shadows on the animals they hunted this morning, as Diem with a serious expression sits by the fire and offers words of comfort. Unless you're someone like Alea, a private gym is quite valuable. Even if it's only for a week, it's too much as a prize for a hunting competition." This is hardly comforting for Cam. With these words, Diem mocks the defeated Asuka, telling her not to be disappointed, the runner-up Asuka. Indignation, injustice, humiliation, and shock all describe Asuka's current state. Why? I caught a bear, a big bear, so it's absurd that I only came in second. What could possibly be better than this? Andrew chuckled. But the white fox that Brooke hunted really deserved the top prize. Hearing him say that, Dino couldn't help but recall the scene when Brooke presented the item to the professor. Even the professors were astonished, wondering how he could have hunted such a creature. I initially thought it was a mythical creature. Seeing Asuka so dejected, Piggy offered a rare moment of sympathy. Asuka, didn't you want a private training room? Besides, a training room is more useful than pens and ink. Asuka reluctantly gives in, reminding herself it was only 2nd place. He glanced at the pig, who remained unfazed. Oh right. You got 2nd place too, Piggy. 10 Academy dining tickets. Asuka shrugs at Piggy's reward. That sounds good. The competition is over. Now it's time to fill our empty stomachs, and everyone cheers for the one with the most meat. But it's thanks to Asuka that we can even eat bear meat. Asuka nodded. Yeah, I'm pretty tired, so let the ones who didn't catch anything handle the meat. After some laughter, the atmosphere in the boar squad suddenly turned somber. Dino slowly averted his gaze from the fire, but then said in a low voice, "It feels empty with those 3 unable to join us." With that, no one spoke, not even the gluttony pigs. He stared into the fire, lost in his own world. Apart from Basin, 2 more were out of the game, just minutes after Bane was carried back to camp by Wesley. As Bachika led the way carrying Basin on Wesley's back, the bridge beneath him suddenly collapsed, leaving him injured. And then there was Mien, who triggered a trap while scouting, breaking his leg in a fall, and was immediately sent back to the academy for proper treatment. All of this led to only 5 members of the group participating in and completing today's challenge. Dino was disheartened. What misfortune. Why is it only our group that's running into trouble? Andre agreed. The coach had even asked if the group needed to be changed. Helmut, you know the real reason behind all of this. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was no coincidence. Someone was targeting those around him one by one. Judging by his actions, the culprit is quite cruel. He hesitated, biting his thin lip, wondering if he should tell everyone about the situation. Who says nobles can't have friends? Dino thought sadly. They're probably fine now, but Asuka is not. Well, he wasn't exactly close to those 2 or 3 anyway. They're probably relaxing and snoring away in the academy dorms. While we're struggling to sleep in the woods and waiting for this activity to end, Dino and Jam are stunned by Asuka's nonchalant attitude. Does this guy even have a heart? I can't believe Asuka. Andre rests his chin in his hand, bored. Tomorrow's the group activity. Hopefully there won't be any more traps. Jan hums in agreement. It's a miracle we made it back safely, without the instructor's supervision. Piggy just silently watched them talk, and seeing their spirits lifted, the words he was about to say caught in his throat. I should probably just stay quiet. Saying something will only make them worry more. Looking up at the sky, the moon is veiled by clouds, and the buzz of tomorrow's journey fills Hayomut's ears. We should get some sleep to prepare for tomorrow's activities. We'll be safe if we stick together. And morning arrived swiftly. The group quickly gathered at a location not far from the campsite. Each team leader received a map which Hayomut studied before pointing to a single red mark. The location we've been assigned is here, about a 4-hour ride. With the announcement made, he rolled up the map, clutching it tightly in one hand while the other held the reins. All right, let's set off. The first rays of dawn stretch across the horizon, illuminating the snowy peaks. The landscape is bathed in a warm, golden light, as wisps of clouds drift through the rolling hills. Amidst the vast wilderness, all sound is swallowed by tranquility, leaving only light wind and a sense of stillness, as if time stands still. Below that majestic scenery, Jan seems to spot something and calls out to the captain of the quartet, Peak Platoon. Come take a look at this. Asuka, riding beside him, also took notice when he called out Hayomut's name. Following Diem's gaze, a path leads to a spring. He suggests it's a good place to rest with a water source nearby, a rare find in these mountains. Before agreeing, Mute jumps off his horse and heads straight for the spring, cupping his hands to drink. Thankfully, the water is pure and unpolluted, a major concern during an escort mission. Seeing Hayomut's actions, Asuka makes a cutting remark, leaving him speechless. What's wrong? Are you that thirsty? Unlike the dense Asuka, Yan Xiao understood Hayomut's actions. He continued to persuade her, let's rest for a bit, okay? We made good time. It didn't even take the estimated 4 hours. Plus, we have enough food left over from yesterday, so let's just gather some wood for a fire. Dino also stretched and groaned softly. Ugh, my back. Hayomut pursed his lips. The entire team was waiting for his decision. And so the team decided to set up camp here quickly, erecting a small tent and a campfire. The 5 of them sat together in silence, their faces devoid of excitement. Hayomuk sighed, noticing their collective gloom. It's no wonder with 3 teammates back at the academy due to injuries. Sitting here solves nothing. Hayomut found an excuse to leave. Where are you going? The fire's dying. I'm going to get more wood. Clinging to Hayomut like a lifeline, Asuka exclaims, I'm coming too. I'm tired of being with these guys. Hayomut gave Asuka a deadpan stare, clearly annoyed. What a pain. Night falls quickly in the forest, and Asuka gathers firewood holding a bundle as he asks Piggy's opinion. Is this enough? Hayomut replies with a glance. Effort, but insignificant. Damp wood is hard to use, Asuka grumbles, but damp wood is hard to burn, which makes sense. Asuka continued searching. Dampness. It's hard to see in the dark. At this rate, I'll have to wear sunglasses when I get back to Baden. But the pig remains silent. Asuka grows frustrated with the silent pig. Hey, at least say something. The stoic replies, better to find the right wood, so insensitive, frustrated by the silence. Asuka improvises a song while drinking straight from the mountain stream. We'll camp, eat, rest, and then be on our way. Unable to bear it any longer, Piggy coldly says, Asuka, what's with the jumpiness? Can't even sing. Hayomut didn't answer, instead handing Asuka the bundle of wood he'd gathered, glancing in one direction before telling her to take it and head back. Asuka wondered why he suddenly wanted her to go ahead. Where was he going? I have something important to do right now. Yes. Asuka scoffs and waves her hand dismissively, clearly not pressing the issue. Fine, just don't cause any trouble. So that's why it was so quiet. With Asuka gone, Hayomut became even more vigilant. Now, only the dark forest surrounds him, the moonlight occasionally shining through the gaps in the large canopy silver rays, illuminating the weeds growing at the base of the trees. Amidst the tranquility, the sound of carving echoed incessantly, leading Pigfoot to a halt. Half his face was shrouded in darkness as Hayomut glared at his opponent. It seems you're pleased with your preparations. Hayomut kept his distance from the man Pio. He cautiously gripped his sword hilt, never letting go, as Fio paused his actions, seeing that his main character had arrived. Thank you. It's a smooth start, and I appreciate you accepting my invitation. He's quite the gentleman, preparing a seat for me in advance. We have much to discuss. Now take a seat. The two now face each other, but Peso's face remains hidden behind his clown mask, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. I'm in a good mood now because I can finally meet you, Peso says, admiring Hayomut's handsome face. But of course I've been watching your face all this time. The feeling of finally meeting the predator who's been hunting me. Hayomut ignored the veiled threat. Your mask is weird. Looks like you're not too confident in your own face. Hayomut's words give Peso pause, but he quickly recovers. Hayomut, you're not what others say you are. He ominously points a sharpened wooden stake at him. Most prey, when they realize they're being hunted, flee immediately. But you dare bare your fangs at me, constantly tracking my position, acting as if you're the predator. The mudsnout remained silent and unafraid, waiting for him to continue. Fuego reached into his pocket, searching for something. The reason I revealed myself is to give you one last chance. No sooner had he spoken than he hurled something with lightning speed right between the man's legs. He warily reached for his sword, only to find a wriggling cocoon before him. Feso, clearly pleased with the pig's reaction, points a finger at him and introduces himself as a member of the elite force, commanded directly by Blackhawk, the dark jester of Eagle Eye Poe. His tone was incredibly arrogant, declaring he had the right to recruit talent. Black Eagle. If you want to join, swallow this capsule. He calls it recruitment, but it feels more like coercion. He continues, without our medicine, it will devour your internal organs. But rest assured, there are no side effects, unless you refuse. In that case, my men will be ready to deal with all your friends. Think carefully. Hayomut paused for a few seconds, then frowned and retorted, that's a lie. You're not the type to use people so carelessly. Hearing this, Peo's mood shifted slightly, saying, believe it or not. Of course, he didn't miss a single detail, and continued, is it okay to deal with nobles so carelessly? Some of them are important figures who should be taken care of sooner rather than later, so rest assured. Hayomut was silent. Was he referring to Wesley men, and Basin Peo interrupted his thoughts, pointing to his own temple? Don't overthink it, Hayomut. You have no choice but to accept my offer. The larva continued to writhe, and as Hayomut gazed down at it with disgust, a glint flashed in his eyes before he slowly closed them. Just when he thought he'd won him over, Hayomut spoke again, catching Peso's attention. You said before that we have a lot in common. The cocoon on the ground flipped itself over after wriggling for a while, but before it could crawl far, a powerful kick from above crushed its soft body. Pigfoot turned sword in hand, a murderous aura spreading from his eyes. Then it seems you haven't learned enough about me. With that, Pig's snout darts toward Peso, who's frozen in place. He's no pushover though, and without hesitation he throws a sharpened stake towards a hidden mechanism in a tree. Instantly, strings of wire shot up from the ground left and right, revealing a web of traps. Like a spider's web, it intertwined to hinder his advance, but without hesitation he swung his sword. With a single strike, he sliced through all the cleverly placed tripwires. With nothing to stop him, he leaps through the air, facing Pio head-on, who no longer dares to sit idly by. Hayomut's eyes widen as he utters words that send shivers down the spine. It all ends if I finish you here, right? He intensified his strike, cleaving him in two. But Peso dissipated like a deathly mist, avoiding Hayomut's strike and reformed unharmed a short distance away. He glanced over to see Peso casually raising a sharp dagger to the tripwire. You've wasted your only chance. You won't leave this forest alive. So that was the hidden mechanism to trigger the trap. Hundreds of hidden weapons rained down on Piggy's head. Pig Snout looked up in astonishment as back at their camp cups and plates were laid out on the wooden table. Unexpectedly, a violent tremor shifted everything, startling Dien into frozen fear. Once the cup stopped shaking, he turned to the others, asking if they heard anything. Could it be a landslide? Asuka wasn't sure, but it hadn't even been raining. How could it be a landslide? Andre chimed in. Where's Piggy? Why isn't he back yet? Asuka didn't pay much mind, tossing another dry branch into the fire to keep it going. He's probably just relieving himself. What could possibly harm him? Just then, Dino arrives carrying an armful of hay. Dino's back, but why is he carrying grass? Weren't you feeding the horses? But his next words only deepened the mystery. Did you guys tie the horses up somewhere else? I don't see any of them, Blind Diem replied vaguely. No, we didn't touch the horses, Dino said anxiously. But there were none to be found. How could this be? They arrived at the post to find only severed ropes. Asuka and Diem were stunned to see that all the horses were gone. Diem stammered, wondering if the ropes had come loose. Asuka couldn't believe her eyes either. How could 5 horses vanish without a sound or trace? Suddenly, a loud noise from the darkness made all 4 of them jump. Diem and Asuka, closest to the sound, slowly turned their nerves stretched to the limit. Sure enough, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, and the two held their breath, waiting for it to step into the moonlight. It was Hemut, looking disheveled and breathing heavily, a state they had never seen him in before. Asuka, seeing her captain who had disappeared for hours, yelled, "Hemut, you scared me." Andrew was not as clueless as Asuka. He then remembered something more important, urgently asking, "Hey, did you see our horses? Wait, why do you look so wrecked?" Without answering, he just looked around. "Are you all here?" Seeing his vague question, Diem stammered, Yes, what's wrong?" Looking at the worried faces of his teammates, he hesitated, thinking it might be best to tell them. He finally decided to reveal the truth, hoping they would be more vigilant knowing the danger they faced. "Let's gather for a moment. I have something to say." They returned to their previous spot where the fire still burned thanks to the timely addition of firewood. Tension filled the air as the team absorbed the gravity of the situation. "So to sum it up, you dealt with the Black Eagles, and they sent an assassin to take us all out, including our friends who were sent back to the academy." Andre was stunned, his body frozen in disbelief and fear. "So they were injured and returned to the academy for that reason." Yan Run trembled. "You're the one with the biggest reaction." Wait a minute. But why us? We haven't done anything to attract the Black Eagles' attention. Why should we have to leave because of your problems?" Immediately, Asuka smacked Jam upside the head. "Shut your mouth, you idiot. We don't even know if we're being targeted yet." After scolding, Jam Asuka speculated with a serious expression that Chapat might still harbor a grudge. Hayomut quickly dismisses the idea. "No, I don't think that's it. It's only now that Pig finally reveals his true identity to everyone. He was a mercenary before joining the academy and took out some Black Eagle members. Perhaps that's why they've been following me. Come to think of it, I did take down 3 Black Eagle members at once, single-handedly, with a bow in one hand and a sword in the other. I guess I was a bit heavy-handed back then." Little did he know his casual words would shock everyone. Diem, seemingly in disbelief, urgently asks, "You took out members of the Black Eagle? Really? How many did you take out that they're still after you?" Hayomut closed his eyes. "Not as many as you think. They were just third-rate mercenaries." Almost losing track of the main point, because of Jay, Hayomut quickly regained his composure. Maybe I shouldn't have brought that up, but what Piggy considers normal is like the Power Rangers saving the world to them. They're all beaming. They're all excitedly discussing it. So he's taken out more than I thought. With your combat experience, it's no wonder you're better than us." Helmu thought to himself, seeing them regain their spirits from a past story. Yes, they too will become warriors. Helmu obviously took Jay's words to heart. "You're right, he has no obligation to endure this because of my problems. So whatever happens, I'll take responsibility for it all." A sentiment Andrew doesn't share despite Helmu's nonchalant attitude. "Are you planning to face that assassin alone? Are you sure that's wise? Or we could report this to the trainer first." Yam agrees, looking at Asuka. "Asuka, you have the communication crystal right. Use it quickly." Most people agreed. Asuka reached into his pocket, fumbling around. Let's see. But when he pulled his hand out, only 2 pieces of white cloth sewn into his pocket came out, nothing else. Asuka's face froze and he gave a stiff laugh. It's gone. The loss of the communication crystal is like cutting off the team's lifeline, and Dino and James take turns berating him. "What are you, insane? Now what are we supposed to do? Poor Asuka just wants to leave. Did you want to lose it? Maybe the assassin took it. We don't even know when he took the horse, and he's still the second quietest person after Hayomut." Andre looks to Hayomut for guidance, asking what they should do now. "Leave this place as quickly as possible. This problem is a tough one. He may have already set traps around here. It's best not to venture too far into the darkness. It's hard to spot if it's hidden perfectly." Hayomut trailed off, stroking his chin thoughtfully. With that, he looked around and said, "Here's what we'll do. We'll leave as soon as it's light out. Even without horses, we can reach the trainers in 12 hours. Clearly a sinister man like Pihu wouldn't let them off so easily." Hu carefully points out Feo's weaknesses to his team, knowing he won't let them leave easily. and that he'll avoid a direct confrontation knowing he can't win a fair fight. With that, Hyomut's face darkened. I'll watch our backs. He won't dare attack us recklessly. If he shows his face and attacks, I'll take him down. Everyone tensed up after hearing Hugh's plan, fully understanding the situation. If they don't listen to him, their lives might not survive this camping trip. Okay, we understand. Hyomut had nothing more to add, standing up to instruct. Okay, then we need to conserve our energy, starting now. It'll be tough to stay alert and on the move for 12 straight hours. And I almost forgot about food. Do we have enough? We also need to keep watch over the food supply. No one's adding wood, and the only fire a substitute for moonlight is slowly dying down, but the flickering flames still illuminate a certain area around where they're camped. With a rustle, the tent flap opened, and out stepped Diem and Dino. As they emerged, their attention was immediately drawn to something none other than Piggy. He sat vigilantly by the tent, sword in hand, fulfilling his duty as watchman. Mutt suddenly noticed the two. Why are you up already? Dino stretched and answered for him. We decided to take shifts one at a time. It's better than having just one person on watch. Mutt disagrees. Don't waste your energy. You need to save it for tomorrow. Jan smiles. Hey Mutt, we're warriors too. I can't rely on others to protect me. That alone goes against a warrior's dignity. He worriedly asks, are you sure you don't want to sleep? He bluntly replies, I can go without sleep for 3 days. Diem is speechless. He could feel the atmosphere growing heavy, and Diem kept finding things to say that Assassin must be terrified of him. Piggy, they still haven't dared to show their faces. But Piggy doesn't understand his plight. He seriously warns him not to let his guard down, as the assassin isn't one to easily lose his prey. Yom is frustrated to the point of laughter. Yeah, I know, it's just too quiet. As he spoke, Diem was surprised by the sudden silence around them. He looked down at Hyomut, who gestured for silence. Dino and James tensed up, holding their breath as the rustling in the dark forest grew louder. The three gripped their swords, eyes fixed on the approaching presence, as Hyomut gestures for Jam and Dino to hold their ground. Then a figure emerged, a moving rump, a brown horse leisurely chewing grass. Jan is shocked to see it, exclaiming, "That's my horse." Suddenly, a familiar presence sends Piggy into a frenzy, and he turns shouting, "Gi Dino, run!" But it's too late. When did Peso get so close? Dino stares frozen at the cascade of red hair before him. He reached out his 10 sharp fingers aimed at Dino's neck, as the boy slowly looked up to see those demonic hands reaching for him. Hyomut shielded. Jay, stunned by Faye's next move, he grabbed Dino by the collar, lifted him up, and hurled the bombs at Hyomut. Alongside the explosions, a scream echoes Dino's name, and the scene replays in his mind. As the bombs hurtled towards them, Hyomut that Than cried out his name, Dino. The explosions created a smokescreen, completely obscuring his vision, and he struggled to open his eyes as the dust settled. The loud noise, of course, fully awakened the others. Asuka called out from inside the tent, shielding his nose from the dust that had spread there. What was that? And why is there so much smoke? Duyen's vision blurred, his hands trembled, and he clutched his head, screaming in fear and agony. Hyomut is calmer. He's seen this situation many times before. Calm down, Diem. It was just a smoke bomb. We don't know when he'll strike again, so stay alert. Even a warrior would be shaken seeing his friends captured right before his eyes. Dino was taken by that guy. Hyomut patiently reassured him. I saw that he was still conscious when he was captured. If he wanted him gone, he would have done it already. Dino won't give up his life that easily. If you don't want to die, we have to unite. Asuka and Andrew rush over from the tents. What's going on? Where's Dino? Give Jay to Andrew. Mute, he watches the still panicked boy, knowing this is bad. He knows how to manipulate minds, and he's far more experienced than we are. Confirming she's unharmed, Asuka now remembers to be wary of their surroundings, but he's vanished. James stammered, I don't know, maybe he's still nearby. His leg's still weak. He clung to Andrew. What do we do now? We can't just leave Dino alone. Andrew knew that, but he didn't know how to find Dino. But how are we going to find Dino? Are you planning to run? Diem questioned. Seeing Andrew's silence, he turned to Piggy in disbelief. Hyomut, you wouldn't abandon Dino, would you? Hyomut shakes his head, saying now is not the time. He frowned, calculating that sticking together would leave them at his mercy, but rescuing Dino alone would make it hard to watch the others. Hearing this, Diem was utterly defeated. Damn it, why is this happening to us? He turns and grabs Andre by the collar. Yam's tone is filled with resentment. Hyomut, this is all your fault. If you even think about abandoning him, I will. Seeing the situation escalate, Andre quickly intervened, saying, Hey, now's not the time to blame, Hyomut. Calm down and think this through. He suppressed his emotions, didn't push Ray's hand away, and with emotionless eyes spoke each word carefully. Of course I won't abandon Dino, but I won't risk everyone else's lives to save one person. James felt a chill as he heard those words. My priority now is ensuring your survival. Enraged, he raises his fist to strike, asking if he's really willing to abandon Dino. Andre struggles to hold back Diem, who is losing his cool. Diem, calm down. You've gone too far. After being pulled away, Hyomut calmly adjusts his collar, ordering Jay to be taken back to the tent by Asuka. Andrew cautiously approaches Hyomut. This is truly a terrible situation. Are you alright, Hyomut? Well, what Jam said isn't entirely wrong. Andre sincerely expresses his opinion. Hyomut, it's not that I disagree with you, but I feel the same way. We can't abandon Dino no matter what. He calmly continues, let's talk about this when you've calmed down. We'll find a way if we discuss it together. There's no other way. Hyo-mut sighs. The night was still young, the moon hung high above, and the flames danced wildly as Hyo-mut stared intently into the fire. Once he calmed down, Diem approached Hyo-mut hesitantly. Then setting aside his embarrassment, Diem sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, Hyo-mut. I was so scared I lost my mind. Hyo-mut doesn't respond to his apology, but simply stands up, turning to face the three of them. Now I want to ask you all something. Lan-not turned to face them. In this situation, we have no idea where Dino is, and we can't guarantee that everyone will survive if we go back for him. Frankly, I think survival is almost impossible. At this critical juncture, Hyo-mut looked at Jam with doubt. You still think we can't abandon Dino? With his hand on his chest, Yom earnestly says, Dino and I have been friends since childhood. I can't abandon him here. Andrew and Asuka feel the same. I agree. Abandoning a teammate in danger is shameful. Even if I'm not close to him, I can't just run. Hyo-mut silently watched the three of them for a few seconds before finally relenting. Alright, it's settled then. He announces grimly that there's no time for sleep. They must find a way to defeat the assassin and save Dino. As a flicker of horror crosses Hyo-mut's eyes. Reacting quickly, he drew his sword to deflect the incoming projectile, sending it spinning into the air before it plunged into the ground, revealing itself to be an arrow. Andrew stammers, Guy, what is that? Asuka quickly recovers, pointing out something tied to the arrow. As the dust settles, a cloth bag tied to the arrow is revealed, and the piglet curiously picks it up, carefully opening it to see what's inside. Andrew peered in for a look, and his face went white. Inside the pouch was a severed human finger. Andre stammered in horror. Is that a human finger? Hyo-mut interjected, saying there's no way to know if it's Dino's finger. Diem felt a chill run down his spine. How could we know? But in this situation, isn't it obvious that Diem is thinking of the worst-case scenario, his whole body stiffening? Could it be that Dino was... Hyo-mut interrupted him, reaching out and tightening the bag's drawstring. Not yet, this finger was cut while the blood was still flowing, so we can at least confirm that he was still alive when it was severed. Hyo-mut frowned. And perhaps he doesn't want to deal with us just yet. Andrew paused, his eyes drawn to the bag containing his friend's finger, noticing an odd bulge. He cried out, Wait, Hyo-mut, look closely, there's something in the bag. Hyo-mut reached in and pulled out a map with a message. If you want to save your friend, come alone to the marked location before sunrise. Hyo-mut pores over the map on the table as Andre strokes his chin in thought. Where could it be? On the cliff, Diem recognizes the location. I saw a few places on the way here. Let me see. The map was quickly handed over and Asuka leaned in for a look. Yen points to the map, asking how far it is to the Great Stone Hill. He immediately replies that running would take about 15 minutes. Asuka gapes, telling him to wait. Run, are you serious? Yeah. Andrew remained in the same position as before. What do you think he's planning? Asuka replied calmly. It's obvious, isn't it? He wants to separate Piggy from us. Hearing this, Yam looks at Dino with determination. Dino, don't listen to him. We can save Dino and defeat that assassin together. But unexpectedly, Andre, who always went along with everyone's opinions, objects this time. Wait, if we act rashly, Dino could be in even more danger. It's better to listen to him for now. He props his hand on the table, because it's their only choice. Hyo-mut will rescue Dino alone, and they must wait for his return. Hyolmu is of course no problem. His eyes scanned the three faces before him. I can go alone, but the assassin will target you first. Asuka sighed, crossing her arms. We just have to wait 30 minutes for you to return, right? So the three of us are enough. I'd love to face him head on, but what can I do? He said this with a mysterious air, adding that he'd just come up with a plan. Suddenly, a blockhead like Asuka has a plan to surprise Helmut, Andrew, and James. A still night sky appears with a bright full moon hanging in the blue. The moon's gentle light filters through the dense canopy, creating an eerie, tranquil scene, until the night is suddenly torn apart by a howling wind rushing through the trees, as if something is moving at incredible speed. It engulfs the space with tornado-like speed, the trees bending to its howling winds, and all this is the work of Helmut. He leaps from the forest into a desolate clearing where Dino lies unconscious. Dino appears to be unconscious. The thud of Helmut landing should have alerted him if he were himself. His calm, pale, purple eyes shift slightly to the left. To the left, only desolate land remains. Frowning, he glances right to a deep abyss. He reached for his sword hilt but knew it wasn't there. He had to get Dino back quickly. Carefully, step by step, he approached Dino, gently shaking his shoulder. He thought Dino was asleep, and a smile crept across his face. He looked so peaceful. Hey Dino, are you awake? There's no time, wake up and return to the camp. Before he could finish, Piggy's pupils contracted, his face, paling as red eyes met his gaze. Hyo-mut gritted his teeth and backed away. Dino was no longer Dino. He roared as he rose. Dino screamed and his body swelled, tearing apart his clothes. In the blink of an eye, he's 3 feet from Dino, defenseless, as he stares in shock at the onrushing energy. This is magic, and this is bad. He didn't expect them to resort to this. A vortex of death energy appears like a cosmic black hole, greedily sucking everything in. Magic is the embodiment of pure madness, if unrefined and uncontrolled, invading the body of an ordinary person. That's why if demonic energy is forcibly injected, it clashes with the pure energy already within a person until one is destroyed. This causes extreme discomfort, and when pure life energy is depleted, the body shuts down, leading to Dino's current state. A humanoid figure appears before him, yet it is anything but human. Dino, now 3 times his original size, stares at Hio-Mut with glowing red eyes as if he were prey. He readies himself once more, hand on his sword hilt. Dino has completely lost his mind, his humanity. He's truly become a monster. In the next instant, Dino lunged at Hio-Mut. He was too fast to evade, so he could only draw his sword to block the attack. The power gap is immense. The demonized Dino overpowers Hio-Mut, relentlessly pursuing the injured captain. He throws another punch at his former captain. Boom! The ground shattered, dust billowing into the air. Clearly he'd dodged the attack. He leaped into the air and landed a short distance away as Hio-Mut narrowed his eyes at his former comrade. Though the amount of magic power that has seeped in is considerable, Dino has only just been turned into a magical being. It shouldn't be too difficult to deal with him. Looking at that familiar face, he hesitated for a moment. But Dino was different. He had no awareness, only growls and slaughter. But Dino's roar just now caused the seed of darkness within Hio-Mut's heart to throb. He frowned, staring blankly at his heaving chest, then slowly looked up at Dino standing in the rubble. His expression was relentlessly fierce, his face a terrifying blank. Hio-Mut placed a hand over his heart. He hesitantly looks up at Dino, the seed of darkness reacting to such pure magic after so long. Dino uses the force of his legs to shatter the dry earth, propelling himself towards Hio-Mut. His attacks were so fast they left after images, but Hio-Mut wouldn't back down. He swiftly neutralized Dino's attacks, a flurry of fists and blades clashing. Dino puts everything he has into one final punch, and it hurtles toward Hio-Mut's face. A direct hit seems imminent, but no, Hio-Mut simply tilted his head, and the punch slammed into the rock face behind him, its force echoing as cracks spread across the surface. Then a pile of rocks fell from above, and Dino blankly looked up at Hio-Mut, who of course wouldn't miss this opportunity. He swung his hand, delivering a clean chop to Dino's shin, causing him to collapse with a scream of agony, a sound that Hio-Mut couldn't bear. "I'll get you out of there soon. Just lie still and meditate for a while." Massive rocks hurtled towards Dino, blood vessels bursting in his dark eyes. Then the noise stopped, and the forest returned to its silence. After the aftershocks, rubble continued to fall, some pieces rolling down the cliff, and an arm was revealed amidst the debris. Dino's lower body was crushed beneath the massive rocks, and he lay unconscious as Hio-Mut stepped onto a boulder to assess the situation. He leaned down, placing his hand on Dino's forehead, then closed his eyes as he looked at his unconscious friend. He activates the dark sprout, and because it's located in his heart, he involuntarily clenches his lips. The Seed of Darkness absorbs magical power, but even with this amount, it's still weaker than the magic in the primeval forest. Ming Dung Vi can burn it all away. Dark energy flowed from Dino's body through his palm and back into him, gradually transforming Dino back into his human form. Hio-Mut doesn't pull his hand away as he's trying to suppress the dark energy within Dino's body, and when he opens his eyes, he's finally done. He breathed a sigh of relief as his pale complexion gradually regained its vitality. Though faint, the magical energy was considerable. Burning it all away would take time. Fesso's absence seems fortunate. With Dino safe, it's time to return. Thinking quickly, he pushed himself up, hooked Dino's arms over his shoulders, and carefully pulled him from the rubble. "Dino, I have to get you out of here. Hang in there, it's urgent, we need to hurry." Before he could finish, a deafening roar shook the heavens, and Hio-Mut looked up to see the surrounding rocks crumbling. He recoiled in shock. The impact of their battle had caused the ground to collapse. The once imposing cliff face has now completely collapsed due to human actions mirroring the unusually tense and dangerous situation Piggy is in. The sword is held firmly in hand as Asuka, Diem, and Andre stand back to back, not daring to move. Diem speaks up, fear in his voice. "What time is it?" "I have no idea. This is a nightmare. But forget about Piggy for now, and don't get your hopes up." Asuka tenses, not letting his guard down just because nothing has happened yet. Our fun has only just begun. And then the main character they've all been waiting for finally appears. Fio emerges from the darkness wielding a strangely shaped knife and approaches Asuka face to face, his clown mask now resembling a demon. Standing behind Asuka, Diem stutters, eyes wide. He's the one who cornered Dino. Despite his bravado, Asuka is just as scared as Jaime right now. "Don't turn around, just keep looking forward and don't ruin my plan." Asuka bit his lip, recalling Piggy's warning about the enemy's formidable stealth. So you think we can actually take him down?" Hio-Mut wasn't certain, of course, but that didn't mean he'd go down without a fight. He grabbed a stick and drew a simple diagram in the dirt. "Then we'll use this formation. If you keep the surrounding area open and defend all 3 directions, we should be able to defeat him." With that, Hio-Mut's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "And when the time comes, Asuka, just do as you said." Back in the present, Asuka tensely watches Fi's every move, unafraid of facing 3 opponents, as he nonchalantly counts them off. 1, 2, 3, huh? Fi muses. "As for the one who isn't here, it doesn't matter. These are the 4 remaining guests." Yom is confused by his words. "The remaining 4? Does this mean Asuka was furious because of him? Please stop it. Are you going to believe what the enemy says? You're better off plugging your ears. Seeing this, he chuckled. Heh, one of them is quite brave. You are Asuka, and those two are Andre and Jaime. Then Peiho bows in a simple greeting. Nobles, allow me to introduce myself, you wouldn't know me otherwise. I am Fio, the azure-eyed assassin. You've made the wrong friends, for I'm here to hunt him. Even though I said that taking out 2 nobles is too risky, even for the Black Eagle, and I don't like risks. So I'll make you an offer. His next words caused Asuka and the others to break out in a cold sweat. That commoner from the academy isn't a noble. Help me hunt him down and I'll spare the rest of you. As if he'd achieved his goal, Fio's voice echoed evenly. After all, isn't this an opportunity to eliminate that eyesore commoner from the Sword Institute? I promise to keep it a secret. Just cover it up, say he left on his own. I'll make the injuries look believable. Asuka interrupted Fio urgently. Hoo. Don't tell me you believe him. Don't be so foolish. He's trying to trick you. Answer me if you hear me. He glanced at James, whose face had clearly fallen, and James irritably retorted, no, Asuka. James's words caught Fail's attention, and he frowned. Actually, I've already come to my senses. Asuka looked at James in shock while Andre smirked as he listened. Jan raised his sword high, taunting, you know nothing, assassin. No sane person would sacrifice their teammates in battle. We'll defeat you and all 3 of us will survive. As expected, Diem's words darkened Feiso's expression, and he lowered his center of gravity. It was my mistake to try and negotiate with Sword Institution fools. I'll give you what you want. This place will be your grave. Asuka, studying his stance, urgently warned the others he's about to attack. Be careful. In the next instant, his figure dissolved into thin air, leaving Asuka stunned as Foshu vanished without a trace. Yam is terrified. He's vanished. Asuka lowers his chin, eyes still fixed ahead. Focus. He's only concealing himself, not truly gone. We haven't given him an opening so we can still defeat him. The 3 of them heightened their vigilance once more, but after a while, the swords in their hands began to tremble. Jam and Andrew's breathing became erratic. The silence only heightened their tension. Why wasn't he attacking? Do you see? He's waiting for us to lose focus. Don't let your guard down. Dien, quick to anger, is losing his patience. Is he just toying with us? But the moment he let his guard down, Peiso emerged from nowhere, swinging his curved blade. Reacting quickly, Diem raised his sword to block the fatal blow, but the force was too great, and he gritted his teeth to withstand it. His attack thwarted. Peiso vanishes once more. Dem, are you all right? I'm fine, I blocked his attack. So Fez's voice echoed from above. D, of the 3 of you, you're the weakest. I'll take you out first, he declared, spinning in the air. Andre is frantic, he's about to be targeted. Diem, wait. Fez used a feint landing right in front of Andre. While Jam was distracted, Andrew felt a chill. He was in trouble. Luckily, he managed to block the blow, but not before his shoulder was slashed. He groaned softly in pain as Asuka gritted her teeth, sweat pouring down her face. We've been had. He was toying with us all along. With a light tap of his toe, Peiso acts as if he's playing with insects. Despite all their boasting, the Sword Institute's skills are even worse than I thought, so I can't even enjoy a peaceful hunt. He raised his curved blade, his smile adding to his bizarre appearance. From now on, I'll attack even faster. I hope you can keep up. True to his word, Peiso immediately slashes Asuka's shoulder, sending blood flying. And so he leaped between the 3, as if playing a game, except each leap brought fresh wounds and more blood. Seeing them still fighting, Peiho increased his speed again, moving like the wind, overwhelming them. But they refused to yield. The 3 gripped their swords tightly, their conditions dire, yet dawn was breaking. Blood dripped from them, forming a pool on the ground. Asuka, Andre, and James were utterly exhausted, and Fio laughed with glee at their condition. Haha, now you're much easier on the eyes. This is what I call a hunt. Though this is just a pastime, I've had a lot of fun. Andrew is covered in blood from his shoulders to his face. Yen was in no better shape than Andrew, and Asuka, who had taken the brunt of the attacks, was a horrifying sight. Asuka frowned, raising his voice. You seem to be enjoying our predicament. You'll regret it if you end this now. Asuka, back to his usual carefree self, smirked provocatively. Leave them out of this. Let's you and I have some fun. You'll enjoy it more, he said, forcing a provocative smile despite his exhaustion. With these 2 burdens, I can't fight at full strength. Feiso silently glared at Asuka. Seeing his lack of reaction, Asuka repeats, gesturing back to Andre and Jaime, leave those 2 behind. How about you and I have some fun? I'll show you the most spectacular entertainment you've ever seen. Fo didn't immediately agree, pausing in thought as Andro called out breathlessly, Asuka noticing the change in his opponent. You want me to let them go? That's amusing. Fizo rested the blade of his sword on his shoulder, asking him, but why should I listen to you? I told you playing with me is much more fun. If someone's backing you, you won't be able to swing your weapon at me freely. He wondered, are you really that strong? This was a blow to Asuka's pride, infuriating him. Ah, so you just like bullying the weak. You haven't seen my skills yet, Asuka taunts. If you like bullying the weak, then I'm out of options. But if you can't beat me, you'll never get a chance to fight Piggy. Hearing that name, his blank white eyes narrowed, and Peiso finally jumped down from the tree, immediately exposing Asuka's intentions. That taunt was useless, but if you're appealing to my tastes, I'll admit you've hit the mark. Pio let out a strange smile. I'm more thrilled when prey resists, whether by plan or arrogance. Fine, I'll give you a chance to worry about the two behind you. Achieving his goal, Asuka bit his lip tensely, then turned and shouted, "What are you waiting for, you fools? Get out of here now." DM hesitated, cradling his bleeding right arm, but Andrew, seeing his pale face, urged him on. "Jam, if the bleeding doesn't stop, things will only get worse. Just listen to Asuka and get yourself healed." Andrew helped Jam to the side, leaving Asuka to face Foe alone, who remained motionless. He waited for Asuka to warm up, and once he was ready, he raised his sword. "Okay, I'm done, come at me." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Foe appeared behind Asuka in the blink of an eye. He swung the curved blade at Asuka's neck, intending to decapitate him, but Asuka reacted just in time. He turned and channeled his magic, ignoring the blade that struck his back as his sword hurtled forward. Theo was shocked, kicking off to escape the sword's path. Asuka slashed at empty air, clicking his tongue in frustration at the missed strike. Theo descends from above, raising his sword to block, but his opponent strikes at his old wound. The difference in speed was vast, and Asuka's attacks kept missing. Fi hovered above, gazing down at the small figure below, surrounded by splatters of blood on the ground. Asuka's aura shifts, and he now resembles Scott. Peo is startled and a cut appears on his clown mask, luckily thick enough to protect his face. He landed on the ground, gazing at the blue aura surrounding Asuka. Foso gritted his teeth. His swordsmanship had changed, and there was no information about this. So it wasn't arrogance, but a plan. Gone was the contempt as he launched a serious attack, his speed now far greater, overwhelming Asuka. They clashed again and again, and with each pass, Asuka's wounds multiplied. Asuka struggled to steady her breathing, telling herself to focus to sharpen her senses just as the sword came sweeping in. Remembering Charlotte's beautiful face, he steels his resolve, this will be more precise. Fesso gives Asuka no respite, relentlessly attacking, showing no mercy as he strikes again and again. Andre sat nearby under a tree watching the one-sided fight, noticing Asuka's changed technique like the freshman girl's swordsmanship. Fesso toys with Asuka, slowly inflicting wounds before stepping back once more. Asuka's breathing is ragged, but his eyes remain fixed on his enemy, when suddenly Fesso bursts into laughter, confusing Asuka. What's so funny? Why the sudden laughter? After laughing, his mood lifted considerably. Good, I know your abilities now. You're not just spouting nonsense. Aka, the closer you are to the edge, the sharper your senses become. Well done, just like my other prey. Hiomut, crossing his arms, opened his eyes. I actually wanted to enjoy this more, but it's time for the main act. Pio lowers his center of gravity, holding his two weapons out wide. Asuka, I've enjoyed you, so rest now. But Asuka refuses to yield, his aura flaring to life. What nonsense are you spouting? Who said I'd fall by your hand? But in the next instant, the blade was at his neck, a hair's breadth away from slicing into it. Feso's increased force sends Asuka reeling backward, a sight that horrifies Andre and Jam. Their pupils contracted, but no, his magic hadn't faded, it was still radiating. Asuka manages to raise her wrist in time, but the blade cuts deep. Feso is shocked. He managed to block it, focusing his mana into his arm, but it won't last, as the dark energy from the blade seeps into Asuka's body. Ignoring the wound, he turned to call out, "Hey, Black Eagle's clown." Seeing his gaze, he smirked. "Have you learned to grit your teeth and bear the pain?" Foe silently stared back, his face now covered by Asuka's magic. Flashback to the night before Asuka's plan is revealed. Earlier, while stocking up in the city, he purchased a magic scroll. He held up the scroll, which would activate when torn, and Asuka wrapped it around his arm. If I can lure him in, there will be a moment when he wants to finish us off, and that's when I'll make him attack the arm with the scroll. Back in the present, the two stand motionless, and in that moment, a perfect opportunity for a counterattack arises as water sprays from Theo's mask. Asuka raises her other hand, slashing her sword at him, but Theo blocks it. Asuka battles Theo, her sword landing a deep strike on his arm. Yen thought, my surprise attack didn't do enough damage, and he was able to defend against it. His sword was still in the man's arm, but he was kicked away. He crashed to the ground, rolling several times, blood gushing from his arm as he coughed and cursed. Damn monkeys. A sphere rolls across the ground, and Alka wonders, what is that? Is that a communication orb? But I was sure I destroyed them all. He gritted his teeth in a panic. Theo, he'd discovered where the communication orb came from. He sees the open pouch on Asuka's hip. That's where the other guy hid it. Asuka picks up the sphere and shouts into it. Professor, save us. This killer is trying to finish us all off. He hurled the dagger in his hand toward the orb. You won't be calling for help. The orb in his hand shattered. The sphere continued to transmit sound, asking about the situation. Is that Asuka? What's going on over there? He gasped. He mocked him. You still have the strength to lie face down like that. With Professor Dway's teleportation, the other professors will be here in an instant, do you understand? He clenched his fist against the ground, and in an instant he charged forward, yelling, Before they arrive, I'll take your life. He paused for a few seconds, the forest silent. He sprints deeper into the forest without looking back, sensing an overwhelming, suffocating aura of evil. He's turned around. Something hurtled from the sky, narrowly missing him as he leaped away, the impact shattering the ground and sending dust flying. As the dust settles, he's horrified to see a figure emerge. Himut is holding an unconscious Dino, and he turns to flee deeper into the forest. He realizes this is too much. He can't handle it. The plan has failed. But Andre, standing beside Diem as he leaned against a tree, asked, He's gone, he escaped. Deem speaks up. Dino, it's a success, Healment. He replies, yes, at least that's the case. You all look terrible. Asuka shouts in frustration, hey Heal, Mutt, you said, 30 minutes. Any longer and we'd be dead. He replies calmly, sorry, I tried to get back as soon as possible, but I ran into some trouble. Dino is laid on the ground, still unconscious, but they all did their best. Hearing this, the three of them felt more at ease. Andrew suddenly spoke up. Oh, I found the communication orb and called the professor. They should be here soon. He instructed them. Alright you guys, wait here, I'm going to settle things with that guy. Deep in the forest, Peso sped along, regretting that he'd only managed to retrieve one dagger. That pig won't give up here. He's definitely coming after me. But that was your mistake. This forest is a death trap filled with my snares. He's forced to retreat, but not before taking you down. A purple light flashes as an arrow hurtles toward his back. Sensing something amiss, he turns to see the other man intercept the attack, shattering it to pieces, revealing a figure, drawing a bow from the trees above. Hiomut, bow in hand, radiated a fierce aura as his opponent was blasted to the ground with a grunt. He slams into the ground, rolling several times as the archer calls down from the trees. Congratulations, you're the first to survive a black eagle trap. Coughing up blood, he asks in disbelief. How? How did you get past all the traps to get here? He simply replies, who knows, you've never fallen for my traps before, have you? He realizes something. Did he disarm all the traps? Taking advantage of his distraction, he fired an arrow, which he dodged, but the arrow's speed and force cracked the earth. He wondered, so that's the speed of your arrows. Did you take out those other 5 the same way? Cornering me like this is commendable, but that toy can't do anything to me. He knocks another arrow, enjoying watching his prey struggle in despair. His murderous aura intensifies, but sadly I have no interest in playing with you like this. 79 descends from the tree, landing on the ground. Amidst the rustling leaves, the pig stood motionless in the forest, thoughts swirling in the still of night. You were confident in chasing me, but you were wrong. Heomut, in this deep forest, can you evade my attacks? Something streaks past Piggy and Denfazo attacks from behind, sword raised, thinking, got you. He quickly sensed the attack from behind, turned and raised his sword high, startling his opponent. He swung down, but the foe narrowly dodged the blow, scrambling to his feet, thinking, how did you know? His killing intent flared as he turned to face him, and the assassin lunged again. No matter, you got lucky that time, but I'm just getting started. Pio's erratic strikes splintered the trees, showering leaves, the shadows and rustling foliage, obscuring vision and sound. With limited sight and hearing, he caught me at this speed. But he didn't know. I anticipated his plan, and as he reveled in it, I scattered the leaves with a strike. He couldn't believe it, he thought. He leaped back to avoid the descending blade. He couldn't believe it, thinking, no way, it can't be a coincidence. No one can see through my stealth. He continued to gather his energy, eyes tightly shut as the enemy charged again, not giving up. Impossible, he thought. No matter how well you conceal yourself, you can't hide the killing intent behind each strike. He realized that I could sense his killing intent and thought, this guy can sense it instantly, pinpoint my location and react immediately. To deal with a madman, overcome countless traps, and still be able to do this, he's no longer human. Seeing him stop his attack, I asked, what's wrong? Out of tricks, then it's my power now. The sword in his hand gleams with a purple light, prompting his opponent to think, not bad, your aura diffusion is quite the skill. I've lost too much blood, I'm nearly exhausted, and using stealth again would be dangerous. But his aura can't last forever. Waiting for him to tire, he teleported behind a tree, while the hero's leap caved in the earth. He lunged forward, bisecting the tree where his opponent hid. Caught off guard, the man cursed. Damn it. A section of the forest lights up, smoke fills the air, a tree falls, and he collapses, drained blood flowing freely. With a dark look, he says, you've lost your weapon, what else do you have? He mocks him, repeating his words. What else do you have? You only have one answer left. I surrender. He raised his hands in surrender, but the man simply glared and kicked him without a word. He fell backward as Yu Yi struggled to respond. Is this how the Sword Academy treats prisoners? He retorted, asking who cares, as this isn't a competition, and raised his foot again. This time his leg snapped in two, and as he groaned in pain, the man threatened, don't even think about running. He scrambled up, begging, if you spare me, I'll never follow you again. I'll talk to the Black Eagles, and make sure no one comes after you. How can I trust you? Dealing with you will stop those chasing me, it's the better choice. Think carefully, you pig. I'm just one member of the Black Eagle. If I don't return, you'll have more than one person after you. Do you think you can survive and protect those around you like you did today? He silently approached him, stomping down to pin his wrist to the ground. This time, 3 of his fingers were severed, and the sword pierced his hand, plunging into the ground. With a dark look, he retorted, you seem to be mistaken, so let me make it clear. You will die here, and I will personally deal with those who come after you. This is your fate. If there's nothing left to say, then meet your end. He calmly raises his sword. He cried out in fear. Wait, a strange voice echoes. Can you stop? The young swordsman was interrupted by a cloaked figure from behind. Turning to the voice, an old man in a dark cloak with a strange smile said, you see, we'd be in a lot of trouble if we lost your friend here. As Hiomut was about to finish off P, a noise from behind made him turn around warily. Nadolo stepped forward, offering a negotiation. I have something to ask you, can you stop? Feiso shot a sharp, wary glance. Who's this? I didn't sense anyone approaching. Even looking right at him, I can't gauge his strength. Feiso in pain desperately calls out to Nadolos. Lord Talent. Heelmut now realizes who he is. I see. So, this is the leader of the Black Eagles. Nadolos stands beneath the mystical moonlight, his masked face radiating a dark aura. He continued to negotiate from behind Heelmut. Of course, I'm not asking you to release him unconditionally, but if you spare him, I will definitely compensate you handsomely. He turns away, refusing outright. No, it's this man who must pay. Killing him is the only choice that benefits me. At that moment, Nadolos revealed his mouth and nose. He feigned regret, saying that's troublesome. The Black Eagle is short on manpower these days. I can't afford to lose someone as skilled as him. As Heelmut moved to deal with Pasu, Nadolos offered, I can only offer you a substantial sum or information. Would that be acceptable? He paused, considering the dark aura surrounding Nadolos, and thought, he's strong and I'm not at my best. I can't win. He carefully weighed the consequences, knowing that killing Pasu would trigger a violent reaction from the Seed of Darkness. He doesn't seem to enjoy fighting, so continuing this battle might not be a good idea. Nadolos, noticing his hesitation, continues. Of course, as the head of the Black Eagle, I guarantee to stop chasing you and refuse other commissions related to you. Heelmut listens intently as he says, how about it? Doesn't sound too bad, right? Without hesitation, he stomped on Peso's hand, crushing it. Heelmut let you look at him. He then turned to Nadolos and stated his demands. I want both the money and the information. You're quite greedy, aren't you? Fine, Gia will give you what you want. A large bag of money is tossed to the ground. There's about 3,000,000 here. Feel free to check. Heelmut eyes the bag at his feet, then draws his sword to open it and verify the amount. Nadolos continues with his offer. As for information, I'll give you a piece of intel you desire. Piggy glares immediately displeased. One piece of information is not enough. You only brought back the thug. At least 5 would be enough to pay for his life. Nadolos's eyes burned red as he glared at the pig. He retorted, clearly annoyed. So, I knew you'd say that Nadolos thought offering his assessment. I've traded information for years and met countless clients. I can tell just by looking at you that you're someone who needs a lot of information. Hearing this, Hoyt tensed, realizing something as Nadolos raised his hand to make an offer. However, I have my conditions too. 5 pieces of information from us, including about him and me, and no more. This is already a loss. I can't afford to lose any more. He silently looked at Nadolos. Heelmut then turned and pointed his sword at Pisu-cha, asking, where are you hiding the horses you stole from us? He obediently replied that there was a large cave to the east and all the horses were tied up there. He pressed him for more information. Is the Black Eagle group targeting me to avenge what I did to you? Feiso offered no resistance, answering fully. The Black Falcons operate independently, and even when they work as a group, they avoid fraternizing. If I were to die, some would be pleased, but there's no camaraderie here. Suddenly, Heelmut decisively sliced off his mask. Wait, you're... Pesu's scarred and terrified face is revealed, and Heelmut, disgusted, turns away, leaving the man trembling. You looked better with the mask on. Heelmut turned his attention to Nadolos's father and asked, that last one doesn't count, as it's something I didn't want to know. I still have 3 questions. What information can you provide me? He reaches into his cloak for something. Nadolos retrieves a communication orb, telling Heelmut that he should recognize it, having used one before. This is a secret communication crystal, used only to contact the head of the Black Eagle. Use this to contact us whenever you need information. For the next 3 questions, even state secrets will be provided free of charge. Heelmut listened intently, but this crystal ball was only good for 10 years. After that, we won't have to provide you with any more information. He cast a suspicious glance at Nadolos and made a request. That cloak hides your presence, doesn't it? If I hold that orb, I might attract attention. So hand over the cloak. He simply smiled and did as he was asked, removing the cloak. Nadolos tossed his cloak to him, hitting Heelmut in the face, but he wasn't angry, only smiling faintly at Nadolos. An old wrinkled man with silver hair appears. Heelmut holds the cloak, surprised that the camp manager was the one in disguise. Without hesitation, Nadolos sheds his disguise, saying, disguise is my specialty, so there's no need to be surprised. I revealed my true face to earn your trust. Nadolos's true face is revealed, a young man with fiery red eyes. Heelmut turned to look at Peho, who was hastily putting his mask back on, grabbed his collar and yanked him up before sending him flying towards Nadolos. Nadolos catches Fia, who sent hurtling towards him head first, as Heelmut warns that if they meet again he won't be so forgiving. Nadolos looks at him, a slight smirk on his face. Thanks. Bao, you're in critical condition. We need to get you back and treat you immediately. Heelmut turned away, but not without a wary glance at Nadolos's back as he gradually entered the forest. Nadolos suddenly asks something that makes him stop. Ah wait, now that I think about it, there's something I'm curious about. Seeing Heelmut stop, he continued. From your actions to your attitude, you seem to have no hesitation in taking lives, but before you swing your sword, you hesitate quite often. Are you a good person, or am I just overthinking it? Sometimes you need to swing your sword without hesitation. Hearing this, he couldn't help but glance back. He turns and asks, is that advice? Nadolos gives a wry smile, as if to say yes. If you're uncomfortable, then I apologize. Hemut replied, teasing him slightly. He wasn't entirely wrong, but now I'm a swordsmanship student at the Greta Academy. Nadolo's supporting foe chuckled. So because you're a student, you won't deal with people. You're quite amusing. And with that, they vanished. Then I'll wait for your call when you need me, he mutters. He only felt a gust of wind after they vanished. Flash 81. The sound of horses echoed through the forest as Nadalos and Fio rode away with lightning speed. Sitting behind him, Fio said uncomfortably, "You've humiliated me, Talent. Not only did you save someone like me, but you gave him money, clothes, and even information." Nadolos didn't turn around to reply. "Do you think I overpaid for your life?" Fio clung to him, explaining, "No, from now on I will do my best to repay you for today, but next time I will deal with him honorably and repeat what you did to him today." Nadolos simply chuckled, then brought him back to reality. "Feso, did you really think you almost defeated him today?" As Nadolos rode, he calmly stated, "From my perspective, it doesn't seem that way. The Black Eagle won't touch anything related to the pig sucklings." Feso agitated retorted, "Talent can be acquired if I'm not good enough. If we fully utilize the Black Eagle's power, this is possible. We must nip it in the bud before it becomes a greater threat." Nadolos laughs, completely ignoring the words, saying that he must have been humiliated when his mask was taken off. "I never imagined you'd suggest something so absurd." He smirks, alluding to the consequences. "Even if I poured the full power of the Black Eagle into him, I might be able to destroy him. But have you considered the cost in lives and resources? Other plans have failed, but he's not a threat worth sacrificing so much to eliminate. Didn't he receive orders not to lay a hand on you?" He flinches at Nadalos's words. He's unwavering, it seems. Perhaps unyielding to enemies, but not one to abandon comrades. It's more advantageous to be his ally than his friend. Don't antagonize him, that's my assessment. Not wanting to argue, Nadalos ends the conversation, telling Fio to focus on recovery before his return, as he has much to do. Peso complies obediently. Understood. Looking straight ahead, Nadalos affirmed that Heelmut was indeed a monster in every way. Footsteps echo through the forest towards Heelmut, as Len and Pachika rush out filled with worry. "Heelmut, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Looking away, he simply replied that he was fine. Heelmut glanced over at his teammates, Andrew, Asuka, and James, all of whom were covered in wounds. Meanwhile, Dway was healing Dino as Len angrily shouted, "Why would you risk chasing someone who dispatches people like that all alone?" He calmly replies, "Nothing happened, but he was so fast I lost him." He continues to lecture, "That's not what I meant if something had happened." Heel interrupts before he can finish. "But it's fine, so you don't need to worry." Len reluctantly conceded. "You really are a worrywart," sighing after finishing the job. Heelmut approached him from behind, asking about Dino's condition. "How has Dino W turned to him?" He mutt, "Your back." He explained Dino's current condition, his fingers were reattached, and the healers did their best, but traces of dark energy linger. "There's nothing more I can do." Dino lies there, his eyes tightly shut. Du sits beside him, asking Heelmut, "They say you saved Dino. What happened? Can you explain?" He awkwardly looked away and replied, "I don't know either." Suddenly Dino turned into a monster and went berserk. Then he collapsed, as if completely exhausted, prompting Alm to approach and ask in surprise, "The dark energy is real." Du tries to find a solution. A person injected with dark energy won't survive because their blood vessels will burn out after a period of madness. Perhaps she only got a small amount of dark energy, which is why she could expel it. She's lucky to be alive. If we take her to the temple to purify the remaining energy, she'll recover quickly. Dino seemed uneasy, his face contorted in discomfort. Ba-Chica covers her face in self-reproach. Who would have thought they'd send assassins to the campsite? I should have been more vigilant when I heard about the trap. This happened because of our negligence. I must apologize, he muttered to himself. On second thought, everyone's in danger because I'm here. At first he enjoyed the thrill of strong enemies lurking around. But when blades were pointed at those beside him, that was no longer the case. The moment I returned to camp after saving Dino and saw them collapsed on the floor, an indescribable rage erupted within me. He clenched his fist, wondering if he was changing after joining the academy. His thoughts are interrupted as he calls out to someone, "I'm here, I've arrived." Hio stared wide-eyed as a figure in a white cloak approached, leaving him speechless. It was Aliyah. He lowered his hood, and On recognized him. "You're Aliyah from the Magic Institute. What are you doing here?" Aliyah bowed respectfully, replying, "Professor Wei wanted me to come quickly, so what do you need me to do now?" He nodded sheepishly. "Ah, I understand." He pointed to Hemut and said, "Okay, he arrived and hasn't been treated yet, so take care of him first." Without hesitation, Aliyah agrees. "Of course." He called out softly to her, "Aliyah." Aliyah prepares to treat his wounds, telling him to sit down and roll up his sleeve. He began to heal the arm wound, and AA, seeing the injury, said, "It looks worse than I thought. If you're wounded this badly, you must have been in a fierce battle." Helmut couldn't take his eyes off him. He looks at his arm, recalling his past conversation with Aliyah, who taught him that saving people in times of need is virtuous. Helmut continues to confide in him, saying that humans live in constant fear and danger, and if he doesn't save them, he'll be tormented for life. Hearing him, Aliyah looks up thoughtfully, then turns to gaze at Helmut's comrades. Though wounded, they laughed and talked amongst themselves, and Aliyah continued to heal them. "So you regret what happened to them?" "But they're all alive and well." He muttered a response, but they almost died because of me, and I'm not sure I can save them all next time. He placed a hand on his chest, hesitating. I'm still not strong enough. Alea looked up at him again. He tries to comfort him with heartfelt words, explaining that helping isn't the same as charity work. Help only exists because there's a need for it, so you can help whoever you want, Alea explained. Help Alea didn't hesitate to explain. Yes, humans are creatures that survive by cooperating with others. Because every individual has limits, and can't do everything themselves, even if not many people can return the favor. Looking at Heelmood's teammates who were still alive and well, he said, think about what role they played in helping you survive today. You probably did the most to help them, but you never know. Maybe they'll help you in the future, Heelmood asked sadly. They almost died because of me. How could they not hate me? Alea said, impatiently shaking off his hand, and leaving Heelmood dumbfounded. Enough. If you're so curious after being healed, why don't you go ask them yourself? I'm going to talk to Professor W. He glanced at his teammates, who seemed to sense his gaze, and looked back, then hesitantly called out Heelmoo. Heelmoo steps forward to apologize, saying, I'm sorry you were all put in danger because of me. Andre waves his hands dismissively. No, Heelmut, don't blame yourself. Everyone's still alive. Andre said shyly, thanks to you I realized how weak and unprepared we are for the outside world. He reached out smiling to reassure him. Something like this probably won't happen again in our swordsmen's lives. Shouldn't I be saying I was lucky to survive thanks to you? Turning to him, he said gently, thanks to you my goal has become clearer. I want to thank you for this, Heelmut said. Hearing this, Heelmut pauses slightly as Asuka raises his bandaged hand. Hey Heelmut, did you manage to get rid of that assassin? He honestly replies. Not entirely, but I doubt he'll dare show his face again. Asuka smugly points at him, saying, you know you can fight him comfortably because I injured his hand right, though in his mind he just wants to ease Heelmut's guilt. Heelmut glances at the outstretched arm. Looks like someone wants to shake your hand. So it was Jay. He shyly offers his hand to Piggy. He paused for a moment, and as the sun rose they shook hands. Yam looked down at Met's hand, saying I heard Dino was injected with dark energy, and went mad. He was a little ashamed to admit his fault. To be honest, I thought I was done for. Even if you tried to save us, everyone insisted on not leaving me behind even though I caused this mess. And honestly I regret it. Heomut still held on to Diem's hand, stunned by the comforting words, but you truly helped us all, and because of that, no one died. Jan's steely gaze met his, and he declared that he wouldn't forget this debt. Heelmut, if you ever need my help, I won't hesitate to be there for you. Heelmut denies it, flustered. No, everyone is just trying to survive. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Wesley's memory of bowing his head in gratitude resurfaces. Thank you, Heelmut. I swear I won't forget this day. Then came Alia's hesitant question. Didn't he think helping was the same as charity? And the image of En sternly pointing his finger. Noble or commoner, strong or weak, all are equal. Countless thoughts arise in that handshake. If he holds on to them one day, he'll find the answer. He realized he'd misunderstood strength, thinking it was for oppressing others. Seeing his three friends, he understood the importance of unity, of standing shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, fueled by trust and helping others. Heomut's realization dawns as he stares at Jam, the two figures in the sunrise, mirroring his own handshake from long ago. That is the true power of humanity. Diem releases his grip, closes his eyes, and says with a smile, oh, and aside from that, after nearly dying, I think I've improved a bit. Training with those kids at the Sword Academy is child's play now. Asuke scoffs. So you're saying you only achieved great feats because you got your butt kicked? Diem retorted, true, but what does it mean to go through life and death with comrades? Still, it's good to be alive. The morning sun shines on everyone's smiles as Heomut thoughtfully looks at his hand. He stares at the palm that once wielded a mighty sword as the morning sun fully illuminates the forest. Heomut sits on a rock gazing into the distance when he hears someone calling out to him. Alea approached him from behind, asking, so I'll return with Professor Dway, using teleportation magic. Want to come with me? You witnessed everything, so you have every reason to return early. Heelmut paused, considering, then smiled faintly, deciding to decline. No, I'll return with the hunting party. Alea looked at him surprised, but didn't press the issue, turning to leave. Okay, I'll see you at the academy. Heelmut replied yeah. Rejected by Heemut, Alea blushes in embarrassment. What did she say to him? Heelmut walks over to his friends, answering. He asked if I wanted to go back in time with magic. What, why just you? His jealous friend asked. Is he favoring your roommate? So what did you decide? Heo bluntly refuses, and the three tease him playfully. Of course it should be. Everything ended peacefully after all. The eventful camping trip came to an end, and sunlight streamed through the Petica forest's canopy. For some reason I felt more refreshed than usual, but little did I know this feeling wouldn't last. I never imagined the sunlight would become so unbearable. A sun-drenched kingdom emerges, a place shrouded in swirling sand as footsteps halt before its gates. The wind whips the sand into a frenzy as the figure slowly lowers their hood. This is where he was born and raised. It was then that he looked up at the city gates and whispered, Kingdom 3, Chapter 82. The sunlight of peace shines upon the academy. Outside the deserted hallway, only the morning light shines. After the events of the camping trip, a week passes in the blink of an eye, and the gates slowly open. The academy erupts as students shout, "Look who's here, Dino, you're back." Dino sheepishly scratched his head, basking in the warm welcome. "Geez, you guys are making a big fuss over me." He didn't know what to do. The barrage of questions left him speechless. "I heard you were kidnapped by assassins. Is that true? How embarrassing." "You really were kidnapped. I heard your team went through hell to save you. You should be grateful for the rest of your life." Hearing this, Dino's face immediately darkened, and the speaker was suddenly struck hard. Still furious after hitting him, Asuka said, "You idiots, speak without thinking. Try getting kidnapped and coming back yourself." The man who was hit asked back in surprise. "Is Asuka defending Dino?" one of them asks. "Am I dreaming?" "Camaraderie, don't be ridiculous," Asuka retorts. "Who's taking sides? You guys started it." DM steps forward, arms crossed, and asks, "But in the end, Piggy was the one who chased the assassin away, right?" Asuka retorts indignant. "What? I'm the one who stabbed him, so why do you get the credit just for chasing him?" DM taunts. "The assassin ran because he was afraid of Helmet, right? So Heel Mutt did all the work. Asuka, you should be grateful for the rest of your life." Asuka gritted her teeth in anger, as they suddenly remembered Helmet and asked about him. "Come to think of it, where's Heel Mutt?" Wesley replies. "He's probably in his personal training room. He's always been diligent, but he's been even more so since the camping trip." In a locked room, a strange purple light emanates from Heel's hand, as he closes his eyes trying to sense the power within. Heomut cracked an eye open, thinking it has grown the seed of darkness. His body enveloped in purple light, Heomut slowly stood. Though faint, perhaps it was because it had absorbed a large amount of other power, but at the same time he could feel his V increasing as well. He drew his sword, his determined gaze reflected in its blade, thinking that fighting strong opponents, consuming and recovering vast amounts of V, new experiences, emotions, this complex cycle made him stronger. Heomut gazes at the energy emanating from his sword, wondering just how strong he's become, hoping for a chance to test it out, when suddenly a knock echoes at the door. Piggy Duke opens the door, asking Professor Pachik what brings her here. Pachik tells him she knew she'd find him here. "Professor Weishin is looking for you. Go to his office." Heomut asked, slightly surprised. "Professor Yi Shin. What could this sudden summons be?" Outside the quiet academy, the healing god cordially offers tea. "You've arrived, Heomut. Come sit." He asks about his condition with concern. "How is your body?" "Are you all right?" Helmut approached, saying, "Yes, the injuries are nothing to worry about." The god of healing chuckled. "You're probably the only one in the academy who could face a top assassin and return with only minor injuries." He murmured, "If Lord Dariel knew, he'd be so proud of you." Hearing that, Helmut was speechless, Dariel's stern image appearing in his mind. "If I lose, he'll scold me. If I win, he'll probably praise me." Ethel gets straight to the point, cutting to the chase. "The reason I called you here is because he asked about your upcoming plans. As you know, the final exams are over and vacation is about to begin. I was wondering if you had any plans for the break," Heomut said, slowly picking up his teacup. "Yes, I plan to travel while working as a mercenary." Yihan hesitated, then asked, "You don't have a specific destination yet, do you?" Heomut responded, "Yes." He seemed anxious to keep him from leaving. "I'm just asking, you're not planning on leaving the academy, are you? If you were to leave, I wouldn't stop you, but at your age, I think there's still much to learn here." Heomut calmly replied, "I also think I still have much to learn. If I plan to leave, I'll let you know," she says, easing the god's worries. "That's a relief." He muttered to himself, "I learned a lot at the camp." Yishin cuts Heelmut off, saying, "If you have any difficulties in your training, let me know. Actually, I only asked because I was worried no one in the academy could teach you swordsmanship." I suddenly remembered something. I just thought of it now. Heelmut casually shares his assessment. "Recently, due to a certain event, I feel like I've reached another level. I was just thinking how great it would be to test my strength." E's face lit up. "Really, that's good news." He bends down to pick something up, saying he actually has something else to ask that could help him. Heomut looked on curious and asked, "What is it?" Yi pulls out 2 sheets of paper and asks him, "Have you heard of the 3 o'clock kingdom?" Heomut repeats, confused. "The 3-hour kingdom." He replied, "That's right." He silently listened as the man spoke of the kingdom, the birthplace, and home of Master Darian Diaper. He handed Helmut the flyer, mentioning a martial arts competition held there during the holidays, attracting many skilled swordsmen. "So it's the perfect place to test his skills." He picks up the paper and mutters about the martial arts competition. Eon agreed, but Helmut immediately understood what he meant. "If someone recognizes that you're using the Sword Saint's swordsmanship, it'll cause a lot of trouble." Eon agreed. "Exactly." The imposing shadow of Darian looms large in Eon's words. "The first time we met, you said you couldn't reveal that you were the Sword Saint's disciple. For those at 3 o'clock, Sword Saint Darian is their pillar, their symbol of pride. If he uses the Sword Saint's swordsmanship, someone will recognize it. If others don't recognize it, the Knights of the Panma Legion led by Dariel will notice." Heomut was stunned, seeing the possibilities. After a moment of serious thought, Heomut realized Wythan's solution was the most logical. If he entered the competition, he could only use ordinary swordsmanship. But even his ordinary swordsmanship was exceptional, so with his skills, it shouldn't be too difficult. Heomut points to his face, showing he understands, and says he'll consider it, finding a way to cover his face if possible. "I don't want to end up being chased by anyone." Why then understands his concerns. "I understand. It's because you were just chased by Black Eagle. He worriedly asks him again, but is he sure things are okay with Black Eagle? It's not that I don't believe you when you say Black Eagle won't come after you, but I worry that Black Eagle won't keep his word. Haomut remained firm, saying not to worry about it. I have irrefutable proof. Euthea sighed, changing the subject. Alright, take care and think about the competition. Are you heading to the training grounds? Haomut, still holding the paper, slowly stood up. No, I have to go to class for the final exam announcement. Euthal now remembers. I see, so it's today, is it? Yuta gently encourages him. Haomut, I don't think you'll have any trouble, but don't get too frustrated with the instructors who create the test. Hote looked pensively at the sky where the sun shone brightly over the academy. En crosses his arms and sternly announces, this semester's practical final exam will test your proficiency in fighting monsters. The student's eyes widen at the news. Hote wondered to himself, monsters. Chapter 83. Silence fills the room for a moment. Andrew suddenly shouts, a monster. En quickly announces the rules of the competition, which has a total of 10 levels. Each person will enter the testing area and take the graded exam in turn. You can quit midway, but of course the higher you go, the higher the score. After what happened to Dino, I'm sure you all realize this, the darkness is never far. Everyone was tense, not daring to utter a word, but Heathcliff listened calmly. Even now, monsters live in the forest and those who hate humans are not uncommon. Len pointed, signaling this was a unique opportunity, and said seriously, as swordsmen you will face them at least once in your lives. Originally, this exam was for the senior students, but after what happened during the camping trip, we decided to prepare you all sooner. Andrew raised his hand, volunteering a question. So, what kind of monsters will we be fighting? And reluctant to reveal details, reassured the students. It's a secret, but don't worry too much. You'll be fighting virtual monsters created with magic, so you won't get hurt. Andre sighs in relief. Come on, I thought they were bringing in real monsters. How scary. Asuka said smugly, crossing her arms. If it's just an illusion, I can take it down without holding back. On smirks, head bowed. With a grim look, he says, even the upperclassmen who take the exam every year start out more confident than you. I hope you all try your best and go as far as you can. Andrew and Jam paused slightly as Hio muttered monsters. Fearsome monsters like snakes and tigers come to mind, and I suspect the academy will unleash something like Eliga or Maho. I'm actually looking forward to it. I'm used to fighting monsters. Cutting through his thoughts, Asuka turned and asked, Hey Heelmut, how did you do on the written exam? Heelmut calmly replies, same as always. Asuka turned away, slightly annoyed. This time, the practical exam is what really matters. I told you before, didn't I? Let's give it our all in the finals. Piggy just stared at him silently. Asuka, feigning offense, pointed at herself. Provoking me, I plan to go straight to the final level, so don't give up halfway and embarrass yourself. Heomut looked at him confused, as if throwing cold water on Asuka's face. It's like he just said exactly what I was thinking. Asuka, embarrassed, lashes out in anger. This kid is starting to sound more and more like Ari. Fine, just wait and see if I can clear all 10 levels. Chapter 83. The competition officially begins, featuring contestant number 15, Asuka. The final level is complete. Level 7 Asuka is stunned, collapsing with a trembling body. He collapses before Heomut, the wind colder than his heart. As Heomut is about to speak, Asuka snaps, shouting that it's impossible, absurd. What kind of test is this? Not even a high priest would face something like this, let alone a swordsman. Asuka points to the devastated students behind him. Look, no one but me can pass level 5. Is this really a design test? Heomut calmly says. Isn't it fine to just pass rather than clearing all the levels? Asuka was about to explode, but that wasn't the problem. Finally, it was Heomut's turn. Contestant number 16, Heomut, please enter the testing area. Asuka, exasperated, retorted, seeing is believing. You need to reach level 8 at all costs, then you'll understand why I had to run. Heomut wondered what he had seen as the gate slowly opened. Piggy enters the empty room, hearing someone call his name. It's a professor sitting high above, waving. We meet again. It's our first time since the camping trip, right? Piggy politely greets him. The professor cheerfully replies, you still remember me. I don't usually interact much with the swordsmanship students, but I remember you very well. You wrote an interesting answer on the magic theory test. Piggy listens in silence. After reading only logical answers from the magic students, he placed his hand on an orb, causing it to radiate strange energy, saying that Mutt's response was truly refreshing. Frankly, I've been looking forward to your performance in this practical exam. Can you show me your resolve to face the dark power once more? Heomut begins to draw his sword. He decisively draws his sword and asks, so I just do what I always do. A burst of green light erupts before him. The test begins and ferocious rabbit monsters charge forth. With a burst of speed, the rabbit and pig monsters charged without hesitation, only to be cleaved in two with a single strike. Deuce stares in disbelief as he effortlessly defeats the monsters, and then realization dawns on him. I see, so this is what it feels like to face an illusion. This isn't just talent, it's the result of experience on another level. I want to see just how far you can go. Heomut reached level 2, effortlessly beheading the monsters. Level 3 brought frog monsters, which he leapt towards and sliced in two. Next up was the snake monster, which immediately lost its head upon meeting him. Then came the wolf monster, which he kicked down and swiftly finished off. Level 6 is a bee monster which he swiftly cuts in two, and level 7 is a grasshopper monster beheaded with a single blow. A strange formation appears surrounded by billowing white smoke as he wipes his brow, preparing for the next level. Next, level 8, where Asuka gave up. What did he see? The formation glows with a faint light, and a giant centipede emerges, flying high above him. It brutally raises its sharp iron pincers towards him, and he assesses it with a grim look. I see if this is the first time you've seen something like this. No wonder Asuka couldn't take it and ran away. But it's attacking with lightning speed. He struck the creature with such force that the floor shattered, sending debris flying. Hayomut immediately leaps onto the creature as he raises his sword, ready to strike a merciless blow. The sword strikes followed in quick succession, tearing the centipede apart, its flesh falling to the ground like the finale of a gruesome performance. Du is truly shocked by the sight as Hayomut slowly descends. Still, it wasn't as bad as Naho. Chapter 84, the battle ends and the pig descends to the ground, its red light blazing. The level 10 monster has been eliminated, the trial is cleared, and the test is over. Well done. Helmuth slowly closes his eyes as Thukyum walks on. The test is over, but he feels stifled, overwhelmed. Even though it was just a test, the monsters on the 10th floor felt like judges filled with malice. He commends him, saying he did a great job, Hellsuck. Dway looks at him full of praise, acknowledging his impressive achievement. Since this test began, only a handful of people have cleared stage 10. And you, a second-year student, are the first to do so. You should be proud. Hio is quite confused. I understand. He mentions the reward for clearing the final stage. Perhaps you haven't heard, but any student who succeeds receives a unique creation as recognition. Hiomut, surprised, asks, is that really true? I've never heard of that before. Du explains that he wants to do it himself, and if there's any artifact he wants, just let him know. Hiomut pondered, and Du reminded him, if you can't think of anything now, you can tell me in the lab later and I'll make it exactly as you wish. Looks like he's figured out what he wants. Hayomut gestures with his hands. Then would a creation with the ability to alter appearances be acceptable? W seems somewhat surprised by his request, like his face or hair. That's simple enough. But are you sure that's all you want? Your request is more modest than I expected. He must explain his reasons. Yes, I just don't want to deal with troublesome situations when I go out. He understood immediately. I say, you've had a rough time lately, haven't you? Du readily agrees to his request. I understand. I'll summon you when I've completed the creation you requested. Piggy was just about to thank him. Yes, thank you. Suddenly, the ground shook as if an earthquake had struck, and the two looked up in tense anticipation. Du speculates that this tremor came from the magic department's testing room next door. At the scene, a hand emits a faint stream of mysterious power. Panic fills the room as the terrifying power sends objects flying, a violent eruption of energy that threatens to tear the very earth apart. It was Aaliyah. His face twisted cruelly, his eyes burning with destructive intent. Upon seeing the destruction, Du angrily shouts, Alea, how many times have I told you not to destroy the arena? Alea glances over her eyes, cold. You create a test like this, then expect students to meet your ridiculous demands. This girl really has no manners talking to a professor like that. Hayomut stares up at Alea. Startled, he turned to face her, as Alea leaped down onto the crumbling ground. Without a word, he brushed past the pig monster. Reaching the door, Alea spoke to Wei without turning back. What you want me to say? You passed all 10 trials. I'll go back and think about the creation, then let you know later, so don't forget. He was left helpless. That girl. Du shakes his head in dismay. If she weren't the top student, I'd be back at the academy already. Asuka was shocked, her face turning green. She cleared all 10 trials, while he had to admit defeat to Hayomut. Not bad. Very well, first place is yours. So what was the monster on level 10 like? Calmly, Hayomut recounts that it was difficult but manageable. However, it seems the purpose of the test is to help students overcome their fears. Asuka asked blankly, fears? What scares you so badly? Hayomut paused, then stiffly spoke. Hundreds of giant cockroaches crawled all over, merging and separating. Asuka was speechless. Asuka asked incredulously, are you out of your mind? Bugs aren't scary, but I find them pretty disgusting. Shu Yan glanced at him, then lifted her glass and took a long, satisfying drink. He closes his eyes, contentedly. Lucky we didn't have a bet this time. S-Lot approaches with a smile. Hayomut, congratulations on being the first second-year student to pass the M-gate. Hayomut was bewildered, saying the rumors spread fast, and she teased him. Are you really that behind the times? Everyone in the Department of Swordsmanship is watching you. Sot doesn't forget to turn and congratulate Asuka while he's at it. I congratulate you on passing level 8. Asuka, hit where it hurts, becomes annoyed. Are you mocking me? Confused, she waves her hands, explaining. No, I'm serious. Most people only make it to level 4, so clearing level 8 is a big achievement, right? Asuka turns away, recalling what happened, then suddenly agitated, points and shouts, let me tell you, I don't think it's thanks to you. I'm a genius of applied magic. She doesn't understand, so she agrees to let it go. Yes. Asuka then clutched his stomach in frustration and stormed off. Sloth and Piggy watched confused. What did he mean by that? Hayomut wasn't sure either. As they walked towards the gate, Sloth asked, where are you headed now? I'll probably just head back to the dorm, the senior replied without hesitation. Excited, she asks. Are you planning to go home during the midterm break? He replies emotionlessly. No, I'll probably just travel somewhere. Scott was impressed. Traveling, huh? I'm so jealous. She stared ahead and continued. I wish I could travel somewhere too. It's so stifling at home. Hyomut glanced away silently. He looked at Saklot with her innocent smile and thought Saklot the one perhaps connected to his birth. He suddenly spoke, surprising her. Among the sophomores, you're the only one who treats me so casually. Charlotte, misunderstanding, quickly apologized. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable, Hyomut interjected. I didn't say I was uncomfortable. She scratched her head sheepishly, her face flushing slightly. Talking with me, senior. I feel very comfortable. I can't really explain it, but how do I feel nostalgic? Hyomut remained silent, his eyes following her every word, and Scarlett, noticing his gaze, looked away. Oh, sorry, I kept you for too long when you were about to leave. I'll be going now too. Suddenly, Hyomut spoke, his entire being radiating a glow after the midterm break, his gaze firm. If you feel you're stronger than you are now, then I'll accept you any time. She turns back and smiles softly. Sot ran off, waving goodbye to Hyomut with a bright smile. You promised, okay? Hyomut worried that Aya would be angry if she found out. He arrived at Alia's place. He hands Hyomut a bracelet, saying it's for him. He was a little hesitant to put it on, and Hyomut picked up the bracelet and asked Alea. What's this? He points to it, explaining its use. The bracelet is enchanted for communication. You can use it like a crystal ball. It's a creation I received for successfully passing yesterday's test. Alea wears a similar bracelet. Just pour mana into it and it'll signal my bracelet, no need to say anything. Confused, he asks why he's being given his reward, to which he nonchalantly replies that it was meant for him from the start. You're always getting into trouble, so contact me if anything happens. Hyo puts on the bracelet and says, I thought you hated dealing with this kind of stuff. Alea was growing impatient. Did he want to go or not? No, I'll try not to use it, Hyomut replied bluntly. Alea pouted her cheeks, flushed with embarrassment, as the conversation shifted to the topic of vacation. Alia, are you going home for the midterm break? AA replied. It's not that I don't want to, he asked, puzzled. Why does it seem like no one at the academy likes going home? Alea wondered, asking who else had said that. He replied, Asuka's one of them. It's already been half a year since that disastrous camping trip. It's been half a year since we left the Fa Forest, abandoning all the bonds we forged, and entered our first midterm break at the academy. Heelmood's communication orb glows, and Nadalos's voice echoes. He mutt. He crosses his arms silently, watching it. Chapter 85. Nadolos chuckled, sending his words into the orb. I didn't expect we'd meet so soon. Helmut stands with his arms crossed, silently watching the orb. Helmut. Nadolos cuts to the chase. So have you decided what you want to ask? He cuts to the chase, mentioning a martial arts tournament in the kingdom of Baojio in about a week, and Helmut continues to lay out the information he needs, including the organizers and powerful figures involved. I want details on major events in Baojio, the king, the royal family, and key nobles, as much information as possible. Nadolos spins his pen excitedly. Is the Everlasting Kingdom planning to participate in the tournament? Hyomut grew a little impatient. I'm the one asking the questions here. Hearing this, he apologized. Oh, my apologies. Nadolos didn't understand what he meant by the more information, the better things like values, personality, and family relationships. Hyomut glances over, giving a vague answer. Assess it yourself. A preliminary report is fine, but if Black Eagle's intel is poor, that's on you. He widened his eyes in slight surprise as Nadolos quietly pondered. How cautious. You clearly want it, yet you set such vague standards. You aim to exploit our weaknesses to the fullest extent, leaving no trace. I thought you were a tiger, but you're a fox. The orb continues to glow, and Nadolos finally agrees. Very well, I'll prepare it as you wish. He asked, what kind of file do you want? Hyomut replied. Send it to the Mercenary Guild at 3rd Street. Nadolos smirks, giving him a hint. All right, I'll be in touch once the paperwork is done. An eagle's claw never misses its prey. That's the signal. Remember, this Hyomut was about to end the call when he added, Nadolos sincerely sends his regards. I hope you do well in the tournament. I'm rooting for you. Hyomut then disconnected the orb, feeling exhausted, as he slumped onto the table, muttering that even talking to him was tiring, despite his preparations. He's not someone I can afford to underestimate for even a second, Hyomut thought to himself. The 3 o'clock kingdom. Hopefully it's an easy place to live. The 3 o'clock kingdom bathed in the sun's intense light, a brilliant flash against the azure sky. Footsteps echo softly on the sand as the pig sheds its disguise. The scorching sun beat down, turning his face red with irritation, revealing Hyomut in disguise as Alea. His face darkened as he thought, it's too hot, and it's already unbearable here, and he hasn't even entered the country yet. He tries to wipe away the sweat, muttering that it's no wonder. A third of the territory is desert, and Hyomut sweats profusely. He tried to reassure himself, the Fa Forest is cool, year-round, he can handle the cold, but he's not used to the heat. Luckily, I'm not the type to get heatstroke easily. Hummelt looked at himself in the ring. The heat was one thing, but this appearance was hard to forget. Alea's communication artifact, and the disguise artifact I received as a reward. I don't mind changing my appearance, but I wish it looked more like a swordsman. He tugs at his hair, dissatisfied, noting that he looks more like a beggar. And so Hyomut entered the kingdom, thinking it was free and functional, so maybe he was just being picky. Inside, people bustled about under the scorching Sunday. Daily life bustles, a tavern sign appears, its doors swing open, and Hyomut bursts in eager and hurried. Everyone in the tavern is a little surprised and looks his way. Piggy gives the server money wearily, requesting a cold drink which the server happily accepts. Exhausted from his travels, Hyomut collapses into a seat, only to be interrupted by a thug kicking his chair. The thug leered at him, his eyes filled with malice, wondering if he should harass him. Traveling alone, are we? And with a sword, no less. Is this a noble lady with a sword? A man interjects with a faint smile. Leave the kid alone. That lowlife stole Piggy's seat. What did this young lady order, barkeep? He said grimly, kicking a chair aside. Khan slams to the ground, the sound echoing through the restaurant, and he angrily shouts, "Damn it!" Suddenly Kuhn's face turned pale, his eyes filled with terror as Piggy revealed his true colors, looking ready to finish him off. He reverted to his pig form, glaring ominously at Khan as the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. And now there's even a buzzing mosquito. The customers in the bar silently glance at them. Kuhn scrambled to his feet, but a man clicked his tongue and the entire bar erupted in laughter at Kuhn's expense. That was a hard hit. That kid's a looker, but he's pretty good with a sword, one man said jovially, as Gon, trying to save face, pretended to put his arm around Hyomut. I like you, barkeep. Put his tab on me. He irritably dodged away, eager to leave, feeling hot under the collar. Exhausted, he nearly collapses, his vision blurring. What is this? Are all people from the 3 o'clock direction like this? They're so different from the people of Baden. Exhausted, he wondered if he could last until the end of the tournament, as he approached a tailor shop. The shopkeeper cheerfully takes the cloak, asking if he needs additional cold magic added to the space expansion. Yes, it's possible, just leave it here, and come back in 3 hours. Hyomut left the shop, cracked his knuckles, and thought to himself that he had a place to rest and was prepared for the heat. Tomorrow was registration day, so he'd rest at the inn tonight to be in top condition. Then Hyomut saw something. It was a monument to Darielin. He stood silently gazing at it, his expression unreadable as he studied the statue. The sunlight glared off the statue's face, and he mused that he understood where Dariel's fiery temper came from. Living in such a hot place, it was no wonder he was always so irritable. Let's see, I'll achieve results worthy of your reputation. Sunlight bathes the majestic statue like a guardian spirit for him. Arriving at Hyomut's hotel, he carefully opened the door and stepped inside. When suddenly a voice called out, apologies for their behavior. Robert and the receptionist turned to look at Hyomut. He wondered who it was, and Robert spoke up. You're the one renting the emerald room on the 5th floor. Hyomut replied, yes, that's me. He calmly asks, I'm sorry, but could you possibly move to another room? The person I serve has nowhere else to go, you see. Hyomut frowned slightly, a shadow of sadness crossing his face before anger hardened his features. What? Chapter 86. Robert pulled money from his coat and handed it to Hugh. Here's your compensation. I'll compensate you handsomely. You're alone, so a smaller room should be fine, right? Hyomut silently glared at the receptionist, who nervously avoided his gaze. His penetrating gaze made the man sweat. Hyomut thought they underestimated him if they thought customer information could be carelessly revealed. Hyomut coldly turns away, refusing to yield. I paid a fair price for this room, and I won't give it up. Find a room at another inn, please. Robert was quite surprised to hear that. He grabs his shoulder, stopping him. Hey, didn't I say I'd make an offer? Hyomut glared his eyes, promising violence. My hand's on my sword hilt. Take your hands off me or I'll cut your wrist off. His face paled with fear, as someone descended the stairs to defuse the situation. Hold on, no need to be so rough. Robert Michael descended with a bright expression, offering a friendly smile and skillfully diffusing the situation. Forgive my knight's barbaric behavior, Robert said, bowing respectfully to Michael. Hyomut glanced at Michael, who was offering a polite apology. I apologize for his rudeness. My body is weak, and finding a comfortable room to rest has been difficult. Ignoring him, Hyomut turned away, saying, If you're done, go find another room. Mai hesitated, wanting to add, wait, please hear me out. He raises his hand, offering a deal, but unfortunately this is the last place we could find after searching for so long. Since we're both in a bind, I have a proposition, Michael said, gesturing to Hyomut. I'll cover all the expenses here. How about we share this room in return, Robert interjected, agitated. Unacceptable. Master Michael sharing a room with someone of unknown origin is far too dangerous. Michael immediately reminded him, You will take full responsibility for the consequences of clinging to an uncertain future, or will you accept reality and save your life? Robert bowed his head, his face visibly paling. To be clear, I have no need for a dog that disobeys its master. Michael continued, and don't worry, he's not the type to attack anyone. I have a good eye for people, don't I? Robert didn't dare object, bowing in obedience. Yes, Master Michael, Hyomut replied, looking up warily. Michael's expression shifts as he turns to him. Shall we continue our conversation then? Hyomut wondered if, despite his appearance, Michael was used to ordering people around and asked, Do you really have to go that far? Michael steps closer, saying, Don't worry, I'll do my best not to invade your privacy. We can bring in another bed, and I don't toss and turn so I won't disturb you. Or Michael smiled faintly. You're not afraid of someone as weak as me, are you? He scanned the comments. Indeed, forget about V or Mana, I've never seen anyone this weak. Michael before him was so pure, so harmless, as if he would shatter with the slightest wrong touch. Does someone like this really exist? Seeing his hesitation, he continues. So what do you think? You're starting to consider it, aren't you? Without hesitation, he mute asks directly. That's obvious, but aside from money, what's the most unique thing you can offer in exchange? Michael chuckled, amused. Are you testing me? The pig remained silent, expressionless. Michael clasped his hands behind his back and said, right on target. You're planning to participate in the 3 o'clock martial arts tournament, aren't you? There's no reason for a swordsman who isn't from the bazaar to be here at 3 o'clock. He smiles brightly. Coincidentally, I'm here to watch the tournament, so I'll cheer you on. Having someone cheer you on will give you strength, right? What do you think? Hayomut froze his mind blank, unsure how to respond. He stared at Micah's cheerful face and asked, are you serious? He happily confirms. That's right, isn't it a great idea? My support isn't easily earned, you know. Whatever you say. Michael smiled as he instructed the servants to make the arrangements. I knew you'd trust me. Now, let's add another bed to the room. The staff member immediately complied. Yes, sir. The receptionist watched Hayomut approach confused before a fist suddenly connected with his face, sending him flying. Robert and Michael are shocked as Hayomut glares at the receptionist, warning him to watch his words when provoking others. He clutches his bloodied face, fearfully apologizing. I'm sorry. Hayomut resolutely walks away, thinking, I don't like doing this, but in this country you have to be strong to survive. Outside the hotel, the sunlight seemed to soften a bit as Michael sat gently on the bed, crossing his legs, and in a dignified posture introduced himself. Come to think of it, we haven't introduced ourselves yet, have we? As you know, my name is Michael, and you are Hayomut, he replied nonchalantly. Hayomut, Michael repeated, enunciating each word. He repeats himself, Hot. Hayomut sighs, thinking he's not used to fake names, and almost slipped up. Michael cheerfully continued. All right, Hayomut, how old are you? You look about my age. He replied, clearly annoyed. 16. You ask too many questions. Undeterred, he continued with a smile. So, you're older than me. So am I, only 14 years old, Michael continued to ask bluntly. You come from a noble family, don't you? Michael was impatient and didn't want to answer. Think what you want. Suddenly, Michael reveals his identity, causing him to waver. A nobleman, a swordsman, and not from around here. Are you a student from the Baden Academy? He looked at the 2 rings on his arm, explaining without surprise. Since what's on your arm looks like a magical artifact. Baden is a magic academy, and nobles your age usually study there. Hayomut turned away annoyed. Was his goal to dig into my past? Michael quickly explained, no, I was just asking because I'm curious about you. He placed his hand on his chest, looking at him sincerely. It may sound strange, but I feel a strong sense of familiarity with you. Michael pointed to himself, then back at Hayomut. I wonder why I feel strange too, maybe it's because we share the same energy. You confide in him so freely like a friend, but you have things I don't like, a strong body. Michael remained silent, opening the curtains to change the subject. I'll use the large space in front, and you can use it when I'm not around. Mai agrees without hesitation, telling him to feel free to use the training area. The training ground is spacious and airy, and since I don't use it much, can I watch you train sometimes, he boasts, clapping his hands. As you can see, I'm quite steadfast, so I can easily keep up with swordsmen who move so decisively. That's also why I came to watch the tournament, for a bit of personal satisfaction. I won't force you if it makes you uncomfortable. Hayomut didn't seem to care, saying it's up to you. Michael braced himself on the bed, forcing a laugh. Thanks, Hayomut, you're a kind soul. Hayomut pondered his innocent face, making it difficult to discern if he was simply hiding his true emotions. But with that personality of his, it's hard to tell if he's being honest. What a strange guy. As dusk fades, night gently falls. Mai, still asleep in bed, is unaware that Hayomut, sitting with his back turned, receives a red signal from his communication orb. A voice echoes, the documents have been transferred. Are the preparations for the tournament going smoothly, Hayomut? Hayomut retorts, that's none of your concern, as he lights a candle. Oh, you don't trust me at all, Natalos slowly reveals. If it interests you, there's someone remarkable in this year's tournament. He's the youngest to join the Panma Knights, and rumor has it he could manifest V-skills before he turned 18. I could do that even sooner, so I'm not impressed. What about you, Natalos? Nadolos rests his chin, continuing to elaborate. He's a descendant of the lost holy sword Darifer. Does that kid pique your interest? Hayomut's eyes widened in surprise. What chapter 87? Hayomut silently held the orb, repeating Natalos's words to himself. The bloodline of Dari. Natalos explained it this time with greater detail, with greater accuracy. They say he's the grandson of that man, the Sword Saint's son, who left 3 hours ago and was presumed lost. It seems he was alive somewhere, leaving descendants. Hayomut began to ponder. Come to think of it, I remember hearing he had a son late in life. I recall my conversation with Dariel in the forest, but Dariel said his son had passed, so there were no descendants. Nadolos leaned on his hand, continuing the unfinished story. It seemed the truth hadn't been officially announced, and only high-ranking officials of 3 o'clock knew, and it was being concealed for some purpose. Hoyt immediately wants to know more about this person. If the Sword Saint's son left 3 o'clock a long time ago, how can he prove he's the Sword Saint's grandson? Nadolos was clearly amused. Intrigued, are we? He paused, then retorted, I just want to size up my competition. He didn't hesitate to reveal it to the pig. Telling you won't hurt anything, he looks like a young sword saint, and he knows his father's identity. But the most important defining characteristic is his swordsmanship. Hearing this, he paused slightly. Nadolos slowly revealed what he knew, stating, it's incredible. Everyone thought the sword saint's swordsmanship was lost when he disappeared, but it's been perfectly inherited by a young man who came out of nowhere. He stared at the orb in his hand, thinking disappeared. Darian's mysterious figure appears in his mind. Darian never told him why he was in the Fa forest. But for some reason in the human world he's considered missing. If someone forced him to Fa and concealed it, perhaps I should feign ignorance and ask later. Acting ignorant, Hiyo-Mut continued to probe. The sword saint disappeared. What do you mean? Nadolos revealed without hesitation. The giant scorpion materialized in his words. What? Don't you know? He went to deal with the scorpion's descendants, the monster that once ruled the desert and then vanished. That's the story that's been passed down, but Hiyo-Mut wants to dig deeper. If that's the story, everyone knows what's the secret version, Nadolos asked, hinting at the story's hidden depths. One theory suggests the temple intervened and extracted him, which makes sense. Within the temple's 3-hour radius, the sword saint is essentially a god, and as the temple expands its influence, he becomes a thorn in their side. He mused silently, but Nadolos quickly cut off his train of thought. Intrigued, are you? I could take a closer look if you want to use another chance. Hiyo-Mut certainly wasn't going to give in easily. No, I'm not curious like that. Not wishing to prolong this, I'll examine the rest of the documents. Nadolos smiled faintly, feigning regret. What a pity. This was an interesting conversation. I hope you use your remaining 2 chances wisely. The orb then disconnected, and Hiyo pondered as he tucked it into his cloak. I see Darian disappeared at 3 o'clock as well. He pondered carefully. If the temple considered Darian an enemy, there's no way they wouldn't know. Darian wouldn't have let his guard down against the temple at 3 o'clock. So a traitor within must have backstabbed him. Images of knights flash through Hiyo-Mut's mind, someone like the Panma knights. He unconsciously looks down at his coat, his hand gently touching it. Hiyo-Mut sighs, thinking of the army Dariel commands. Dariel? He hesitated, the solemn image of Darian appearing in his mind. Did he want me to take revenge? I inherited so much from Dariel, his swordsmanship and my life after him. The gleaming sword reflects on his back as Dariel surely hoped he would care for those left in this world. The pig's face suddenly hardened, shrouded in darkness. Dariel's revenge was now his own. That fool needs to know that it's foolish for a coward to think he can live comfortably forever. He put everything aside, went to bed to rest, and put the matter aside for the time being. As for Dariel's grandson, he doubts anyone but himself inherited Dariel's swordsmanship. He rests his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing. His son may have run from Dariel's harsh training, but it seems that swordsmanship has been passed down to the grandson. Hiyo-Mut drifted off to sleep with a heavy mind, wondering what the boy's true skills were. The morning of the tournament arrives with contestants lined up and spectators filling the stands as Michael crosses his legs, gazing down at the arena. As the contestants chattered, a sudden announcement boomed from the speakers. People of the 3 realms, welcome to the Royal Martial Arts Tournament. The competition will begin shortly. Contestants, please proceed to the tents and await your turn. The crowd is asked to take their seats as a voice echoes through the arena. What's that rich kid doing here? Are they letting just anyone into the tournament? Hiyo-Mut remained silent, not wanting to argue, but the man continued to provoke him. Is this the waiting area for contestants? The stands are over there. He stared at them expressionlessly as a girl rushed over, searching for him. Mr. Hiyo-Mut, are you here? I'm here to escort you to the arena. Hiyo-Mut calmly turned, revealing the 2 thugs sprawled pathetically on the ground. Hiyo-Mut simply tells her, let's go, then quickly makes up an excuse for her surprise. They must be suffering from heat stroke. If they're up next, consider adjusting the order. Under the blazing sun, the match officially begins. Michael watched intently, waiting for Hiyo-Mut's turn, as someone approached and handed him his armor. Please remove your cloak and put on your protective armor. Helmut dons his armor and enters the arena. The loudspeaker blares once more. The qualifying matches are about to begin. Our first contestant is the youngest in the tournament, Helmut. Jack brandishes his knife, ready to fight against the undefeated swordsman who dominates 3rd Street. Jack. Robert, standing behind Michael, reveals Jack's identity. He's a greasy enforcer for the notorious 3 o'clock slum gang. He calls himself undefeated, but he mostly bullies the weak, a real scumbag. Mai ignores him unimpressed. Jack, seeing Piggy, immediately showed contempt. What's a little girl doing here? I was hoping for a stronger opponent, but it looks like I'm stuck with a useless one. The match won't end until surrender or incapacitation. Any non-fatal injuries are permitted. Michael smirks, amused by the rules. Did you hear that even if I break both your arms and legs, the tournament won't be held responsible? Zoe continues his taunts, unfazed. This tournament is a battleground for seasoned fighters who dance on the edge of life and death. This isn't a playground for spoiled brats with pocket change. Do you know your place now? Hiyo-Mut doesn't care in the slightest. It's hot. Jack stares in disbelief as the blazing sun relentlessly beats down on Hiyo-Mut, causing sweat to pour from him. I spent 3,000 to add frost armor, so I need to end this quickly and get my cloak back. Oh really? Then he lunged forward with lightning speed, charging straight at him. Then I'll send you on your way early. Hyomut swiftly dodges the slash. His face reflected in the cold blade. Hyomut gave Jack Ko-lan a choice of swords. He froze Jack Ko's blood, staining Hyomut's blade as he fell. Jack's sword arm falls away, blood splattering as he screams in agony, sending shivers through the audience. Mai looks down, clenching her fist with a satisfied expression as Hyomut proudly sheathes his sword. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, Jack was unable to fight any longer, and Hyomut advanced to the next round with superior skill. Chapter 88. With the match concluded, Michael and Hyomut returned to their hotel. Michael prepared a lavish feast, congratulating him with a bright smile. Well done, Hyomut. You were truly amazing, and supporting you was well worth it. Hote stares blankly at the table, bewildered. Didn't you order a bit too much? He asks Michael, surprised. He casually explains, swordsmen need to eat a lot to be strong, and I promise to cover your expenses, so eat up and don't worry. If you think you can buy my services with this, you can forget it. Maiko dismisses the notion without a second thought. What kind of person do you take me for? This is nothing to me. And I'm not trying to make you owe me. I'm investing in a debt, meaning I expect to be repaid. An investment means you're willing to lose something. He didn't understand Michael's intentions. If loss was predetermined, why bother at all? He slowly raised the spoon to his lips, then calmly explained, with a debtor you only get back what you gave. But with investment you can get back more than you put in. What they call high risk, high reward, Hyomut replies. But I can't guarantee I'll bring anything good to you, he says, savoring the soup. Michael's expression remained calm. Then, I'll just lose my investment. But I have a feeling you'll be a great help to me later. He hesitated, glancing down, and the other man spoke up, noticing his apprehension. Don't worry, I won't ask for anything too unreasonable. After a moment's hesitation, he took off his coat and quietly sat at the table. Just eat for now. Night had fallen, moonlight streamed through the window, and the door creaked open with a hesitant sound. Maikon lies defenseless on the bed, and as Hyomut passes by, he thinks she could be carried away in her sleep without even noticing. He tossed the newly acquired information onto the bed, removing his coat as he thought to himself in frustration. I told them to find out everything they could. And yet those Black Eagles couldn't even manage that. At this rate, I'll be completely exposed during the match. He sat down and began to read through the documents, the sound of rustling paper filling the silent room. Hyomut's eyes widened in surprise as he read about Ludus Cicero, the commander of the Panma Knights. A valiant image of Ludus appears clad in shining armor, sword in hand, leading his troops, the man who has commanded the Panma Knights since Dariel's disappearance. Despite the burden of being a holy sword, he still manages to successfully organize monster hunts in the desert every year. He's said to be the most suitable person for the job right now. He gazed intently at the portrait, filled with curiosity about one of Darian's former comrades. Another, unlike Ether. How strange. Master never mentioned anything about knightly lineages or anything like that. He flipped through the pages, wondering what this man remembered about Dariel. If I get the chance, I want to talk to him. Suddenly his eyes stopped. He clenched the papers, suddenly realizing something. Wait, why did Dari send me to Eton instead of Ludus Cicero? Eton and Ludus appeared faintly in his mind. When Dari was the commander, Ludus was the vice-commander, so shouldn't they have been closer? Did he bypass Ludus so I could get into the academy? No, Dariel was far too considerate for that. He would have told me about Ludus to prepare me for the future. Helmut recalls Darian's words before he left. Tragedy always strikes without warning. Dariel placed his hand on Helmut's head, his words full of sincerity. Being vigilant doesn't mean you're invincible. Evading it doesn't mean escaping it, but no matter the situation, don't lose yourself. Hyomut silently pondered, gazing at the faces in the picture, his heart heavy with thought. Darian knew he was betrayed and abandoned in the Fa forest. One thought after another consumed him. Not even a high priest could imprison Dariel like this. But if it was someone close to him, that's a different story. The photo in his hand crumpled. The one Darian trusted most, the one who could betray him and gain the most. His face darkened, his eyes fixed on Ludus's image on the page. All evidence points to Ludus Cicero as the traitor. The faces of the suspects flash before him, but for now, it's all just conjecture. But if it's true, I won't rest until he faces my punishment. Michael suddenly stirred, turning over. He opens his eyes, dazed. The next morning, the second match begins. The Piglet easily defeats his opponent in the first battle to decide who advances to the finals. He remained unmoved as he watched his enemy writhe on the sand. The rising star Hammett had secured another victory. The crowd roars with applause as he retrieves his cloak, thinking that if all his opponents are this weak, victory won't be difficult. The man holding the coat showered him with praise. Well done. Hyomut's final match will take place at this hour 2 days from now. Hyomut walks alone down the corridor. Since my match was first, I have some time. Maybe I should go back to my room and read those documents. Then someone calls out to Hyomut from behind. He glanced back, returning to the stands where the audience watched the matches. It was Michael who had called out to Hyomut, and he smiled politely. Hello, Hyomut. Am I interrupting your rest? Since your match ended early, I thought I'd watch the remaining matches with you. Hyomut hesitates, wondering if it's okay for a participant to watch, but Michael reassures him. Don't you know, there's no rule saying contestants can't watch the matches. Of course, Bazarai always thought writing about opponents before a match was unfair, so they always avoided it. He continued looking at Heelmut. Yeah, I guess so. With your skills, Heelmut, I doubt you need to analyze your opponent's strengths. But watching these matches can be pretty fun, you know? Heomut's eyes remained fixed forward, silent, as Kai's name echoed as he entered the arena. Next, we move on to the second match, starting with the famous leader of Bakai's Kendo Hall, and his opponent is... Heomut watches as the next contestant emerges, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he recognizes the man. As he slowly stepped out onto the arena, a sharp, determined glint in his eyes. It was Lucker, the youngest genius to ever join the Panmanites, a rising star. Heomut frowned, seemingly recognizing him. Lucker's eyes swept over his opponent, a faint smile playing on his lips. Undaunted, he replies, fighting a Panmanite. What an honor. He politely replies, the honor is all mine. Please be gentle with me, leader of the 3 o'clock Kendo Hall. Without a hint of fear, he remained calm and confident. With a stern gaze, Heomut muttered, I see Dariel must have looked like this at that age. If that's the case, I have no idea what his skills are. Kai braces himself, and the audience watches with bated breath. The entire stadium seemed to hold its breath as they watched the match, Luke holding his sword before him, ready to strike. Kai, growing weary, thought, just as I suspected, though young, he is a true Pan Knight. I can't find an opening. Growing impatient, he spoke. If we continue to bait each other like this, the match will never end. It seems the audience is growing weary as well, and he's starting to show his eagerness. Very well, then allow this junior to make the first move. Like lightning, Luke slashes his sword toward Kai, his gaze like a blade aimed straight at his opponent, a swift strike with no wasted motion. But Kai wouldn't give in, fiercely blocking the blow with eyes like lightning, as if he'd underestimated his opponent. The two clashed, creating a chaotic tremor. Kai froze his eyes wide with shock as Lucer's blade struck, causing blood to spurt. With a cold glare, Lucer ignored the stunned Heomut in the stands, leaving the defeated Kai motionless on the ground. The tournament was over, and the crowd was buzzing. What just happened? Lucer suddenly vanished, and Heomut stared in disbelief. Turning to look at Kai bleeding on the floor, he muttered, Sorry, I really need to win this martial arts tournament. As the announcer declared his victory and Kai was defeated in one blow, Luke advanced to the finals while Michael suddenly glanced at a grimacing Heomut. He asks, You don't look happy. Is Heomut bothering you? He explains vaguely, not wanting to elaborate. Long is strong, a worthy opponent. Mai was puzzled. Heomut praising someone that much. Heomut replied stoically. Long is confident. If I weren't here, he'd surely win. Mai raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of interest as she pointed at him. Oh, is this what they call declaring a rivalry? Good, I like it. I like that confidence. Heomut thought to himself, his mind heavy. Dariel's son clearly didn't half-ass his swordsmanship. Frankly, his skill level is higher than I thought. If Jer had been learning swordsmanship from Darian, he would have turned away, leaving Michael bewildered. Head back to the dorm first. I have something to do, so I'll be late. He asks if there's anything he can do to help, but Heomut flatly refuses. No, Michael, just shrugged helplessly, looking rather cold. Amidst the roaring crowd, the finals begin, and Heomut finds himself quickening his pace. Why am I suddenly picking up the pace? Images of his friends at the academy flash through his mind. I left the primal forest and formed some bonds at the academy, but I never felt a sense of kinship with them. But Jer and I had something in common. Dari Helm suddenly entered the waiting room, stunning everyone as he possessed similar talent to me and had also inherited Darian's swordsmanship. He mutters then suddenly and aggressively points his sword at them. He'll face him in the arena anyway, but it can't hurt to see what kind of person Lucer really is. Meanwhile, Luke blushed and scratched his head sheepishly. This tournament isn't looking too promising. The blue-haired boy angrily pinched his cheek. Was this greenhorn rookie calling him a fraud? Don't say things like that in public, Luke says, embarrassed. Sorry, but it's just us here, no one can hear. The man massages his cheek, retorting, looks like we're not alone. Heomut stares blankly at them as the two men fix their gaze on him. Luke speaks up. Wait, you look familiar. He suddenly remembers, snaps his fingers, and his eyes light up. Your name is Heomut. I saw your match. It was the only one that impressed me. As he slowly rose, he wondered if this was a declaration of war from a rival seeking the title. Heomut didn't understand what he was saying. As he moved closer, his imposing figure loomed over him. You were impressed and want to become a fan. He closed his eyes smugly, but unfortunately only ladies can be my fans. Heomut didn't care and changed the subject. Showing off, he blurts out, Yes, I'm Darian's grandson. Realizing his slip-up, he frantically covered Heomut's mouth, his face turning pale, sweat pouring down as he gestured for him to be quiet, stammering in confusion. What, who are you? How do you know about that? The blue-haired guy from before asked. Is there a problem? Luke quickly put his arm around the pig, acting friendly. Oh no, it just looks like this friend here wants to have a little chat with me. Let's step outside for a bit. He pins him against the statue, his hand slamming down beside him, and they lock eyes in silence. As he questioned him, looking annoyed, he was unexpectedly cornered by a man. Who are you and where did you come from? Heomut calmly retorted. Why weren't you with the DFRT when they were agitated, looking like they wanted to devour me? Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here. And drop the sword, Saint, talk, someone might hear you. Heomut looked at him uncomfortably as he sighed with a straight face. I haven't spread it around, so don't worry. I just heard there was a Sword Saint successor and got curious. Luke grew even more anxious. No, I mean, how did you know? Haomut casually replied, I just happen to be good at gathering information. Haomut looked at Luke with suspicion, wondering why he was hiding the fact that he was the Sword Saint's grandson. He gulped, looking flustered. It was Go Lang Tran. Luke turns away, explaining, my father cut ties with the Sword Saint and left home. It would be strange for me to take the DFRT name now. But you inherited the Sword Saint's swordsmanship, didn't you? He asked. He pauses, realizing the other man knows more than he thought. What? You even know that? Well, when my father taught me swordsmanship, he didn't say it was the Sword Saint's. His eyes shone with a hint of vulnerability as he spoke, laying bare his inner thoughts. But it's not that he was trying to deny his heritage. I plan to announce it officially after winning the competition. I may have inherited my grandfather's swordsmanship, but mastering it and joining the Knights Guild was all my own doing. He clenched his fist, his eyes shining with determination. I just want to be recognized at 3 o'clock for my own skills, not because of the Sword Saint's name. Haomut's eyes widened, realizing he'd been too forward, and scratched his head sheepishly. Oh dear, why did I tell a stranger all that? Don't tell anyone, okay? Even at 3 o'clock, only the commander and vice commander know. Hoyt's face darkened as he pondered. If Commander Ludus Kikero betrayed them and sent Darren into the primeval forest, why would he accept his grandson Jer into the Order? Where did that pair of shiny iron boots come from? Luke and Hoyt were looking at each other when they heard the sound of boots. They both turned to see Ludus Kikero, his imposing presence and piercing gaze immediately overwhelming them. Ludus, radiating menace, speaks up. Lucer, you're just in time. Luke, startled, quickly stood at attention, stammering, Commander, what brings you here? Filled with hatred, he glared at the man. The imposing Ludus Kikero. Ludus stood there, radiating authority. He asked about Heel's identity. Who's the kid next to you? Is he a friend of yours? You're sweating from the tension. Ah yes, this is Heel Moot. He's one of the tournament contestants. He's one of the finalists. Ludus glanced at Heelmut, politely commenting as a greeting. Is that so? You look so young, I'm impressed. Sorry for not recognizing you, but with my position, I don't have time to watch the matches. He suddenly reveals his secret. Using magic to hide your identity. Heelmut's expression tightens as his secret is revealed, but Ludus pats his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm not here to pry. You're not the only one hiding their identity in this tournament. With that, he turned and walked away casually. I only stopped by to encourage Laka before the finals, where I'll see you again. Well, I'll be off then. Good luck in your remaining matches. Both of you commanders at least go inside and rest for a bit. Ludus waved goodbye as he walked away. I'll be sure to watch the final match. Luke and Heelmut watched him go, one tense, the other stern. Haomut turned to Luke, saying softly that the commander seemed to think highly of him. Luke closed his eyes and crossed his arms, his words filled with deep gratitude. I should be the grateful one. He was the first to acknowledge me when I arrived at 3rd tier, and he advised me to prove myself through the tournament. Heelmut watches Ludus leave, wondering, is he trying to make up for something with Darien? Or was it when he decided not to stay with you? Turning away, he added a few more words. More importantly, did he change his appearance with magic? What his son looks like is none of my business. Anyway, do your best in the remaining matches, and don't spread what I told you. Haomut Hu Thang's reply made him frown. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but even if I said nothing, you'd still have to wait until next year. He calmly declares that he will win this year. He smirks, sighs, and wonders what's up. So he really did come to declare war. With that, he turned and waved goodbye to Heomut. I'll be waiting for it. He silently watches him go. And so Heomut turned and walked away, filled with burning resolve. I don't know what you're plotting, but I won't let Luke Jer fall into the situation you want. Ludus Kikero returned to his hotel. Michael, who was reading, saw him and spoke to Han. Did you have a nice chat with Luke Jer? He's a little surprised you knew where he went. Han immediately asks, were you secretly following me? Not at all. Maikon burst into laughter. Deny it now. I was just guessing. You're not denying it, so I must be right. Haomut flinched his face, twisting in annoyance. Michael closes his book and asks curiously, what did you talk about with him? Heelmut turns and walks away with no intention of answering. It's none of your business, and his reaction is no surprise. Yeah, I knew you'd say that. Michael suddenly brings up Heelmut, asking if he would accept the Panma Knight's offer. Heelmut glanced at him, taking off his coat as he followed up on the previous question. Why would the Panma Knights want to recruit me? Michael closed his eyes and explained that the 3 o'clock tournament attracts many talented individuals, and knights pay close attention to it. If you win, they'll recruit the champion. He offers a flimsy excuse to decline. I won't join. 3 hours is too hot. Michael immediately chimes in. That's great news where I live. It's not hot at all. Seeing his enthusiasm, Heel turns to Michael, sincerely wanting to join him. Helmuth, after the tournament, won't you join my side? At the offer, Helmuth, distrusting his intentions, asked, do you want me to be your knight? Michael remained calm. No, I want you as a comrade, not just a knight, but completely on my side. Helmuth had no intention of agreeing. I don't belong to anyone. Michael, undeterred, tries to persuade him. You don't have to decide right away. Just accept it and think about it later. He found it difficult to read Michael's thoughts. What is he thinking? Suddenly, Heomut remembers something, hesitantly asking Michael, you're good at gathering information, right? He immediately understands Heomut's intention. Michael wastes no time getting to the point. That's right. So what kind of information are you looking for? Hyomut urgently sits down, wanting to know all the necessary information about the Pan Knights. Information on their commander members and current missions, Michael asks. So you basically want me to investigate their working conditions? Hyomut tilted his head. I need something to consider, right? Hearing that Michael had to agree. Fine, I'll investigate. Even though I'm the one who should be weighing things here, I'll gather objective information, so don't worry. Not wanting to prolong the conversation, Michael gestured towards the meal, saying, shall we eat now? Hyomut's gaze is deep, reflecting swirling thoughts. If I'm lucky, I might know what Ludus Cicero is really thinking. The clear blue sky and soaring birds herald the start of the final match. Hyomut's sharp blade is drawn, and once again his opponent loses an arm. Unconscious on the arena floor, the Golden Pig once again maintains his winning streak in the first match of the finals. Hyomut sighs, looking up in displeasure. He thinks the name Blonde Hyomut doesn't suit him at all. As the match ends, Luke sees Wook standing there, arms crossed, teasing him. He's too stiff. He should at least wave to the audience. Without a glance, he brushed past, as cold as ever. He's awfully relaxed, isn't he? Not even noticing that attitude. He calmly watched him leave, thinking what good would stressing out do? Isn't he the most charming guy for the next 3 hours anyway? He watched Hyomut's retreating figure, taunting, enjoy that feeling while you can, because you won't be enjoying it when you meet me. Hyomut removed his armor and put on his cloak, thinking, you're the one I'm worried about. Honestly, I wanted to smack him upside the head. With everything settled, he turned to leave, wondering if Michael had finished his investigation when suddenly a voice caught his attention. Wait over here, isn't that him? A crowd of women called his name with infatuated voices. Mr. Piggy, please have some tea with me. Piggy took a step forward, unable to believe his eyes, stunned by the chaotic scene. He then returned to the hotel, where Michael was surprised by Hyomut's arrival as he drank tea. With disheveled hair and an expressionless face, Hyomut stood there as Michael asked, what happened? Oh, he left like a ghost. The 3 o'clock woman is targeting me. Hyomut turned to leave, grumbling to Michael that someone was trying to sabotage his next match. He could only laugh, finding Michael's imagination quite remarkable. Michael slyly explains that anyone who makes it to the finals is bound to attract attention. And the reason you're so popular with the ladies is probably your face, Hyomut. Hyomut was confused, not understanding Michael's words. Recalling the tavern scene from his first day in the 3rd District, his face wasn't the type favored by the locals. The shameless thugs laughed, their words echoing in Hyomut's mind. Can that girl even wield a sword? Just who is she? Michael closes his eyes and smiles wryly, realizing he knows nothing. Poor Hyomut suddenly remembered why he was looking for him. Oh, right, about what we were talking about last time. Before he could finish, Michael handed him the notebook. Hyomut took it, winking at him. I knew you'd ask, so I came prepared. Hyomut reached for the notebook. Fast, aren't I? Michael asked with a blinding smile. Do you trust me a little more now? Hyomut turned the pages, reading intently. The Knights operate on seniority and the title of Baron, along with a private estate, none of which interests me. He suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. Evidence of Ludus's betrayal was clear on paper. Knight Commander Ponma, though apolitical, had confirmed Ludus Cicero's support for the Grand Prince. He carefully pieced together the information he had based on what he'd gathered from the Black Kite. The Grand Prince is the son of the Queen from another nation, a devout follower of the Lightweight Order, striving to bring their temple to Tier 3. Hyomut's eyes darkened, the face of Ludus filling his mind. Ludus Cicero supported the Grand Prince. Hyomut meticulously read every word, leaving nothing out, and then spoke Scorpion Desert Monster. Sensing Hyomut's confusion, Michael elaborates. Ah yes, it's a notorious monster from the 3 o'clock desert. His mother was slaughtered by the Holy Sword long ago, but the offspring still live and are being hunted. Michael told him everything he knew. The Panma Knights often conduct suppression campaigns in the desert, partly to limit the spread of the scorpions, and this year's campaign takes place right after the tournament. He mutters, his face darkening as if splashed with cold water, staring intently at the words on his hand, each letter piercing his mind. Hyomut began to understand each step of Ludus's scheme. I see Ludus Cicero never intended to protect Luke Jer by bringing him under his wing. He frowned, contemplating the possibilities people will do anything to erase past mistakes. Perhaps he wanted to keep an eye on someone who would later become an obstacle. And finally, in Ludus's plan, he chose to eliminate Luke, cover his tracks, and then take the opportunity to hunt monsters to dispose of Luke and clean up the mess, portraying everything as a heroic tale. Hyomut closed the book, glad he had arrived before it happened. Luckily, I arrived 3 hours early. Hyomut stares intently at the notebook in his hand. As long as I'm still in those 3 hours, I can't let Darian's grandson suffer the same fate. I must stop Ludus Cicero's evil plan at all costs. Despite his resolve, Ludus was far stronger than he anticipated, giving Hyomut pause. But after meeting him, he realized something. Ludus Cicero is strong. So strong that I wonder if I could even defeat him at full power. But I'm determined to stop this tragedy at all costs. With things as they are, perhaps I should tell Lur the truth and ask for his cooperation. Hyomut looks up at Michael, who is leisurely drinking tea. He looked back at him, eyes full of boastful intent, giving up 91 points. The next day, the semi-final match begins, and the loudspeaker's announcement echoes throughout the arena. The first semi-final to decide who advances to the final round of the 3G tournament will now begin. Helm fearlessly faces his opponent Hayton in this match. He smirks ready for battle. Let's have a good match. From the stands, Robert as usual details the contestant's identity to Michael. He's Hurton, a tier 1 mercenary, low in rank, but he defeated a Panma knight. The match lasted an hour and he glanced over, saying, but still, no chance against the gluttonous pig. Right. He completely defeated opponents stronger than knights. He quickly replied, it's too early to say. Robert watches the arena, stating that victory is all that matters regardless of the challenge. Michael didn't respond, his eyes returning to the arena, as Heomut gripped his sword ready for battle, glancing up at Lotus and the nobles in the stands. Heomut glanced at them, thinking to himself, the first prince, the second prince, even the knight commander. Now that it's the semi-finals, they're finally showing their faces. On's sudden call snaps him back to reality. Hey, he's drawn his sword, he says, raising an eyebrow as a reminder to Heomut. You shouldn't be distracted when your opponent is right in front of you. Overconfidence can backfire. Heomut realized he was a bit careless and drew his sword. I didn't mean it that way, I apologize. He calmly scanned his opponent, secretly assessing him. A first-rate mercenary. Does that mean he's on par with Pass? The mercenary before him radiated a fierce, almost fiery aura, though his actual strength didn't quite match the intensity. He cautiously calculated his every move, anticipating the mercenary's first strike. He's fast. He rushes in without hesitation. The force of their blows kicks up dust, obscuring the floor as they prepare to strike. Hayton easily blocks the first blow, the clash of their swords echoing coldly. The sword's reflected light flashed in Heomut's eyes, causing him to instinctively squint as a halo of light formed around Honorable. They clashed again and again, neither willing to yield. Then suddenly On's eyes widened in shock. In a flash, the pig leaped into the air, his kick creating a violent tremor, sending him and Hayton flying apart in a cloud of dust. Without a moment to rest, the mysterious figure reappears, launching another attack, as Hayton braces himself, shattering the floor into razor-sharp shards. Hayton swiftly uses his power to send countless sharp fragments flying toward Heomut, successfully drawing his attention. Without a word, Hayton closes in, coldly raising his elbow towards Heomut's head. The two clash violently, attacker and defender, neither willing to yield. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the air, leaving the audience in disbelief, their mouths agape. Mai watches in surprise as Heomut wipes his brow, realizing this guy is more trouble than he thought. He recalled Hayton's clever attacks, delaying his strikes by a fraction of a second, and landing them with uncanny precision. He stands before Heomut, sighing heavily, just as exhausted. Yet he doesn't neglect the fundamentals. He wasn't relying on luck, and Huer gratefully offered his praise. I thought I was well prepared for this fight, but your reflexes are insane. Even if I were as young as you, I don't think I could imitate that. He quickly regains his composure, his eyes burning with determination. If this were a mercenary mission, I would have waited for another chance to fight you, but I can't afford to lose face here. Without further ado, Hayton lunges at Heelmu, revealing a hidden device in his sword that makes attacks easier. Those words were just a distraction. Thanks to the hidden mechanism in my sword, my attack range has slightly increased. Hayton's eyes, shining with confidence, advanced when a loud noise echoed. He's wary of that half-beat delay, thinking he won't react in time if I suddenly accelerate. He stares in disbelief as his sword is cleanly sliced in two. Heomut strikes, cleaving the sword in two, his blade ablaze with a cold violet light. Heomut's blade is poised to strike Hurt's neck, but he stops the sheer force of his power, sending tremors through the arena. He was exhausted, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He's gone, but I never intended to kill him. Hichton stands frozen, eyes wide with terror, as the blade nears his neck. A close call. Heomut sheathes his sword as the loudspeaker announces the end of the match. He officially advances to the finals, as Hayton's weapon is destroyed, ending the match. The blonde-haired Heomut advances to the finals, extending a hand for a shake. He shakes On's hand firmly, a farewell after a respectful duel. Sorry, I hate dragging things out, so I wanted to end it quickly. The animosity gone, he simply smiles back full of goodwill. It's nothing. That last strike, you were aiming to sever my wrist, weren't you? Demian said. I heard I just couldn't kill you. His chin broke out in a cold sweat. He held the broken sword, his heart filled with respect, acknowledging the boy's tenacity. A true genius exists. To be so sharp at that age. Perhaps I've fought someone who will be remembered in history. Hio's words were like a bucket of cold water to Hurton, suggesting he could have been stronger if he'd focused on training instead of tricks. He could only manage an awkward laugh. Maybe, but I'm a mercenary. In real combat, I was taught that the more tricks you have, the easier it is to win. On then pointed to his chest, proudly speaking, as if imparting wisdom. Especially if you have average talent like me, tactics are a powerful weapon that can help you fight stronger opponents. Heo was momentarily stunned by his words, though tricks were useless against someone as strong as him. Michael sits above, pondering with doubt, this unusual strength and nightly activity. He rests his hand on his chin, slowly deducing that his goal isn't confined to the 3-hour league, it seems. So what exactly are you after? Suddenly, a commotion in the distance catches Michael's attention. You're not allowed in this area. What the hell, old man, stop him, don't let him through. A breathless guard rushed in. He asked what was going on. The guard, catching his breath, quickly explained that it was nothing serious, just a stranger insisting on seeing Michael. It was Kevin. He rushed forward, ignoring the guard's protests, desperate to see Michael. "There you are. Are you Michael?" "I'm here with urgent news," Kevin said, as his bodyguard angrily shouted. What a rude old man with no manners. Michael remained calm, handling the situation with composure. "It's all right, but before we talk, could you tell me who you are and where you're from?" Kevin asked politely, no longer frantic. "In my haste, I forgot to mention I'm a blacksmith from 3 o'clock. All the swords supplied to the Panma Knights came from my workshop." He chuckled softly, asking, "So what brings you to me?" He cut to the chase. "I heard the boy named Hammett is close to someone called Michael, so I came here." Kevin made his request. "Could I speak with him for a moment? I want to confirm whether my suspicions are correct." Michael pressed. "What suspicions do you have?" Kevin voiced his suspicions about the sword he wielded, its origins. He stared at him for a moment, unable to resist, asking, "Could you elaborate?" Chapter 92. Cut to the second semifinal, which ends swiftly. His opponent's sword flies into the air, spinning wildly before clattering to the ground. In the second semifinal, Lucer won easily, his opponent clutching his hand, trembling in pain, and the finalists were set Hyomut and Lucer. Later, as Hyomut sat in the waiting room, someone entered. It was Luke, hesitantly peeking through the curtain. Hyomut stared at the timid figure in the doorway, then asked again, "The second prince is here." He seemed embarrassed, turning his face away, avoiding his gaze. "Yes, he came to encourage the finalists, but I think he mainly came to see me." Without emotion, Hyomut asks why the second prince would want to meet him. With a tense expression, Luke begins to share his thoughts. "He knows I carry the blood of a sword saint. Perhaps he thinks that by gaining me, he can get support from the Panma Knights. He needs their help by 300 to even be eligible for the throne." He begins to understand the reason for the visit. The current commander of the Panma Knights supports the first prince, so recruiting him would lessen the commander's influence. Hearing that, he grew even more frantic. Indeed, this meeting would be strange for someone like me, indebted to the commander. Suddenly realizing something was amiss, he became agitated and shouted, "How did you know I was a spy?" Hyomut, unfazed by the outburst, calmly states, "I told you I'm very sensitive to information." Then, retracting his heat, he awkwardly scratches his head, pleading, "Anyway, the second prince is coming. I can't just run." "Hey, can't you just tell him I'm busy or something?" Suddenly the second prince appeared behind him like a ghost, his voice icy. "If you're busy, I can come back later." He froze in terror, his face contorted and sweat poured down. Startled, he spun around, snapping to attention, and stammered, "That's not what I meant, Your Highness." The second prince laughed it off. "Don't worry, I understand. You have a rather peculiar sense of humor." He smiled warmly, adding that Darifer was a stoic, and he wondered if he carried his blood. Hearing Darian's name, Hyomut's eyes lit up. Unable to contain himself, he asked Dariel the Sword Saint what kind of person was he. The second prince watched Piggy with interest. "You want to know, Piggy? I was impressed by your fight. You have great skill." He remained silent, his face serious, as the second prince began to recount what he knew of Dariel, his eyes full of admiration as he recalled the man's figure. "As for Dariel, I met him a few times when I was young, and I remember him as an extremely loyal and steadfast man, especially the power I saw in his eyes. I believe he embodies the spirit of the three heroes to this day." The second prince suddenly changes the subject, saying something that makes him shudder. "Did you approach the Sword Saint's grandson out of curiosity?" Being next to him, I couldn't help but sweat. "How much did he hear?" The second prince clasped his hands behind his back and laughed heartily. It seemed like an important conversation, so I didn't want to interrupt. "Do you have any more questions, Hyomut?" Glancing at Piggy, his expression seemed to say, "Your Highness, don't tell him everything. He knows too much." Almost like he's been stalking the Sword Saint. The second prince dismisses this, saying, "I don't think he has any bad intentions, so don't worry." He rests his chin slowly, commenting on Hyomut. A swordsman's mindset is reflected in the way they swing. But his sword pursues power, purity, and simplicity. So it's no surprise he's curious about the Sword Saint. Hyomut sighs in exasperation as the prince grows more cunning. The second prince burst out laughing. Did you see that? He just stood there, face twitching in annoyance when teased. The second prince then proposed, Hyomut, have you considered coming under my command? But he refused without hesitation. Thanks, the second prince said, disappointed. You're awfully blunt with a prince. He grabs Hyomut's hand, adding, I hope you both have a good match in the finals. Piggy, I hope you learn more about the Sword Saint in these 3 hours, and after the finals I'll call you. We'll discuss the details then. He reacted in bewilderment. You still intend to seek me out, why do you ask? You don't want to, he asked, flustered. He stammers, explaining, it's not that your highness, but you said you understood that if I kept seeing you, trouble would come to me and the commander. The second prince suddenly turned serious. I want to talk about your safety. Ask again if you don't understand. My safety, what do you mean? Even Piggy next to him was quite surprised. The second prince offered no further explanation, and turned to leave. For now, just know this, I'll send someone to find you quietly so you don't have to worry about prying eyes. He drew back the curtain, bidding them farewell. All right, I'm off. He secretly sighed in relief as the man left. Suddenly, Hyomut spoke up. You two seem to be having a comfortable conversation. He's taken aback, then recovers. What? Well, he's quite erratic with others. Looking forward, he said in a deep voice. Actually, I think he's a good person, but sometimes, depending on the situation, I can't act on my feelings in front of him. Heomut quietly observes him, and with an emotionless face he says, "You should have listened to the second prince when you were surprised by his words." "Did you even hear what I just said?" Heomut says meaningfully. "No one is responsible for your life." Dariel's valiant figure blazed behind him as if he were momentarily present. "If you let life carry you away, you'll lose yourself when it abandons you." Eyes wide with confusion, he suspiciously asks Heomut, "You know something, don't you? You're acting like my life depends on it. Stop beating around the bush and just do what you can. I'll do my best on my end too." He swallowed hard, and Heomut turned to leave, throwing a few more jabs over his shoulder. "Or perhaps you should just go on a date with Zamba, like usual. Relieve some stress after the competition." His mood was explosive as he pointed at himself, agitated, asking, "Isn't that right? What kind of person do you take me for?" Heomut sighed, lost in thought. "Jur, I hope you understand just how dangerous your situation is." He then returned to the hotel. Exhausted, Heomut opens the door and steps inside where Michael is reading a book, and quickly turns around at the sound. "Hello, Heomut. Did you enjoy your conversation with the second prince?" Heomut was stunned, a million question marks popping into his head. "Not again." Heomut shakes his head, seemingly used to this. "I'm not surprised anymore." Mai's expression doesn't even flicker. He spoke while reading, knowing that when it comes to a prince, their actions will be known whether you want to know or not. He silently approaches and removes his coat, and Michael speaks up, drawing Piggy's attention. "Oh, and by the way, Piggy, something interesting happened today. Want to hear about it? You mentioned a stranger. Have you ever heard of Lon?" Piggy had no idea who that was. "No, I haven't." Michael recounts everything he knows about the man. He claimed to be the best blacksmith in the 3 districts for decades, the best but also the most short-tempered. He would never relinquish a sword unless he acknowledged the wielder. He didn't seem to care much, sounding like a weirdo. Michael closed the book in his hands and slowly continued. "But today I met a blacksmith named Kevin, a disciple of Leon. He said Leon had 3 swords that he considered his greatest works, and he recounted every detail about Leon's 3 mysterious swords. All 3 were forged on the same day, and whether it was obsession or something else, they all looked the same. These swords were considered divine artifacts of the 3 families and were offered to the royal family. Only one was bestowed upon a person for life." Michael slowly opened his eyes, repeating Kevin's words, but Kevin said Heomut's sword looked exactly like Leon's ultimate technique. Heomut listened to everything Michael said without interruption. Michael snapped his fingers, the only sword not kept by the royal family. His eyes lit up as he said, "The sword of Derriere." Heomut suddenly flared with murderous intent, lunging with his sword to knock Michael down as if to finish him off right there. He cast a frigid glare, his voice a low warning. He'd better choose his next words carefully. Chapter 93. Heomut struggles with Michael on the bed, determined to finish him off, his eyes cold as he threatens him. His next words better be well thought out. Michael, sweating with fear, forces a smile. Heomut pins him with one hand and holds a sword with the other, as Michael's face turns pale. "Please, I beg you. Judging by your reaction, it seems I've hit a nerve. Could you take your hand off? I can't breathe." Then Heomut stood up and Michael sat up as well, saying, "Why are you keeping this a secret?" "But I don't plan on exposing it either." Michael pointed to himself, hoping Heomut would reconsider sparing his life. "I'll have Kevin the blacksmith taken care of. Only you and I will know this secret." Heomut wondered. "You're trying to gain leverage," Michael replied with a friendly smile. "I told you I don't want to owe Heomut any more favors. I didn't bring this up. The blacksmith came to me. Then you put on an incredibly trustworthy face, saying it was just a small favor from you. I won't let you hide what you want. You added to it while Piggy was still considering. This information will never leave this room, I promise." His eyes begin to waver, and Heomut turns away. "You better keep your word." Mai's heart blossoms with relief, but also with a terrifying madness. The pressure from someone who made it to the finals is indeed different. He becomes even more curious. "Speaking of which, what's your connection to the Sword Saint?" As Heomut sheathed his sword, he replied, "I am Darien's disciple." Michael was filled with admiration. So the Sword Saint did have a disciple. Does that mean I'm in the central room with the Sword Saint's disciple? Great, he thought helplessly. This is going to be a long day. Then Michael pointed up as if struck by a thought, and with a grin asked, "Did you learn swordsmanship from the Sword Saint before or after he died?" So the reason Heomut and 3 hours are here isn't the tournament, but perhaps Heomut interrupted Michael. He coldly advises him to start thinking about how to pretend he doesn't know me. Michael's excitement deflates at those words as he senses something ominous brewing while Heomut adjusts his sword. He calmly replied, "All right, I didn't intend to pry anyway. I should pack my things right, time to make a quick escape." Heomut stared at the gleaming sword before him, praising it unaware of its fame. "I just thought it was good and sharp," Heomut asked again. "But if it's so famous, why hasn't anyone recognized it until now?" Mai explains it in a way he can understand. "It's royal property, and only royalty has the chance to see it. It looks quite ordinary, so unless you're an expert, you wouldn't recognize it." Heomut continues to warn him, saying it's best to keep it hidden from the princes and kings. Mai cheerfully changes the subject, asking how his preparations for the finals are coming along. He's wary of Luke-Jer, and Heomut's expression remains unchanged. He recalls that tomorrow will be his first match against Luke-Jer, and he hopes it won't be too easy. The scene shifts to a scorching desert sand, blanketing everything where footsteps appear. He walks through the vast desert, scoops up a handful of sand, looks down and then lets it fall. Suddenly the ground gives way, sinking into what looks like a massive sinkhole. Then he stood up, facing a monster resembling a giant scorpion, and reached for something, a clear orb with golden light inside. Above the monster was a sphere identical to his own. He held his up and praised it. "Well done, you clever thing, you remember your master." He smirks. It's time to awaken. In the endless desert, a massive arena appears, filled with countless spectators, all eagerly awaiting the coming battle. The announcer's voice booms out, declaring the glorious final round of the 3 tournament, with 2 counts in the stands, and Macon among them. The announcer continues, marveling at the unexpected scene. In the arena stand Helmut and Luke, a battle between the young genius of the Panmanites, the future of Bazura, and another mysterious prodigy. Helmut glances around, saying to Luke, "They're treating me like the villain." Luke reassures him, "Don't worry, he's just playing to the crowd." With unwavering eyes, Helmut responds, "There's a bit of pressure, isn't there? If you lose after being praised so much, it won't just be criticism." Luke frowned, clearly annoyed. He really was an expert at getting under people's skin. "You better not come begging me for prize money if you lose." As the signal sounds, both duelists focus on the fight. Helmut remained resolute, and so the match began. He stared ahead, sensing Darian's murderous intent. Helmut is slightly surprised by the person before him. He smiles faintly, thinking that facing this swordsmanship feels nostalgic. A bird soars through the clear blue sky, prompting Michael to look up in wonder. A bird, then it soared away. Then it flew back again, and Hamel's steps became more firm. He too has taken his battle stance, as Luke remains just as cautious as Hayomut. Just as the two were about to fight, something fell from the sky. Lou and Piggy both looked up in confusion, when suddenly someone crashed to the ground. Everyone is panicking at what's happening. What is going on? Did someone just throw something down? One person shouts. Even Michael looked down with curiosity at the object falling from the sky. But upon closer inspection, they were 2 Viscounts, and panic ensued. Heath stared in terror at the person before him. He instinctively looked up at the sky, and saw the bird still circling, but it wasn't the bird he imagined. Instead, it had a terrifying face. A monster. Chapter 94. Luke quickly turns, thinking in shock. A monster. Why are there monsters here? Suddenly the pig shouted, startling Luke out of his shock. At the same moment, Hayomut rushed toward him, prompting Luke to exclaim, "What is it? What are you thinking at a time like this?" Hayomut signals to him, and after a moment of confusion, Luke raises his arm, resting his sword on his gauntlet. Hayomut uses Luke's sword as a springboard, leaping high into the air and hurtling toward the exposed monster. Hayomut channels dark energy, his sword striking the monster, causing it to writhe in agony before being sliced in 2. As he blankly looked up at Hayomut, he only glanced coldly, saying nothing. Minutes later, the knights arrived at the arena to clean up the scene. They analyzed the victim's situation. The ID card belonged to a resident of Trufu village in the south. "Assemble the knights, we're heading out." Why would the monster drop the body here? The captain speculates it feels like a declaration of war. Hayomut stood by, listening, unaware of the gaze fixed upon him, the subtle frown of contemplation. This was a monster, an enemy he would now face. He pushed Hayomut's arm and asked, "Hayomut, have you ever fought a monster before? Otherwise, why were you so quick to react?" Piggy nonchalantly replies, "At least I'm faster than you," as he grimaces, saying, "Do you have time to be picking fights right now?" But the more he learns about him, the more he realizes he doesn't fit his appearance. A moment later he asks, "Do all monsters look like that?" Hayomut retorted, "You've never encountered monsters before," he stammered. "I've only just become a knight." "How often does a commoner get to see monsters?" Hayomut explained gently, "They're large but lack the intelligence to speak, making them easier to deal with than humans, so there's no need to be afraid." Flustered, Luke said, "Who's scared? Not me." Helmut ignored him, thinking that intelligent monsters were a different story. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. "We regret to inform you that due to an accident, the finals are temporarily suspended. The 2 finalists are requested to proceed to the waiting room." Hearing this, Luke wondered why they had to go to the waiting room. A little later, after the scene was cleared, Helmut quickly entered the waiting room. Ludus spoke softly, "All right, everyone's here." Seeing him rush over, he asked, "Commander, why are you here?" Ludus replied, "Time is short, so I'll get straight to the point." He continued, "The corpse that monster brought is believed to be a resident of the Ando region to the south. In other words, the area has been attacked by monsters, and due to this unexpected incident, the Panmanites will immediately set out to conquer them." Ludus immediately ordered, "First, as a knight you must join this expedition. Prepare to depart." Luke quickly responded, "Yes, sir." Then he turned to Hayomut and said, "And Hayomut, it's unfortunate this happened before the finals, but the match will be postponed until the subjugation is over. Can you wait until then?" He thought, "I see he called me here just to wait for my agreement and then ask me. But what if I say no?" Ludus responded, suggesting the alternative was to declare the finals a draw and split the prize money. "No one wants that outcome, but there's no other way." Helmut was silent for a moment, then said, "How about this?" Helmut proposed, "I'll join the monster subjugation and we'll decide the winner based on the number of monsters we each defeat." Ludus exclaimed in shock, "What?" Ludus gently advised, "Monster suppression is not child's play." Helmut nodded, "I'm well aware of that. I thought I proved myself by taking down that flying monster earlier." Ludus was visibly surprised. Stroking his beard, he said, I understand now. You're the one who made it to the finals of the prestigious tournament at 3 o'clock. I was rude. Ludus then gave his orders. All right, you two, finish your preparations by 3:00 p.m. and gather in the plaza. Luke quickly agreed. Soon after, once they had both spoken with Ludus, Luke quietly asked, Hey Hute, are you really going on this trip? He frowned, saying, And you want to decide the winner by the number of monsters, that gives you an advantage. He answered calmly, It's not like we'll be fighting monsters all the time. That makes it fair, and I'm not just joining to win. Then he added, I'm worried about your safety. After a moment's pause, he cheerfully asked, Do you think I'll be used by a monster? Hiomut nodded, agreeing to that. A second later, Luke tensed up and muttered, Just kidding, this is what the second prince mentioned, right? I've been thinking about it a lot too. It's been on my mind all night so I couldn't sleep. He anxiously asks, Then can you tell me now, exactly who is trying to get rid of me? Hiomut hesitated, thinking, If I told him what I know now, he'd just fixate on that person, which would be bad. At the same time, Hiomut casually lied, I'm not sure who it is, so don't completely trust anyone in the Knight's Order right now. He says gravely, even the commander. Hearing this, the other man tenses up and falls silent. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Helmut. Michael waves to the two of them from behind, catching Helmut by surprise. Michael quickly said, I believe this is the first time we've met outside. Helmut and the person next to you must be Luke, right? Luke glances between them, asking curiously, Who is this, your brother? Helmut casually replies, Just someone I know. Michael interjects, Sorry to interrupt, but could I have a word with him? After we're done talking, I'll give him back to you. He retorts, He's not mine to begin with, do as you please. Then, turning away, he instructed them to pack their things and meet at the plaza. Understood. Hiomut responds and Michael smirks, You seem pretty close to him, huh? He mouthed but didn't reply. So what do you want to say? Michael replies, I'm leaving District 3 tonight. This might be our last conversation. He chuckled softly, continuing, No, we'll meet again someday, so this isn't the end. Michael then asked, You'll be supporting Luke on his monster subjugation journey, right? You've seemed interested in Luke lately, so I'm guessing that's it. A moment later, he asked with a smile, So does the reason you came have anything to do with Lumen? What kind of person is he? Piggy grumbled unhappily, Is that all you wanted to say? Michael chuckled softly, You announced that 2 days ago there was information that Lumen's spirit load passed through the southern desert at 3 o'clock. Mai asks with a knowing smile, So you already knew? Hiomut turned back and replied, You too, it seems you're not just here to watch the tournament. I'll remember that you left immediately after. Chapter 95. The next day, the soldiers prepare to leave the city fully equipped with helmets and armor. Luke and Hiomut join the soldiers as they head into battle. Luke sighs, realizing he's more nervous than he thought. I didn't think my first expedition would start so soon. Someone gently nudges him. Someone slips something into his hand saying, This is for you, Luke. Who's it from? The figure didn't answer, immediately leaving. Looking down, he saw a small piece of paper in his hand. Behind him, Hiomut watched him fidgeting silently, and then Ludus shouted his orders. All troops move out. At once, the entire army marched out of the city. Under the scorching desert sun, an expedition that would change their fate began without warning. Beneath the desolate desert, under the harsh glare of the sun, the soldiers quickly set up camp. Pointing to the map, Ludus explained, The monster attack occurred in a southern oasis village called Deezer's Olor. We received detailed damage reports through the crystal ball. He continued. The garrison quickly assessed the situation and immediately assisted the people, but the number of monsters was too great, so they retreated after rescuing only one survivor. A soldier suddenly exclaimed, Damn it, only one survivor. Are you joking? What about the honor of the Manhwa Knights? Ludus said grimly. Don't blame them too much. There were a lot of monsters, one of which is a monster we're extremely familiar with. As he spoke, the soldiers' faces darkened, and Ludus added, A crimson chain scorpion. It matured from a larva into a full-grown adult without us even knowing. An stammers in disbelief, questioning the possibility. So all our hard work has been for nothing. You know better than anyone, Commander, that we haven't been neglecting the investigation. Below, Hiomut pondered, If it's a scorpion, does that mean it's the monster Dariel defeated? Godry spoke softly. The sword saint faced it alone, Ludus retorted. Enough, Godric. Fear serves no purpose here. He declared, Unlike before the sword, Saint was alone, but we are together now. Ludus proclaimed, I know I'm not as reliable as Darien, but you all make up for my shortcomings, making the current Panma Knights the strongest. He clenched his fist, displaying his determination and pride in wielding his sword to protect order. Hearing this, everyone regained their spirits. Ludus continued to delegate tasks, now assigning schedules. First, we'll regroup after joining the knights stationed there. Then each unit led by a captain will scout the entire southern region of Dur. There will surely be monsters that break away from the main group. He points to the map. Meanwhile, the main force I lead will head straight to Older to eliminate the monsters and support the people. Once scouting is complete, the units will reunite in Older and assist us. Ludus directs the soldiers. Now let's go over the list of our forces. Captain Horton Cicero, Romeo Haas, Caro Zerona. The commander's voice continued to boom throughout the tents. Ludus spoke loudly, and after assigning tasks to the 12, he stood up to leave, saying, If there are no objections, let's move out. Now, after resting, someone suddenly raises their hand and says, I object. Helmut voiced his opinion. I want to join the main force as well. Han was shocked to hear this. Ludus frowned, slightly objecting. Helmut, you'll be working with Vice Commander Dasi Manvis. The main unit carries a great responsibility in this campaign. I know your skills, but I don't trust an outsider enough to give them this task. Hoyt retorts, before we left, do you remember our agreement that we'd decide the winner based on the number of monsters we took down on this expedition? He continued, to do that, the opportunities must be equal. While I was running around with the scouting force, the main force had already begun the suppression. That's not fair. At least put him in the same unit as me. On snaps, pointing at him. You brat. We're discussing a crucial operation, and you want to steer it for personal reasons. Don't be so hard on Honorable. He has a point, he questioned. But as Han said, changing the plan now would be difficult. If it's your issue, can't we start counting once everyone's reunited at Oldor? Helmut replies, that wouldn't be fair to Ludus. He's already exhausted from fighting monsters. Surely you wouldn't have a Pan Knight sit idly by while there's a monster right in front of them. With a stern voice, Ludus commanded Helmut act with Dime Anvis, that is an order. Helmut frowned, retorting, I'm not obligated to follow that order as I'm not a Pan Knight. His words were met with silence from the knights. Luke paled watching him, and Ludus sighed, then burst into hearty laughter before turning to Luke and asking, what do you think? Luke stammered me, then strained he replied, I also think a fair match is very important. Hearing this, Ludus quickly decides I'll put Hamud in the main force. Han angrily objects, Commander, are you really giving up so easily to a kid's request? Ludus calmly replied Horton before, he's just some kid as you say, he's the one who made it to the finals of the 3-hour tournament, and bringing in an outsider isn't that big of a deal. He picked up a chess piece on the map explaining and asking. However, since the main force now has 13 instead of 12, the formation will become unbalanced, so Humud you'll be placed on the outer edge making it difficult to protect you from monster attacks. Do you still agree with that? Helmut nodded, I can take care of myself. With that, Ludus declared loudly, all right, the meeting is adjourned, everyone take a short break, and then we move out. The men responded in unison. After the meeting, Helmut left quickly thinking to himself, Ludus Cicero isn't as strong an opponent as he thought. Does he think I'm a variable he can handle? Hoyt turns assessing the soldiers, realizing that only within the Panma Knights can one truly see the depth of their loyalty to Ludus Cicero. If he confronts Ludus, he'll turn the knights into his enemies. He reminds himself to stay sharp. Ahead, Luke tilted his head looking at him with concern as the knights swiftly approached the city gates. They discussed strategies and plans before resuming their journey, marching across the scorching desert towards the front lines, when suddenly the horses halted. Ludus gazed at the scene below, puzzled. This is definitely Oldal, he said to his companion, but it's nothing but ruins, and there's no sign of monsters. Godric wondered if they had moved elsewhere, but Ludus mused that monsters don't often change habitats. But considering they attacked Oldor, and even flew to the capital in 3 hours perhaps, Godric then asked, but if that's the case, there's a high probability they're hiding under the sand, right? Ludus nodded. That's right. He quickly ordered the entire army to maintain formation and advance into Oldor. Under his command, they moved toward Oldor, the soldiers cautiously advancing into a scene of carnage. Godric muttered it was too quiet, no sign of monsters, or villagers. He urgently told Lus, hurry, destroy it. I have a bad feeling about this. Let's get out of here. Suddenly someone threw a rock at him from afar. Godric turned to the person behind him saying, what, don't mess around. What? The man quickly defended himself, I didn't do anything. Suddenly a dark shadow falls from above as a monstrous scorpion emerges from a nearby building. A soldier stammered, trembling, that's a scorpion. A massive jet-black scorpion with blood-red eyes approached, each step filled with malice. As Hio stood frozen eyes wide with disbelief, a voice roared, get down. Ludus drew his sword, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that tore through the air, hurtling towards the monster. Explosions, thunder, the earth trembles and soldiers scatter in terror. Amidst the chaos he frowns, his voice booming with authority. Form ranks. We're getting out of here. A horde of monsters relentlessly pursues them. Everyone quickly spurred their horses onward, iron hooves pounding against the shaking earth. Suddenly the ground ahead gave way, and Hoon was thrown from his horse as it lost its footing. A massive scorpion slithered forward, its red eyes locked on the dazed man. Ludus turned his head with a start, roaring on. A frown deepens on his face as he grips the reins, knowing he must jump down to save him. But just as he prepares to act, his eyes widen in shock. He stared as a figure shot past like an arrow, fearlessly charging toward the pit. As he shouted, Han leaned down, the sword in his hand blazing with a powerful surging aura. Without hesitation, he swung his whole body, turning with the momentum, and plunged the blade into the giant scorpion's back. A dry, heavy cry echoed as sweat poured down his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he realized he couldn't finish it. Why is it so tough? He turned eyes resolute. Lord Han, mount your horse at once. We move with the company. The two immediately rode off like the wind, cutting through the chaos toward their comrades, while Hiomut coldly spurred his horse in pursuit. His eyes were dark as he silently watched everyone leave Oldal. Hearing this, he immediately tightened the reins, his stern voice booming like a war drum. The entire army turns their horses and forms ranks. Not a soldier panics, their eyes calm as they expertly control their steeds. In the blink of an eye, a siege is formed. Wipe them out. Horton Kisaro was Ludus's subordinate, he thought, darkly frowning. Even if he's spared, he could still become an enemy. That thought is what held me back. He glances at him, riding close by, unwavering, despite knowing there's a traitor among the knights. Hiomut's face darkens slightly. Is he too soft, or simply too kind? Suddenly, amidst the desert's blazing sun, a piercing shriek echoed as a giant serpent lunged forward, but in a flash, a blade struck, blood splattering, and the monsters lay scattered. Ludus said grimly that most of them had been dealt with, but he hadn't expected the monsters to lie in wait like this. An stood beside him, his face serious, noting that the number of scorpions was unusually high, among other things. As they rested against a large rock, he said the problem was perhaps bigger than they thought, sighing as sweat soaked his brow and collar. Just then, a cold canteen was offered to him. Hiomut spoke. You look a little exhausted. Surprised, Ludus took a swig, retorting, Not at all, I'm just feeling a little empty that this wasn't as bad as I thought. She paused, hearing his grave voice. Why did you save them? She frowned slightly. Save who? Hiomut turns towards the battlefield that has just quieted down. It's not just that bastard, but even knowing the entire army might turn their swords against him. His eyes unconsciously glance in his direction. Perhaps he spoke softly, but I don't wield a sword just to stand by and watch others suffer. The words left him momentarily speechless, lowering his head to whisper, and the truth is, An is no threat to me. Keep that a secret. The sky was eerily clear. He looked up, his voice low but laced with impatience. Shouldn't we contact them? He remained calm. There's still some time before we regroup. Ludus's voice is steady. No contact means everything is still under control. If it's Das and Romero's unit, dealing with those lesser demons shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly a report rings out, Commander. A panicked guard rushes in, clutching a glowing communication orb. Sir, you need to see this. It's from Das Dam. Not really, he replies as Ludus begins to speak calmly. This is Commander Ludus Kozero, the orb transmits a stern voice. This is Hens from the garrison reporting. Commander, is everything all right on your end? What's going on? Hare, standing on the wall and observing the monsters gathering at Ludus's wall, was stunned for a moment. The monsters are advancing now. Those we just dealt with weren't the only ones. He said grimly. They're only massing in front of the wall, not attacking yet. Most of our forces are out hunting them, so dealing with this many will be difficult. Are any red scorpion among them? Hare narrowed his eyes, observing intently. No, it doesn't seem to be here. Ludus nodded, his eyes stern. Understood, I'll send reinforcements there. Han's eyes darkened slightly. Commander, if the Crimson Blood Scorpions aren't here, this could be a trap to make us retreat or divide our forces. But at that moment, An, standing behind him, had a glint of doubt in his eyes. Could monsters really devise such complex plans? He handed the orb over, saying, They know how to ambush us, so I wouldn't be surprised if they had a diversionary tactic. Ludus's voice was stern, his eyes sharp. But we won't retreat in silence. A small team will stay behind to scout, while the rest return to provide support. Hiomut froze, arms crossed in contemplation. If Ludus's entire army retreats now, I'll be completely isolated here. A shadow crosses Hiomut's eyes. He planned this far ahead, Cicero, but I won't be such an easy target. At that moment, he waved his hand, his voice hardening. I'm ordering the units that haven't assembled to return. Only the 5 of us, including Cicero and myself, will remain. The rest of you return. Ludus turned to the 2 young men, his voice heavy. You 2 should return home now. As the words hung in the air, the atmosphere froze. What was he so shocked about? Ludus turned to the 2 young men before him, his voice grave. Ludus then told them to return, leaving them both stunned and speechless. Just as Lut clenched his fist, the commander cut him off with a resolute voice, ordering Lut to obey. Ludus approached gently, placing a hand on his shoulder, his voice low and uncharacteristically gentle. Don't worry, it's not that I don't trust your abilities, it's because I do that I'm sending you there. He strides past, promising to help him avenge his grandfather. He stops, frozen eyes wide, as he watches him leave. Ludus left with a resolute and imposing figure, telling them to depart when ready, as the sun beat down on the desert and the company moved out their horses' hooves, creating a steady rhythm. He tightened the reins, thinking, Ludus Kisaro, this could be the perfect chance to isolate me, so why did he let us go? He mouthed a tight line, his eyes darkening. Come to think of it, Ludus is the most likely traitor given the circumstances, but that's just my theory. He hasn't done anything suspicious. Perhaps the biggest suspect is the first prince. No, stop overthinking it. The important thing now is to stay vigilant. Tragedy always strikes without warning. Suddenly a voice cuts through the air. Hey Piglet, his eyes have darkened. You admired the Sword Saint, didn't you? Do you think defeating the Crimson Scorpion is important to avenge the Sword Saint? He remained silent. He slowly spoke, his voice low. I carry his blood and inherit his swordsmanship, but I feel no desire to avenge him. He replied, his voice full of hidden meaning. I've never even spoken to the Sword Saint, so when the commander told me about revenge, I was honestly a little disappointed. He chuckled softly. How strange, he said in a low voice. I don't know. He turned away, sounding a bit spoiled, considering he got everything from the Sword Saint, then raised an eyebrow with a knowing smile. Talking to you makes me a little worried. Focus on surviving for now. Hiomut turns away, his voice heavy, as he recalls receiving something when they left at 3 o'clock. His eyes darken and his voice is soft and hesitant. I was careless and didn't check. Where did I put it? Pulling out a worn piece of paper, he frowned, a look of confusion in his eyes. Just a piece of paper. He paused, hesitant. I think I know who sent this. He carefully unfolded the paper, studying the handwriting. Just as I thought, it's from the second prince, Haomut replied immediately, his voice hurried. Let's see here. He glances over the scribbled words on the paper. I hope it's not too late when you read this. If you're still there, you need to. Suddenly, a cold, angry voice cuts through the air. Hey, don't break formation. In that instant, a cold shiver ran down his spine as Haomut's eyes widened, his hands reflexively tightening on the reins. The thunder of hooves echoed ahead, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust, and an eerie silence fell over the group. He scanned his surroundings as if searching for something in the thick air of unease. Suddenly, a fierce tornado descends, sweeping a soldier high into the air. His eyes widen in shock. This is an ambush. From all directions, monstrous beasts roared into existence surrounding them. Hyo Chin gritted his teeth. Prepare for battle. His face darkens, eyes wide with fear, as a massive shadow falls and a chilling screech pierces the air, a red scorpion. The two beasts charged simultaneously, bringing with them a sky-high, murderous aura, and seeing the dire situation, Han immediately roared. What are you doing? A helpless voice urged. Contact the commander now. I can't. He didn't respond. He was stunned as two figures soared past their gleaming blades, slicing the scorpion into 3 pieces in the blink of an eye. With a calm demeanor, Haomut said, I attacked it first, my score should be. He then widened his eyes. What? You're still counting. He stood firm beneath the serpent. Don't worry, I'm counting your points too. He raises an eyebrow slightly. Thanks, but Haomut's eyes quickly sharpened and his breathing deepened. From above, the serpent roared its gaping maw, revealing a crimson tongue, as it lunged its massive head crashing down like a collapsing tower, creating a terrifying tremor, causing Haomut to scream in horror. In a moment where escape seemed impossible, the serpent's eyes widened, its thick scales riddled with hundreds of deep cuts. He swung his sword relentlessly, Haomut's eyes cold blood splattering his face as Luke raised an eyebrow and smirked. That reckless guy, it seems. I'm the one who should be worried. Nearby, the soldiers continued to fight, dealing with the remaining monsters as he emerged from the bloody pit, each step crushing shattered flesh and streaks of red still seeping into the ground. Haomut slowly observed the nearby scorpion, lost in thought, a crimson scorpion, one that hadn't joined the battle. Seemingly observing the less frenzied monsters, he pursed his lips as if they were searching for something. Amidst the ruins, the stench of blood and the scorching wind, Haomut stood tall. Then a light flashed on the monster's forehead. The light swept across, reflecting off half his face, triggering a memory. 2 days ago, there was a report from the northern Bon Desert that someone resembling a Lumen priest had crossed it. The Haomut paused. That was chapter 98. The sun above shone with a blinding light. Dim noticed Ludus halt his horse and asked, Commander, have you forgotten something? He replied, no. The old face grew thoughtful. I just think they must have arrived by now. Clouds began to gather near the Sunday. In the desert, the soldiers have been thinned out as colossal beasts continue their rampage. Turning back, Haomut sees something terrifying and cries out. Behind him, a massive tail was poised to strike, and before he could react, it lashed out, coiling around his body. Haomut rushed to help, but it was too late. The snake had him ensnared in the air. As Piggy charged, it slithered into the earth, leaving him helpless. The cloaked figure behind the beast smirked. We've got our target. Take care of the rest. The red scorpion's head gem blazes like the sun, and the giant pythons receiving the signal are ready to strike as the sky turns blood red. He stomps his foot into the sand, standing before the red scorpion, and smirks at Haomut. Oh dear, are you the last one? A poor innocent lamb wasn't lucky enough to survive. Haomut is nearly exhausted, and his comrades have all fallen. His body was covered in the blood of those cold-blooded creatures, and Haomut's legs could barely hold him up while the enemy before him remained unscathed. Haomut feels a pang in his body, an uncomfortable aura piercing his heart. He thinks it's the seed of darkness, reacting to the demonic energy. He keenly observes the crystal embedded in the scorpion's forehead, and the energy radiating from the human standing nearby. It's not demonic energy. This strange feeling, his aura seems to be holy power. He complimented the pig. But your strength is extraordinary. You've taken down most of my monsters and still have energy to spare. You're young, but your skills are quite formidable. And for some reason I sense a dark energy coming from you. Just who are you? He naturally wouldn't answer, pressing on with the more important question. Where did you take Ludus? The man scoffed. You make this so pointless. He raised his hand, allowing the scorpion to activate. You don't need to know, and I have no obligation to tell you the reinforcements sent to their deaths will be wiped out today in an unfortunate accident. Haomut glared, realizing he'd sacrificed his own men to capture Ludus. Ludus must truly fear the Sword Saint's heir. The man is starting to take him seriously. You're more than just a meddler, aren't you? Haomut raises his sword, gripping it tightly, warning them not to expect things to go as smoothly as they did with the Sword Saint. I'll pry the truth from your lips and stop Ludus Cicero when I get the chance. You want to do that, but are you sure you want to restore order? He prepares to pull down his hood, revealing that the second prince told him, and that Ludus is just a pawn in a larger game. The man's face is fully revealed, his voice still echoing. High Priest Nadolos also wants to bury the Sword Saint and eliminate his grandson. Do you realize that trying to save the Sword Saint's grandson means turning Lumen into your enemy? He gripped his sword tighter, declaring, "I've changed my mind," as Hyomut unleashed a torrent of mana, struggling against it. "I'm determined to pry the truth from you, and then I'll deal with you first." That guy uses his abilities smoothly, laughing at him. "You really have nothing left to lose." The second prince might have to rethink his judgment. In the middle of the desert, a massive tree-shaped rock formation stands opposite several smaller stones. An earthquake erupts from beneath the ground, as the snake resurfaces at the very spot it stole from him. Without hesitation, he flung Ludi far away, who only lost his hat and weapon. Luckily, his armor softened the landing, and a still able-bodied Luke breathed heavily as he looked up. Familiar footsteps approached. It was Ludus. He spoke. "Hello, is this really the commander? You seem exhausted and worried. Where are the other knights?" As he pulled himself up, Ludus asked, "Can you stand? Try to move a little." The training grounds are bathed in the setting sun as jagged rocks stand witness. As he followed him, Ludus spoke. "Your grandfather is someone I respect more than anyone. To gain his approval, I worked for years and rose to the rank of vice commander. I told you to prove yourself with your skills at the 3 o'clock meeting, but to achieve something through effort is just wishful thinking from those who don't know reality." He was stunned, then said, "Commander, I have a question for you. Will you answer it?" "I don't want to believe it, not at all, but someone warned me." Ludus showed no emotion, his eyes fixed straight ahead. He said never to be alone with the commander. He desperately cried out, "Commander, please tell me this is a misunderstanding. Was all the trust you placed in me a lie?" He called out softly as Ludus led him to the mouth of the cave. "This is the last place I saw your grandfather before he disappeared," he says as the boy reels in shock. He draws his sword, revealing the whole truth right here. "I deceived the holy swordsman Darien Deer, trapping him, taking everything, and burying him deep below. Your fate will be much the same." Before the cave's entrance, the sands stir for a moment. Chapter 99. On this side, the battle rages fiercely. The boar charges into the enemy alone, trying his best, but his small strength is easily deflected by the scorpion's pincers. Piggy's focus is annoying. "Just getting close to that power makes my heart ache. I need to pierce that power with an even stronger force, but I still can't control it properly." The scorpion lashes its tail, aiming for his head, but Hyomut dodges instantly. The Beast Army controller senses something different about him. What's wrong with him? It's not that he lacks experience. He charged in like he wanted to finish me, but now he's useless against the holy shield. As if he were a monster, he scrutinized the mana within him, discovering a small gem within his heart. His eyes widened in disbelief as he unleashed a torrent of mana, forcing Piglet to circle, helplessly unable to approach. "I see," he declared. "I've heard that some managed to slip through the church's grasp and survive. So Lumen sent me here to meet you. You who harbor the seed of a monster, I will purge you today and restore justice." In a somewhat lonely castle, the morning sun begins to offer its comfort as a hand selects a book from the shelf. The owner of these actions is a strikingly beautiful, platinum-haired girl. Her violet eyes glanced at a spot. A C-shaped bracelet lay alone on the table. She looks at it, strange thoughts swirling in her mind, but she quickly dismisses her unease. No news is good news. Back to the battle, the man continues to unleash magical attacks, all of which Hyomut dodges, only fueling his excitement. "You're good at running away, aren't you?" Piggy glances at the scorpion beside him, thinking something's not quite right. That scorpion attacked wildly before, but now it's suddenly calm. Perhaps it's being controlled through the crystal on its forehead, but its movements are too predictable. So his control over it isn't precise either. It can only follow basic commands for attack and defense. Furthermore, the priest has little combat experience, his attack patterns are predictable, and he doesn't even control the Crimson Scorpion effectively. I grip my sword tighter. I've found my opening, and now all I need to do is take him down. He slams his foot down, brakes, and charges forward. The priest underestimates him. "Fool, you think a desperate attack gives you a chance to win." As he rushes forward, the priest unleashes even more power. "Return to Lumen's side," he says, but Piggy doesn't even blink. The scene shifts to the thin rocks, where Ludus wields a sword radiating a fierce aura. Across from him, Ludus burns with rage after dodging the blow, his face now bearing a wound. Ludus is impressed, but Jer straightens up and says, "Stop playing around, Captain. With that last attack, you should have finished me," he barely managed to say. "I no longer acknowledge you." Ludus's foot shifts. He gains momentum to leap towards him, and while struggling to block his sword, he finally manages to push the opponent's blade away. Ludus offers veiled praise, noting that he has inherited everything well. It was as if he was seeing that man in Duchun, but his next attack was even stronger and a piece of his armor fell off. Ludus explains that a true sword saint would have deflected the blade instead of blocking it and countered before he could even attack. If you were a true swordmaster, these petty attacks wouldn't even scratch you. He continued to strike each blow accompanied by criticism as if he were merely correcting a student. If you were a swordmaster, he'd swing even higher this time, but Ludus just looked down on him with contempt as he lay defeated on the ground. What a pathetic sight. He declared he no longer needed the sword saint, as Jer's hand trembled on his sword below. He slowly rises, watching Ludus prepare his next move, and laments, "I still don't understand. He hits me with more precision when I'm only defending." The two swords clashed, and he finally managed to push Ludus back, leaving a bloody scratch on his cheek. He prepared to swing again, pouring all his strength into another blow that sent Ludus flying, adding to his injuries. He looked just like his grandfather in that moment, and Ludus hated it even more. He prepared to strike again, but this time the explosion was cataclysmic. Flames erupted, leaving a deep fissure in the ground, and Ludus regained the upper hand, kneeling before him, exhausted and enraged. What exactly do you hate? He stared down at him, raised his sword high again, and gave an unrelated answer. Your departure will be remembered as that of a hero, one who fought the Crimson Scorpion to the very end to protect everyone. This is the last of my kindness to you. With this sword I once stabbed the Sword Saint from behind, and now I'll take the life of his last heir. Lutz was exhausted, letting the blood flow freely when a voice echoed, claiming Lutzjer wasn't the last, shocking Ludus, who turned to see Heomut pushing him away. Heomut's arrival was 7 parts shocking, 1 part unbelievable, and 2 parts admirable. He skidded to a halt, finally safe. Heomut calls out to Ludus Cicero, his short platinum hair transforming into long purple locks. He is Heomut after all. Heomut warns him that it's time to end everything, and Ludus knows he's in real trouble. Chapter 100. He couldn't believe Heomut was standing right there. How did Heomut get here? He stares intently. Back then, the beast leader confidently laughed and unleashed his magic, returning to Lumeni's embrace, but he still charged forward. His attack shot out like a missile. He laughed, thinking he would incinerate him. The smoke and dust swirled like dark clouds, but a figure soared out from above. Ludus watched in stunned disbelief. Helmut remains unscathed, his mana blazing. Ludus is stunned. Impossible. That attack should have incinerated his heart and the seed of darkness. Helmut knew that blow would have been the end of him, but if he focused all his vit into the sword and pierced through, he could succeed, even if it meant using the vit meant to suppress the seed. With that much divine power, he could hold out for a while. He was decisive and quick-thinking enough to save himself at the last moment. That moment was all he needed. Helmut lunged toward the scorpion, shattering the crystal seed on its head. He figured the beast wouldn't be happy being controlled by a priest, and he watched dumbfounded as his pet slipped from his grasp. The Beastmaster is taken from one surprise to the next, as Heomut darts away like a god. Losing control, the scorpion lashes out, forcing him to struggle to keep it from touching him, while a thunderous sensation erupts in Heomut's heart, shaking him to his core, the seed of darkness. He remembers his grandfather's sword, training the pride in his eyes as he watched him practice. Heomut grimaces as he watches the fight, slowly regaining his composure, his sword hand still trembling slightly, while the other man is still busy with the giant red scorpion. He poured his power into the attack, screaming at the filthy inferior monster to vanish. It was that same power again, flamboyant and potent, like a missile incinerating the scorpion. In moments, its entire body was charred, black, writhing in unimaginable pain. He scoffs a monster, unaware of its place, but he forgets to watch his back, as a true monster prepares to strike. Heomut slashes diagonally down his back. The pathetic boss is falling, and so is the scorpion above him. The giant carcass crushes him as he's too weak to dodge. Get out of here, you little runt. Heomut needs to know something important right now. Tell me, where is it? He still speaks arrogantly, unaware of his situation. Don't underestimate me, you lowlife. Piggy immediately shoves his sword into the thug's foul mouth, threatening, I'm quite skilled at peeling skin, you know. I'll start by stabbing the places with the least blood, giving you time to think. The man didn't even dare to scream in pain anymore. Right now, Heomut stands here protecting his master's grandchild. He grips his sword, sensing that after expending so much mana at the boot camp, the seed of darkness and his mana reserves have grown slightly. The situation is similar now, but I've spent even more wealth in a shorter amount of time, and now my body is struggling to contain all the restored wealth. Of course, this is only temporary, but in this state, I can face Ludus Cicero. Ludus emerges from the rubble, eager to hear his story. How are you still alive? Heomut retorts, who knew someone like me would survive like a sword saint? He stared intently at Heomut, then unleashed a devastating attack, pulverizing the earth and sending rocks flying. The earth trembles, nearly throwing those in the distance off their feet, and seeing Heomut withstand his attack, he declares that no matter who he is, he won't leave here alive. Hot and Ludus engage in a fierce clash, their powers seemingly evenly matched. He confidently declares that no matter who you are, he can deal with you right here and now. Unafraid, Heomut frowns and challenges him. If you can, then do it. With those words, he poured more power into his sword, shocking his opponent. Ludus wondered what just happened. He suddenly shifted his stance mid-attack, making it unpredictable. And just like that, he broke free from his control, leaving onlookers stunned by the sudden turn of events. Heomut seized the moment, unleashing a massive sword strike, forcing Ludus into a defensive retreat. His face remained coldly unreadable, his deep eyes betraying no emotion. Caught off guard by the counterattack, Ludus's expression faltered as he demanded, "Who taught you that swordsmanship?" Heomut raised his sword, replying sternly, "This blade will answer for me." Ludus's eyes faltered as if seeing a familiar figure. His stance evokes the image of a valiant sword god. It's uncanny. Ludus shakes his head in denial, his voice trembling. Impossible. Heomut coldly states, "Darn may not care about the likes of you, but I have no intention of letting you live." Ludus's sword-wielding hands begin to tremble, almost uncontrollably. He thrusts his sword forward, unleashing a surge of power that sends the ground erupting as he screams in denial. "It can't be. It can't be. Darifit lives. I stabbed him in the back myself and handed him over to the church. He didn't even have time to pass anything on to anyone." Hiomut waved his hand dismissively. If you've seen it and still don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. Ludus charges forward like a rabid beast, eager to devour its prey, but he calmly dodges the attack. His vicious strike cleaved the massive rock behind him in two, and a look of worry crossed his face as he stared up in shock. The two fought relentlessly, attacking and defending their swords, clashing in a deafening rhythm, never pausing for breath. Suddenly, Hiomut stopped his foot, slamming hard against the ground for leverage. He then retaliates with a precise sword strike, but both remain evenly matched, exchanging blows in rapid succession, neither gaining a clear advantage. In that instant, Ludus spotted a tiny opening and unleashed a powerful kick at Hiomut's supporting leg, throwing him off balance. His knee buckled heavily to the ground. Not missing the opportunity, he swung his sword high, filled with killing intent and power. But Hiomut was no ordinary opponent. He spun in the air, narrowly dodging the blow as the blade grazed past, leaving a chilling trail of light. Even mid-air, his eyes never leave his opponent, focused on every strike, every movement of Ludus. His spin is shockingly graceful and beautiful. In that instant, an incredibly blinding light suddenly erupted. He quickly shielded his eyes, trying to see what had just happened between them. The two warriors continued to unleash their power, evenly matched in strength. Piggy's eyes narrowed, filled with contemplation and calculation. Even in this state, victory wasn't assured. I must end this before my mana runs out. Ludus raises his sword high, his figure imposing and steadfast like an unmoving mountain. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and commanding. Sword Saint, it seems I'm beginning to understand why he chose you as his successor. Ludus continued, but for that very reason, I absolutely cannot acknowledge you. The Sword Saint's legacy must be erased from this world. He slowly closed his eyes, as if focusing all his inner strength and will for the decisive moment ahead, thinking that Ludus Cicero's world revolved only around himself. If it were me, fresh out of the forest, I might think the same. His left leg, kneeling on the ground, suddenly propels him forward, his face full of determination. Ludus's eyes widened in disbelief as Hiomut closed in. He hastily swung his sword in retaliation, but struck only air as the pigman leaped high above. Somersaulting in the air, he surveyed the scene with a chilling gaze. As Ludus tried to raise his sword again, the pig struck unexpectedly from behind, forcing him to look up and turn around. But he had the upper hand now. His blade blocked the screech of steel on steel, sending shivers down the spine. Ludus's blade is locked under Hiomut's relentless pressure, who then drives forward, forcing Ludus to reel back. Ludus retaliates with a sword strike, forcing Hiomut back, but a sharp pain shoots through his chest as he clutches the wound, his face contorted in pain as he cries out, "What are you doing?" "This isn't Dariel's swordsmanship," Hiomut calmly replies. "You seem to know Dariel's swordsmanship well, so I figured combining it with other styles would throw you off." Ludus roared, "Are you insane? You dare use such cheap swordplay instead of the Sword Saint's techniques. You were taught by the greatest swordsman, yet you face me without them." He calmly whispered, "In that case, Piggy remembers everyone and is frank. Until now, those who have used this style are more worthy of being called swordsmen than someone like you." Ludus then asked, "Is that so?" He gripped his sword and said grimly, "What a pity, you're just another fake." He suddenly roared, his voice like thunder. "If you were the Sword Saint, you would never rely on the power of others." Hiomut raises his sword, perfectly mimicking Darien's familiar stance, but then shifts, holding the blade level with his eyes, and declares, "Sorry to disappoint you, I'm not Darien." As he spoke, Piggy swung his sword, unleashing a tempest that tore through the air towards Ludus, who roared, attempting to counter, "You can't do anything to me." But in that instant, his body froze, as if locked in place, a chilling sensation sweeping over him, leaving him disoriented. Before Ludus's eyes, Hiomut's shoes hovered in the air, and a moment later, his figure appeared right behind him. Hiomut thought to himself that tactics are a weapon to use against someone stronger. With absolute speed in a large town, sunlight shone down on all bustling life. Children with wooden swords chased each other, their faces beaming with joy as Ludus and his friends watched from a rooftop. Below, an army participates in a solemn ceremony, a knight kneeling reverently, hand on heart. Above, a knight's sword gently touched his shoulder, as Ludus smiled, watching the scene with excitement. He grew up and became a knight as Darien stood by his side, gazing into the distance. He could only steal glances as Dariel unleashed a flurry of blows, decimating the monsters. His face was cold and lonely, marking the end of the monsters. Ludus was stunned, gazing up at that heroic moment. Then, during a solemn ceremony, a sword is passed on. Darien stands before them, his hand on the hilt, the blade planted in the ground. Beside him stood Ludus, as soldiers below gazed up in solemn attention, and above, Ludus looked on with pride. Suddenly he spoke, catching Darien off guard. "Sword Saint Dari DFRT, grant me the honor of inheriting your swordsmanship." Ludus bows hand over his heart, smiling respectfully and proudly. Seeing this, the Sword Saint grips his sword, confused, acting unlike himself. "What are you saying?" he thought, kneeling on the ground, still full of admiration. "I believe this is necessary," he explained, his eyes filled with determination. "I've lived my whole life dreaming of becoming a swordsman like you. I'll endure any harsh training, so please grant me this chance." Hearing this, Dari frowned, looking troubled, and ultimately turned away, refusing outright. "No." Ludus was shocked, rising to his feet and giving chase. "Dari," he paused, then affirmed, A voice echoes from behind his stalwart figure. Ludus, you're my colleague, you're capable, but I intend to pass down my swordsmanship to my own bloodline. Behind him, Ludus frowned and questioned, startling him. But didn't your son give up because he couldn't endure it? Dariel turned his eyes filled with murderous intent. Ludus, you've gone too far. Be careful not to cross the line. Realizing his slip-up, Ludus awkwardly apologized as Dariel continued walking, reaffirming his stance. As I said, I have no intention of passing on my swordsmanship to anyone, so don't chase false hope and focus on the mission. Meanwhile, at the town's main stronghold inside the tea garden at a tea table in a flower cage, he approached and suspiciously asked, Lord Darielin, you're here. Do you have some time? Hearing this, Darielin wondered what was up. At the same time, a confident Ludus drew his sword, asking him to stand back and watch a joyful smile spreading across his face. He then unleashed a swift and precise sword dance through the air, causing Dariel to finally realize what was happening, his eyes widening in surprise. Finally, Ludus unleashes a downward strike, finishing his move with a joyful smile. He turns back expectantly. Though I only learned the movements by watching your shoulders, I've perfected what was lacking. This swordsmanship is flawless and exquisite. If I mastered it further, it would be incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, Dari emerged from the tea room, his expression unreadable, as Ludus approached, declaring, Lord Darian, I would dedicate my life to serving you. If you grant me an opportunity, I will seize it. Darian's sudden words stunned him. Ludus Casero, his face contorted with rage as he roared his question. So you've been wasting your time on this nonsense? Ludus froze, staring back in disbelief. His face grew more terrifying by the second, his rage spreading, leaving Ludus stunned. It seems my previous warning didn't sink in. This time I'll make sure you understand. Dari looked down his massive shadow engulfing Ludus, who stared up in shock. Ludus Cicero, you are unworthy to inherit my swordsmanship. Talent is simply what you lack. His eyes, filled with contempt and rage, served as a reminder. Don't be arrogant, Ludus Cicero. Look at yourself before trying to imitate another's swordsmanship. Immediately, Dari makes a decision that shocks him, and he falls to his knees. Never speak of this again. Ludus's mouth was dry, unable to speak, his heart screaming, That's not it, Dariel. I only wanted to be a swordsman like you to prove myself. Darkness crept into his mind as Dariel walked away, taking all the light with him. Ludus stared at his reflection in the pool of blood, a footstep approaching him. A pigman stood before him with a sword in the moonlight, while Ludus remained kneeling, unmoving his wound, still bleeding. Suddenly he smiled, frowning as he muttered something. Dariel is arrogant, self-righteous, and oblivious to those around him, he mutters in reluctant acknowledgement. I won't deny it. Ludus muttered his hand, still gripping his sword, his body unmoving. Long ago, I asked him to teach me swordsmanship, but he scorned me, saying I lacked talent and refused to teach me. To me, Dariel was everything, and yet he denied my very existence. Still bitter, I betrayed him and handed him over to the church. He stared at the man with a mix of loathing and pity, the moonlight casting a cold light on his face. He finally understood. Darian had said he wouldn't pass on his swordsmanship to anyone but his own blood, but now he knew why Darian had trusted him. Then he stared at him inquisitively. Did you ever regret betraying Darian? Hearing this, Ludus clutched his side wound, laughing harder, as blood continued to gush out. Regret. Ha ha ha, ever since he rejected me, I began to erase everything about the sword saint within me. Then he raised his bloodied hand, but in the end it seems I'm the one who couldn't let go of my obsession with him. With that, Ludus looked up at him, wondering. The fact that you're here, and not the sword saint, means he's no longer alive, right? He confirmed in a cold voice. Indeed. His eyes, filled with sorrow, met his gaze as blood trickled from his trembling mouth. Did Dariel ever resent me? He frowned at him, finally answering in a way that stunned Ludus. I told you Dariel doesn't care about what people like you do. Hearing this, he smiles somewhat self-deprecatingly, so he finally looks up at him. Hey, what's your real name? Heomut raises his sword and looks at him. Heomut. Finally, he smiled at him inquisitively. Heomut, if one day you are betrayed by someone you trust with all your heart, I wonder if you would make the same decision as I did. I'll be watching you from the other side. Before Ludus could answer, he brought his blade down, separating his head from his body. Blood splatters everywhere as his purple eyes flash with coldness, staring at the blood spraying onto his face. Ludus's head spun through the air, illuminated by the moonlight, as Heomut muttered, Do as you please. The island's mist gradually dissipated into the silent night. Ludus's headless, blood-soaked body knelt on the ground, half hidden by the mist. Then Heomut brushed the dust off his bracelet and walked toward Ludus, who was sitting by the rock. He asks if he's the Sword Saint's last disciple, then looks up at him with a bitter smile. Or should I call you Piggy? Meanwhile, he calmly puts the bracelet on his wrist, his body gradually transforming with white hair. Just call me H. He lowers his head, a hint of regret in his eyes. I must have seemed strange to you, constantly droning on about being the Sword Saint's grandson. He glanced away, acknowledging the truth. Seeing his calm demeanor, he felt a tinge of regret. So he's not going to deny it. Annoyed, he suddenly looks up at him suspiciously. So what are you planning to do now? He looks ahead, realizing that the commander betrayed the Sword Saint and lured him to his death. But whether people believe it or not is another story, he coldly confirmed. Of course, I don't intend to reveal it. Then Heomut fell silent. He reached up to touch his chin as he looked at the corpse. Then, as if struck by an idea, he lowered his hand from his chin, but a noise interrupted them, drawing their attention. So what about this brother? A figure approaches through the night's mist. The sound of galloping hooves grew closer, and Hiomut watched cautiously, his eyes widening in surprise, until he saw clearly, his expression calming with certainty, as if everything would be all right. The horse stopped, revealing the second prince, who looked down upon them. Frowning, he explained that he'd heard from Das's legion that the commander had come here alone. Can you explain exactly what happened here? In the still black night of the desert, after hearing the full story, the second prince understood. I see. The three stood around Ludus's corpse, so that's how it all went down. Beside him, Luke looked at him suspiciously. Your Highness, how much do you know about the commander betraying the Sword Saint? Beside him, the second prince frowned and explained, I'm not sure. I only had vague suspicions. The temple's power isn't something I can easily delve into. He suddenly crossed his arms, looked at him and smiled. Luke, I'm sorry I couldn't tell you sooner. You must be sulking now. What if I had died? Hearing this, the second prince teased. You can't even restrain yourself in front of me, huh? His face was filled with disappointment and hesitation. I see the commander as my own father. Seeing this, he looked sad, and the second prince could only watch in silence. He then explains that this is the mindset of a commander, the anchor of the Third Order of Knights, someone everyone can rely on, as he listens with a somber expression. He concludes that even if that person is the blood of someone he despises, he will do it. Finally, he crosses his arms, smiles, and affirms it. And that was the responsibility he had to bear. You want to give me command? He asked incredulously, face flushed. The second prince's face darkens as he reminds him. Do you think I'm crazy enough to give that position to a mere soldier like you? At that, Luke was speechless, his lips slightly pouting in anger, while the man behind him smiled mockingly. His face turned serious as he thought about the vice commander. In principle, Vice Commander Dasman Bate would take that position. He's one of ours, planted to monitor their movements. This is the perfect opportunity to make the Legion's power our own. Suddenly, the second prince added, surprising the other two. But if you prove yourself worthy, there's no reason you can't take that position. Then, looking at him, the two recalled their previous discussion before the second prince arrived, when he suggested they retell the story this way. Red Scorpion and Ludus Kisero were defeated together by you and me. And never reveal that I am the Sword Saint's disciple. Looking at him with doubt, he gave me half the credit. Is that okay? If the people of 3 o'clock knew he was the Sword Saint's disciple, he would be greatly respected. Standing beside Hiomut, who affirmed it, leaving him stunned, he was the true heir of the Sword Saint. Perhaps that was what Dariel wanted. As he stares at him now, his words echo in his mind. He must live in the 3rd District as an unwavering, steadfast swordsman. He bit his lip, then, with determination in his eyes, declared, I will live up to that expectation. Hearing this, the man smiled gently at him. Beside him, the second prince looked over, impressed. That was the most satisfying answer I've heard from you. Then he put his hands on his hips. Forget about this. I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess. Secondly, unfortunately, I need you here until the situation is resolved. Suddenly he spoke up. Where is the Crimson Blood Scorpion you two defeated? He looked worried, but the other remained calm. Just recently, about a 30-minute run. Hearing this, the second prince stroked his chin, deep in thought. So you're saying the Crimson Blood Scorpion was controlled by a high-ranking Lumen priest? So after a fierce battle with the Scorpions, you two were the only survivors. Then while pursuing Lute, who was taken by the monster, you encountered the commander. Hiomut's expression remained cold, while Luke looked at him with concern, wondering if he would believe this nonsense. Suddenly the prince stopped thinking, and offered them a more plausible story. So Ludus's initial plan was likely this: use the distress call to lure Luke and the others to the desert, then stage a scene where they all died, fighting the Crimson Scorpions. Luke's expression flickered with surprise as he added, if by chance Luke survived, he'd use the monster to bring him to Ludus and eliminate him completely, thus earning the honor of being the hero who defeated the Crimson Scorpions and saved the desert from danger. The second prince considered the kingdom's banner, realizing that revealing Luke's identity would earn him the honor of being the Sword Saint's successor, saving 3 o'clock again, and ultimately gaining the Legion's support. Both Luke and the other looked at him in confusion. Luke stammering, so profound. I'm glad we weren't discovered. Immediately, the second prince's face darkened, a sinister smile creeping across it. How about this then? We'll recycle this plan. They both looked on in confusion. He pointed out a more plausible story. The Panma Knights fought fiercely against the Crimson Scorpion, but lost their commander. And a young swordsman carrying the blood of a sword saint defeated the Scorpions and saved 3 o'clock from danger. His eyes filled with profound judgment. Well, that's a good story too. He looked around hesitantly, but that would be too cruel to the dead. He then bowed his head to the corpse. I will follow your instructions, Your Highness. Beside him, the prince, hands on his hips, gazed at Ludus's corpse and suggested, good, let's do that. Then first take us to the Scorpion's corpse, okay, 2. Wait, it would be better to bury the commander's body before we leave. Hearing that he was a bit puzzled, it might be cruel to him, but we should take the body with us. People won't believe Ludus is dead just by us saying so. He raised 2 fingers, explaining the 2 reasons as he looked at the blood-soaked corpse. First, the wounds on the neck and chest were clearly caused by a sword. At least none of the monsters we fought could have caused wounds like these, so it would only raise suspicion and make us look like liars. And second, even without proof, people will still believe us to some extent as those behind him look on in astonishment. His face was filled with determination. I guarantee it. The second prince eyed him carefully, a hint of doubt creeping in. Are you really a descendant of the Sword Saint? He stands there dumbfounded. Yes, then he chuckled to himself and urged him on. No, nothing at all. Then let's do as you say. Behind him, the sunlight illuminated his body, as the Panma Knights stood silhouetted against the vast desert. A thick brown boot steps forward, and a massive scorpion emerges from the sand, its body, a menacing, fiery red. The second prince frowned, watching as his mount sucked in air behind him. So this is the crimson scorpion that was slain. They then approached to investigate with the second prince leading the way. Where was the priest's body? Buried over there. The second prince stared down at the gruesome corpse before him. Oh my, what happened to his face? Hiomut flinched and hid behind him. I had a few questions for him. He then crossed his arms, looking at the corpse with some hesitation. I was going to use the corpse as leverage to negotiate with the temple, but in this state it's just going to cause trouble. Upon hearing this, Luke covered his mouth in shock as the prince turned to them curious. Come to think of it, I heard you two were competing in monster hunting, and since you both took down the Crimson Scorpion together, the reward was split in half. About that. He steps forward, smiling as he acknowledges. Perhaps I should just give up. He's helped me so much. Hiomut looks over a little surprised, realizing he was never just fighting that scorpion. Then, with a gentle smile, he added, Besides, there are some things more important to me than money. Hearing this, the prince smiled and looked over. I understand. The second prince turns to him, hands on his hips, smiling in praise. Well then, congratulations. To be so close to wealth at your age, he calmly responded. Thank you, he says, turning to the horses to inform the others. Then I'll have someone come and take the scorpion's corpse. Please wait until then. Luke watches him as he approaches the scorpion's corpse. Then we'll be counting on you. Prince Hiomut lifts a piece of the scorpion's corpse, peering inside with concern. Just as he suspected the core is gone, he only just realized it. It seems another monster caught the scent and took the core. He frowned, pursing his lips in thought. A monster that absorbs a core inherits its power, which is why their numbers never truly dwindle. He then thought of the monster of the same kind that had eaten the core and fled. The monster that stole the Crimson Scorpion's core today would be a threat to the three families tomorrow. Next, Hiomut turns to look back. Ludus's face is still full of pride, confidence, and determination in the sunlight, realizing his path ahead will not be easy. Meanwhile, Ludus's sword is enshrined on a monument. His honor guard returns with it to a solemn hall. From the stands, the second prince declared to the crowd below, Today we are saved from a powerful monster, but we have lost our great commander. Ludus Kikero. From his seat, the grand prince listened arms, crossed a scowl of anger etched on his face. Long ago, we also bid farewell to a great knight. Sword St. Darian Defter as the sorrowful citizens bowed their heads. In a majestic scene, the prince addresses the crowd, declaring that they are ready to sacrifice their lives to save everyone from the monster threat, knowing that no pain lasts forever. Just as monsters threaten our lives generation after generation, we inherit the will of those who fell before us. Below, Hiomut watched from the crowd while Dazum solemnly accepted the oath, his will now passed on to the next commander. That will is also passed on to the individual who proves themselves worthy. Another name is called along with the familiar figure of LJ. All eyes are on him as he approaches the platform, a hint of anxiety on his face. He stood in the open space before them, whispers rising from below. Seeing this, his expression hardened. In that instant, he grasped the sword at his hip, drawing it forth with overwhelming power. The crowd below felt the power, and stared in surprise as golden energy coursed through him with his eyes closed. He recalls his past, with his family learning swordsmanship from his father, full of shortcomings, yet dreaming of a future with every sword in sight. Then, upon realizing it was the Sword Saint's swordsmanship, he felt as though he was denying him, as if he wanted to chase after his shadow. It was the pig that helped him realize that parts of him rejected the Sword Saint's bloodline, while others wanted to carry on his will. He smiles, unleashing a flurry of sword techniques that dance through the air, the very pieces that make up the crystal he is today, as golden energy flares across the ceremony. Sweat and tension crept over Luke, but he smiled, determined to complete the technique, as the stunned citizens below looked on in amazement. As the performance ends, the second prince adds his true name, is Luke Deter, descendant of Naaman Deferter, grandson of the Holy Sword, Darian Deferter. The first prince can't help but shout in surprise. What? From the platform, the second prince clenched his fist, looking down as he added, As you all know, the Sword Saint's son left long ago, but his descendant has returned to Ba, becoming a knight of Panma and protecting us. And it was he who delivered the final blow to the Crimson Scorpion, saving Ba, so from peril. Hearing this, the citizens were moved to tears. With a serious expression, the second prince added, clenching his fist, The will of the Holy Sword will live on to protect each generation among us. People of Ba, so have faith. As long as there are those who inherit this will, we will never be defeated. Amidst the crowd, Hiomut smiles contentedly, while above the furious first prince, points still breathless from the performance. The prince on the platform whispered, I can feel my brother's murderous gaze from behind. Your path ahead will be difficult. He smiled, I will endure. Later in a corner of town, Hyomut adjusted his horse's reins as a curious onlooker wondered why he wasn't staying longer. As he adjusted his horse, he explained, "I have some personal matters to attend to." Seeing this, the other could only offer a gentle smile. Finally, he looked at him and he listened in return. "Hyomut, you and I are both disciples of the Sword Saint in a way. I think of you as a brother," he says with a sincere smile. "So if you need help, come find me. I'll treat your problems as bossos and help immediately." "Then let's hope that never happens." Seeing this, he was also angry. This guy's still the same even now. Suddenly the prince came from behind waving to him. "Oh, good thing I'm not too late. The champion's leaving so quiet and unassuming. Farewell." "Hey, did you get the money?" He looked over, startled as Piggy confirmed it. He approached Lute with a smile, suggesting he visit Bao sometime for a proper champion's welcome. Then mounting his horse, he glanced back, confirming, "I'll consider it, but the 3 sows are too hot and boring." Next, he and his horse leave the city gates as Loke and the second prince watch him with smiles. He crosses his arms and says, "Not bad." As one of the Sword Saint's only 2 disciples could only agree with his eyes closed, he thought, "I feel a little empty." Suddenly, he froze, his face darkening with shock as he cried out, "How, your highness, how could you tell?" The prince bursts into laughter. "Haha, look at that innocent face. He glances at you, recognizing Darielian's sword as a royal treasure. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Of course my brother with his indifference might not, but as one who admires the Sword Saint, I know it at a glance." His face froze for a moment as he stared at him in a panic. Seeing this, the second prince calmly looked at him, arms crossed, confirming, "Don't worry, I won't say anything that could get you into trouble. Above all, I have no desire to reveal anyone else's relationship." His face was full of anticipation. "Next time I hope he'll tell me his name." Meanwhile, at a building, Hyomut enters in surprise, handing over a pile of gold coins to a blue-haired man with glasses, shocking him. The brief but eventful time in Ba so has ended, and a new semester is about to begin at school. Alea stands with her eyes closed, waiting, her gaze fixed on Hyomut's back. Her eyes widened in surprise, but his back remained turned. Alia blushed, ready to speak, then hesitated, biting her lip. Finally, she closed her eyes and shouted from behind him, "Hey Hyomut, if you're coming back, don't be so silent. At least use your bracelet to call me." He turned back to look at her, a little surprised. "Oh, Alia." Seeing his face, Alia froze. She cried out involuntarily. Inwardly, too. He scoffed, sunburned. Then Xian stares wide-eyed at him, but Hyomut's face remains indifferent, his skin dark from the Sunday. He tilted his head, puzzled. "Piggy, what happened to your skin?" To which he casually replied, "I only found out recently." So the disguise magic maintains consistent skin tone, so no one notices, which is why Alia said she'd restore it with magic. He thought about his own disguise and realized, well, it actually feels kind of new and comfortable in its own way. Shuyan chuckled wryly, raising a hand to his head as Alea sorted through their belongings. "Hey, you've gotten taller, haven't you? I'm jealous you're already so tall." To think he still has room to grow, he was a little bewildered. Is that so? Suddenly he feels a sense of doubt. "Where's Asuka? I thought she'd be with you." With arms crossed, he hesitated, remembering how she'd been locked in training since the semester began. "She's completely different now. You'll be surprised when you see her." Hearing that, Hyomut grew quiet with curiosity, as Alea suddenly struggled in with a pile of things. "Anyway, Hyomut, I've already arranged your things. Honestly, you're the first person I've seen return a day before the academy's opening." Seeing this, he looked back at her, and beaming, put her hand on his shoulder, saying thank you. "Oh, and Hyomut, since you're top of the class now, you get your own room finally free from Alia's strict care. Congratulations." Seeing this, she unhappily reminded them. "Xian, if you have time to blather, why don't you go back to your room?" They both look at her. Z teases. "Hey, I'm talking to Hyomut, why are you butting in?" He added, "Or do you feel guilty about something?" Beside Alia, a fist was raised, energy gathering in her hand. Seeing this, he panicked a bit, but still forced a smile. Okay, I'm sorry, just don't blow me back to the dorm." He reluctantly left, waving goodbye. "See you later, Hyomut." Alia. Meanwhile, the two of them watched him leave before she turned to Hyomut, leaving him slightly puzzled. "What about you?" she asks, her eyes searching. "Now that you have your own room, aren't you relieved?" He casually gestures towards his room, reminding her. "I never said I felt relieved. Besides, my new room is right across from yours," she says angrily. "So do you like it or not?" he asks, stepping closer. "Why do you ask? You're nothing like him." She clenched her fist, looking at him with dissatisfaction. "Can't I even ask, geez?" Hyomut remained calm as he watched her, then stroked his chin, lost in thought, which only fueled Alea's anger. "Of course, having my own space is nice, but there are downsides, like not being able to rely on cleaning magic anymore, or casually asking you things." Hearing this, she quickly turned and stormed back to her room. "Never mind, it's my fault for asking Lin Tin. If you need anything cleaned, just call me, and I'll do it as a one-time service." She suddenly paused, piquing his curiosity. "Oh, and one more thing." Alia's eyes reminded Hyomut with unwavering resolve. "Remember when you brought Asuka without permission and I had to treat her? You promised me a wish back then. Anything she desires." And he understands. "Ah yes, I suppose I did say that." Alea adds, "I'll probably use it soon, just giving you a heads up." Suddenly he wondered, "So you've already figured out what you want?" She calmly turned back to confirm, "You'll know soon enough. Anyway, if you need anything, my room is right across from yours," he called out, causing her to pause. With a determined look, he tells her, let's do our best this semester. Meanwhile, Aaliyah enters her room, closes the door, and with an unreadable expression says, yeah, good luck. As soon as the door closed, Aaliyah leaned against it, burying her flushed face in her hands, stammering. Seriously, what am I doing? Later at the academy, Tae walks down the hall now in his academy uniform. Tae is still adjusting his clothes, thinking that he's finally done cleaning up and it's been a while since he used the academy's training ground. A noise from the opposite room catches Hae-mut's attention. He looks up realizing Asuka must be in the training grounds. He wonders if she's still there. Then he closed his eyes, opened the door and stepped inside, thinking he hadn't seen Asuka since returning. What exactly happened to him? Suddenly a sword came flying. Hae-mut was startled as it hit the wall behind him, causing debris to fall. Hae-mut glanced at the dent with some trepidation. Meanwhile, Lottie rushed over, worried. I'm sorry, are you hurt anywhere? I didn't expect anyone to come in here. Her face flushed, still panting with embarrassment. Hae-mut, he looked at her, slightly surprised, as another person ran over to scold her, telling her to hold onto her sword lest she drop it again. She angrily retorted, I couldn't help it, Asuka was swinging her sword like she wanted to kill me. Suddenly he stopped and looked at him with suspicion. Huh. Wait, Piggy, where have you been all this time? He's standing right in front of him. Did you get sunspots? Scarlet also noticed, and you've gotten a lot taller too. Confused, Hae-mut asks if they're the only two there, to which Asuka sighs, shouldering his sword. Some people came, but they only peeked in and left. Frankly, if you're not going to train, don't bother entering the field. Their will is so weak. The two could only offer a wry smile in return. He wondered if it wasn't that they didn't want to come in, but that they couldn't. Beside him, Charlotte complained without hesitation. After all, I've been sparring with Asuka for over 4 hours, and she's looking at him eagerly. Perfect timing. Hae-mut, spar with me. Thea politely declined, saying he was going to the private training room, but she didn't seem to understand and looked at him with furrowed brows and excitement. If you think I've been slacking off during the break, you're dead wrong. The loser buys the next meal. How about it? Seeing this, he was a little stunned as Charlotte suddenly turned to him and shouted, wait, I promised Hae-mut a practice match before the break ended, so if anyone has priority, it's me. But Aka frowned, scolding her what you were just complaining about being tired. Besides, shouldn't seniority take precedence, he said, feigning to clean his ear as he turned away. Too noisy, the vessel beside him angrily questioned. What did you just say? Seeing them like that, he smiled happily, inexplicably feeling like he had truly returned to where he belonged. Finally, he drew his sword, closed his eyes, and stepped into the arena resigned. I'll do a practice match. I owe you both anyway. Seeing this, Asuka watched with some suspicion, wondering what he was talking about. It's surprising he agreed so easily. Don't take it back now. He placed his sword on the ground and Hae-mut picked up a wooden one, admitting he wanted to test his strength. Then he brandished his sword, releasing a palpable bloodlust, and grimly stated, we don't have much time, let's settle this with a 2-on-1 fight. Asuka was visibly shaken. Wait, seriously, you're that eager? Not enough. The decoy's expression darkened as well. He hesitated. And what's with this strange power? What exactly did he go through while he was gone? Not wanting to keep him waiting, Hae-mut rushed forward with murderous intent, strange sounds echoing from within the training grounds. That night, the moon reached its zenith, casting its light down a deserted hallway in the academy. Alea peeked out to see Hamel waiting patiently outside, offering a calm suggestion. Then, let's be on our way. She looked at him with unwavering resolve. Okay. On the bustling streets, lights and people passed by. The night streets bustled with people. Hae-mut looked around blankly, as Alea pointed upwards, saying, this is a high-class restaurant worth the money, but maybe not really your style. Across from the warehouse is a steakhouse with a special menu for swordsmen. I'll leave the decision up to you. Wherever you want to go is fine. Alea turns back polite and straightforward. You're paying, so I should at least let you choose. Hae-mut looks confused and troubled. I don't know what's good here either, he sighed, making a decision out of helplessness. Then why did I even suggest going out to eat in the first place? Well, let's go to that restaurant over there. I tried it last time and it was delicious. He stares intently puzzled, and Hae-mut later regrets his suggestion. Yeah, why did I even suggest this? Inside the clean, luxurious restaurant, Alea presents him with the menu. Here, make your choice. Here we have menu A and menu B. Personally, I think the shrimp balls marinated in wine on menu A are quite good. Yet he sits still and motionless. She quickly called out, pointing at the menu. Hey Piggy, what are you looking at? Hae-mut is still distracted. I find it strange, but it's unusually quiet around him today. He pointed out the differences. Usually she's followed and she doesn't hide her face with a hood. Alea sighed, annoyed at being recognized. Chu caught on quick. Then Alea asks for his opinion. Yeah, why do you think that is? Moot stared intently, then speculated, perhaps your aura is a bit weaker. Are you using a magical artifact? You're revealing your aura now to explain. If only a magical artifact could solve it, it would have been done a long time ago. People are after me because of the primal essence of the magic within me. During the break, I researched how to suppress it and made some progress. Alea laments how difficult it is to become normal, finding it almost laughable, but Hamel remains pensive. Normal, huh? It's not easy. You stare intently at him, waiting. So you have nothing you want to say, Hae-mut was surprised. Yes, you're reiterating the reason for this meeting. Didn't you invite me out here because something was up? But he's simple saying there's really nothing to it. He says sincerely that he's come into some money recently, and I've helped him a lot. You seem disappointed. Is that all? Alea wanted to hear more reasons, but he didn't see anything, so he turned away as expected. I'm not surprised coming from you. But Hyomut still doesn't understand what you mean. Alea sees him differently. Usually kindness comes with an agenda, but he doesn't seem that brazen. You'd better confirm if you're that type, or I wouldn't have agreed to come along in the first place. Alea blushed, embarrassed, and asked curiously, speaking of which, why did you want to go out with me when you have nothing to say? But he didn't say another word. Hyomut was dumbfounded. Do you have to be so curious? Alea shyly turned away, handing him the menu as a reminder. Yeah, I knew you'd say that. Just pick something. I'm starving. His face flushed as red as a ripe tomato, while Hyomut looked at the menu, his mind racing. Out for a meal. Isn't it strange to make plans for no reason? If it were Asuka or Zan, I wouldn't think of them first either. I don't understand myself, so what's different about Alea and me? Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, surprising them both. Well, look who it is, fancy meeting you here. Teresa smiles, tucks her hair back and greets him, long time no see. She gazed at him adoringly, noting he seemed more reliable than before. He shot a cold glance, and finally the pig muttered, "Who's that?" Teresa, exasperated, reminds him that she's Teresa, a third-year magic student, and asks why he's reacting as if they've never met. Alea, annoyed, tells her to stop bothering them and go away. She laughs it off, then feigns ignorance. Oh, is Alea here too? Still as cold as ever, huh? Sophia approaches, greeting him warmly. Is this him, the boy you mentioned? I'm Sophia, a third-year magic student, and wow, you're handsome, Teresa flirted. Since you've already met, why not join us? Wouldn't it be better than the two of you moping around here? He stubbornly waved her away, ignoring Alea, even as she tried to be polite. Oh, I'm asking Piggy. If you're not Piggy, then Piggy, come on. I'm the only one who can treat you now, he angrily reminds. Hyomut, don't answer, just ignore them. He also decided to refuse, saying he didn't want to be disturbed right now. I don't care about the cost of the meal, and I want to eat alone. Teresa was dumbfounded. She tries to diffuse the tense atmosphere, saying, Oh, are you worried about Alea? It's okay, really just say what's on your mind. Friends should respect your opinion, right? He emphasized again firmly. That's my opinion, and I need to choose my meal, so I'd appreciate it if you ladies left. Teresa, embarrassed and red-faced, shouts directly at him. Hyomut, you're so clueless when a senior is being nice to you sometimes. You should just be grateful and accept it. Teresa wasn't stopping. From the start, the two of you have been strangely attached. What if rumors start? Sophia tries to intervene, asking what's gotten into him. Enough, Alea said, slamming her hand on the table, her eyes blazing with anger as if words were no longer enough. So, should I force you to back off then? Teresa, the senior, wasn't backing down either. Alea, do you know how arrogant you've become since the break? I'll show you why Teresa is the senior. A strange man appears, stunning everyone into silence, and the waiter reminds them, Excuse me, you're disturbing the other patrons. If you want to cause trouble, please take it outside. The two reluctantly stopped. The food arrives, and while cutting the meat, Hyomut recalls the waiter from earlier, who seemed to be a former student of swordsmanship with a decent aura. Alea suddenly says strangely, Hey, you've changed a bit, but you're still resolute. Really? I don't think I've changed. AA laughs, explaining and advising. That's a compliment. If weirdos latch onto you again, deal with them like before. He nods, I understand. Alea eats contentedly, her face flushed. You seem happy. The food tastes better than before. The next morning at the academy, Hyomut's feelings for Alea remained unclear. He was soon faced with one of the academy's most important events, and in a room, DM placed his hand on his shoulder, speaking solemnly. Hyomut, his teammates in the training camp, I have a lifelong favor to ask. DM shyly proposes, Could you help us man the festival reception booth? He was still bewildered. The festival.